No, actually, what I'm going to do is actually put up a slide. So there we go. So I've got the vendor slide on. So it looks like we're streaming here. Let me see if we're not quite live yet on Audentio. We're live on YouTube, but nobody watches that, so nobody cares.
We have our other cat who you might hear.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, beautiful.
The deaf cat. This is Pip.
Hey, Pip.
Oh, so cute.
I call him
Anything to say?
Oh my
like
gosh.
Tippy, like
Unconditional love.
Canoe and Tyler too.
Is that a keyboard cat? Will we hear the cat going all over the keyboard later? And
No, you might. Sometimes he yowls because, like I said, he's deaf and he just does it to vocalize because he can't hear himself. But this cat, you probably won't hear him purring. I don't think my mic is that good. But when he decides it's petting time and he wants attention, he's like a giant motor. So now you've seen 2 out of the 3 cats. The other one's recovering.
Okay, well, it looks like we are just about on the air here. 20 seconds.
Oh, that's what that countdown is.
Yeah. That is
All right,
what
I'm
it
looking
is.
at it. Okay, cool. I'm glad that they give you that little buffer so you can.
Oh yeah. I mean, we're on the air on YouTube right now, but again, nobody's watching it.
Yeah,
so
nobody cares.
we're just using it as like transport to stream this. So. Oof.
Are you on Star Trek this morning, Steve?
Yes, I decided to be Captain Kirk. So, or I could be Spock.
I believe you are Picard, looking at that
Okay.
bridge. So.
Oh yes. It is the next generation.
Yeah.
You can go to any site. There are websites that have Zoom backgrounds. Some are
Oh
free.
yeah,
some,
I had downloaded a bunch on my Optometry Times computer.
some make you pay for it, believe it or not. And people actually do pay. That's silly.
Oh no, I got them all for free.
Yeah, me too. But it's amazing. This is pretty good. When you buy the ones here, you see I'm not real. Ooh, that looks good. Well, most of the time though, you disappear. Your cat kept on going back and forth depending on
Oh
the
yeah,
background.
I do sometimes.
Yeah, this is more stable for some reason.
Okay,
Okay,
so
yeah.
we are live. So hello everybody, and
Good morning, everyone.
let me get this off
Hi
here
there.
and get our lovely faces on here this morning. I'm sure my bags have bags this morning.
Oh, speak for yourself, brother.
oh,
There's
man.
no lovely today.
This was quite a day yesterday. Thank you all for showing up, and thank you for being here again today. CEwire Day 2 starts, and what a day it was yesterday. So.
Have coffee, we'll show up.
And I'm joined again, as I call them, the 3 amigos. Although Paul's not here yet, he's actually struggling to get into Zoom, which is a surprise. A surprise to no one, a surprise to everyone. I don't know.
Oh,
So
damn. Feel that burn, Paul.
It's funny. I've been working with him for so long on this. What, 20 years maybe?
Yep.
And I keep thinking like, okay, he'll get it eventually. He'll be able to get in on time. But it's always like, it's funny because it's always the same thing. I'm like, oh no.
Well, technology marches on, and his brain cells march on also.
Well, I told him he's got to move in with my kid. Like my kid's got to actually live over there now, so he can adopt my son, and then he can take care of all of his IT problems.
We need to update those pictures for sure because Steve.
That's from Vision Expo 2016, 17, something like that.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, then maybe it's just the way because you're not wearing glasses and the way like you're smiling. I'm not trying to say you look horribly old. Maybe it's the coloring. Like you look like you're a little sunburned or a little tan.
There in that picture, I probably am. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
should be here.
so
Okay, now.
let me see if the lobby is open here. I don't know if there's any people here today. Oh yeah, we got 25 people here already, so everyone's kind of filing in. Hello, everyone. And so, Gretchen, could you just send my dad the link to the Zoom this morning? Because I just did, and I don't know if he actually looks at my email anymore. He may just actually trash mine. Mine might go right to his spam filter at this point.
Wait a second. I don't think that you're saying that he's sophisticated enough to set up a rule to automatically put your emails in the trash.
His Mac might have done it for him because he's just so irritated. The computer probably senses the irritation level. So it's like,
I'll send it to him now, Adam. I'm
okay.
doing it now.
Okay.
So hopefully he'll be here.
Who will he open first? Would he open me or you?
Yep. He'll answer anybody before me. So.
There you go.
Damn.
So jump in. So. Actually, you know what he does, which is funny because a lot of people do it. You have people who answer their emails sequentially. Like they'll start from the one that came in the earliest, but then things may have happened in the interim, and so they're answering stuff that's obsolete. So, he's answering something from 5 hours before, then he keeps going, and then he gets to the top of his
Yeah,
box.
I kind of resemble that remark too. I read them, I think, sequentially, and sometimes I reply and I shouldn't. I have to tell you, I just started using conversations as an Outlook, and it always made me crazy. And with this new job, with this new laptop, I've started doing things very differently, and that's one of them. And I'm still not completely sold. So I won't throw Paul under the bus for reading sequentially.
Yeah,
Maybe that just means
I do it too, and I will confess I actually did it this morning. So last night, I got about 10,000 emails from people at the conference, right?
believe it.
And so I should always take my time and actually read from the top to the bottom, because some people are saying, oh, I can't figure something out. And then 10 minutes later, I'll get an email. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to send you an email. I figured it out.
Right.
So I probably should have looked
That's
at
the
the
difference
latest.
between, let's say, Paul generation and the present generation. They figure it out. They fresh. They do things that we don't have to tell them.
Yep.
While other people just get stuck.
Yep.
Yep.
So anyway, I'm just looking. The big thing last night, as everyone knows, is the achievements and getting credits for your classes. So I sent out an e-blast to everybody to remind them that we're rerunning the credits from yesterday. And I was actually just looking right now. 95% of them have been run. So if you look at your transcripts, about 95% of people have the correct data now. The remaining ones are still being run. So we had that much data. I was mentioning to Steve and Gretchen before we got on the air, would you believe that we're up over 2,600 people, which to me is really surprising for this first go-around, that we had so many registrants for the conference. So thank you for
I bet you if you
showing
look at your counter as you go, before 10 o'clock, you'll get another little dip up.
Yep. So,
Now, people love to see, and once they get familiar with it, by next time in March, it's be even easier.
yep.
Well, I also think people are happy to get some credits under their belt fairly early in the year. Also, too, depending upon when everybody's renewal cycle is. But I'm not really sure how cognizant most ODs are about what's going on with the changes with COPE. So some might be, and some might not realize that there's a June 30th deadline of something potentially likely changing. So I don't know. I don't know if we can attribute to that, or maybe they're thinking, well, crap, this can't last forever. I might as well jump on it and get them now.
Right.
Even if they
And Gretchen, people probably don't even know that there was a change from last year, from live to online, live interactive. They just don't read. But I think the state boards will be a little bit more lenient because of that. If you get your 50 or 40, whatever credits you need, it still should be okay.
Right, and people are asking me, actually, that's part of the emails that they send me, is this valid in my state? And the answer is I don't know. I know some states, right? I know my own state here in Oregon. I know California, Washington. But a lot of the other states, I'm not familiar with what they're doing. So it's definitely important to go to your state board website to figure out what they're doing. Many states are lenient, though. Like I was reading Washington state's law last night, and it's very much like other states where I was actually reading the verbiage of it. They're like, due to the pandemic, like it's basically said, we're going to take it easy on you. Do whatever you can online is basically how it was written. And I think a lot of states are like that.
Can you picture an OD not having a license because they're 3 credits short because they took online interactive versus live? I don't think so.
Yep.
And almost every other platform, the 1 credit, 2 credits, they all give a disclaimer. They don't know either. So nobody knows, including bigger organizations than us.
Yep. So I want to also let everybody know that there are questions coming in here about Arbo's credits and what counts and what doesn't, and what do the different categories mean. So I have a webpage for you guys because everyone was asking me, like, what are these categories? So Arbo changed their categories. I'll put it up on the screen so you can see. And you can see this URL. It's right on Arbo's website, actually. If you go to ODwire.org, there's a link to it, and you can read it. They explain what all of these new categories are because they changed them. And to sort of increase the irritation factor, the changes happened in between the time we were getting all of our lectures approved for online interactive and on-demand usage. So if you look at our COPE numbers for our classes, a class like Steve, your class, may have 1 designation for interactive usage and a different category for on-demand. And that just has to do with the times where we got the lectures approved.
It's actually really important for New Jersey because we're required to have 10 credits of oral pharmaceuticals.
Right.
And previously there's a category OP. but now it's probably categorized under pH. Am I correct? For
Right.
pharmaceuticals.
Yep.
And
Yes.
some pharmaceuticals are not oral pharmaceuticals, like topical prescription
So
drugs.
here's the thing. So there's OP, and now that is being combined with pH. So they combined the two
Correct.
into one, and it's like, well, I don't know what that means for you guys in New Jersey. We're doing the best we can here to
Right.
to give you what you need, but it's like Arbo assigns us these categories. When we actually submit these lectures, we don't get necessarily what we want. We suggest to Arbo what the category should be, and then they decide what they're going to do on their own. And in fact, I think probably in about 10 or 15% of the lectures, they frankly told me, we don't agree with your categorization of this lecture, we're going to change it to something else. And
I love how ocular disease is now not considered clinical optometry.
It's very weird.
This is really, really weird.
Yeah.
I didn't know about this either, Adam.
Yeah.
So thanks for pointing it out. And
Mhm.
some of this just doesn't make any sense. I mean, general optometry, I understand. Well, that's just sort of like a lame category, and that one didn't change at all. But injection skills, laser procedure, this is.
Yeah. Too bad Mike Olson isn't here.
Well, he always would have the disclaimer that I'm no longer part of Arbo.
Right, he didn't do it. Yeah, so I thought that was really kind of weird and interesting. But anyway, that's why when you're looking at your CE credits, notice that the category is different when you took it on demand versus online interactive. Now next year, the category will be the same for both online interactive and on demand. But we just happened to be in that transition period as I was getting all the lectures approved. And trust me, I was not happy about it.
Well, why
And for
have
those taking a quiz today, because you can access the quizzes. You don't need to, you don't have to. Today it's live interactive. You can just listen to the class. On Monday, we're going to open up on demand, and then you have to take a quiz.
Right.
The quizzes are available to see now. You can pass the quiz, but it won't do anything for you.
Yep, yeah, so don't bother taking the quizzes. You don't have to. People are also freaking out about the surveys. I'll let you know a little secret, since you're one of the few people who are here in the lobby right now. You don't have to take the surveys. They're optional, but they're there to help us actually figure out what you want to see next year. So if you absolutely love something or absolutely hated something, please fill it out so we'll know.
How was the downloading of the handouts? Was there a lot downloaded? Because that's an indication to me people wanted the education.
Oh, it was hilarious, actually. So the downloads, this download server is actually located on ODwire itself, and about halfway through yesterday's classes, the server started sending me messages. So it's set up with alarms, basically. The ODwire is very highly automated. It's rigged with tons of alarms. And it started sending me alarms, like abnormal amount of data flowing out of ODwire, like huge amount. And I just had to laugh as I was looking at it. I'm like, yep. So people are actually paying attention and downloading the handouts. Because each one of these handouts is huge, right? It's a couple of megs at least each. So we know that people are watching all of it. I haven't actually counted how many downloads for each one, because that is actually, you're right, it's a measure of popularity of each class if you look at the number of downloads for the handouts. So
we're getting some questions about printing their credits. I'm assuming that is possible. I don't want to say yes without verifying, but it makes sense that you can print them.
Yeah, so here's what the deal is. Don't try to print it from that transcript page. What we're going to have, and I'll put it up on the screen here. Let me, it's not there yet. I want to show this to people because people freak out about it.
Well, it's good for us to know the answer because when people pop in and out of the chat, they don't see previous question answers.
And so
when they take it, you talk it.
Yeah, so I was going to say, so for the chats, what we're trying to do today, the reason that all the previous chats disappeared is for performance reasons, because it's hard for the server to reload all of them every time somebody walks into a room. The devs today, we're going to try to make it so that previous history will appear in the chats, at least some of it, or there will be a button that says show previous chats, so you can see all of them. So, but what I was saying about the printing stuff, if I put up it on the screen, you can see it's not quite there yet because we're obviously just getting started with the conference this year. But there's going to be a permanent home for all of your transcripts on ODwire itself. And there's going to be a page right here, and we'll have links to it so you can see it once it goes up, where any single course you take here or at any other conference we run will be located here. You can see that I have one set up for NORA already. And so if you took the NORA conference, you can click there, download a list of the courses you've taken, and individual certificates as well. They look kind of cute. They're you can print them as PDFs with a little, literally looks like a certificate you'd mount on your wall. and CEwire will have all of that too. It's just not up yet. We're waiting till after the weekend's over, and then we're going to deploy it probably on Tuesday or Wednesday. And you'll get an email about it, so you'll know exactly where to come back to from now until forever to get your transcripts. So,
but you don't have to. If you have no e-tracker number, we're going to submit it ourselves. But if you want a backup copy, sure.
Exactly. Yep. So it'll all be here. That's part of the beauty of the new system, is that we're centralizing all of this. So in the far-flung future, you won't have to ask me for this, because what's happening now is that routinely I will get, depending on the season, 2, 3, 4, 5 requests a day for transcripts or for certificates, where I have to generate a PDF for someone and send it to them from the older CEwires. As far back as CEwire2019, people are asking me for data. So this is much easier.
Well, I don't think Paul opened my email to zoom in.
Yeah, he said, he emailed me back. He said he's still trying, and I sent him another link again. I don't know. Hopefully he'll make it. Maybe during the break today, I'll try to help him on if he can't get in.
Where's Reed? Send him over.
Yeah, I should. He should go on over there. Actually, Reed's asleep right now, right? He's almost a teenager right now, so 6:45 a.m. is not his time of day anymore.
So last night, my daughter, we live 2 miles from my daughter and 3 grandchildren and her husband. And last night she came over after we took her out to dinner, and she's sleeping now. And it's early for her. It's like 10 o'clock. And that's why she's on the other side of the house, so doesn't hear me. Young people sleep late.
Yep. All right, so let me actually pull this up. So I'm looking at the comments now in the. Oh, good, Gretchen, you're in the chat room. So good. So you can keep on top of it.
That's why I'm asking some of these questions.
Cool.
Yeah, I'll try to get there also.
Yep.
Well, we might want to quickly mention that our first classes are going to start in about 15 minutes. So we've got Sue Resnick talking about corneal dystrophy. We've got Lillian, oh boy, Kalasinski. Did I say that correctly, Steve?
Close enough.
Kaczynski, I believe. Kaczynski. Kaczynski.
Yep.
Yes.
Human trafficking, which I bet is a horrible topic, but an interesting class. And then Madonna is talking about managing angle closure spectrum. So we are going to be kicking it off. And
I will point out too, for Madonna's class, notice the designation of his class -GL. That's really important for a lot of people.
Yes.
So, because a lot of people, depending on what state you're in, need actual glaucoma credits separate from everything else. So there you go.
At least Arbor recognizes a topic called glaucoma.
Yeah. So, and the human trafficking lecture, by the way, I actually watched it already. It is really good, and a lot of states are starting to require this to get your license re-upped. So, yeah.
I try to include that. Lillian, by the way, Gretchen, is like the expert. She teaches it at some school in the Midwest. I forget what school, whether it's Northwestern, but she teaches human trafficking, and it's really something that all healthcare professionals should try to recognize.
Yep, absolutely.
And let's see. So
we also have.
I'm just trying to see if there's any complaints yet. So far, nothing that I can see. What was amazing to me was yesterday, like after we were like dead to the world, like at the very end of the day, I was stumbling out of here. The broadcast had finished, and the courses were still going on, and I was stunned to see how many people were still taking classes. We had like 400 people in the rooms.
Wow.
And I'm like, this is crazy.
7 o'clock at night here is 4 o'clock at your time, so it's not bad.
Yep.
And there is the famous Dr. Farkas.
Hey, Dad.
Oh, good morning. You made it.
No, he doesn't hear us yet.
Fingers crossed that he actually has the sound working.
I made a sign.
Unmute. Well, hopefully he'll get it going.
I'm going to post in the room some information for people because they're going to be entering the room soon.
Somebody is asking here about the transcripts. We're still working on 95% of them are in. The script is actually still running on the rest of them. If you find that 1 or 2 is missing, just email us, email me, or put a thing in the chat here. We'll get it fixed for you. What happened yesterday was occasionally some people, the software really tracks closely how often or how long you're spending in a room. And if you glitch out for a couple of seconds, that shouldn't make a difference, or even a minute or 2. Very much like slipping out to go to the bathroom at a live conference. So it should be fairly accurate. So if you do have a problem and something's missing, definitely let us know, because I want to actually look in the account and see what happened, since yesterday was obviously the very first time that we really did this for real.
One minor point that could be major if you don't do the right thing is when you go to transcripts, your transcript is at the bottom. You have to scroll down to see what courses are that you got credit for. It's not at the top, so some people just don't realize that. They're seeing just a blank screen almost.
Right. And Jeff just had a question here. I was unable to attend yesterday. Will I be able to attend the sessions March 19th to make up? Jeff, the answer is yes. Your pass will let you back in on March 19th, and we're going to run the identical classes that we did yesterday on March 19th, with the proviso that occasionally there's a speaker who can't make it and we have to scrub that class, but the schedule should just about be identical between the 2 days. And we did that on purpose so people could come back and take separate tracks on separate days. So
we try to time it out, Jeff, so that people could take all 60 credits in the 3 weekends.
And would you believe that there are some people who do it? There's about a dozen people every year who sit through every single class, and it's incredibly impressive.
Didn't we give an Apple Watch last year? Or
yeah, we did a little lottery. We may do it again this year. We'll see how many people can survive the whole thing. Because it's harder this year, right? Because the days are longer. Before we had 4 tracks, we did it 4 times and we spread everything out. But this year we're only doing the courses 3 times. And so we made 3 tracks and we made each day longer. So, yep.
Well, can you hear us yet?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Oh, we can too. Yay.
For some reason, Adam didn't give me the Sunday.
Oh, so this is an Adam problem. I see.
An Adam problem. I never makes a mistake.
No. So this is actually a Paul problem. So again, this actually is a great generational discussion we're having here. So tools evolve over time, right? So in the beginning we had Excel, right, which was the spreadsheet of choice that everyone used. And when you'd work on a document collaboratively with Excel, you'd email it around, right? And each person would do their little changes and send it back. These days, of course, most of us, if you're doing something simple, you use Google Documents. And the reason you do it is because it's live, it's there, you can make live changes to it. And so that's where we were storing all of our Zoom links. But Paul did it the old school way, as he might have with Excel, and printed everything out.
All I did was look at the date that you gave the first one on the 8th.
Right. So if you look on the spreadsheet, the Google Doc, if you go to sheets.google.com and the shared document that we have, you'll see the second link for this. So it's a way of working that's different, and I think it's probably an interesting metaphor for the conference as well, right? Because everyone here is using new software that's fundamentally different from what we were using in the past too. So it's interesting that things just constantly change. And
I guess that's why you don't respond to my Lotus 1, 2, 3 spreadsheets that I send you.
I only work in VisiCalc, Steve.
Sweet.
VisiCalc is my software, and I'm not changing. So
anyway, I'm here. So
yeah,
I didn't miss anything, I assume.
Yep. No, you didn't miss anything. I don't know if everybody received my email that I sent out overnight last night, just discussing the issues that we had yesterday, the minor glitches. I'll share again with everyone. So the transcripts we're rerunning right now, again, it's 95% of the way done. If you're missing a class or two for whatever reason, just chat with us or send me an email, we'll fix it. Again, this is the first large-scale test we've ever done with the software, and it performed remarkably well. It just takes longer to generate the transcripts than we had anticipated yesterday. The other problem,
people are asking about how could they confirm their attendance, and the answer is you don't have to do anything. The computer knows everything.
The computer knows. We have all the data, and again, because you don't have to take a survey, you don't have to take a quiz, it feels a little weird, right? Because it knows. You don't have to affirmatively say anything. So we have all the data. You'll get your credits. Don't worry about it. It's there. So we're just, again, running out the transcripts again right now. And then in two or 3 days, we'll have the transcript page on ODwire. Again, I showed it, I think, before. I can show you again. The transcript page where you're going to be able to go and actually, this is a permanent repository for your transcripts. So you're just going to log in and click where it's going to say CEwire2022, and you'll be able to download the certificates permanently. So you'll always be able to come back and check. But that's going to take a couple of days to get up and running. So
You also, you see that note? You answered it, the note from this gal from Oregon. How'd you get a registered for conference and it says my state is invalid?
So I think she was mistaken. So sometimes people don't know what their states are accepting. Now, Oregon, I happen to know because I live here. So I know that her state is accepting it, so she was wrong. And I emailed her back, and hopefully, we'll get it straight. But there are some states where I truly have no idea. And so in that case, it's best to just talk to your board, talk to other clinicians in your area to figure out what they're accepting and what they're
But
not.
it isn't a bug with us that we sent something out to her. Because what she says very clearly is I registered and it says my state is invalid.
Yeah, so again, Dad, so this is what's funny. So she actually sent the email to the ODwire general help address. And unfortunately or fortunately, that goes to me and it goes to Paul also. So he only sees a minor fraction of the usual support emails that we get. So for him, this is like, what is this? But what typically happens is when people don't exactly know what they're doing, they'll shoot me an email like this, and I'll just respond back to them and we'll straighten it out. So it's nothing to get, so upset about. Just send it to me and I'll take care of it. No. So yeah, so
people getting the same message.
Again, I get these messages all the time, and it has to do with the fact that a lot of people don't know what their states are honoring. I mean, I can say definitively that if you live in like the western third of the U.S., right, if you live here on the coast, your credits are going to be honored because that's what all the states are doing. But when it starts to get it to the small states, I have no idea what's going on in the other ones. I mean, I can tell you like definitively, like Florida, forget it. They're not going to honor anything because they never do. So there's like a spectrum of states. So I don't know.
And New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, I know, and it's all piecemeal.
Yeah.
New Jersey allows, I believe, 20 online, but the online interactive is going to be allowed this year.
Yep.
New York allows about the same thing.
Yep.
But California is 1/11 of the United States, and they're allowing everything to be live.
Yep. And so the issue is I can't keep up with all the different states. I just know the ones that I know, the big ones out here in the West. I know that Canada, obviously, throughout, you can actually get credits here. That's why so many people who are taking the conference are Canadian, because they can use the credits easily. But yeah, some of the states in the middle and on the East Coast, it's just complicated, and I don't know. And I don't want to speak out of turn and give you the wrong advice. So anyway, so that's that, I guess. So that was the one problem yesterday. The other problem that some people had was it wouldn't switch rooms automatically. The streams wouldn't restart for some people. And so if that happens to you and you think a lecture should have restarted, all you have to do is refresh the screen, and it should restart for you. What we did last night was, so after the conference ended, right, we identified some of these problems early on yesterday, like maybe 2 hours in, but we couldn't do anything about them in the moment because we didn't want to actually shut the servers down, right, and refresh the software. So we waited until everybody was done last night, and then we started making patches to it. And I had a great meeting with the techs last night, and we talked about it, and they did a great job of identifying all of these issues and then fixing them in turn last night. So they were up pretty late working on this. So kudos to them. And so they identified the thing where the classes wouldn't start automatically for people. It didn't happen to a lot of people. It was a very minor minority that it happened to, but when it happens, it's really upsetting, right? So you want to try to fix it. So they identified why it was happening and fixed it. And I noticed this morning, as I was sitting here in the lobby, it automatically started for me without me doing anything. Essentially what they're doing is the software is now checking many more times when somebody's just sitting there in a class and nothing's happening. It'll identify them and make sure, hey, the class has actually started. Let me make sure that they're in it. So you can imagine that there could be a situation where they're on like a cellular network because a shocking number of people are watching this on their phones, and they had a temporary blip in connectivity, and then the system wouldn't identify that the class had started for them, right? So what we did today was, or what they did, is they've now made it so that it identifies multiple times. It asks multiple times, did the class start? Did the class start? Did the class start? So even if it blipped once, then a few seconds later, it'll ask again, did the class start? And then it'll push the person into the class. So again, we didn't know, well, personally, I didn't know, or I didn't realize how many people are taking these courses on a cell phone or on an iPad. It's an absolutely alarming number. I think it was over 30%. So a cell phone or iPad, yeah. So people are using alternative devices to take the course. And thank God we moved to this new platform, because using the old platform on a cell phone, it's like torture. But it apparently works very well here. In fact, I got emailed from someone yesterday who told me that they hooked it up to their car's infotainment system yesterday, and they were actually watching while traveling. So
I hope they weren't watching. I really hope they weren't watching.
They could have been the passenger, right? So I didn't ask. I don't want to know.
That's dedication to CE. Have CE will travel.
Yep.
And where else can you get that but with CEwire?
Yep.
Mhm.
So I was really sort of happy with the way things worked. So I apologize for anybody who had these little glitches, but hopefully today will be even smoother. So
And just a little report, Adam, there's about 600 people in all 3 rooms, and lectures haven't even started yet, and the West Coast is way too early. So,
yep. So this should be a good day. Looking looking forward to it. So actually, Lillian, one of our speakers, just emailed me. Am I watching the chat or the lecture discussion thread during the lecture? I don't know if chat is just for room 2. So it just so Steve, you just want to make sure that Lillian's in her room, and you might want to chat with her and just say, "Hi, Lillian. You're in the right place." So for our speakers too, this software is completely new, and so for them, they're a little bit like disoriented because they actually have to be there, right? Whereas you as a participant may not have to be there. The speakers have to be there. So we want to make sure they understand what's going on too.
In fact, she is in the room. I'm telling her right now, you are in the right place. I could type so well now after many years of not being able to.
Oh, you're squinting again, Steve.
Yeah, my glasses I had to clean, so I took them off. Now they're clean. There you go.
So we got a message in the.
You like these, Gretchen, or do you like those? Are my clear? These don't have AR coding because I hate AR coding, and that's why it's glary. Which should I
I
go
like
with?
those frames better, but they also need to be adjusted.
Yeah,
Bothersome.
I'll wear these because they're much lighter.
This is why I never actually wear glasses on camera when we do this, because I don't need the criticism. Like, I got a cheap pair of readers here. I'm not going to put them on because I don't need the, I know everyone's watching. And
Okay, here are mine, but these are just my my neuro lenses.
yeah.
Any presbyoptic drops today, Gretchen?
You know what? I did not because I got home so late last night, and but I am going to try them, and I really wanted to do it today, but I figured it just wasn't a good day after I wasn't going to have a lot of sleep. I wanted to be, and I had to go get my coffee, so I did have to drive.
Because I got a lot of anecdotal chat in my lecture about some people saying, "Oh, this is great," other people saying my patients hated it. So it's going to be something you have to try. And some people can be successful, some people not. And they are giving samples, so people will know before they spend the $80 or so. Was it?
Well, I mean, $80. That isn't. I mean, it isn't going to break the bank. And I did want to try. Maybe I'll. Maybe on our break, I'll go see if I can dig up just some single vision contact lenses I might have hanging around. And
that's a good idea.
And try, and I can report back how quick is the onset of action.
Well, it's a little hassle. After you put the drops in, you have to wait 10, 15 minutes before you put the contacts in. So that's a logistical problem.
Well, I can wear my
within
glasses.
about a half an hour to an hour, you should get almost the full effect.
Okay.
And that's where the graph kind of goes up and then goes down slowly over 6 hours for this particular drug.
Okay. So onset of action, 30 to 60 minutes. Okay.
Right. And you can't, again, in the morning, it's hard for somebody who's getting up and running off to work to put the drops in and wait 10 or 15 minutes. I have a feeling they'll put the contact lenses in right on top, which is what people normally do, not listen to instructions.
Right. Well, I will follow instructions. I don't always, but I will here because I don't want the contact lens material to absorb the medication, and then it would become a drug-eluting contact lens.
Or the contact will constrict and get smaller. Bad joke.
We don't want that.
No.
Nope. And by the way, guys, let me remind everyone about our sponsors. I guess I should probably do that, right? Because without them, we'd be in major trouble.
Absolutely.
So thank you again to all of our sponsors for sponsoring the conference. It would be a really great thing if on the left side of the screen you clicked on the sponsors tab and went into each of our sponsors' discussion threads, because that's the spot where you can interact with the sponsors and you can actually look at the discounts that they're offering. They actually post all their discounts in those threads, and so definitely go check it out. And just to quickly run them down, just so you can see. So Luno Technology / OptiView. So here's the funny thing about them. You notice the OptiView logo there. They merged. The two companies merged, or I guess Luno acquired OptiView earlier in the year, if you're unaware. So they're actually reworking their branding right now. So I don't even know what to call them half the time. I'm like, I guess for right now you're just Luno Technology / bar, OptoView. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, that's a very busy logo.
But they are rebranding and changing because, they at Luno, as they acquire companies, and you can see all the different ones they have, it's becoming like an umbrella. But it's a really exciting thing that they purchased OptoView because it was the last sort of piece that they didn't have in terms of the technology for your lane, right? I mean, OCT was the one thing they didn't do, so I guess they just looked out and they're like, who's a leader in the space? Well, here we go. So they purchased OptoView. So anyway, that branding's probably going to change a little bit over time. But for right now, thank you to Luno for coming in. Check out their discussion thread. I know they're posting there actively, talking about the different deals they have for CEwire folks. We also actually played a couple of webinars yesterday from Luno. I'm going to replay them again today because they're interesting. Especially, there was one with Dr. Rasa. And if you've never heard her before, so she is the woman who opened 16 locations in Chicago in 5 years. And I admire that kind of bravery because I wouldn't have done that. I mean,
I'm going to break in a little bit, Adam, because people are the lectures have started, they're all running, that's fine. But people are questioning the sound. They have to, if they're playing on their computer, just hover your mouse on the lower right hand part by the bars and turn up the sound to what you need.
Yeah, Steve, so in the chat, definitely let people know because I guess they didn't read my email or I don't know what. But yeah, definitely let people know if they can't hear anything what to do about the sound.
Mm-hmm. I think it's good now. Everybody said okay.
Yeah. Again, this is a problem that is almost out of our control in terms of the sound. So what's happening, just so everyone's clear, this isn't sort of it's a technical problem, but it's not something that we caused. That browsers in general, if they have auto-playing video, will stop the sound from coming on automatically these days, right? And they do it to prevent commercials from blowing out your speakers when you visit a website. So that just means you have to manually turn the sound on. And if you're using a phone or a tablet, you actually have to hit the buttons on the side, right? The physical buttons to turn up the sound. And again, they do that so advertisers can't bombard you with movies you don't necessarily want to see. And some person's having a problem with they can't, no permission. So, and I'm going to help this person out.
Okay. And Audencio, the software helpers are in the rooms. They put a banner up about the sound, so hopefully people will have no trouble.
Yep.
And after you get to the first lecture, they'll figure out what to do and it should be no difficulty.
Right. So let me actually help out this one person who's having trouble. So sometimes what's happening, like with Abby here, sometimes people have more than one ODwire account and they don't realize it, and they log into the wrong one. So I'll see if I can find her. Yep. So this is one of those great cases. She has two accounts. One of them was registered for CEwire, one was not, and she's logged into the wrong one. But I can actually help her. And I've activated both of her accounts for CEwire now. So, in theory. So let's see.
Yes, everyone from Audentio has been really on top of things and answering questions. So this is really a top-notch team, and what a find to be working with them, Adam. I know that you had trouble with the previous company that you worked with, but the software is great, the interface is great, their troubleshooting is great, and the fact that they were having a postmortem with you last night and were implementing fixes right away. I mean, you can't say enough good things about how great this company has been to work with.
No, and it's been tremendous. And Gretchen, not just working with their technical teams. I was on with the head of the company, with the CEO last night, as well as the chief architect, who, by the way, they're both here in the chat today. They're watching this very closely. When you're seeing chats from Audentio and you see Kyler, you're talking to the guy who's actually responsible for this.
He's the CEO?
No, Kyler's the engineer. So he's the guy who actually built this. So when I say that your transcripts are being rerun, you're talking to the guy who's actually created the queries that are making it happen. And the guy who was able to troubleshoot a lot of those problems yesterday to try to figure out what was happening behind the scenes, like when people couldn't go from class to class. So we're getting their absolute most attention to make sure the software works properly, because they know also that this is the first rodeo, right? This is the first real test we've had with this number of people. So they want to make sure it's right. So they're doing a really good job.
They're fabulous. Thank you so much, everybody there.
And I was going from room to room. Every time you go into a new room, you do have to refresh, and then you get, let's say, into 5 or 6 minutes of the lectures. Now it's no problem. If you didn't like the first lecture, you can, I'm sure, go in after missing 2 or 3 minutes of the other one you're in.
Yep.
But you have to refresh, or else it's going to be just stuck there.
Yep.
Yeah, something just came in that may be common. Somebody said, I'm missing transcripts from 219.
Yep. So
you should have received it by now.
So what's happening, and I know, Dad, you're not in the chat, so you can't see it, but Kyler or Mike, the CEO, I don't know who actually wrote that, it just says Audentio General, but just was reassuring people that we're actually still running the transcripts out right now. About 95% of them are done. The remainders are still running. So, I know that it was supposed to be done by this morning, but it's taking a really long time to actually run all of them because we have so many people.
That's because there are too many people here. I mean, that's a good problem to have.
Right. So we went over the 2,600 mark last night in terms of the number of people here. So it's far more. Steve and I had a bet at the beginning of this when we first started setting everything up. I thought people were sick of Internet CE and this would just be like a nothing conference. I thought if we had 1,000 people here this year, I thought, that's going to be a lot. So I honestly didn't expect this many people.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
Yep. What's really interesting, by the way, I did a comment yesterday. In previous conferences, I always look at who's in the rooms. This year, a lot of speakers are taking courses. Yep. And it's easy to find them because they'll have stars next to their name. So they're interested in actually taking the courses. They never realize that they can get into the conference for free as speakers.
Yep.
So it's great. And your speakers are also being educated as I speak.
Yep.
Yeah. When people get their transcripts approved, is there any signal to them that it's been approved?
Yeah, so there's 2 ways. So on the left side of the screen, and again, Paul, I know you can't see it from what you're doing, there's a button that says transcripts, and that's where people are looking to see what's been, and there's a little like trophy kind of thing that's there that lights up. It's kind of cute.
Right.
So, and that lets them know. So what people are complaining about is that they don't see all their trophies lit up right now where they should be. And again, we're rerunning all of those right now to make sure that they are. We have all the data, so by the end of today, if you see something that's not lit up, then just let us know and we'll try to figure out why. Like that's the great part about working with Audentio. We have all of this data, so it's not like the stuff is just going to get lost. If we see somebody complain, we can actually physically go in and look at the database and see what happened to prevent it from ever happening again. So.
One thing, Adam, just a question. What I'm looking at my transcript because I'm in all the rooms, so I generate things. I don't need them because I have a million credits.
Right.
Does it designate 1 or 2 hours? Because I don't think it does yet.
So it does.
In the trophies.
Yeah. So in the trophies, I'm not sure if it does. In the transcripts itself, of course it does. So like when we send stuff to Arbo, they know the number of hours a class is by the actual course number, right? The ID. So when they send it in, they'll know that if a course is worth 2 hours, you'll get 2 hours for it. On the transcript page on ODwire, when we have it, that page that I was showing you before, this one, it'll actually show you, and I don't know if the account that I'm logged into can show you some of Nora's certificates or if it's going to bomb. Oh, maybe it'll work. Hey, look at that. It actually shows you, I'm always logged in as like a fake user, so I don't know if it works, but these are the list of the courses that this particular fake person completed at Nora, right? And so it actually shows you the number of hours that you earn at each one on the transcripts. Right. But again, is it going to work? Oh yeah, it does work. So
very nice.
So it works, and so you can see.
And by the way, less questions, less problems. There's over 1,000 people in the 3 rooms. Sue Resnick has over 500. Woo. So amazing.
Wow, at this hour, that's really impressive.
Yep.
So you can see on the certificate, this is new for us this year, by the way, with the new software. With the old software, it would only generate that list of courses where you didn't have individual certificates. But so many people were asking, could you just give me like one of those regular certificates like you might mount on the wall? I'm like, yeah, sure. So.
Well, some people take a picture and they send them to Arbo themselves. And just in case we're delayed or whatever. There is a little note on top of transcripts that says they'll be available within 15 minutes. You have problems,
that's a lie.
In 24 hours. That's all. Don't listen to that.
Yeah.
Not 15 minutes, maybe 15 hours.
The intent was it would be 15 minutes, and we thought it would be, but again, there were just so many people that it's just taking the process long to run. The 24-hour thing is right. I mean, if by tomorrow you don't see it, then let us know. But
well, I'm a physicist. We're running at the speed of light, so time dilates. So 15 minutes.
So yeah, so I hope everyone's having a good time with it. We'll get all the transcript stuff worked out. Again, I have much more confidence this year in the software because, understanding that the people who wrote it are actually watching this, and we save all of this data. And in fact, last night after we had our debrief meeting, as they were explaining to me again, they actually mark the way they track time in multiple ways. So the idea that your time is just going to be lost is absolutely wrong. We can always go back and look and see how people were there. Even the person who was watching it in their car, right? If their cell network dropped, we'll know it and we'll be able to figure it out. So, yeah. I never imagined anyone would be watching this in their car. And I probably have to go
And
back.
we do not recommend that, by the way.
I have to go back and kind of rethink what we did because the interface, the user interface for the conference itself, there's a lot of text that you may or may not be able to see. So like, show you. So like when you look at it on a desktop, right, you got all the stuff on the left. And I don't know how this actually renders on a phone because I never looked. So we know it works. I mean, we know the videos can play, but when you're using it on a phone, that degree of interactivity you might not get, right, that you would otherwise.
Right. And by the way, you cannot watch one lecture on the phone, one on your iPad, and one on your PC at the same time, watch 3 different lectures and get credit for them. The software knows who you are and it will do something. I don't know what, Adam, but
yeah, so this was actually an issue yesterday, and it was an accidental issue, right? So somebody contacted us this morning and they said, hey, I got credit for all these classes. I'm not sure I took them. What happened? And when I saw that, my heart sank. I'm like, what? Like, what happened? And then so we went back and looked, because again, we keep all the data, and Kyler, I think he's probably smirking when he saw me have a panic attack. But what actually happened was this person left extra tabs open. And in the extra tabs that had no sound, right? They left the sound off, the tabs were open, so they were earning credits in classes they weren't actually watching. And the software, and so again, yesterday, because we were just in the process of running all the transcripts out, we didn't employ that check yet. So we have that check. Kyler has a query to do it to run through to see who actually tried to earn multiple courses at the same time, which is a big, big no-no. Don't do it. So
well,
that's how it checks.
I don't want to make the audience hate me, but hopefully we'll be back to having quizzes for online interactive lectures, and that way you can't get credit until you pass a quiz. So
right.
That's the way it used to be, and I think that's it's commendable to have to take a quiz to learn things. I'm big about that, people actually learning the stuff rather than just listening to it.
Yep. So that's going to be.
I'm going to ask a Larry David question.
Yeah, sure.
A person is watching the program on their laptop.
Mm-hmm.
Suddenly there's an urge and they have to go to the bathroom. Okay?
Uh-huh.
And they switch over to the iPhone or
What happened?
Sure.
Carry it with them and continue watching and get credit.
Yep. You're all sync, right?
So Dad, I was mentioning to the folks, I don't know if you heard that yesterday somebody they were watching on their computer, they took their phone, they hooked up their phone to their car, and they were driving around and watching. And so the computer, the system, doesn't care what device you're using. That doesn't matter at all.
Same course.
As long as you're logged in as you and you're in that same room, that's all it cares about.
Yeah, so you can log in the middle of a course. You have to log in a second time if you're having a different unit.
Well, sure.
I mean, click on the box, yeah.
If you remember, like a phone is just a computer, right? It's just a small computer. It's the same thing. And so it's just like logging in on your iMac or laptop. It's the same thing. It just looks different. And so
would have to log in. The urge comes. They have to log in before they run away from their computer.
So, Dad, it's just like Netflix, right? You have Netflix. You know how it works, right? If you were watching a Netflix movie and decided you, for whatever reason, wanted to go to the bathroom with Netflix, you'd have to put it on your phone first, right, and log in. It's literally the same thing.
Yeah, Netflix should put it on pause.
Some people would put it on pause. Some people, they just would, yeah. I've had a disturbing number of people in bathrooms. I've heard people's phones, like, watching stuff. Have any of you experienced this?
Yes. Luckily, we don't have smellophones yet.
You're out like at a conference or whatever, and you hear people and they're like streaming stuff, or you're in an airport, and you're like, what?
Sure. a little bit of a technical issue that Audencio is addressing. Somebody wrote, any idea why I can't see messages on my iPhone, but not my Mac screen, chat messages? And Audencio said, refresh the page, we're working on it, it's a known issue.
Okay, so I was unaware of that, but
yeah.
I'm glad they're on top of
So
it.
small little glitches, it's not a problem. It's really, the lectures are playing and they're all going seamlessly.
Yeah.
I don't have the sound on, or else I'll be giving you feedback.
Yeah. Well, good. So I'm glad it's all working, and I predicted that today was going to be much smoother no matter what, right? I mean, because so many people logged in yesterday, we know that they know how the system works now. It's going to be a no-brainer for them today. And these minor issues, the big question that I have, and that I'm fairly sure they fixed, is moving from room to room, where we had a few people who had trouble. I'm really curious to see today if those fixes worked. And if they did, obviously the fixes are permanent. They'll work again at all future events. So.
When you go from room to room, you don't get the chat. You have to click on the amount of people in the room, back and forth, and then you get the chat. So a little bit of a, but people don't care. I'm looking at the amount of people and who's there and saying hello to people, etc.
Yep. Yeah. So, and that's a feature that I failed to mention. So let me actually pull that up on the screen. So for everybody who's here listening to me, not that many of you, but may as well show you. If you click on top here where it shows you the number of people in the classroom, you can click on that and you'll see who the speakers are hanging around in the room. So we have a few of our speakers here in this room right now. You can then click on the person's name, and then you can even send them a private message if you want to, right? So, you can pick, who should I send a message to? Does it matter? Gretchen. Right, so you can pull them up and then you can actually send them a private message. And what that will do is it'll launch the private message system in ODwire, where you can send them a message. And when you send someone a message in ODwire, it also shoots them an email. So if you want to get a conversation started with someone offline, that's the way to do it. Pretty neat stuff.
Yep.
So that's what
and
that
by the way,
is. Yep.
There are 10 speakers watching Sue Resnick's lecture. Speakers themselves. I can say all the stars appear at top. I won't mention names because she might be offended that somebody didn't attend a lecture. But it shows, and these people have lectures way later in the day. So they, or they did it yesterday in a couple of people's cases here. So they're interested in learning about corneal dystrophies and a primer for primary care.
Yep. So,
oh, awesome.
Yeah, so pretty cool stuff. So, yep. So these minor things are being worked out, and I'm glad that it's working for everyone. So.
Mm-hmm. And we have an interview coming up in a few minutes.
Oh, I don't know if that's actually, well, let's see, who's supposed to be coming in a few minutes? Let's see. Oh, Craig Thomas, I invited him. He never actually showed. So, but okay. you know him, like he might actually just randomly decide to pop into the Zoom. So.
Mm-hmm.
Not when we think he will.
Yeah, it's always a surprise. So we'll see.
It says 10:30, so we'll see.
You didn't finish the sponsors.
Oh, right. Those guys. Yeah, let me run through that again. Okay, so I was talking about Luno, so definitely check them out. So MacuHealth, makers of supplements, including MacuHealth Vision Edge. And I actually have they make an omega-3 here as well. I don't think I see the packaging for it. And so definitely go check them out. They are running a special too at CEwire. And let's see with my account if I actually can access it. This is going to be the big question. All right, so here's the private discussion forum that I was talking about, where all of the data lives, and we can go in, and here are their offerings that they have. They have a PDF right here that you can download if you want to learn more, and you can communicate with them directly. Again, if you want to reach the people at MacuHealth, it's really easy. Emily, obviously, so here are their deals for CEwire. So you can see the deals that they're offering today just at the conference. And reaching
yep. Adam knows I use and actually take their product, and I find it great.
Yep. Yeah.
It was great for practice also.
And they're not gigantic horse pills, which is something I appreciate. They are actually easy to take. So anyway, if you want to reach somebody on ODwire in general as well, you hover over their name here, and you just click Send Private Message. And
boom. There you go.
And then you just type whatever you want and then send it. And so that, not only will that show on ODwire, they'll also get an email alert, right? So it's not like they have to be constantly sitting on ODwire and checking it. They're going to get an email alert letting them know that you wanted to contact them. So this is definitely it's an easy way to do it. So strongly recommended for all of our sponsors to go into their discussion threads and talk to them about it. And I'm going to also be sending out e-blasts, of course, to everybody at the conference with links straight back to those discussion threads and contacts for each one of the people at the companies so you can contact them. Because we really appreciate our sponsors. We want to show them, value. And for us, that means, at least having folks at the conference pay some attention to them. I know a lot of other conferences are very much sponsor-driven. This is not one of them. And our sponsors know that, right? This is very much about the participants at the conference, but at the same time, it would help us out greatly if you paid attention to the sponsors and actually checked them out. And at least if you work with them, let them know that we sent you over there.
And it also helps keep the registration fee as low as possible. So pay some attention to sponsors, and it will keep conferences like this coming to you in an electronic format.
Yep. And so I can go on a rant later if you want about paid CE versus free CE, but I won't do that now.
Oh, why the hell not?
Well, maybe we should have Olson here too when I do it, but I'll after we get through the sponsors, I'll do it. So, because I have strong feelings about this. I don't know if people agree with me or not, but okay. So Oculus, as you know, makers of equipment, and I think a lot of folks on CEwire probably have one of their instruments, particularly if you're a scleral fitter. They make some of the most advanced instruments, and as we learned yesterday too, they have this fancy new device called the Myopia Master. And this is for myopia management. It's a really cute little device designed for 6-year-olds. it's so cute.
What it's great is that it's not expensive
Yep.
Or super expensive, and it's an autorefractor that's state of the art, and a biometric A scan, which you need to monitor the length of the eyeball. And it's just any practice doing any sort of myopia control has to get this, and it's just it's reasonable. It could be built into your price of what you're charging people for myopia management, all the various techniques, especially if you're doing orthokeratology, atropine therapy. And Dr. Toole explained it beautifully.
Yep, and it's tiny. It's tiny. The footprint is incredibly small. So really cool device. It's new this year, just approved by the FDA, I guess maybe 6 months ago. Really great. And as Bill was saying, like if you want one, you should probably
get on it
because they're going to have a backlog almost certainly because of the popularity.
Even now they do, they said.
Yeah,
it's just they can't produce it quick enough.
Yep, it's an incredibly popular device, so definitely go check it out. And maybe later I could replay some of Bill's talk yesterday because he really went into detail about it. I always get excited with new stuff. And over the pandemic, it's been kind of challenging, right? Because we haven't been able to see a lot of new stuff. And there frankly hasn't been that much new stuff, probably because people are so focused on surviving the pandemic and the supply chain issues that they've had. Creating new products. If you've tried to buy a car, you know what I'm talking about. It's challenging now. So it's great to see something brand new that you can go out and purchase. So go for it.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And Lac Rivera, so again, makers of punctal plugs and other products. They have a whole smorgasbord of stuff you can buy at a discount for CEwire folks. And again, if you go to their discussion thread, you can read the price list. Definitely check them out as well. And again, we will be emailing you all of these crassly commercial. I'm making no bones about it. I'm going to send you all of their discounts as well via email. Because I think everybody should really see it and definitely check them out if you haven't, if you're into doing punctal plugs, which have made a resurgence, right, in the past several years. I know that there was a time when it was like the hot thing, then it kind of went away, and now it's coming back again, probably because you can differentiate which patients are actually going to succeed with it these days.
Somebody's company, Audencio, because now the sound bars are appearing on Firefox. Ooh, I don't know why somebody's using Firefox in this day and age, but very good.
Oh, Firefox is actually really important for the web. I know that for average users, they probably don't think about it very much, but Firefox is incredibly important because they are one of the only sort of freestanding browsers left that isn't created by a major company. So we need Firefox to survive. And I think the problem with Firefox yesterday was almost certainly due to their privacy-focused features. Again, just like Apple, they shut the sound off because they don't want people to hear ads. So we had to, I guess, come up with a creative way to make sure it works. So.
But you managed to make it happen.
Yep.
From yesterday to today. So how cool is that?
Yeah. No, I think Odenyo has done a really great job of keeping on top of stuff. And we knew going in that there would be these issues, right, in the beginning. It's inevitable when you do a large-scale test like this for the first time. So I'm just glad we were able to knock out all the problems. So Vision Equipment Inc., this is Leo Hadley's company again. Hopefully we can get Leo on here today. He's always kind of scarce, but once I find out what equipment he's got in stock, again, I'm going to send out an e-blast to everyone, letting them know what he has, because Leo specializes in refurbished equipment, so his inventory is constantly changing. And we've been working with him for I don't even know how long. It's got to be over a decade now. And people love his equipment because it's refurbished to like new standards. He won't sell stuff that's kind of dilapidated and falling apart and on its last legs. He wants to sell stuff that literally seems like new, so you can use it without fear.
You might have gotten a large influx with COVID hitting over the last 2 years, and maybe some practices closing down and just selling their equipment.
Yep.
I'm aware of one or two in my local area. So you might even have more equipment now that is newer to sell.
Well, that's a really interesting point. You know, with all the supply chain problems that people have been having too, I don't know what the optical market has looked like. Right? Things could be cheaper because there's a greater supply of used equipment on the market, or they could be more expensive, right? Because we don't know what's going on with the supply chain. So I wish Leo was here because I would want to ask him, like, what the heck's going on out there?
Well, we already know from Oculus, from what Bill Toole said, that the supply chain is affecting them. So anything out of Europe or the Far East, which pretty much all the stuff comes from, Germany is name the companies, Heidelberg, Oculus, Zeiss. They're going to have problems. If they're going to have problems, we're going to have problems getting it. And we might find, like used cars, used equipment is more expensive than the new equipment.
Yeah, I mean, it could very well be for some things. So kind of an interesting problem.
Yeah.
And something that I don't think any of us have experienced, at least people my age certainly, right? Gretchen, our age, sort of Gen X, I don't think we've ever lived through any sort of a period where it's been difficult to get goods. This is the first
Not
time.
like this, no.
Yeah, it's kind of, I know, Paul, obviously, you were born, during the Depression, right? So a little bit different back then. But for us, this is like new territory.
Or it's been short-lived. I mean, there might be a shortage of this or that, and it might take a little while, but nothing as broadly scaled as what's going on now.
Yeah.
And it's also very random that you're finding, like, for example, we are having trouble getting cat food because we have 3 cats, and it isn't that the cat food is experiencing a shortage. It's a whole packaging process that you can't get packaging materials to put the stuff in, whether it's cat food or ketchup or whatever. So yeah, it's just very odd. Early in the pandemic, it was, as we all know, toilet paper, and then it would move to other things. And now you go to the grocery store and just random odd things are not appearing on the shelves because warehouses might have run through the supply that they already had, and now you can't get it. So it's.
But that explains to me, Gretchen, that explains why my dinners are probably better now with this, because my wife probably was serving me cat food, now she can't. So she has to make me real stuff. So thank you for letting me know that.
And you thought it was pate. It was, but cat food pate.
Yes.
You know, it's funny, actually. The biggest impact to me in my life, if you, the actual tech that we're using to run a lot of CEwire stuff, like the actual processing the videos. So if you actually are watching the videos today, you may, I hope you've noticed, or maybe subconsciously you've noticed, that all the video is higher resolution than it used to be, and all the audio has been normalized. So when you go from class to class, you're not met with like really loud videos and really quiet videos.
Like watching cable TV.
Right, so all the audio for every lecture I processed in post. When I got it all in, I decided to process all of it, and it takes tremendously powerful computers to do this for 60 hours of content. And the hardest part I had for this conference was actually procuring the hardware that I needed to do this in a reasonable amount of time. You can do it with a crappy old laptop or whatever, but it's much faster if you have dedicated equipment for it.
So for you, it was an excuse to buy new toys, is what you're saying.
Oh, of course, but buying the new toys was a nightmare. I actually had to enter into a lottery to get the right or the privilege to buy a video card that had been marked up double what the MSRP was. So
so it's like seats at a Broadway show. You had a lottery.
I had to enter the lottery. I entered the lottery, and I'm not joking, for 3 weeks before I even got the right to purchase one.
Pay twice.
To pay double. Yeah.
Don't let Meredith hear that you paid double.
Oh, she knows. She's pissed. You know, but she shook her head. She just thought it was hilarious because every morning I'd update Reed. I'm like, Reed, I lost the shuffle again. You know, I kept entering it. He thought it was funny because it was like the lottery, but finally I won. So.
Excellent. Well, all the attendees, thank you for that.
Yeah.
What's happening with cars is really amazing. If you lease the car and your lease is up, you have to pay. If you want to buy the car, it's called the residual. And those were calculated 3 or 4 years ago, depending on your lease. The car is worth far more than what you're buying it for.
Yep.
So you can buy the car and sell it on the open market and do really well, or sell it back to the dealer and they can cut a much better deal. So it's just amazing. The trouble is the new car or the used car you're going to buy is going to also be more expensive. So unless you buy it and keep it, that's the only way of really making out.
Right. So that is.
I'm so grateful that we got our car 6 months before the pandemic. So I am a Honda person and I loved my old car, and we bought it pre-owned after we were in an accident and the other one was totaled, and we didn't want to spend any more than what we got from insurance. And we are the buy new cars and drive them till they're dead people. So I was driving an '01 Honda Accord, and I love that car. I would still keep it now if it hadn't needed a whole lot of work. We replaced the exhaust, we had replaced the transmission. So that car did not owe us any money. It was still fairly decent. But I waited, and when our daughter graduated from college in May 2019, after we were finished paying tuition, I said, Mama needs a new car. And I finally got one. And then lo and behold, 6 months later, your kingdom for a car. If you needed one, you were really screwed. And I'm really grateful because it's like furnaces or dishwashers or washing machines, things like that you really don't want to buy until you have to. But if you have to and there's nothing available, well, good luck.
Yeah.
So
and some of the technology in the cars, like the GPS systems, the navigation systems, you don't need because you use your phone. So some of the old new technology is not necessary because you have your own technology that you can bring along into the car.
Oh, Steve, I didn't even have navigation in that car. I mean, when we got that car, my daughter even commented last night that this car feels like a luxury car to her because we had such an old car that we didn't have. There was no nav, nothing, no heated seats. I mean, we were lucky we had power windows.
Oh, you didn't have to do this?
No, I did not. But I still love that car and I'd still drive it today if I could. So, but yeah, technology moves on. And if you can't get parts or things you need, it can be a challenge.
So Craig Thomas is contacting me here. I think he might want to do this, but he never actually got back to me. So I have to send him the Zoom link. Let me. I'm
going to just leave for a second to check out the rooms. Okay. David.
Well, having LCT on will always be amusing. I like talking with him, so that will be fun.
I'm just going to send him the link. Sorry, I'm typing away here.
Well, I noticed that the number of folks in our chat has really decreased since when we first started. We're not having as many questions. There aren't as many people. So people are in classes. They are happy, not experiencing trouble, and we will take it. So Steve, are you, what are the rooms looking like? What is our attendance?
Attendance is, Sue has about 500, the human trafficking about 200, and I'm going to go to Rich Madonna's room, which is always popular.
Yeah, because of the topic.
Yeah, and he's got 400, so a little bit over 1,000.
Wow.
And he's actually listening to his own lecture now, but it's so easy to find the people now. And like you said, Adam, I see some friends here and names that I'm going to click on, and I'm going to send a little test message, hi, and it'll go into ODwire.
Yep. Yeah, that's how it works. And we did that just for expediency purposes because we didn't want people chatting on the live system itself because that would just disappear, right? When it was all done, we wanted them to do the private messages on ODwire because they're permanent. So that's why we set it up this way. It's just easier. Okay, so let me get back to the sponsors here until Craig decides to show up, if he does. So,
Oh, I thought we had finished the sponsors.
oh
Boy,
no, we
we are
have a few
breaking
more.
in
So
here.
remember, we have CCOP USA. So they are a buying group. We met with Brent Alford yesterday. He told us all about them and what they're doing. So you may not have heard of them yet. They are big in Europe with several thousand practices, and now they're breaking into the U.S. market in a wide variety of ways. They're even apparently buying practices now too. So interesting company. Definitely get to know them. And
And I believe their first year is free if you want to join and just kick their tires.
And they also give you a guarantee. I remember that if they can't guarantee that they can save you $10,000, then they will pay you $1,000. If I'm remembering that correctly, from that was Brent, right?
Mhm.
And let me see. So Craig responded to my email.
But Sunday, he might be at church in the morning.
No, he's around. I don't see him yet on Zoom, but hopefully he'll show up. So let's see.
That would be great.
And Innova Systems, so makers of contrast testing, color contrast testing. So we met with them last time at the last CEwire. There's a talk actually at the event this time also about the technology as well and how you can use it. So this is probably some technology that people are not that familiar with yet. You know, checking out people's color vision function as a sort of marker of disease. So pretty neat stuff. So definitely go check them out in the deals that they're running too.
It's very non-invasive, so very easy to do. It's not a difficult test at all.
Yep, and I know the science around this is a little bit probably new to some people. I know that they're still doing studies on it, and it's kind of a new technology, so definitely check it out. So we like new things, so go for it. And Arctic Medical Labs, they are the makers of genetic testing for AMD, so to know which of your patients are going to be sensitive or not to zinc. This is a test that is covered by insurance, as we learned yesterday from Jerry at Arctic. And Steve, you actually are a user of this test, or you were.
Yes. And if for some reason it's not for weird insurance, the patient gets billed a minimum amount of $50. And the amount of data information they get it's not just about zinc, it's about their risk of developing AMD over a 5-year and 10-year period. Very easy to reach. The patients understand it. And for that low cost, it's worthwhile. They even explain how much better they are than 23andMe, which does 2 genes. They do like 11 to 15, I forget which. So it was really impressive.
Right. It said it had like a 90% predictive value over 5 to 10 years, which is incredible. 23andMe certainly does not have that.
Right.
That's really cool. I wouldn't mind trying that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I was doing it for 10 years. Some ODs have their head in the sand. They listen, but they never really plunge into it. It costs nothing. It costs nothing to the patient for you to do when you're doing it, and it costs nothing for the practitioner to get the test kits, which literally, in this day and age, people are so used to getting their noses swabbed. This is a cheek swab, so it's very easy, and it's not as invasive, and people don't mind at all.
Yep. So definitely something that I would think that every practitioner would at least want to have in the office, right? Keep the kits there. It's not going to cost you anything.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you?
And market it. Just tell people you do it, and you're going to get a few people asking for it. And you won't. The only caveat is you have to have a medical diagnosis of beginning AMD, drusen, or else the insurance won't cover it. And you just can't do it on everybody.
Yep. And that's it. Those are all the sponsors. There we go, Gretchen. Now we're at the end.
Wow. Well, we just kept jumping in and out there. I just assumed when we were talking about other stuff that we finished.
You were getting, you were getting my blood pressure up there, Gretchen, talking about cars, because this is a sore subject with me. As you know, my 12-year-old Subaru is 12 years old, and it's going to at least be 13 or 14 or 15 by the time I dump it, because it is impossible to buy a new car right now. So.
Yeah.
Your car's in really good shape. You could keep it and pass it along to Reed, because he'll need a car.
So that's the scary thing, right? I was thinking about that. I'm like, oh my God, he's almost getting old enough to drive. This legitimately could be his car. So I've actually been working on this thing myself to keep it running. And I'm like, maybe this will be a good object lesson for him. He could learn how cars work if he wants to keep it running.
There you go.
I don't know.
What's the age in your state to drive?
I think permits are like 15, 16, something like that.
God.
So yeah, he's getting close.
I can't believe it.
And wait, the better.
Well, these days kids aren't interested in driver's licenses. So as far as I understand, they
Yes, because we all have one of these things. And
Yeah.
they have the world in their pocket with a phone.
Yep.
Mhm.
But
Yep.
but hopefully he'll get at least somewhat interested, and we'll see. I don't know. Subaru is a good first car for a kid because it's slow as anything, so he's not going to get into trouble with it.
Well, for all that snow you have out there.
Well, actually, this is the 1-year anniversary, just about, of we had a devastating ice storm here about a year ago, and it doesn't really snow here very much usually. We had basically a week where we couldn't go anywhere or do anything because we're totally unprepared
whole
for like
place
this
shut
much ice.
down.
Yeah, so I was trapped up here on the hill for a week, and we actually had no power for 3 days, and it was freezing. So it was not fun. That was a year ago.
Well, it wasn't more recent than that?
No, it was last year.
So.
It was last year where
Yeah.
we had the long power outage of 3 or 4 days, and we literally couldn't go anywhere because we live at the top of a hill, and it was just iced over. We don't have snow plows here, right? They don't use salt, so everyone was just stuck. We had to literally wait for it to get above 32 degrees for everything to start to melt.
Wow.
So that was not fun.
But it doesn't happen very often. So
Yeah, I mean, once every maybe 5 or 10 years, you get something really disastrous, and this year it's been beautiful.
so far.
So far, right? Knock wood. But yeah,
We're getting lucky in the Northeast, Gretchen, but the whole country is getting into this polar plunge besides the little sliver of Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, up to New England. And there is the famous Craig Thomas.
Oh my gosh.
Hello, good morning.
How's it going, Craig?
Hey, Craig.
You're up.
Doing okay, Craig?
I'm up. I'm up.
Mhm. Did you attend anything yesterday on CEwire? Well, no. I don't think you heard me.
I don't know. I think he's getting some feedback. Hey, Craig, make sure your computer sound for the lobby's turned off.
You'll get double.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah, Craig, make sure that your sound's turned off for the lecture itself, or else we're going to get feedback from you.
What should I do?
Yeah, so if you have a web browser open with the conference going on, you want to make sure that's closed.
Okay.
We'll just minimize the sound.
Okay.
So you have two soundtracks going at the same time.
How about now?
There we go.
Can you hear us?
Quiet.
I hear you fine.
Yay!
Okay.
So what have you been up to, man?
I just got back from the Texas Optometric Association meeting a few hours ago.
Oh.
In Austin, I lectured down there. Like there's a delay of thing. Man, I did a bunch of drinking down there. I was drinking like a camel, so I'm just done with that.
That's good.
It's ridiculous. I've been doing this stuff for 40 years. When optometrists go to these meetings, man, it's just like it's like I'm crazy preacher going out of town. I mean, they just do what they want. They drink. They don't do that stuff at home. I know I don't.
I don't think it's generic for optometry when they go to conferences.
Yeah.
Did they talk about the new, let's say, laws in Texas by the state board about CE? Was that any controversy there?
No, nobody cares. The CE guys, I'm telling you, the CE guys sent out an email. The board did back in late November. They told us what was going to happen. Nobody cared. I glanced at it. The decision had already been made. I mean, I know every member of the board. I've known them all for the past 20 years. They nominated me for the board, and I turned it down. Remember that joke post I put up? If nominated, I will not run. If elected, I will not serve. I'm the only optometrist in the history of the 110-year history of the Texas Optometric Association to win the Optometrist of the Year award and never serve as an officer in the organization. I'm the only one ever. I don't do none of that stuff. I do my own thing.
Shocker.
I know that. Yes, ma'am.
I said shocker.
Oh, I said doctor. So it was an interesting meeting, kind of disappointing. I'm really concerned about our profession. It's changing before our eyes. It's like climate change, and people say it's not happening. Yeah, okay, it's going to be 30 degrees colder tomorrow than it is today here in Dallas. Our profession has changed. It's just not finished changing. That's what some of us concluded after the meeting yesterday. So I was there, what I would used to say was the second or third biggest state meeting in the country historically. I mean, I've been down there with 600-700 doctors, people selling technology left and right. It'd be like a vision source type meeting, feeding frenzy. It'd be so much fun, packs of students roaming around, gaggling, and it was just fun. It was good to be an optometrist. People were making money, people buying equipment, the vendors are happy, everybody's happy. That's not what's going on anymore. So it's totally different. Last year with the pandemic was probably the worst meeting in history, as far as attendance and performance and stuff. This year was better for sure, but attendance is still half of what it was 3 years ago. I lectured to the para-optometric staff. I had 25 people in my room. We could do an ODwire lecture. There'll be 500 people listening. I mean, it's not even close. Yep. And everybody's seeing that. Everybody's seeing that. Now, there's something to be said for a live performance compared to a tape performance. That's why people still want to go to concerts, because it ain't the same. Okay, when I give one of my crazy lectures, and everybody's laughing and having fun and learning. Okay, I could try to do it on CEwire. It's not quite the same. It ain't the same.
Right.
So live lecture is better than internet lecture, but not if nobody's there. Not if you're talking to yourself. So do you want to talk to yourself? Do you want to talk to 25 people? Do you want to talk to 500 people on a computer? Yeah, I pick 500 people on a computer if those are my choices. So the meeting is different. The energy is not the same. I mean, I had a good time, because I've been going for a long time and everybody knows me. I'm holding court. It's all, I'm talking and joking the whole time, or teaching half the time, most of the time, teaching people stuff. Vendors, the vendors support these things and they're not selling stuff. You lined up 15 vendors, you got 4 of them that are happy, and then the others are like, man, I barely broke even. I lost money. We lost money last year. We lost money. They're tired of it. The clock's ticking as far as these meetings go, in my opinion.
Imagine the bigger ones when they go to Vision Expo and they have to transport things across the country, hotel stays, things like that. Did you dress as a preacher this time when you gave your lecture?
I dressed for success. I always buy a new outfit when I go speak. So I dropped about $800 when they bought me a nice little combo suit. I was cool. I was clean as a whistle. I had my white. Oh yeah, you can ask anybody there. I was sharp as a tack. I had a nice little blazer and some black pants. I had my $400 white tennis shoes on. I was cool.
Gretchen wasn't aware what I just said. Tell her what you did at one lecture where you did dress as a preacher. And you
the icon. I did a lecture in November, and I was the first speaker Sunday morning, 7:30 in the morning. So I decided to go into preacher mode, and I went and got me a white linen suit, and I had my white tennis shoes, white shirt, and I was trying to go, Jim and Tammy Faye Baker kind of thing, or Creflo Dollar. So some Creflo Dollar on. It was hilarious. So I had the organ, black gospel praise music going.
Oh, really? That sounds great.
Oh yeah. Oh, it was cool. Yeah, it was great. Couldn't have been. Everybody had a good time. People in the back clapping. Somebody yelled, "Amen." Probably some Jewish dude.
That's fabulous. I love that. You got to make it fun.
Yeah, it was great. It was great.
Where was the meeting this year?
Huh?
Where was it held?
It was in Dallas, some nice hotel over by the airport. Yeah, it's always the same spot, some nice hotel. Yeah. Yeah, the one thing, like the meeting here in Austin, I just left, it was at the Marriott and it was packed down there. And they had the UT Texas game, college kids everywhere. It was 4 or 5 balls, guys coming in boots and cowboy hats and ladies in the sequin dresses. I mean, it was like being in New York City. It was ridiculous. Yeah. It's ridiculous. I mean, I don't like to stay at the host hotel. It's too busy. I'm just too old for that mess now. And so I always stay at some little bougie hotel a mile or 2 away. I'm having to bribe the valet guys to park. I mean, I paid $50 to park. I said, put me up front. Said, we got no room. I pulled out $50. She put me up front.
You found room, huh?
Yeah, there was room. There was room at the end when I finished with her. So it was, it's just an interesting experience. But we got to figure out what to do. Our profession's changing, and you can just see it. There was 300 optometrists there, maybe 350. There was no young optometrist. The all the regular guys like me, you know, they were there, but they you know, 30% of them done sold to private equity. So they're getting their license to work another year or two.
Well, do you think that none of the younger docs were there because they're all at meetings like this because they'd rather do it online?
I never really thought about that, but that may be one component of what we're witnessing.
At least right now.
Yeah, they ain't there. They're not in the, they were not there.
Younger kids, various reasons. They can't afford to leave their practice for a few days, the expensive hotels and transportation. It could be a whole bunch of things.
No, they were there 3 years ago. They were there 5 years ago. They were there 7 years ago.
Well, then they found out that online CE is now available. They're the online generation, and they'd rather sit at home.
Gretchen, I think you're right.
Mm-hmm.
I think, Gretchen, I think you are right. I don't think that group of optometrists is at a phase where they're really buying stuff and doing the things that you do at optometric trade shows.
Right. They might not have their own practices.
They don't have their own practices. They're working at My Eye Doctor. They're working at Eye Masters, Lens Crafters. They're working for ophthalmologists. They're working for guys like me. What they ain't doing is working for themselves.
Right.
If they are, they just started, so they're not in a big giant growth mode. Unfortunately, that might be what's going on. I think you're right, Gretchen. I think that's what I saw.
And when you said about private equity, a lot of the practice can be bought out. And yes, the older fellows who are willing to work for a year or two or three, what happens to those people in their 30s who have to work in these groups, private equity, and see 3 times the amount of people and not be happy being told what to do and how to practice? It's going to change all of the healthcare professions.
I think it's more what Gretchen said. You got a group of optometrists now been coming out the past 3, 4, 5 years, 6 years. Not all of them. I mean, we're generalizing. But you got a group now that doesn't know anything else. And we were talking about it over multiple alcoholic beverages at the bar. Me and all the senior optometrists. You got guys coming out as ladies coming out of school. They're making $150,000 a year day one. They haven't touched a Farrock. They're making $150,000. It took me 8 years to break 6 figures. When I got out of optometry school, I wasn't making no $150,000. I think I made $30,000. I mean, it was crazy. Now you got inflation, and that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
But I mean, 150 day one. Okay. I might have took that job 38 years ago, got used to it, and not turned into the optometrist that I am now. Maybe.
That's right. And they do have other expenses. Their school costs a bunch more than 20 years ago. So that's
I got out with $22,000 in loans. I was mad about that.
That'll pay for one half of one semester, if that.
$22,000. Wow.
Yeah, for 6 years.
Yeah, but how much was optometry school back then?
$4 an hour. My biggest expense was buying books and nonsense monocular indirect ophthalmoscopes that we never used. And a big old trial lens kit, a schematic eye that I didn't need. That's what I was spending my Pell Grant money on instead of going to Jamaica with it. That's okay.
But yeah, look at the difference. I mean, education costs. I
know that's a whole nother story and a whole nother argument. That's insane, especially the ridiculously pitiful education they get, in my opinion. Although I'm not a student now, maybe it's different. But I surely see what I see with young optometrists. I got one working in my office. He barely know how to turn a dial. Okay, I'm teaching him everything. He'll be real good when I finish with him. But they're timid, they're scared, they're inexperienced. It's worse than when we were in school. I'm stunned. All these sick people in the country. Every big city's got 1,000 people in some apartment complex going blind from glaucoma, and we can't produce enough patient experiences to get these guys trained. I'm disappointed.
Is that the problem? There aren't enough patient experiences for these doctors?
That is absolutely,
pandemic too?
Yes, that's the problem. They're not busy. I see more patients in a week than these guys see in a year. It's nonsense.
So was that pre-pandemic as well?
Yes, absolutely. I would go down to every optometry school I would visit. I visited a bunch of them in the guys in my study group, because we would always rotate around schools every 6 months. And I would go to the dean, because I got to meet them all. Hey, why don't you just buy 3 minivans, get some insurance, and go pick up the patients? They're 3 miles down the street. They're dying over there. Just go get them and link them up with the optometry students sitting up there seeing 2 patients a day doing nothing. Put those 2 people together, okay? It's so easy. Oh, well the liability is just too weak. I say, if I could do it, you could do it. I got 2 vans. Go get them. Just get some commercial insurance. Get a
So
guy that's got a good
that's the
driver.
problem, that
That's the
the
problem.
patients aren't coming.
That's part of it. And then you got knuckleheads teaching them. That's the second part.
So
But the first part is they don't have enough patient experiences. So you got guys coming out of optometry school, never done a B scan on a patient. Okay, how's that person going to take care of a patient with an acute onset vitreous flashes and floaters? They just don't look at it. They don't understand. It's really sad.
yeah, and
So
in fact,
you're forced to. So optometrists are forced to hone their clinical skills on their live patients after they get out of school, because that's what we all did. That's what I did. That's what all my classmates did. I'm 1,000 times better optometrist than I was in 1983. I don't think it's that much different based on me looking at young optometrists. It's not that much different.
so Craig, do you see
going to optometry schools? It's not much. It's not different. It's
right?
not
But Craig, do you see a difference since you've been to all the schools? It's an interesting thing because like we have Pacific up here, right, which is in the middle of nowhere.
I have not been to Pacific.
So you get schools like Pacific, you get schools like Pikeville, right? You get these places that are in the middle of nowhere, and I kind of wonder, is the experience for the students there different than in an urban area where maybe you do have a big patient base? Like I understand why maybe Pacific. You're right, they should be bringing people in because there aren't that many patients out there. So I'm kind of wondering, maybe like in Houston, you'd think that they would have an endless number of patient encounters. But
there's an endless number of patients in Houston, Texas.
Yeah.
There's an endless number of patients in San Antonio.
Yep.
And when you bring it up, I can tell you right now, if any educator was bold enough to respond, they would simply say that the students will get their patient encounters at their externship sites. That's their excuse. Okay. And if they send it to a private practice externship site, and you can poll any optometrist that's done it for the past 20 years, what usually happens is the optometrist turns them into a technician for free labor, as opposed to letting them roam free and be doctors and turn them loose. That's what usually happens if you go to a private practice. If you go to some VA clinic or something, you get more experience, but there's no consistency. And the type of externship varies based on the site. There's absolutely no consistency, like everybody's going to the same class or something. That's nonsense.
It's probably even worse for if you work for an ophthalmologist or you go into ophthalmology practice, you're going to be a glorified technician for them.
Yes and no. I have ophthalmologists I know where the optometric, the people that work there, I'm trying to be professional, have wide latitude. And they can do what they want. The ophthalmologist is so busy, they don't care. It's like, hey man, help me, I'm swamped. Yeah. So I've seen that many times, but I've also seen, where they're technicians kind of, and I despise the term optoms. I just when I see that, I think of slave days and stuff, and it's just, I can't deal with that. So anyway, hey man, it's 10 o'clock. I think it's supposed to be on a lecture. Am I close, or do I have an hour?
No, we're okay. I have a question.
So yeah, so Craig, yours actually starts up in relatively soon, right?
Yeah, I think
yes to go.
Yeah, like 5
Change
minutes.
your clothes.
So yeah, so you're in room 3, so you can pop in there quite easily. The software, as you see, is very different this year.
Yeah. I was trying to, I'm not computer special. I was getting my staff to do it.
Just say hello, and I'll be there with you to hold your hand for 5 minutes.
Okay, let me jump over and say hello. Anything else before I go?
That's about it, man. Have a good lecture, and
You're always a pleasure.
We'll pick it up later, man.
If
you want to come on later, we're going to be around all day, so feel free.
Okay.
All right, cool.
All right, cool.
Catch you later.
See you, Craig.
Bye.
Bye-bye, Craig.
Alrighty.
It's always great to talk to him about. He has every bell and whistle in his practice. He's always experimenting with new instruments. I'm curious to see what he's looking at now compared to.
A question about audience difference. Texas is a very large state, and when you speak there, you're speaking to some very, very conservative people in the rural areas, and then you speak to very liberal people in the big cities, and you have to finesse your speaking based on who you're talking to. So maybe when he comes back, we'll talk about that. Which is
interesting. Just as a note, one of our more popular speakers always is Dr. Mark Friedberg, retinal specialist out of New Jersey, but also Will Zai, famous for writing a textbook that everybody in the country uses, both ophthalmology and optometry. before his lecture, there's 700 people in the room. It hasn't started for 5 more minutes. He's always well received because he's my friend. And when he lectures in person, it's like so easy to understand, yet he gets the information across, and it's always something new that you never, like, for example, last year, a couple years ago before COVID, he lectured on to a local audience about how you can't do tests for glaucoma when on an OCT when somebody has macular degeneration because it screws up the data, things that you don't even think about, the combinations of tests that don't work when they have combination of illnesses. It really, we blew us away. You didn't think about what you had to think about. And always in a very, very simple manner.
2 hours too.
Yes, but it goes like nothing. And he also teaches the Socratic method, and would always call on me like 3 or 4 times and say, "No more for you, Steve." And it's difficult, the Socratic method, when he's going around the audience, but it's not, it's not nerve wracking because he'll always support whatever you say. So he can't do that in this format, of course, but in the live format he does. He's just a really nice guy. Good tennis player.
We also have Barry Iden's class about to start off talking about aberrations. And then Craig Thomas, who was just on, he's talking about a diabetic eye exams. So that's incredible that there are 700 people in Mark's class already.
Trio of superstars. I'll check out the other classes now also, but those are 3.
I was distracted here. Did you say 700 people are in Mark's class?
Yeah, so right now it's that 660 I have in Mark's class. And now I'll go to the next class. Go up and see how much in Barry's class. Barry has 192.
And then in that same room, he's got another class an hour later talking about keratoconus. So you've got 2 in a row from Barry, and he's a great speaker as well.
Yeah, so Barry's more specialized, so I would expect a smaller audience because his audience is definitely more tailored, whereas Mark is talking about retinal lesions in general. Mark's lecture is actually really fun because it's like a smorgasbord of pictures is talking about weird retinal lesions, which everyone is sort of.
And the third room has 360, so we're dealing with more than 1,000 easily. And we never used to have that, even in when COVID hit and we had almost double the audience, we didn't have that many people watching live.
Yep.
That's incredible. That's just incredible.
681 now in Mark's lecture.
Wow.
And I'll put my glass on to make sure it's 681.
And I'm sorry if I appear distracted, guys. What I'm doing is actually helping people out with their minor support issues, much less than yesterday. And also, it's funny, when people register for the conference, I have to frequently let them in today. I have to verify their account and approve them because, as you guys know, ODwire is private, right? So when people register for the site, they're not automatically allowed in. We have to manually vet them. So as new people register for the site and for the conference, I have to manually let them in. So as people are registering today, that's what I'm doing.
You sign-ups today.
Yeah, so you can see we got a bunch of them, and as they're coming in, I'm actually flipping their accounts on. So that's why I'm a little bit distracted.
Yeah.
Adam, is that something we could think about for perhaps the next one? Is there a way that could be automated, so when they register that you don't need to flip them on, because that's just one more thing that you need to worry about while you're in the middle of the conference?
Yeah, I mean that's probably something I could do. We like to, the way ODwire is configured, when someone registers right now, they enter a queue where, usually it's Paul, sometimes me, where we'll look it over and see who they are. And that's the way it's set up right now. Fortunately, for the conference, we have external validation of who they are because they're registering with a credit card. So I don't necessarily need the step where they have to prove they are who they say they are because their credit card does that for me. So I should probably automate that. It's just another one of 50 things that I probably should do.
Well, start a list, and you have some time until the next one. But a little bit of time, say next week, when you aren't as crazy, will save you a bunch of hassle the next time we do this.
Yep.
Yeah, well, one of the problems we have is we try to limit the membership at ODwire to optometrists. When ophthalmologists or opticians come in, they're put into a different category. So it would be very hard to I don't know how Adam's going to figure this one out, but if ophthalmologists want to come into our lectures, how do we get them into ODwire? We're getting a little easier. A lot of overseas ophthalmologists want to come in. They don't seem to get the same education in certain European countries and mainly more so in the Middle East.
Yep.
So sort of lately, we're letting the Middle Easterners come in. I don't think there's a great problem.
Well, I think that says something about the level of education here, that I don't know how their education system works and what continuing education requirements there are. But if they aren't getting any credits that they're able to use in their countries, but they still want to come in and listen to this education, that speaks very highly to those doctors that they want to do that.
Sure. Yeah, one political thing where it burns my tush there is I wanted to get the World Council of Optometrists to get involved with our program. Here you're dealing with, I don't know, maybe 10 to 20,000 optometrists or more from overseas that are members there, and they could benefit from these programs. But boy, they're housed in the AOA, and
yeah, I don't know. I think, Dad, you love barking up the wrong tree. I think you've made it your mission. You know, they are doing their own thing, and I think we mentioned this yesterday actually, that people in general, right? They tend to want to try to, you know, they have the not invented here syndrome, right? And they want to try to do all this stuff themselves. I think the idea of partnering for a lot of these organizations is just not in the cards. They just don't want to do it.
yeah.
Perhaps it's a power thing, and I'm not speaking about WCO specifically, but I think a lot of groups are afraid of giving up control if they don't create, manage, and execute their programs themselves. And I understand that
Yep.
And power makes it sound like a bad thing. It's more of a control, that they want to be able to have tighter control over what happens, when it happens, what's going on, who's going to be there. And a partnership, even if it's a great partnership, doesn't offer that same level of control.
Understood. I mean, I think we all crave control, right? Like I know I do. You know, and outsourcing stuff doesn't make you feel good a lot of the time. I mean, look, if I could have done all this tech myself, if I could have cloned myself 15 different ways, I would have, right? But you don't do that sometimes, right? You defer to the experts. You let them handle what they're good at.
Right.
So now we have this thing that we've built here, right? This platform that's going to be used how many times a year, right? 5 times, 6 times, right? Like an NFL stadium or something, it's going to lie dormant. And I don't want that. And it would be great if we could, you know, work with these other organizations like we did with Nora, you know, to try to make some use of this. It just feels horrible letting it sit here.
Well, that's an even bigger reason for you to go to CECO and Expo, and now you'll have numbers from the first CEwire using this new platform, and you can meet with other groups and talk to them about this. And
You know,
so, yeah,
there's always medicine. There's always dentistry.
I know, but you know, we know this field's inside and out. So it's like, especially for the smaller groups, you know, I think that there are so many smaller niche organizations that I think could benefit from something like this.
Sure.
You know, whether it's Nora, you know, or some of the specialty contact lens groups or whatever, I think it would be fun.
My daughter's an attorney, her husband is also, and she was watching part of this yesterday and said, gee, there's a lot more lawyers than there are optometrists. And it's the same thing. And we're not required to do anything except there's pop-ups that appear that say, what color is a pink flamingo? And you have to type in the words just to make sure you're watching the lecture. And that's it.
Yeah.
And we could do that. So there are probably 2 million lawyers. But if their sound isn't on, they're all going to sue us. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's not necessarily an audience I want.
Yeah. But she said you could do this. It's generic. You can do this for any profession that you want.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yep, absolutely. So, but I mean, I'd love to be able to do it in eye care, just because we know the field so well, and I think we can be helpful to these organizations like we were with Nora.
Sure.
You know, if they're willing to take the plunge. Now, Nora, of course, was an interesting experiment. They took a real leap of faith. Because the platform was literally brand new when we did it with them in the fall. So that was very brave on their part.
But even optometric technicians, of course, I think the fees will be a lot less. There's no real national certification. They can get certain certifications, and opticians, and we can't expand it. The lectures just aren't, they're a little bit too complex for them. I think most of them are on this particular platform for technicians.
Yeah.
You know, before there was Vision Expo, there was OptiFair.
Right.
And before OptiFair, there was a group that Irv Bennett organized, which I was part of, where we went around the country speaking on practice management topics. And before I started doing the practice management stuff, I sat in on dentistry. Dentistry is always about 20 years ahead of optometry or more when it comes to proper marketing. And there were some really, really good dental lectures and lecturers that were an inspiration for those of us that did the original lectures for Irv Bennett. So I have a feeling that there's a place for this in dentistry or podiatry. Maybe there is already.
I mean,
we're unaware of it.
The number of fields that could use something like this are obviously endless. And, I understand why Odentio decided to help us take on this challenge, right? Because they see it too. If this works for us, this can work basically anywhere.
Right.
And our needs are actually much more complicated in a lot of ways than other fields, right? Arbo's rules are a little bit arbitrary, and in some ways much more complex than what you'll find elsewhere. So if it works here, it works in most places. But I don't know, I still get back to eye care. I mean, even though we might have, 3,000 people or more show up for this conference, there's still, a broad range of people out there that could probably benefit from it that aren't participating.
Yeah, another 40. Hey, Steve, how are the numbers looking in all the rooms?
I just went to the rooms about 5 minutes ago. He's about 700, Dr. Friedberg, 400 in what room is that? That's Barry is about 300. And the third room is,
Right.
let me just check it out now. I'll go to it. It's easy to get to. I gotta leave. People still have to refresh there. Okay, this is the lecture. And there are 340 in this room. Interesting enough, Kyler and Audencio are in all the rooms, so they're monitoring and they're answering the same questions. Refresh, go in and out, all the things that people find. People can't find the sound bars if they're new to the lectures, but they are finding it now. So I think that's fine.
Yep. Yeah, and in fact, Kyler and Mike have been emailing me that the transitions have been just about flawless today in terms of people having the rooms restart. So that's great.
And imagine that yesterday it seemed like a flurry of problems because they were all coming at once, but they were all the same challenges. And imagine what the next iteration is going to be. I mean, you're still going to have a few because there'll be people who are new, who haven't experienced this yet, but perhaps by then we will have some of these other, like with the refresh, it's now working, or with the sound, we've now gotten that isolated fix. So can you imagine how smooth this is going to be next month?
Yep. We won't even need you. Max, we need you desperately.
Hey, I'm not doing anything.
I know, yeah. We're providing great content.
I'm just color commentary.
Again.
What's
so
that?
It automatically took the sound on my computer back to no sound. And that's why I couldn't hear anything when I first got on. So I suspect this happens with people going into lectures as well. Is that what is occurring?
No, when you go into lectures, Paul, the lecture is silent because of certain software, the way they built it. And there's just sound bars like you have on any particular video you're watching, and you just have to turn on the sound bars.
So, Dad, I can give you an example so you can kind of see what we're talking about here. So, because I know you don't browse around too much on the web, but like if you go to a site like, this, right? You'll see how there's like video like everywhere, all over this page. So, I mean, I don't want to just single out CNN because every, major media website does this. What was happening was they'd start auto-playing videos and the sound would automatically come on, right? And so you'd go to a website unsuspecting and all of a sudden your speakers would start blaring at you. So what happened was these, the people who make the browsers, Apple and so forth, decided that was bad. And they were going to stop this from happening by automatically shutting off the sound on any video that starts playing automatically on the web. And that's what's happening here. The browser doesn't know that we're not an obnoxious ad, right? That we're just a lecture. It can't tell the difference. And so what it's doing is it's automatically shutting down the sound. when people enter. And that's not all browsers, right? That's only some of them. So for instance, Google's browser, which is Chrome, tends to work. And I know why it works, right? Because Google's in the advertising business.
They want their revenue.
They want their revenue. They're not going to shut down the sound. But for Apple, who's sort of focused on their end customer, right, who's paying for the hardware and software and the experience, they shut the sound down automatically so that their customers aren't aggravated.
And that's not a bad thing.
And it's not a bad thing.
In cases like this, when you don't know to go check the sound.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. So it's not a bad thing that they do it. It's just that we, in designing this, have to work around these problems. So it's a problem for us, but for the general user, it's usually a good thing that they're shutting the sound down automatically.
And then you don't figure these out until until you get into the situation.
Right.
Is there a way to set up the sound where when it's off, it would start flashing?
So there's two problems here. The first was the way the video is streaming, there was no obvious control for people to turn the mute off. That's what happened early in the morning yesterday when I freaked out and had to go away and fix everything really rapidly for everyone. So we made the controls visible, right? So now people can turn the volume up. But what we also need is a way to visually show people that they should turn their sound on if they don't hear anything. And what I should have done, when the videos start now, there's a piano piece that begins for a minute long. I'm sure you guys, if you've been in lectures, have heard it. That's actually Reed playing piano. He's in the...
How awesome is that it's Reed?
I needed something royalty free. I'm like, you sit here. I'm going to turn on this recorder. You record this. So it's a minute long piece of Chopin. And what I should have done is on that title screen, there's like a minute long countdown. But what I should have done is also had on the screen, if you can't hear the sound, you are muted, right? Please unmute while you wait. I should have put that somewhere on the screen, and I didn't.
Okay, but now you know, and you can do it for March.
Yep, exactly. So if I want to take the effort, I can actually go through it again and let people know. Or I could put a message beneath each lecture saying, reminder, if you're not hearing any sound, once the lecture starts, you're muted. So we can, figure it out. But these are the things that we learn only by doing it. So there's about 1 million of these small details that we had to go over before the conference, and we nailed 99% of them. There's just a few that we missed.
But there are things that you just don't know what you don't know until you're in the mix.
Yeah.
Are you keeping a list?
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh, not only am I keeping a list, but Audentio, they're the most thorough people I've ever seen. When we had our debrief meeting last night after we got off here with you guys, they had the list and they were running it down for me. I didn't have to think of anything. So I'm like, thank God.
Are they an in-person company or are they virtual?
Virtual. I mean, they have an office in Madison, but just like everybody else, they're mostly scattered to the four winds, right? Their developers are everywhere, and then their core staff is in Madison.
We need to send them a present.
I know. I was thinking about it, but I'm like, are they even going to get it? Is anybody going to be there? Is it going to rot when it arrives? So, animals.
I will ask in the chat because I'm a big fan of presents.
Indeed, you are. No, they've gone above and beyond. So if anybody deserves it, it's definitely them. So room 1 lecture is skipping around. I'm not sure if that's the recording or if it's the issue or the playback.
Actually, no. We discovered. Casey was talking to me about it. It's the way Mark recorded his lecture. He recorded each particular case individually, so it looked like it jumped. But really, he stopped one, and a few seconds passed. He started the other one. So but the jump was like 2 seconds. But they thought they had a glitch. They passed on. It was just the way it appeared. I couldn't hear, so it was no problem.
Yeah,
for me.
In fact, because his course is like rapid fire of a bunch of different cases and a bunch of different pictures. It's like picture after picture after picture. So yeah, it's a little bit different from the regular.
And you actually had to work with him because he submitted in 2 1-hour sections, and they were over, and you had to really massage it for him, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
A challenge.
He had a lot of extra material. So part of the challenge of this conference too was, like I said, I actually edited all the video that came in, all 60 hours or whatever it was. And so I scrubbed through all of it to make sure it was good. And then I noticed as I was doing his, I'm like, oh my God, this thing is like really long, like Avengers Endgame kind of long. I'm like, wait a minute.
You don't say that while I'm drinking my coffee.
That's a good line, though. I like that.
I mean, I was just like, oh my God, what am I going to do? So I got on the line with him. I'm like, Mark, I hate to tell you this, but like we can't use all this. Like I'd love to, but Arbo would kill us, right? We can't actually include all of it. It has to just fit within the time of the lecture. So he went back and we did some editing, and I think that's probably what Casey was noticing.
Right. It was just a jump. The people thought they missed stuff, but it was really just going from one slide to the next slide.
Yeah.
Or maybe are you saying that Adam did a shitty video edit job?
Oh,
Actually, no, he actually recognized what would have been a disaster going
Oh, I'm
over.
teasing. I'm teasing.
Oh no, these were jump cuts. Let's be clear. Like this was, I am now desperate. I'm editing 60 hours of video. I can't take it anymore. Please just grossly tell me where I can cut.
Yep. Hey, but you made it work. It was a fix, and we're all good. And people are still getting the class. So
Yeah.
And he'll put the full content on ODwire 15 minutes after we're done today. No, he will not.
I should, like the special director's cut.
director's
Exactly.
cut.
You'll have nude eyes.
Yeah.
By the way, you said something about platforms and streaming, nothing to do with ODwire, etc., or CEwire. I find when I go to Netflix or whatever, I have to turn up the volume unbelievably on my TV.
Yes.
And what is all that? Adam, explain what's happening there.
Okay.
It's crazy.
So,
And it's from platform to platform. Like
And it doesn't even
I'm watching
go.
Hulu or Netflix. It's ridiculous.
So
Then you go
there's-
back to regular TV and it blares. because
yeah.
it's
So
happening.
there's two problems. There's two intertwined problems here. The first is that Netflix and all these other services, they're not normalizing their audio, right? So normalization is the process of making sure that everything sounds about the same, which is what I did at CEwire. I set a level for the videos and I reprocessed all of the audio in each of the videos to hit that level, right? So you're not going to get incredible highs or lows. So that's called normalization. And they use a technique called compression to make the audio also more level. Netflix won't do that from show to show. They'll do it inside of one show. So if you set a volume at a show, you can set a volume, but from show to show it'll be different. Now what's also happening is you're getting films that are mixed for 5.1 audio or 7.1, right, for surround systems, where the dialogue is supposed to be right in the middle, and they're assuming that everybody has a center channel, that extra speaker, and they have those other speakers around. So if you have just a regular normal TV, like most of us, with a regular stereo speakers in the TV, the dialogue gets lost. And because they're assuming that you have this huge surround system, so you can always hear the dialogue and hear the sound effects.
Yeah, but who has that? Like 5 people?
The people who are mixing the videos. and so that's the problem, right? So they're mixing it for systems that most people don't have. So everyone, you're leaning over to try to hear dialogue, then all of a sudden there's an explosion and you just want to die. So it's a huge problem, and they're not really fixing it.
But nobody ever verbalized it to you, Gretchen, and we all have the same problem. We just realize that we think it's our TV or whatever. And I try to maximize it because there's different ways of hearing the sound. I could put surround sound on or dialogue or theater or whatever.
Yep.
And it minimizes it to a very small extent, but it doesn't solve the problem.
Right. And it's also a stylistic choice, unfortunately, for some directors these days where they do it on purpose. So like the Batman movies are impossible to hear. Like literally, you just can't hear the dialogue. It's mixed in such a way where it's terrible.
Right, yes, that the background sound is, it's like wah, 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 and you hear.
So it's a problem. I mean, that's why so many people today use subtitles, right? They're using the captions almost always, even if they can hear well. And that's why they're doing it. So
even in English.
Even in English, yeah.
Yes, my daughter does that a lot. And Troy and I are looking at her like, what the hell's your problem? Like, why are you doing that? But yeah, you can't understand what people are saying.
You miss what they're saying,
Yeah, and with the tools that we have today, I mean, come on, this isn't 1985. We should be able to understand this.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, but that's just sort of how it's been going. Yeah.
Well, Dancio's platform cannot do CCs though. It can't be closed caption, right?
So closed captioning is actually a function of the video itself. So. And then you see platforms like YouTube or trying to think like Facebook even, when you submit a video to them, they have AI that tries to do the closed captioning in real time, and it sucks. It's good for like general stuff, but unless you have a human actually fix the closed captions, a lot of times you'll see mistakes. And so for platforms like ours, there's no way that AI is going to be able to actually get it right with all the technical
especially medical terms, things like that.
So
we do with what I'm doing now. I do, and even at Optometry Times, transcripts, and I've used them both automated with AI, as well. I've used them with a human working on it as well, and it's even with a human. I mean, medical terms, sure, I get that unless you're in that field, you're not going to know all the terms, and that's totally fine. But some other things. It's a challenge. And I've also read some transcripts of things that were AI, and I wouldn't put those out there without somebody at least reviewing it.
Yeah.
Like on some websites, like if there's a transcript of a podcast. Now, again, at Optometry Times, we did that, but human editors reviewed it afterward. But on some other websites, it just automatically goes up, and it's just a waste.
Right. My intent for CEwire, my hope was that I would have time to close caption it, because the software that I use to do the video editing has that ability. You can contract with this AI firm, and then they can embed that sort of gross translation into it. I just didn't have time to do 60 hours to try to figure out, AI and what their fumbles in figuring out optometric terms, so I couldn't do it.
Hey, Adam, here's another suggestion for you, because my ideas always result in more work for you. How about pulling the audio from some of these lectures and turning them into podcasts for people to just listen to, for the ones that aren't really heavily involved with graphics? I mean, obviously, if you're doing cases, that wouldn't lend itself, but for others.
Sure. Yeah, I mean,
like human trafficking is an example. It's all
right.
It's all
People
talk.
consume content in different ways. So some people like to listen on their way to and from the office, or if you're going on a road trip or something, or on a flight.
Sure, we need to get consent from the speakers, of course, to do all of this stuff and to try to figure out the sort of economic model, because I wouldn't expect speakers to want to do this stuff for free.
Sure. We even had pushback, Gretchen, from some speakers about doing the handouts. They wanted to retain that control.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, somebody could also take a screenshot of every single slide, and they have the handout anyway, so not a big deal.
Well, and it might be something that's a value add to ODwire members, or it might be something that a sponsor might want to get behind, to throw a couple of bucks and support having podcasts. There are a bunch of different ways to take a look at that and make it work for you to compensate speakers.
Yep.
And I guess you could always poll. I'm sure you're going to send out a post-meeting survey, so you could throw that question on the list. Would you be interested in having podcasts of some of the lectures?
Right. Well, what we might also do is, we have a ton of content from the 2021 event. So once these things expire, and they expire in a year, what do we do with all of the old stuff, right? I mean, we have literally hundreds of hours of old videos. What am I supposed to do with it?
Yeah, repurpose it and throw it out there.
Yep.
And with all of this content, after it does expire, you have a hell of an inventory of content for users to look at. And again, that could be something that's a value add for supporting ODwire members, or something for sponsors to throw to support, that they have surround sound advertising on there. So it's a way to compensate for some of your time to do, because that takes time. Video files are huge, and it'll be a while for you to put that somewhere. So why not make some of your old content work for you and offer more to members?
Sure. Yeah. So it's definitely something to think about. It's it really does come down to like a licensing thing, though, right? With our speakers, because so many really hate having their stuff reposted. In fact, even getting it to run for as long as it is on CEwire, some people get skittish about it. So
I understand. And so maybe that's part of the agreement that they sign with you, that you have that in there. And a lot of people sign things without looking at it, which is not smart. So that could be a default, or that's something that's negotiable, that perhaps an honorarium is increased or decreased based on what you're able to do with the content after it expires.
Right.
Well, they get a pretty good one already. But if they're doing a similar lecture someplace else on whatever, dry eye or OCTs or whatever, they could massage that lecture and produce something very similar with very little work. So it's not that big a deal. I've done it where I've done a live lecture on genetics, and I reprocessed it for CEwire, and I made it better because I had a little bit more time to speak.
Yep.
Well, like most things, it's been done before. In the era of cassette tapes, younger people don't even know what a cassette tape is, but there was a lot of continuing education on cassette tape.
Mm-hmm.
And one company came to me and said, "Would you like to do some tape recordings?" And I said, "Man, that'd be great. You become a known personality. It's like rock singers have tapes." And they hardly sold at all. what happened was county associations would buy one tape and then pass it around to the members. So the chance of having a great profit there wasn't there now. Maybe it's different now. People are willing to pay for podcasts, but I'm not so sure you could monetize it.
Well, there are people who are out there doing it, and you are always going to have people who share information. I mean, people used to share record albums. People share Netflix logins.
Yeah, but you're dealing with a very small audience. When you're dealing with records and songs, you're dealing with people in the millions. Here you're dealing with 40,000 optometrists.
Right.
The numbers are relatively small.
Well, there are people who are monetizing media now. I mean, I'm not saying you're going to make $1 million, and I don't think you should charge $1 million, but there are ways to do it.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we've done a couple of one-offs on ODwire itself with some of the content. In fact, we did, I want to say it was 2 years ago already with Craig Steinberg about, what was it, about private equity and buying your practice. Remember that? So that was a weird one-off that we did where we actually charged people to show up for his talk. We usually don't do that, but we're like, let's try a little experiment since, why not? Where he was able to actually charge admission to his talk, and it was a live talk. So, and then it went on demand afterwards. So that was one interesting experiment, and it worked. How
many people showed up?
It probably was not enough to make it worth his while to do again. We got, the thing made a few $1,000s, right? So it was not like it was a devastating blow financially to actually try it. But I think for the amount of work that we put into it, it was challenging, right? To do these one-off talks. So.
Well, that's where sponsorship makes it a little easier than having individual docs pay for it. And that's what I really mean by monetizing, not necessarily for the individual doc, but for getting sponsors. And you can make that a value add onto a package you already have and just increase the price by, say, $1,500 or something, and you get this extra exposure.
Yeah. Yep.
What's the difference between artificial intelligence and and subtitles?
Oh,
well, they're two very different things.
They're different things. So the subtitles or closed captions, right, are generated by something, right? So either it's a human being sitting there listening to everything and then typing it in, or it's a computer listening to everything and then thinking it knows what that person said and then typing it in itself, right? So that's artificial intelligence. They have models that they train on the human voice to try to figure out what it is that people are saying. And then they do the transcription. So that's the difference.
If ever before you watch CNN or Fox News and you put on closed caption, sometimes it looks really funny what comes up from what the person actually said because it's not interpreted correctly. And that's probably AI.
Yeah, almost certainly. Yeah, if it's really weird, that's usually AI trying to listen and can't figure out what it's saying.
Subtitles all of the time. When you're hard of hearing, it's very, very
right. When it's something like Netflix and it's been produced, it's perfect because it's done over time. When it's
they also have the script. So, I mean, it's not like somebody's listening to the audio. They have the script and can enter the script in, and that then becomes the subtitles.
Right. And in fact, you'll notice on Netflix, too, sometimes they'll actually put pieces of the script literally in the subtitles. Like they'll tell you what the scene is.
Right.
They'll actually describe
funny. That's funny. That somebody can edit it.
Yeah.
or door clicked or it's sound of rain or something like that.
Yeah. But for the most part, for things like CNN or whatever, there's AI doing a lot of the stuff. Or if you ever watch Facebook, when they insert those subtitles, that's all AI.
YouTube also.
Possible because there's a lag time, so it isn't like you watching something live. The others, though, that are not news programs, it's quite good.
Yep. Well, that's because they're time codes built into the files themselves, so they know precisely when to actually show each line. So if you actually look at a video editor, like a nonlinear editor, there are entire fields beneath the timeline that shows you when each piece of text is going to fire off. That's why if you have the ability to do it yourself as a human being or to edit what an AI has done, you can make it perfect, and that's why Netflix looks so good.
So. It's funny, I was listening to a Spanish show and I tried to practice my Spanish, so I listen in Spanish and I look at the English translation, and the guy could be talking for like 30 seconds and 5 words occur. They don't really translate exactly. They summarize sometimes.
Yep. It's funny, we actually had one guy come to CEwire who I gave a free pass to because he was a student, and I was just feeling like, all right, I'll do it because I just stop sending me emails. I got to just get you in. I gave him a free pass, and he's like, thank you so much for this. By the way, I'm bilingual, and if you ever need translations for Spanish, just let me know.
Wow, there you
And
go.
I'm like, oh, okay, this free pass was worth it.
Absolutely.
So that's something to consider in the future. I mean, of all the languages to translate to, that would probably be one of the most useful immediately. Yep.
You know, the chat is really quiet, which is a good thing.
It's a very good thing. And in fact, I have a back channel here with Audentio as well, and it's just dead. Like there's nothing terrible happening.
Knock wood. I'm going to knock wood right now.
Knock wood. Yep. But
somebody couldn't see their transcript, and I told them to scroll down to the bottom, and they said, "Oh, okay." Yep. So little things like that are happening.
Yep. So people are starting to get it. I had 1 or 2 permission issues this morning where someone logged into the wrong account. They logged into the wrong ODwire account, so obviously they couldn't see anything. We had a case where somebody logged into the correct one yesterday, switched to a different device, and logged into the wrong one on the other device. So
I'm telling you, you got to do a sweep of these ODwire accounts.
We do.
Put that on your list.
Okay, and I just got a word from Audentio, from Mike, the CEO, who just said, in chat, there's occasional problems that people are having, but beyond that, things are mostly stable.
Right.
And even Mike is listening to us talk on our live stream. Hi, Mike.
Yep, so they're there. I mean, they are truly paying attention to everything, but I think overall they're pretty happy with how things are going today, as am I. We really tried to nail down all the big problems. So,
yeah.
Well done to you and to your Audentio team. And I know that you've put in so much time behind the scenes on this, Adam. It's there's so much more that goes into it than just these 2 days, and all of that hard work from you and the Audentio team has paid off.
Yeah.
So well done.
Well, thank you. I hope so. I hope people are having a good time here too. I guess the real test will come when we get feedback from the users. I want to know what they think. I know that when we first used this for Nora, some people were a little bit, they're like, I don't know if I like this. It seems a little harder or more confusing.
No, it's just different.
Yeah.
People are uncomfortable with change.
Nora gave us real insight, though, into what was confusing. So, for instance, like you can see the left side of the screen, right? That all those links that we created and so forth that run down the left. This was all came after Nora. All these extra links, the links that are really hard into ODwire to try to orient people. All of this stuff came out of Nora because we saw what people could and couldn't do. So we definitely fixed up a lot of stuff, and I can't thank Nora enough for actually taking that leap of faith, because we could have really screwed them badly had things not gone well.
How fabulous for them that they were willing to take that risk and likely have a better experience for their virtual conference. And it was great that you got to take a little test drive and even customize it even further for this audience, and you're doing it on the fly. Last night changes were happening behind the scenes, so I think this is fabulous.
Yep. And Nora, actually, I don't want to say they were desperate, but it was really a product of the pandemic. We'd worked with them before, but I felt terribly for them because they had a physical conference all planned out again for 2021. Right. Like they were ready and raring, and then it all just fell apart again for them. And for a big organization, it's bad, but for a small organization, it's catastrophic. So I'm glad we were able to really help them get through. So, and hopefully they'll be in person again in this upcoming year. Kind of stinks they were actually going to be out here for their in-person conference. So I would have been able to just waltz right downtown. And
that's too bad.
Yeah. Oh well.
What are you going to do?
Yep.
Well, I kind of like that we don't have as much troubleshooting to do with it being so quiet. And it's about 20 of 12 here on the East Coast, and it's quiet in most of the classes. So we've got Barry, I'm trying to pull up the schedule here. So we've got Mark Friedberg going on until about another hour and a half.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to have Barry's second class. And then Craig Thomas will be staying in room number 3 for his second hour on dry eye. So there's a lot cooking.
But
How are the numbers still high for
Mark is breaking a record today. Yes, right now I just refreshed it. 756 people in his room alone.
Good Lord.
I mean, if you wanted a stress test, there it is. And Barry has about 340 and Craig has about 400. So we're about 14. Wow. That's an amazing amount of people
at one time.
Wow.
1,400 people right here for CEwire, and that's more than many in-person conferences get for their entire meeting.
I think
that's what we have during 1 hour.
That's close to the number of ODs that Vision Expo West gets, give or take.
Yeah.
For the whole meeting.
For the whole meeting, yeah.
And that's 1 hour right here.
Yep.
I think a lot of it is the people. We didn't allow groups as easily this year because it was so challenging for them to build the software. And sometimes there'll be an ophthalmologist or optometrist with 10 offices and they'll sign up 20 ODs, and 6 or 7 just never showed for any of the lectures because they just didn't care. Now everybody's kind of an individual person, so they have a lot of stake in the game, and that's why they're showing up, which is really, that's a true audience, not somebody signs you up and you don't go.
Yeah, right. I mean, these free conferences, we're seeing, oh yeah, they got big numbers signing up and nobody shows up because they just have no skin in the game. That's part of why it's good to charge. I mean, I know people hate being charged for stuff, but when someone charges you, you tend to be much more invested. And I think it makes for a better conference for everyone. Oh, by the way, Barry Iden's thing, I am amazed he has the number of people that he does. So his talks that he's giving are actually relatively specialized. So I'm just shocked that his room is as packed as it is, right? He's talking about high order aberrations and novel contact lens technologies. So kind of amazing that so many people are interested in this.
I think it's fab. Or even if they aren't as interested normally, they might be because, hey, at CE, I can get online and it will count for most people right now. And maybe I'll check out something that I haven't checked out before because I'm not paying per class. I will get the credits. And for all we know, we're going to see more people getting involved in dry eye, prescribing scleral lenses, getting involved in treating keratoconus just because they have more access to this education right now.
Yep. Yeah, that to me is gratifying because this is, again, stuff that many practitioners, you hear about as you like to say, Steve, the average person, they fit a soft lens and then call it a day. But what Iden is discussing is far beyond that. And so I'm really glad that people are watching, even if they don't implement it immediately in their practice.
And Mark Freeberg's lecture, everything, single slide is great. It's stuff you see in the practice, but what the heck do you do with it at this point in time? And this is something that ODs forgot about or never learned in the first place. Interesting also, when I click on the amount of people, and when I scroll to the right, it adds in the speakers who are listening to the lecture. So it actually is more than, that's why it bumped up from 680 to like a 711 because of the fact that there's 20 speakers listening to him.
Wow. Yeah,
it's all cool stuff, and it's very easy to understand.
Yep.
Well, it's just amazing. Usually the second day, we, of course, have more because people signed up. But you never expect. Typically, Gretchen, when we run our conferences, if there's, let's say, 3,000 people that signed up in the past, we'd have 400 or 500 watch on the Saturday and Sunday, and everybody else would watch on demand. This is just a much higher turnout. Yep.
Well, it's because people want to get the online credits now to count for interactive. And even if they don't get all of them today, even as we were talking yesterday that, well, it's Sunday today, so not as many ODs are working. But if you could get a couple of classes in the afternoon, or perhaps you're just going to get a couple today, even if you can knock out 2, 3, or 4 hours that count as live interactive, that's going to help you. And then you can take the on-demand later on and take the quiz. But I think it's just incredible and record-breaking in the industry.
And you have 2 other weekends following, one in March and one in May.
Right. So you can get live interactive then.
And that's important, actually, because we ran 3 lectures head-to-head that I think, a lot of people are interested in, right? So Friedberg obviously sucking up a ton of oxygen today. But fortunately, people can come back, right, and watch these other ones in the other 2 sessions, right? That's I guess I don't market that strongly enough because people keep emailing me, am I allowed to come back in March and May? And,
of course you are.
And I keep trying to explain to people, it's just one pass. So yeah, your pass is good. Come back, over and over again. That's the whole idea.
Well, you'll take their money again if they really want to give it to you.
Right. So. And a little bit of information, guys. I left Sue Resnick's lecture on most of the time, and so I got credit for it. It's in my transcript right now, and that was we finished about 45 minutes ago, even less.
Oh, good.
So they are going
That's
quickly.
Great.
I'm sure I'm not treated as special.
Yep.
I might drive up in a small bus, but that's about it.
Well, I mean, the question is, of course, now with Friedberg and everybody else driving these really huge numbers this past hour, what the heck's going to happen to the system in terms of computing the stuff in the subsequent hours? So this is going to be an interesting
you're
test.
dumping in 1,000 or more in the next, because Craig and Mark will at the same time. Luckily, Barry is going to be 1 hour, 1 hour, so it makes it a little bit easier for the system.
Yeah.
I love your analogy of living in an apartment building and everybody flushing the toilet at the same time.
Yeah,
I don't like that because that makes or CEwire sound like a septic system.
Well,
I would I like to think of it as everybody going to a filing cabinet at the same time to get the same file out.
But my lecture was on drugs in the pipeline, so I thought that was.
Yeah, I see where you're going with that, but I don't think it puts CEwire in a very
best
good
I could do.
I got to find a better.
The setup wasn't good.
Yeah, better analogy. We got to find one,
but it's effective. We all know what you mean, right?
Yeah, yep. So yeah, so far so good. Yeah, I'm not getting too many support questions this morning, which is fantastic. And we do have a few interviews scheduled today. Hopefully I can participate a little more. Yesterday I feel like I was barely here.
Right.
I was here, but I wasn't. I was in cyberspace, like constantly typing all day. So today's a little bit different.
Paul took over pretty much.
Well, I guess.
So what's our coffee intake so far? I have finished my second coffee. So I had a venti and a grande.
Oh my God.
How about you?
I just got one venti here, but I got to go back for more actually during our break.
And by the way, Gretchen, I'll send you the article. I read another article on Footboard about coffee and how healthy it is, and the optimum dose is 2 to 3 cups a day, and people are living longer or statistically live longer with coffee, especially and they now know what the caffeine does to certain enzymes, which lowers your LDL, etc. So that they are going to make drugs that do the same thing. But right now, 2 to 3 cups of coffee a day, caffeinated, is to your benefit.
Now, I drink half decaf just because too much bothers my stomach. And I'm also, as Adam knows, a high maintenance fancy coffee girl. So today I got a flat white and a latte. And Adam, what you need to do is buy 2 at once. And I just heated up the second one after I finished the first. But so, Steve, would that work if you drink your coffee? Are they just drinking straight black coffee, or what if you add milk or sweetener? I don't add sweetener.
They did add, if you drink with a lot, milk has no problem. If you drink with a lot of sweetener, like 4 tablespoons of sugar, that's not good. But 1 or 2 shouldn't cause a problem. This is a. I don't know if it'll be in JAMA, but a major medical journal about coffee and its positive effects. By the way, I'm in depression now. In my new home in Florida, it came with a Millie machine. You know what that is?
It's a big fancy coffee machine, right?
Yeah, it's built into the kitchen. And it makes coffee, espresso, frappuccinos, mariocata. And 2 days ago, I turned it on and nothing worked. And and all those circuits are hot, so I have... There's 2 places where they have technicians in the country for this machine. One is in Boca, one is in Princeton, New Jersey. So he's coming March 1st, and so I've been going back to knives and bearskins using a Keurig.
See, I don't use a Keurig. I have a philosophical problem with that. I really hate the waste. And I use this happens to be my, it's blipping out here on my screen, my RHMM Yeti. We got it as a gift, but I use reusable as much as I can. But one of our management team, when we had our retreat last fall in the California area, he brought one of his older espresso machines from home, and I really like it. And I have wanted one of my own, but my problem is it's a big, well, first, I'm not going to pay $1,000 for a coffee machine. And secondly, I need to have a small footprint, and I need it to have a good milk steamer so I can make my flat whites and my lattes, but it's got to be tiny, and I don't want any Keurig. I really, really hate that concept.
Well, I do with it. You'll be proud of me, because somebody told me who was a master gardener. I take the pods after they're done. I throw it into a box with peat moss and topsoil. You mix it up, and when you plant your flowers, the coffee is a fertilizer. So now
I do
you,
get grounds from my local Starbucks. They put them out
Mhm.
for people to pick up, and I have gotten them a few times. So I'm grateful that you do that. We are such a convenience and consumerist society. And I mean, I'm just as guilty as the next person, so I shouldn't throw shade, but I really do hate all the packaging waste. And going back to our earlier conversation about supply chain and everything, most of the problem we're having is with some packaging right now. So imagine all the packaging.
yeah, sure. Yeah.
That's, I mean, you get some little thing and it comes in this big plastic thing. Like, really? Do you have to have it like that? So I know I'm just all over the place. That's my second coffee kicking in.
Right.
But Adam, word to the wise, next time you buy 2 at once and then just warm up the second one so you will be set and you don't need to leave the house.
I should have done that, and I'm not thinking clearly at 5 in the morning. Obviously.
Absolutely.
People are asking why my impatience is shaking, and I said I think it's the caffeine. And
Back to business. Is there any evaluations of courses yet?
Oh, so the surveys, you mean? So yeah, so I haven't actually looked at any of them. That's a good question. The important thing to me was that the servers that are running the survey haven't fallen over dead. So the surveys are actually an interesting thing. And if people care about this stuff, I don't know if anybody cares about inside baseball.
You see a picture?
So what's that?
You see a picture of
A survey?
one? Yeah.
I mean, I can bring one up for sure, but let me just talk for a second about the surveys so people can understand the issue. So Arbo asks for a little survey at the end of each quiz, each class, where you can basically evaluate the speaker and the course itself. It's short; it takes 2 minutes to survey. We always, or I always, because I guess I set all of them up, outsourced the surveys, the software that we use. I didn't have anything in house. We would use SurveyMonkey. I'm sure you've all seen their stuff. I can actually pull it up if you don't know what I'm talking about.
SurveyMonkey is actually awesome for what it does.
Okay, so let me tell you about SurveyMonkey and why they are now persona non grata in my household.
Oh, no. I say I like something and then you're pissed at them.
So SurveyMonkey, you know, and I can, for people who aren't familiar, this may look a little more familiar. So we used to use them to generate all the surveys for every lecture because they're convenient, right? It's easy to generate the surveys. Gretchen, you know this.
Yep, used them myself.
Relatively reliable, you know, great, and free actually if you're doing small amounts of surveys, right, with small numbers of respondents.
Well, what's small? Small is relative.
Okay, so here we go, right? So we've been using them for years. We pay for it. We paid them, I want to say it was like $1,500 a year to be able to do our surveys. So we could set up 60 surveys or whatever many classes we had, and people could come and respond to it. And it was all great, right? I was willing to spend the money. I'm like, I like your interface. You make it easy to create new surveys. All wonderful. Things are great. Getting ready to set up the surveys for the CEwire. Get an email from SurveyMonkey. Ready for this? We're changing our pricing model.
Oh, no.
We are limiting the number of responses you can get to your surveys. And any number of responses over a certain number, and that certain number was, for us, small. It was like 10,000 responses or something. You're going to pay 50 cents a response. And I'm like, what now? You went from
That's crazy.
You went from a flat rate model, right, where you can create as many surveys as you want, people can respond as many times as you want, to something where you're now going to meter me and tell me because somebody's responding to a survey, you're going to charge me on a per response basis. I almost lost my mind when I saw that email.
Well, maybe it was your fault that you had too many respondents and you're the one who broke the system.
Right, but I mean, ours are so small and easy to do. So I went nuts when I saw it because I started doing the math in my head. If we have 3,000 people, let's say, for the conference, and there are 50 lectures, right? Start doing the math. And then let's say we have a 30% response rate on the surveys. Like, honestly, we should just give all the conference money over to SurveyMonkey because they're going to suck up all of it. So this happened right before we were going to set up CEwire2022. So I immediately thought, what the hell am I going to do? So I set up our own survey software inside of ODwire on the servers running it. So it's an open source package that we just customized. I spent just about a week setting it up. And really, I should have done that from the beginning, right? I was just being lazy. and that's why we
Oh,
use
well, it's not like
SurveyMonkey.
you didn't have anything else to do.
I mean, I was being lazy. The expedient solution was to pay the $1,500 a year and just let SurveyMonkey handle it. I'm like, fine, that's great. But once this happened, no. So I guess the bottom line is that the survey software that we're using now is running on ODwire itself, and it hasn't collapsed yet, which is something I'm very grateful for. I didn't really even think about it till last week. I'm like, God, if people actually start answering these surveys, hopefully they won't all hit that particular server at the same time. And knock it over, but it's been totally fine. So
I think that's great. So you saved the company, your own company, $1,500 a year, and now you're able to better control what you're doing, and you can fix any glitch. But that's a lot that you put on your own plate for that too.
right, and SurveyMonkey, as much as I criticize them for being, changing their pricing model or whatever, their software works really well, right? You've used it, Gretchen. You can clone a survey with it's like that, and you can create
Very
new
easy
ones.
to use. I mean, none of this branching coding. I mean, it's all behind the scenes. I mean,
Right.
Any idiot, which is me, could create a survey, and it works well.
Yep, but I had to go with this other package that we're using, which is a little less convenient for me, so the setup takes a little longer, but at least we know that our costs are going to be under control, which is critical for CEwire, right? Because we don't charge that much for the lectures, so that's how we get away with not charging a lot, is by sort of improvising.
But to answer Paul's question, I think Adam was busy enough he couldn't review the individual surveys, what they said at this point.
Correct.
We'll get it afterwards.
I haven't looked at any of the data. I know the software is working. I know people are responding to the surveys and it's working fine, but I haven't looked.
When do they respond?
So at the end of each lecture, beneath the window where the lectures run, actually I can sort of show you. I'm getting some feedback here. Somebody watching a lecture? It must be you, Steve. Okay, so right underneath the window here, pretend you're watching a lecture right now. There's a link to the survey that exists right underneath here for each class. And they click, a new window pops open, and they can take the survey.
And ask them a group of questions? Or
Yeah,
one
it's basically like, God, let me see if I can find one here.
It's all the same questions for every lecture, Paul.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'd like to know what the questions are.
Why?
I'm curious.
Who is the most engaging talking head on this year's CEwire? Is it Adam, Gretchen, Paul, or Steve? That's the big question.
There we go. Let me see if I can, I'll see if I can pull one up here for you. I haven't actually entered any of the rooms today for fear of blowing everything up, but I'm sure I can find one for you. Okay.
I am wearing long pants today, though. It's cool here.
Okay, so let me pull
What's
one up.
cool?
68 degrees.
Oh, it's 30 here right now, and it was damn windy yesterday, let me tell you.
So I don't know if you can see that, Dad. Can you see it on your screen?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the survey, and again, the surveys are identical for every class, right? It's just the only difference is the title and the speaker name at the top. So it asks them
That's good for keeping your questions consistent,
Yep.
and so the questions aren't skewed from class to class.
Well, and let me just say, it had to be that way because I had to do this 50 times, and I wasn't going to make different questions.
Copy,
for each
paste,
user.
copy, paste.
Exactly. It was a lot of Control-C, Control-V that day. So you can see here, it's basic questions. How did you watch the session? Because whether you watch it live or on demand, you get the same survey for a lecture.
Right.
So
Slowly. Live, even and later on demand. Okay.
And these questions, by the way, are not my questions because what the hell do I know, right? This is what Arbo recommends you ask.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we're required to submit them to Arbo. If we didn't do surveys,
So, is there a way for them to explain why?
Why what?
All right.
Oh, yeah, so there's-
requirements.
Yeah,
How
so
do you learn anything if they say no and they don't respond why?
there's comment sections here, Paul.
I think you're going too fast, Ed. I can't see it.
He said, what do you like the most about this session? And you could write anything you want. What do you like the least about the session? So you can really...
I'll make it bigger.
No. Steve's face went on. I just want to keep seeing this.
Well, you got.
No, Gretchen is on.
Yeah.
I don't
So
have to
here
Stop
is.
the share screen business.
Look.
Just a minute.
So here you go. So what do you like most? What do you like least? Do you have any suggestions? And then you just sort of ask, was it too advanced? Was it okay? Was it unbiased? That's this next question. Free from commercial bias. And then you basically can rate the speaker on a wide variety of attributes. So like that. So
It's a great survey.
well, so it's a survey actually that I can't take credit for this, right? Arbo wants us to collect this kind of data. And so it's designed so you can take it in like 3 minutes or less. Yeah, so every course has a survey, and I think about 30% of people fill them out. Usually people will really fill them out if they're motivated. If they hate something, you'll know about it.
Yeah.
So, because they'll fill out this box that said, what did you like least?
Or if they loved it full, it's either end.
Yeah.
Also, we had a similar survey for last CEwire 2021, and on that bias question, what Arbo was very, very concerned about, there was really nobody said there was any bias.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's
Fabulous.
a lack of bias because, again, as we brought up before, this is not a sponsor-driven conference. I appreciate our sponsors, and it's fun having them, and it's great like learning about stuff and trying to help them out. But in a very real sense, this conference is for the participants, and 99% of the lectures, or however many, are drawn up before we even engage any of the sponsors, right? So I guess bias can creep in if we ask somebody to speak that has something going on with one of the vendors that we don't know about. But that's checked because we submit everything to Arbo and they have to disclose what's going on. So
The speakers get to know what the audience thought of them.
yeah, so at the end of all of this in August, I share the evaluations with the speakers. Basically, I create a summary. I create a... No, not other speakers. No, I share their evaluation with them at the end. I turn it into a PDF and send it on to them. So, yep.
Right.
So they'll know one way or the other.
So they can see if they get a poor evaluation, they can see the whole survey.
Yeah, so I send them the summary data of, like, so for instance, this stuff at the bottom, that's you get charts from this, right? You can actually look on a graph to see how they are. And then I send them if anyone actually filled out the comments, I send them the ones that have the actual comments so they can see what they are.
Mm-hmm.
It's very useful for the speakers.
Yep.
Yeah, some are it's amazing. I think I sent them out last year, Adam, to each speaker. Maybe you did, maybe I forget. But they were very, very concerned when they got a 3 on something, and they actually took it to heart, saying, like, don't shoot the messenger. All I did was send it to them.
Right.
So that they really they care.
Yep. So hopefully it's useful for the speakers, and that's why I ask people to fill it out. But a lot of people don't fill it out, and then they worry, oh, am I going to get credit or not? So you'll get credit even if you don't fill it out. What I'm also going to do, and I haven't yet, and some person already yelled at me about this, which is typical of my existence over these past 2 weeks because there's so many little things to like nail down. I'm going to make a list on ODwire itself with a link to the surveys for each individual course, so you can quickly get back to them if you missed filling out one and you want to.
Having that tied to making that a requirement to get credit isn't necessarily a bad idea. It's not like these surveys take a long time. So
yeah, I mean, it's
think
something we might consider doing. It's a little more complex to enforce that in the software, right? Because if you think about it, this system where the surveys actually live, right? So this piece of software is completely distinct from the rest of CEwire right now, right? And again, until 2 months ago, this crap was all living in SurveyMonkey until I freaked out and got rid of them. So forcing the survey is a little bit more challenging, would require programming time.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why we don't do it.
It might be something like Gretchen, where we if whoever submitted the most surveys and put more complex information, again, we can have a contest. They can win an Apple Watch or something like that.
Right. Yeah.
that's true.
I wonder if everyone is terribly bored by all this. Like, you're seeing the behind the scenes details of how this was all put together, and I know it's stultifying, but
I love this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
it's
You're not going to watch it for 9 hours, but you get a feel for what happens behind the scenes.
Absolutely.
I mean, she's in Philadelphia. I'm in Fiji or something now.
You're wishing.
Yeah.
Too bad we weren't doing this a couple of weeks ago when I was in Hawaii for Hawaiian Eye. That would have been fun.
Oh, okay.
I was actually,
Again-
I was banned from Hawaiian Eye, actually. I even started to make noises like, God, I really want to go to Hawaiian Eye, and Meredith just gave me this look. And it was like, don't you dare.
It's good to experience it at least once.
Yeah, I know.
It is good, and it's a very relaxed meeting, so you could take Meredith and read, because really the action is in the morning.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. I mean, so for the people on the West Coast, Hawaii is like Florida is to people on the East Coast. Like it's
Well, I
it's
say
where
the Caribbean, actually.
Yeah, there you
so
go.
guys go to Hawaii much more than we go to
right.
Hawaii.
But it's like where people go here, because it's really not that far. So
Right.
Meredith just gave me the stink eye. She's like, oh no, you're not going on a vacation if I'm not. So I'm like, okay, next year. When the pandemic's behind us.
Vacation. I mean, it is work. Let's be real.
True.
I work.
True.
Yep.
Gretchen, was it an ophthalmology meeting?
Yeah, Hawaiian Eye is an ophthalmology meeting, and it's been going on for a while. And
They welcome
It's-
optometrists?
no, not unless you're employed. And it's also put on by a publishing company, which is why I've never gone, because it's always been competitive.
Right.
So it's always at a big resort, and it moves around from island to island, and courses early in the morning, and then people go hang out and do things in the afternoon. And of course, there are some industry things that happen as well. So that's why I was there this time. But I've always wanted to go, I mean, not because it's in Hawaii, but just because I like to experience different meetings. So it was interesting to go, and I was grateful to have the opportunity. But I will say it's, unless you're staying at the resort where the meeting is, you need a rental car to get around, because
All right.
Hawaii just rolls up the sidewalks at night, and taxis and Ubers aren't as plentiful as in, say, Chicago or Dallas or San
Oh
Francisco.
man, it's in Kauai next year.
Yes, it is. I already have my room booked.
Oh my God.
I'm so sick of seeing Craig Steinberg's pictures. He has a home in Hawaii as well as California.
Yes.
And every
yes.
day he posts another one from a different golf course, and with his wife, and it's very disconcerting. It's a nice life, though.
Well, Adam, I think you need to go.
Oh man.
You're an MD. Paul, do you know, or anybody know any conference where we don't allow MDs? I don't think so, right?
I don't think so either.
I mean, it's just a real slap in the face. So you can go if you're an OD employed by an MD. I mean, I can't even rationalize that in any way.
Well, yeah, that's another bigger conversation that always ticked me off too. When with that, I remember doing a whole lot of things with that IOMED thing, with trying to get optometrists going to ASCRS, and it was certain categories of ODs, and they tried, and I think it fell apart.
So
the difference is the buffet is lobster, oysters, cold bar, 40-year-old wine versus cold rubber chicken at ours.
So if I can get up on the soapbox and rant a little bit. So as you know, I went to the Academy of Ophthalmology meeting, right? Gretchen, you were there too.
Yes,
I thought it was fantastic. And I think it sucks that they banish people from going. Because I think that if you're motivated enough to want to go, you can learn an awful lot there.
I think that's part of the problem.
Yeah.
That ophthalmology doesn't want optometrists to learn, because then that can be used against ophthalmology and expansion of scope of practice.
I think they're focusing on the wrong things though, because I think the kind of optometrist that would actually want to go there, it's not going to be like the unwashed hordes, right? Like they're worried about being overrun or something. I think if people are willing to spend the $1,500 and are willing to actually go, you're not going to get a huge number, right? But I think the people who are motivated enough to learn, they would have a great experience there.
I don't disagree, but I think that's part of the challenge.
Well,
we're not going to be taking courses in doing IOL surgeries or peeling blood vessels off the retina. We're going to take courses that are relevant to our profession, though.
Yep. Well, it's funny, actually, one of the officers of the Academy, Chris Rapuano, is a speaker here. So I was hoping that I could have cornered him at the event, but I actually didn't run into him. So
Chris is easy to deal with, also.
Yeah,
really easy.
But I'd really love to get his take on this, and I know that this year their numbers were down as well, right? Because everyone's were down. If they don't rebound, I wonder if they would think, should we open it up a little more just to get the numbers back up?
Nope.
You think not?
Well, maybe the equipment vendors might push them because it's the same equipment you're dealing with.
Right.
So you're not.
Oh, but you
They
know
don't
what,
give
Steve?
themselves
It's
up.
the same equipment, but good Lord, the booths and just the layout there. Oh my God.
Well, it's
So
because
different.
ophthalmology has far fewer meetings than optometry. I mean, I always say you can't swing a dead cat without hitting an optometry meeting. And ophthalmology has a couple of giant national meetings, and that's where the big money goes. And
Yep.
then you have smaller specialized meetings. But yeah, the booths there are incredible. I mean, it's their show floor is similar to the expos.
It's remarkable. There was so much coffee there. I mean, forget about buying coffee, right? You could just walk around. Every booth, like the espresso machines and all this other crap. It was really
popcorn, Adam.
yep.
Popcorn.
Petting zoo.
How about alcohol? How about alcohol at the booths?
I'm trying to think. Was there
I don't
alcohol
think
there?
so.
I don't think so.
No,
But there was
maybe it's not allowed.
there was a petting zoo.
bar.
There was a petting zoo. There was coffee, cookies everywhere,
Popcorn.
popcorn. Yep. I still like the
Could
petting
you-
zoo. I thought that was the best.
I love that petting zoo.
That was great. So
Could
yeah.
you swing one of your cats and see whether it hits the meeting?
Well, we did have puppies at the AOA in St. Louis a couple years ago. I have pictures of me
Okay.
holding puppies. So it's a stress reliever
That is
to have
true.
animals.
So yeah. So anyway, I just hope in the future ophthalmology opens up a little bit more because their meeting was interesting. It was good.
It is a very good meeting, and ASCRS is a good meeting as well.
Mhm.
And just ophthalmology has very different thinking. I understand their thinking. I just don't necessarily agree with it.
You do see some ophthalmologists at Vision Expos, though. They come, I mean, if they're looking for a piece of equipment with their staff. So you do see on their little badge who they are.
Where is Askers this year? Is it? Oh, there we go.
DC.
Yep.
I already got my room for that too, and that's just a drive for me.
Yeah. Huh.
And you
And
do have the
Arvo is
fame.
in Denver, by the way.
Interesting.
Come to ASCRS, Adam.
I may. They actually are nice to me. They usually give me a press pass. So
Mhm.
if I don't feel like paying.
Where's the Academy this year? Is it Chicago? Was that AOA?
AOA is in Chicago. Academy's in San Diego, I believe.
Okay.
Hang on. Yeah, Academy of Optometry is in San Diego. Academy of Ophthalmology is in Chicago, and AOA is in Chicago. So I have to go to Chicago twice. And I really don't like meetings in
Yeah, I've
Chicago.
been there so many times, and San Diego's even though it's a long trip, it's a nicer place to go.
Oh yeah, I'd rather go to San Diego. Chicago's a pain in the ass because even if you're staying in the hotel, there's the Hyatt next to the McCormick Center.
It's a long walk.
Yep.
It is a long walk, but there's also a new Marriott there. So for those of us who are Marriott whores, that's great. But there are also so many events that are downtown. So you have to get a shuttle bus or an Uber or a cab. And you just burn so much clock going back and forth between downtown and McCormick Place or those hotels there. So it's just a total pain.
I've never been to San Diego. Is it more centralized, like a lot of others we go to?
Well, it depends on what end, because I remember there was there's a new Hilton, I think, because the San Diego Convention Center is really long, and there was a Marriott, and there were two giant towers there right on one end, and then the next time we were there, they had there was a Hilton way at the other end, and I mean, you really do need roller skates to get it. It's like it's almost like New Orleans, how long that convention center is. I mean, that one is literally a mile long, and it might not be as long, but it's damn long in San Diego. And so I booked at the Marriott for the last time we were in San Diego. And it, depending upon which part of the convention center you're in, the hotel that was associated with it was the Hilton at the other end. So and you're right next to the gas lamp district and you're near things. So I do like San Diego. It's a nice venue. There's good restaurants. There's things to do. I just would rather be at the Marriott end, that's all, and not have to hike over there, especially if you're there in the summer when it gets kind of hot. So, but yeah.
When is it? Beginning of October, end of September this year?
Yeah, let's see. Do I have dates on that? 1 second. I think it's October. And yeah, it's mid to late October, and Academy of Ophthalmology is very early this year. It's in September, which is odd. So I'm betting that there's going to be somebody picking up the slack doing something in November, because usually, you know, both academies, they flip flop. One's October, one's November. There's always something there. And now there's a void. So I suspect somebody's going to have to do something because, oh, wow, we have time. We can insert this. Does it say anything what the hotels are there, Adam?
Let's see. I don't know.
Academy? Because I haven't looked to book yet. I'm really hoping it's the Marriott.
Yeah, it doesn't really say, does it?
It might not be time yet.
Yeah.
I mean, the room block probably hasn't opened.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, we just started with the second hour for Barry Iden on keratoconus and Craig Thomas's dry eye for their second hour of classes. And then Mark Friedberg is still cooking on with the second hour of his class. So, man, we're just plowing through it today.
Yeah, my goodness.
Yeah. And you do have to refresh. I went from Friedberg's room into Barry's, and I had to refresh to get to the lecture itself. So people, please do that.
So I'm looking at the chat, and Ryan Grant Hayes did not like what I said about make the surveys required. So there is a vote no for not having surveys required.
So Ryan, it's your lucky day, because that takes real programming, and I just don't have time. So
no, I don't think if we make it value added, you do a survey, you get a $50 Starbucks card. Boy, will they submit those surveys.
Yep.
That's right. That's right. So there you go, Ryan. See, your voice has been heard. But there is just not a whole lot going on here, which is a good thing.
Yep, a lot of interaction in Mark's lecture and also Barry's lecture. Now they're talking much more, like I said, from yesterday than in previous lectures. And you see the people's name, no anons, they can't do that, etc.
Yep. And Ken asked, what's that poll thing that he sees at the top of the chat? That is not functional right now. So on top of everything else, that we turned off.
If you scroll over, it says coming soon. So that's an indication that it's not there.
Yeah, so it's there, but it's not there. So not for this conference. I think what we were really focusing on was the basics. To make sure that everything didn't explode. I guess we did our stress test today with Friedberg et al. So next time around, that'll all be working.
Yep. And he has nobody complaining about sound. There was some hiccups at the beginning because of the way his slides are presented, but people are getting used to it. Not a big deal at all.
Yep. And one of the nice things too, by the way, as Odenio has fixed stuff, is that even if there are people, a minority of people are having problems now, like switching from room to room with refreshing like you did, Steve, the numbers are much smaller than yesterday. And they're going to be able to isolate what happened for those people who are still having that problems where they have to refresh. We have the data, so they're going to be able to go back again and look again to see what was going on for those that smaller number of people. Why couldn't they refresh? So at the end, it'll be perfect. It's just a matter of iterating it and making sure we get all the cases.
Well, you could probably answer this. Because I've been staying mostly in Mark Friedberg's room because of the amount of people, when I go back to Mark Friedberg's room, I don't have to refresh. All the chat is there. When I go into room 2 or 3, whether it be a new lecture or the old one starting again, I have to refresh. So maybe the software is telling me, hey, you're in room 1. You better stay there to get your credits.
Yeah,
the other rooms are not being recognized.
Right. I'm not sure why that's happening. Of course, your case is an oddball one, right? Because most people aren't doing what you do in general.
Yeah, I'm auditing,
of like running into different rooms. So you're definitely an odd case, but of course we're tracking what you're doing too, and we can always look later to try to figure out why you saw what you saw. So. But yeah, considering the volume of people that are actually using the system this morning, the number of problems people are having, it's minuscule. And I see a lot of what you guys don't see too, because I have this back channel with the developers watching what they're doing, and they're not even saying much of anything this morning.
Yeah. Nor are they saying anything on the sites themselves. At the very beginning, they were.
Yep.
That's a good sign. Everybody can go refill their coffee and no fires to put out. It means that all the hard work that you put in ahead of time paid off, and the few glitches that we had yesterday were addressed, and it's all good.
Yep.
And March and May should be, we could do this on the beach.
Yeah, hopefully. And so what we're going to actually do after this is all done today is I'm going to meet with the team again, And then we have to set up the certificates on ODwire itself. I showed you that page where they're all going to live, where Nora lives right now. That's one of the probably the big things that we have to do this week, getting that all set up so that I'll send an e-blast out to everyone, letting them know, come back to this page so you can check out your transcript, make sure it's right. And then later in the week, we'll be submitting the credits to Arbo. So,
Right.
although I think, just looking at it, I think there's still about 150 people who don't have an OE tracker number. And I'm assuming that that's on purpose, that they don't actually have one. So they're just going to have to print out the certificates themselves.
Mhm. Canadians are supposed to have one
everybody
also.
had to do years ago. So,
Yep. Yeah. I mean, some Canadians, you're right, don't have them. Some do, though. So I don't know why some people don't have a tracker number. In the U.S., certainly you really should.
Yeah.
So cool. Well, you know what? In 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes, we're going to have Michelle Hoff coming to talk to us.
excellent.
So I don't know if you guys know Michelle very well.
I do not.
So Michelle is an expert in all things optical. So she's an OD. She was at Berkeley for a long time. She runs her own consulting firm right now on optical, and she's going to be talking to us. Let me actually pull up the schedule to show people what her talk is on. She's doing 2 talks, actually, but the one that's coming up very soon is Deconstructing Progressive Edition Lenses, followed
Ooh.
closely by Demystifying Near Task-Specific Lenses for Today's Work, i.e. people trapped in front of computers all day.
That would be us.
Yep. So really, so she runs a consulting firm and all about, optimizing your optical. So pretty cool stuff. And she's going to be calling in here to Zoom beforehand. We did a webinar with her, I think, a few months ago. Kind of cool, showing you the latest sort of technology that you can use in your optical. So
It's interesting what people will choose because Melissa's doing a lecture on genetics for 2 hours, and that's probably more useful day to day. But will people want to take that course? I'll be interested in seeing.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of curious, like with Hoff's lecture, like she is talking about something that is a thorn in the side of a lot of people who run opticals, right? Progressives are a real problem for people with remake rates and everything else. So I'm really curious as to her take on it, because I know a lot of people just even hate the thought of making them for patients because so many people just don't adapt to them very well.
And they've been around for 35 years or so, and they've gotten better, of course, but they're not. I don't use it to play golf, for example, because the balls, well, you know why.
Yeah. Yep. So I'm really curious.
I only get 2s and 3s in holes. I don't have to see my scorecard, really.
Yep. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how many people go for hers versus the other 2 running at the same time. So Lan here she's giving a really interesting talk too. Again, it's a lot of, talking about where you have 20/20, but you still can't see, maybe talking about high order aberrations and some other pathology. So
Yep.
that's
She's actually a clinical professor at Nova University. If people don't know her, and she's very highly respected there.
Yep.
And Julie Rodden, I think, is giving a talk later on today. She's also from Nova and is the expert in OCT and geography. She has a Facebook page, OCT Connect, which is great subject matter every day.
And in fact, she's going to talk to us. She's going to finish off the day today. I invited her here to plug her stuff. So.
Oh, great. Yeah, she's a really nice girl.
Yeah. So cool. So hopefully Michelle will make it in and we can talk to her and see what's what. I find it interesting, though, that there's such a broad range of things you can do in practice, right? And that just really shows it, right? The different talks that we have in this upcoming hour with Michelle and Melissa and Lan. So people complain, I guess, a lot about eye care and optometry, but the reality is you can practice in so many different ways. Most fields don't really have that kind of flexibility.
And what do you do when you don't practice in those ways? If somebody requires low vision, will an OD refer out to another OD? It's always been a sore subject, or vision therapy, or scleral lenses. It could be anything else that they don't do. And the answer is, I don't know what they do. Do they ignore it and say, well, get a magnifier in CVS or whatever?
Right. So I think Michelle is here. Hopefully she can get Zoom up and running. And we can say hi.
She's connecting.
Connecting to her audio. Let's see.
There you go.
Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
Hey there.
How you
How's it
doing?
going? Good. Do you think, I wonder if this will work without the headphones. Can I
I
test
think
that?
it will.
Yeah, give it a shot.
Yeah. Zoom's pretty good with that.
Is this okay?
Sing
yeah.
a few bars.
So
My funny Valentine.
there you go. So Michelle, your lecture is coming up rapidly, and we were just talking about you. By the way, it's Adam here with Steve, Gretchen, and Paul, who may be asleep. Paul, are you still there? Oh, he's still there. Okay, good.
I almost fell asleep under the desk. I'm back.
Oh my gosh. Well, so Michelle, we were talking just a little bit about your talk that's coming up here. So deconstructing progressive addition lenses, and we were talking about how even to this day, even though progressives have been around now for like 30 years or 40 years or whatever it is, some people still have real issues actually fitting them, and they get upset actually because so many patients don't adapt properly and so forth. So we're kind of looking forward to your talk, to learning more.
Oh, great. Well, hopefully I can, alleviate some of the stress and help make things a little bit easier and provide them with a little bit of a stepwise approach to figuring out how these lenses work.
Mhm. It's amazing. When I, a few years back, I had a new optician come to my office, and they said, "This is how I do it. I dot the pupils, I send it off to the lab, and we do a lot more comprehensive analysis of what they need, etc." So, do you find a big diversity in the field about how people even know about them and what to do, and how to maximize the patient experience?
Yeah, I do. Some people some doctors just leave it entirely up to their staff to handle all of that. And some doctors are very proactive, very involved, understand the lens design and, how to fit them. And it's really interesting, the wide variety of people that I run into, but it's always a great conversation. I myself was really frustrated because I was teaching, that was my area of expertise at Berkeley, and I was trying to teach the students, and I was frustrated with, all of the different lenses that were out there. And I said, you know what, this is no different than an antibiotic or an antiviral. You have to learn, what it does, how it works, and who it's going to benefit. And so that's kind of what prompted my colleague, Dr. Kazemi, and I to really do this deep dive into deconstructing progressives and understanding, bit by bit, or we call it the DNA of how these things work, and then how to match them up based on a patient's visual needs and also their visual system.
That's a good sentence. That's how we used to approach it. You don't sell glasses, you don't sell progressives, you satisfy need. And then the patient understands.
Well, it's the same, patient comes in and they've got a bacterial infection. You're not going to ask them, hey, do you want the fortified or the non-fortified?
Mhm.
You're going to prescribe what fits their needs. And that's the same way with ophthalmic solutions today, is you prescribe what fits their needs. So you really don't have to sell if you just be the doctor.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I know that you're also going to be going over sort of the latest technology, right? Because I think one of the problems that people have, I know certainly, when Paul was still in practice, this was a long time ago, the tech might not have been there so much in the beginning. And so now there have been definitely some advancements. So if people haven't been following along lately, with sort of the new materials and the new lenses that are out there.
Mhm. Do you discuss how some modes of practice kind of shift people to the lower end, lower optical quality progressive lenses versus the higher satisfied need ones? Because it is out there in the field, and you see them advertised for ridiculous prices.
Yeah, and you kind of get what you pay for a little bit, but the technology has brought it to such a point that lenses are, very well made. The precision and accuracy that we can make lenses is amazing now. And so, you can pay very little for a lens that's been digitally surfaced and digitally designed. So the technology for measuring lenses has advanced too, because when we first started looking at lenses, we just were dotting them up or putting them along the manual lensometer about every 2 to 3 millimeters to see what was happening along the power. And that was frustrating. But now we have wavefront technology that we can actually get a big area of the lens mapped and look at it almost on a point-by-point basis just with a touch screen. So it's a lot easier to understand what's happening, you know, outside that 6 millimeters that normally you would put on a manual lensometer.
Yep. And I'm actually putting up on the screen for people to see sort of what you're talking about here in terms of the tech.
Sure.
This idea that, you know, you can actually just stick the frames right in there at the bottom, and the tech can actually just press a single button and get a truly accurate picture of what's going on.
And they also can see what their old lenses were like and show the deficits compared to what you're thinking of prescribing with this. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see, you know, when a patient comes in and says, hey, you know, I got my new glasses and, you know, I'm really having to struggle to find the reading area. You can compare the old pair with the new pair and see exactly what's happening because it gives you an estimated corridor length of what's going on. So it's really quick. You almost don't even need to mark up the lenses anymore because if you just plop both of those in there and do a side-by-side comparison, you can pretty much troubleshoot in a lot quicker, timely manner.
When I was a student at SUNY optometry, we had a course in dispensing and everybody kind of stayed in the back. It was adjusting temples and nose pads and things like that. And nobody wanted to do anything. Do you get that same response from students until they realize that this will be the nuts and bolts, or they are more interested?
You know, they really like to get in there and we break lots of frames. I tell them, this is your opportunity to get in there and get your hands dirty, break stuff, try them on, you know. So you know, students today want to get involved and active, and it's in the first part of their curriculum. So they're not really into all the other aspects of optometry. It's still pretty much ophthalmic optics in the first 2 years, coupled with all the other information, but it's a real hands-on experience.
Yep.
Yep.
And I noticed too, I got to put it up on the screen for everyone to see, you have another lecture after that, so you're really going to bat today, talking about near task specific lenses, which is something near and dear to all of our hearts here because we've been on camera here and sitting in front of a computer now for the past however many hours. Maybe you could just speak a little bit to that as well, and you know, what people are going to experience if they come to that talk today.
Yeah, so the demystifying near task specific lenses is, we developed that because, actually we developed this lecture long before the pandemic. It was because of all the increased digital device use and, you know, how we were using our eyes at a much closer working distance. And so these lenses were developed because of the lack of what a general wear progressive could do. General wear progressive is basically designed for distance tasks with a little bit of intermediate and near, and especially as you become a more advanced presbyope, they certainly don't address that aspect of intermediate and near usage. So these lenses emerge because of all of our digital device and computer use and other things that we do at arm's length. And the optics on these lenses are so much different than the optics on a general wear progressive. So we're going to go into that and describe how the optics are different, and as well as give some case presentations on various ways that you can prescribe these lenses to meet, you know, the different near tasks that we have now.
Right. I know a lot of doctors on ODwire and at CEwire might be a little bit uncomfortable with sales in general. They don't feel like they're good at it. How do you actually approach a patient? Because what you're asking them to do a lot of the times is, you know, spend for multiple pairs. How do you start having that conversation with the patient?
I start the conversation with their visual needs always, figuring out if they have, you know, what the refractive error is and how to prescribe for that. And then I talk to them about their visual needs and what they're doing during the day. And, you know, in my understanding or in my reasoning is I don't have one pair of shoes for all occasions. I don't have one tool to do all the jobs that I need to do. So this is another tool or what have you in your toolbox, you know? So you wouldn't use a screwdriver to do a hammer's job, right? So it's the same thing. You need the right pair of glasses for the right visual need. And I don't feel like I'm selling. I feel like I'm prescribing and meeting the needs of my patients.
Do you think you can have a little bit more of a issue or more need As my lecture was on presbyopic drops, and the first one was approved, as you very well know, and there'll be many more.
Mhm.
And that might change the whole playing field, where if somebody is put a drop in 4 or 5 hours later, they need a little bit more plus, etc. You might find you have glasses for these transitional periods also.
Sure.
It's a
Yeah.
whole new field that'll develop that we don't even know about yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I and everything's always changing. I've run into some really interesting cases, race drivers and people who are in wheelchairs and people who do sharpshooting and fishing and golfing. And, there's just so many visual tasks out there and so many ways that we can, help improve what they need.
Yep. We were actually thinking of putting together a lecture for CEwire, bizarre hobbies that people have and how to treat them, because there's so many, because somebody asked Steve the other day about astronomy, right? And when you actually need to do it. And I'm like, that would actually be an interesting lecture, taking some of the more unusual hobbies and showing people, how they can actually address it when patients ask.
Yeah. I take up space.
Well, with the Olympics too, I mean, they've got all kinds of visual conditions out there. So just understanding what various tints and mirror coatings and all of that are doing for our Olympians is a really cool aspect as well. I've been watching the Olympics pretty closely and noticing all the eyewear that they have.
Yep. Well, cool. All right. Well, thank you for coming out here today, and I really hope your lectures go well and you have a good experience on the site. I'm sure you're going to have about 1 million questions.
I'll be in the room heckling you. Not heckling you.
Yeah, I just this is kind of new to me, so I just jumped on to kind of the discussion area and had a couple interactions there. And I think one person thought that I was like a robot or something because of my answers. But
right. Yeah. So I saw that was in ODwire because they hadn't seen you post before, and I had to reassure them, no, she's a real person. She is not a robot.
It was really fun though. Yeah. So I think my answers are a lot more concise than when I'm live. So yeah, it was really fun. I enjoy that, and I'm gonna continue to kind of hop on there and have some discussions.
Excellent. Well, thanks so much. And if you need anything, you know where to find us.
All right. Thanks again. Have a great CE program.
Thanks. Catch you later.
Thank you very much for coming.
Bye.
Okay, so everybody, don't miss Michelle's lecture, and I'll put it up on the screen again so everyone can see. Right up there, so you can see 1:15 Eastern Time, and then at 2:20 Eastern Time, Michelle and her partner Isabel are going to be giving us those talks. So
cool. I'm going to bow out for about 15 minutes because I know we have another interview about 2 o'clock, and I'm starving. This is almost 1 o'clock on the East Coast.
Good point. So we have one guest coming actually at 1. What time is it now? It is
20 to 1, yeah.
20 to 1, so we have 20 minutes. So I'll tell you what, why don't we take a little break here, because actually getting some more coffee would be a good idea. I'm gonna run out. I'm gonna actually play for a few minutes Dr. Ross's talk, because it was, or actually, you know what? Right. Actually, you know what I want to play? The museum stuff, because I love it and I want to see it again. So how about that?
Okay.
We'll show the museum video and we'll reconvene here because we have an interview coming up in about 20 minutes. So I'll see you guys maybe in about 15.
Pat, would you tell us how you came about this idea? What prompted you and Craig to start a collection?
Well, like most collections, you start collecting things one at a time, and then one day you wake up and you find you've got a museum sitting in your home, in closets, garages, and we found ourselves in that situation, and then decided that we were just going to open up a contact lens museum.
How long did it take you to curate the collection in here?
A long time, and that's an ongoing endeavor. Trying to do something of this magnitude while you're working full time and everything else, got full curriculum, and back there it's been very busy, but as you can see, it's just such a joy. It just brings so many smiles to so many faces when you bring older practitioners through here because
another relic in.
yeah, right, really, it's so true.
Why don't you involve me?
Because,
I have to get a few more years.
yeah, that's right. We'll put you in the chair.
There you go.
That won't be creepy at all.
No, it won't be creepy at all. But no, you're so right. It's just so many memories then come back to all of us that were touched by contact lenses. You know, it's when you think about how contact lenses have changed so many people's lives and changed their lives. All those keratoconus patients, irregular cornea patients. It's humbling, you know, to be a part of having this history. So we felt that,
One of the younger patients, where do you get your lenses? You were 9 years old?
9 years old, yeah.
So
yeah.
Probably one of the younger contact lens wearers.
Yeah, they're in so many millions of people's lives have been changed so much with these.
Now, if practitioners have anything lying around their basements or garages or the back room of their practices, would you be interested in hearing from them?
Yes, we'd be very interested. That's where we pick up a lot of these relics. Every practitioner, literally everyone out there, has one or two items that have been given to them by an elderly patient, or they took over a practice that had been established back in the 30s or 40s. And somewhere in their archives are these treasures, not known what to do with them. They hold on to them because they don't take up a lot of space, but they don't know. They know they can't throw it out.
Right, of course.
But they're looking for a place to send it. This is the place. This is the place to send it. So there, it can be archived, taken care of properly. Craig and I have spent, hours and hours learning about curating an optical museum like this. It's there's a lot that goes into it. We had to then apply for a nonprofit organization, a 501c3 with the government. We got that, so we're official.
So not only are you accepting items to be displayed here, you're accepting financial contributions to support the museum.
Yeah, very much so. This has been totally funded. And Craig and myself.
That's a good charity for next year.
It's a lovely charity for individuals in the eye care profession that want to see, the history of contact lenses preserved. So you can see here we encourage donations, and so we love it. When people can, when they win the lottery, send us some of that, and so we have fun. But it's we get, believe it or not, our biggest support from patients. So they feel this incredible emotional, tie to lenses.
Sure.
Now this is part of the collection. A lot of it still is in storage right now. We need a bigger facility. When we opened this up in July, we opened it up with the knowledge that we've already outgrown it.
It's a good problem to have.
Good problem to have. And so we're just going to keep raising, funds as best we can, and hope to move into a bigger facility as time goes on. And then this is, like I said, part of the collection. The other collection I'm going to show you is the collection of antique glasses, spectacle lenses. Probably one of the finest in North America right now, and that's across the street at the school. It's this has been just a passion for Craig and I, this collecting. And fortunately, we have wives that understand the insanity, because that's what it is. It's insane to be doing this. But, you know, Craig and I have been blessed so much, like you have, like we all have, by the eye care industry. That,
Very much so.
yeah, that it's just been a humbling experience to be a part of it. So this is our payback, or this is our legacy that we'll leave, you know, so.
And it's a beautiful one.
It's a start. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful start. And so we're real happy, very, very happy with it all.
Excellent.
So many, many years ago, as you can imagine, it's really myself and Craig Norman who kind of put this all together. The story begins over here. I'll sort of walk you through. This is kind of the evolution of contact lenses. All of these lenses here are made of glass. And so these were the earliest contact lenses in Germany and Zeiss. So they were the three making glass scleral lenses at the time.
When did Oberg come in?
Oberg came in the 1940s. How do you know that name?
I used to live with him.
Oh my. I was just reading a book this morning, his textbook from 1945 on contact lenses. It's really one of the earliest.
Yeah.
And that is, what a coincidence.
Oh, yeah.
So all
Pat,
of
are these companies related? It's
no
Muller
no,
Stone
they were
and Muller
different-
Welt?
No, they were different families.
Okay.
Yeah, they had no relation. And so these, like I said, it's the largest collection of glass contact lenses in the world. So it's they're hard to find, very rare, wonderful to feel because they're incredibly heavy.
Can I touch one?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, you can touch the one that is yours. Craig and I wanted you to have this. This is a glass
Really?
scleral lens.
Wow.
And it's all the contributions you've made to the industry. You deserve that.
Oh, you are so kind. Thank you.
Yeah, it's
Look at this
it's
thing.
kind of neat to have. You can see kind of how rough the optics were.
Very rough.
And, but, you know, they got better with time. That's a real early one.
Would you like
What
to see?
year?
This would have been probably early 1900s. So between 1900 and 1910. But you could feel how smooth the glass
The workmanship was wonderful.
But, yeah, it's, that's definitely one we wanted you to have.
That's very nice.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
This would be a real challenge to apply and to remove.
Yeah, it really is because of the size. These were about 22 to 24 millimeters in diameter, so they were pretty big.
And then I see that they're fenestrated as
Some
well.
of them were, and that's kind of unique, the number of them that were fenestrated. You can imagine drilling a hole in glass can be a little bit challenging.
A lot of breakage.
Yeah, but I'm always surprised when I'm going through the lenses, the number of them that have actually been fenestrated.
And that would have been a challenge as well, not only drilling the hole, but making sure that the edges are smooth enough.
Oh,
Because
yes.
that would have been quite painful had you applied a fenestrated
Yeah.
lens that wasn't smooth.
But then you look at these Zeiss lenses, the optics are absolutely perfect and they're incredibly thin. And I always wonder how many of those broke in the eye. You know, it wouldn't take much trauma
That would have been
to
a
shatter
really big problem.
those, yeah. But that was unique of the Zeiss lenses at the time. They were incredibly thin.
Do you know who made this one? The one that you gave me?
That one, yes, I do. That one was from the Mueller-Weld company.
Wow.
Yeah, that one.
Look
from
at these.
there.
And then
So
those are the molds right there?
Those are the molds.
So that is
and let
brass,
me,
and
let
then
me take you through how. Let's
looks like a
say
shell.
it's 1920, and I'm going to fit you with a contact lens. It would all begin over here.
May I sit in the chair?
Yes, please.
Okay.
You sit in the chair again. That's where I sit. You know, I get comfortable in here. And now the molding process began by just simply mixing this compound. It's called moldite. And we would mix it in one of these containers, and then it would be placed into a syringe. And this mold then would be placed onto the eye, and the moldite compound injected through here, and then it would take a perfect mold of the anterior segment. So the molding compound would harden in about 90 seconds. So you had to be real efficient with your time. You had to load this, inject it, and be pretty efficient.
So you have to do that on a board exam, right?
Absolutely. 1950s.
Jeez.
And then what happened next was when you had that beautiful mold, you would mix this next compound called cast stone. And that cast stone then was just like a concrete, but incredibly fine, powdery concrete. And then you would let it harden, and then you would have this beautiful impression of the eye. Now, back in the day, before World War II, a second mold would have to be made of brass. And the reason for that is that when the lens was actually turned into a contact lens, it was made of glass, and the glass would just simply, the heat of the glass would destroy the moldite, so it had to be turned into a brass mold. Then it was taken over here, and this is probably the highlight of the museum, in the fact that we have the only remaining glass contact lens making apparatus in the world. This is
Really?
it. This is the only one left.
Does it work? If you
It
wanted
works.
to create a lens,
Oh,
you
yeah.
could?
Yeah, we've had it fired up, and you could see we've destroyed part of the table from the firing it up, and it makes a lot of pops and noises. And now there was this vise was on the stand. We don't know what its function was, but it must have had some function. The problem with this instrument is that nowhere can we find anything written on how to manufacture the contact lens or how they were manufactured. So,
Okay, everyone, we're back, and I'm going to just pause the video there for a second, just to sort of show everyone what's going on today with the schedule. We have a guest coming up here, so I think Steve and Dad and Gretchen will be back eventually. Oh, Steve is back. Hey, Steve.
And wolf down lunch.
Yeah, I quickly just got a drink and then ran back here. So
Good.
somebody just asked, actually, how do we get digital copies of our transcripts? So the important thing to know is that you will have access to your transcripts permanently on ODwire, and I can actually bring it up to show you the page sort of where they will exist, but they do not as of yet, but they will soon. So if we go back, I'll pull it up here. Excuse me. Should probably have bookmarked this, right? That would have been smart. I'm not very smart today. So if you're asking where these are going to live permanently, they're going to be on ODwire on this page. You're going to get an e-blast about it, where they're permanently going to live on this virtual event certificate and transcript page, where you'll be able to download both the individual course certificates, so like this. This one was for the conference we held last fall, or you can actually get as well an entire list of everything that you took like this. And again, we're going to submit all this stuff to Arbo as well. So you will have permanent copies of all of this housed here on ODwire. You'll never have to worry about losing this stuff again, which is very different from the old ways that we've done things, where it was actually sometimes hard to hunt this down. So this will be there for you. Don't worry. And I know it's one of your biggest concerns. It would be for me too. So it will all live there, if that makes sense. And so just a few minutes, we're going to have a guest coming up. We will go from there. And I see Paul has made it back as well. Hopefully you're back.
Yes.
Yes,
absolutely.
you're back. Yeah, so no, we're going to have Paul Rourke. He's actually a private practitioner from Indiana, and we're just going to talk about carotenoids in general. We haven't spoken too much about MacuHealth yet, but I know that he uses their product too, so I'm curious. Actually, he and Steve could probably have a pretty good conversation, as they're both similar in terms of their the scope of their practice, general practice, and what they're doing. So Steve, I think you will have a lot in common with Mark, although he is still in practice. He is not retired yet, but he practices just outside of Indianapolis, just north.
I'm still in practice. I do this. When I go back to New Jersey, I examine friends and family in my old
there
office.
You go.
So,
well, you've definitely kept a foot in it, right? You know probably just as much about what's going on now as you did before.
I think more because I have more time to. I don't have to spin dials anymore, but
right.
I know. I think I know more than I did when I retired, because this platform makes me keep up, and I try to pick subject matter that is timely.
Yep.
I didn't know about presbyoptic drugs. I didn't know about genetics when I retired, because it wasn't a field of interest.
Yep. Yeah, it all changes so quickly too, which is the other thing. It's sort of interesting to look back at like Paul's day, let's say, back when he started in the 60s or whatever, and how different things really are. I mean, even just talking to Michelle about lenses, right, progressive lenses, that wasn't even a thing. Mm-hmm. So yeah, every aspect of the business has sort of changed over time.
I remember it was the 80s, and excuse me, I have a little bit of food in my mouth. Anyway, I was working in super optical my first year in practice, won't give the name, and we prescribed progressive lens maybe 1983, 84. And if you don't remember, but Paul does the faceted frames, Paul, and they were hard in terms of the optics. They would reflect in and stuff. And so we prescribe glasses, and they get the glasses made, and they come back and they say, I can't see out of them. And you look at them and you say, I know why. You're wearing those new Super No lines, which is a terrible optical lens with a terrible frame, and it's not your refraction, but how do you convince them otherwise?
Yep. Oh wait, Mark is here, right on time. Look at that, punctual. I like that. Let me bring up his infographic as he comes in here. Oh wait, he was here and gone. He was here. Oh wait, I see him. He's black though. His screen.
Hello.
Oh, hey Mark, you're there. How's it going?
Yeah, good. How are you doing?
Doing well, doing well. Thanks for making it out.
Oh, thanks for the invite.
Yeah, so we were just actually talking a little bit about how much the field of eye care has changed. You have Paul Farkas here, who started practice in the 60s. You have Steve Silberberg, who started practice in the 80s. And it's just kind of fascinating how it's all, completely different from where they began.
Yeah, I think fascinating is a really good word, well chosen there, because certainly in the role of nutrition and what we understand about it and what we've learned that helps our patients, I think is, phenomenal. And definitely that science has advanced tremendously in the last few years.
Yep. And in fact, we have a couple talks here about carotenoids at CEwire itself, and they've been really well attended. I mean, we've had several hundred people now come in and watch, so the interest is definitely high.
It is. It's there among patients too. If you start talking to them about nutrition and things they can do, many of them don't hear that from other providers, and they are very open to those discussions.
Yep. Yeah, and I know, like Steve, you in your practice, right? This was something that you also did routinely. You'd sort of integrate the nutrition idea into each of your exams.
Nutrition and into the dry eye examination, of course, into the AMD examinations, and now it's evolved because, for example, Macular Health has different products, and I used to utilize genetic testing in AMD. Do you do that, Mark?
I typically don't. We discuss risk factors, and modifiable nutritional risk factors is number one. And then I don't use 80 milligrams of 80 milligrams of zinc for any patients for those who have intermediate dry AMD, but haven't really. I did a few years ago and kind of backed away from it a little bit.
Yep. And of course, omega-3s and some other various items that might benefit a specific patient. Somebody in the Northeast who doesn't get much sun, vitamin D, things like that.
D. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of nutrition modifiable risk factors, and many of the lifestyle modifications that are really essential are in nutrition. Those are some of the key components that patients really need to consider in terms of prevention. I think part of it is we're kind of behind the eight ball. We find a patient who's already got all these diseases, and we're trying to do our best to help remedy those and do what we can, both nutritionally and otherwise. But I think if we could step back and think about health as more than just lack of disease, think about wellness and prevention, I think that gets overlooked too often. But I think optimal health, it's more than lack of disease. It's the ability to have tissue that's able to resolve inflammation after insult, to resist disease in the first place. I think if we could move our discussion earlier for the patient, we could do even more good.
Yeah, I think it's got to be a team approach between what you do, what their general practitioner does, and because people are inundated with so much other information in the media that they're very confused about what is the right thing to take. And I have some patients that take ridiculous amount of vitamins, and they came in sick because they were overdosing and not taking the proper things. I'm sure you have the same thing with tongues that look terrible and coated and things like that.
Yeah, and it really needs to start with the diet. The diet is really the foundation. And then I tell my patients, these supplements I'm recommending for you, they're not substitutes for food and for healthy eating and for good choices in your food. They're supplements to provide some things that may not be present in the right amounts and they're lacking. But really, it's the combination of the good diet with supplements, I think, that gives you the 1-2 punch you need.
Right. And actually, and Mark, I pulled up your actual practice website on the screen just so everyone can see. So you practice full scope, right? So you basically are.
We do.
Yeah. So you basically see people of all ages. And so is this something that you bring up routinely now to everybody that comes through your door?
It is really a common conversation we have. We talk a lot about macrocarotenoids. We have a very robust dry eye clinic. So we certainly discuss the omega-3s in regard to dry eye treatment is foundational for them. But we do some routine things in our practice that bring up the topic of nutrition. For instance, contrast sensitivity testing, which is related to the carotenoid levels in the macula. We do some testing commonly with a blood test that tells us whether the patient has optimal levels of omega-3s in their tissues. So I bring up omega-3s and nutrition in general routinely. Omega-3s have a role to play in dry eye disease and glaucoma and diabetes and in AMD. So if you have a clinic where you have lots of those diseases, patients coming in with those, you're going to be talking about this a lot if you're really addressing it properly.
Right.
Are you prescribing the carotenoids for visual enhancement, as John Nolan suggests it does, not just to prevent disease, but to maybe make an athlete see better, et cetera? Do you believe in that?
I do, absolutely. And I've seen that in my practice. I started doing this about 5 years ago and began testing, measuring contrast sensitivity routinely. So we have patients who complain of glare. They have 20/20 visual acuity. You don't find any eye disease or optical aberrations that account for their symptoms. And yet their contrast sensitivity is poor. That often correlates with their complaints very closely, much more than visual acuity does. And I prescribed, Macular Health, a triple carotenoid shown in the CREST normal trial to be beneficial for many patients who don't have other diagnoses of disease. And we've had excellent response. Patients taking those things, we've been able to measure improvements in contrast sensitivity that correlate with their improvement in their, reduction in their complaint of glare at night, for instance. So that's been a really kind of a fun part of the practice. I've really enjoyed that, being able to help patients in a way I wasn't in tune with before.
Mhm. And people have to realize, I'm sure you know that, if they're just taking lutein, it doesn't get converted into the meso as well as we'd like it to be. So that's why you have to take MacuHealth triple carotenoid
Right.
formula.
You get so many head-to-head comparisons where, without the mesozeaxanthin, you just don't get the results. You don't get as much macular pigment. You don't get as much in your blood. You don't get as much in your macula in terms of the density. You want that dense band of macular pigment there to reduce glare, to enhance contrast, and to provide the best vision possible. So, I want to set my patients up with the best product I can give them that's, backed by the best research, and that's very obviously MacuHealth.
How long does it take before you see a result for the enhancement patient from when they start? Because it's hard, it's not going to be one pill that helps. It's not like taking an aspirin for a headache. How long do you generally see results occur?
Yeah, I would say that, if you look at the research, like the Crest Normal study, it was a year or close to a year when you started to see some improvements occur. I think if you find a patient who's younger in general, who's more likely to will be more likely to respond more rapidly. I've seen responses in as quick. I've actually measured improvements in contrast sensitivity in as little as 8 weeks.
Oh, wow.
With reduction in glare. So that's kind of an outlier compared to what we usually think about. But we do have evidence that some patients will respond very well. I think in some patients, if everything else is healthy, they're missing that carotenoid. It's almost like flipping a switch for them. They really respond rapidly. And, the fact that macular carotenoids are present, in every tissue from the retina to the occipital lobe where they see, you have the improvement, enhancement of the signal, the neurophysiology improving from the eye to the brain, which we believe is really how the contrast sensitivity component of their vision improves. So, it's pretty exciting when you see those kinds of things, but it's commonly, patients will notice some improvement and less glare at night.
Mhm.
Yep. And I actually have up on the screen, well, let me put it down here. So we're talking about MacuHealth. So I have actually in front of me, one of the things, just from a layperson's perspective, I'll pop the containers open so people can look, that I kind of liked about it is that they weren't horse pills, as I said.
Oh,
right. So I'm holding them up, like these things are tiny. And in fact, they even have an omega-3 now that I have in front of me. And I always get concerned when I open up omega-3s. I'm like, first of all, they're going to smell like death. But secondly, they're going to be huge. And in both cases here, that's not the case. You can sort of see this omega-3, it's tiny. So that's
right. We use that TG omega-3 in our practice. It's been our go-to now.
Yep.
We've had extremely good results with it. It is easier to swallow. It's a little smaller. We don't get the complaints about the bad, smell and the burpy, fishy burp afterwards.
Yep.
Which unfortunately, about 20% of the patients who've tried omega-3 stop them because they have that side effect.
Well, they're going for the cheapest thing they could find at pharmacy.
It's oxidized, it's rancid, and so they, that's really a hindrance to your compliance because there are not many patients are going to put up with that. So you can offer them a high quality product that's concentrated and really pure and works great. That's the first step.
And is this actual fish oil? Because I'm sticking my face into it right now and taking a whiff. I don't really I don't smell it.
Yes, it's 90% concentrated DHA, EPA. It's it's molecularly distilled 5 times to remove all the impurities. So if you look at how clear it is, and actually, I have at times, patients who can't swallow things. You actually can have them chew that, suck out the fish oil and spit out the gel cap. It actually tastes, in my opinion, better than any fish oil I've ever tasted. And I like fish, but I don't mind doing that. It's not like a terrible thing.
I'm taking this as a dare. So you brought it up, so I have one in front of me. I can actually do it because, but you're right though. I mean, the interesting thing is it really is small. And so I'm not sure how they did that, how they concentrated it down so much, but kudos to them because a lot of these things really are challenging to swallow.
Yeah.
Adam, are you going to open it right now and take it?
I'm going to. I need something sharp though. I
Actually, you can actually just chew it. You don't really have to open it with
Oh,
your
really?
mouth.
Oh,
Yeah.
I want to see that.
Okay, yeah, let's see it.
No, it's
Oh,
fine.
he's growing gills.
Yeah. My teeth are not sharp enough, but
Yeah, I just put it in just kind of
He'll
chomp
break
it.
a
It just
cat.
kind of
Put it in your
opens
mouth
up.
and chomp it up, Adam.
You
there
can't
we
do
go.
it.
Oh, there we go. Oh my God,
Not
you're
bad.
right. It actually has a limit, almost like a lemon kind
A
of.
little bit
Wow.
of flavor. Yeah, it's, I think, very pleasant. And I've done
Yeah.
that with other products. And I think this one is the best tasting in my, which, you know, it shows to its purity. And
Yeah. I wouldn't dare do
on the
that with.
extra
Yeah, I wouldn't dare do that with most fish.
Oh,
No, it would be a disaster. But no, it's got
Right.
like a lemony kind of taste.
That is very brave of you, Adam, to try it right there live.
I do a lot for our sponsors, so I put my life on the line. So, but pretty cool.
yeah.
I assume you stock the stuff in your practice rather than having to buy it online?
We do. We actually, we try to have the things that we recommend available for the patients. Number one, they'll get the right thing because they're getting it from us, not going to someplace else trying to find something that they may choose the wrong thing. We make it convenient for them. We give them the best price they can get. We encourage them to do, like with MacuHealth, we do an annual supply special thing. We do, when you buy more than one bottle, we give them discounts so they're not running out all the time. We find that promotes compliance, and the patients like it because they save. We charge less than Amazon charges, so
Right.
we're able to provide them savings, and then it helps our revenue stream as well. It's
And actually
significant.
less than MacuHealth charges online.
It is. We do a buy three, get one free in our office. So we want to encourage that annual supply. I've seen so many patients who'll buy a bottle. They come back the following year. Oh, I see you started MacuHealth last year. Yes, I did that. Well, how many bottles did you take this last year? One. The last time was 9 months ago. They meant to come back. They just never did. So we just kind of take that out of the equation by giving them a free bottle when they buy three. And most people want to do that, saves them money. And then they have the product they're going to take, they're going to benefit more. That's the concept, should be taking these, for years and decades, not just taking a bottle or a pill here and there. I think
Right.
we need to build macrocognitive.
Right. And one
Have
of
you
the
seen, like I did, the when they take it for a period of time, the people with active drusen, that they actually shrink in some cases?
I've seen that in my practice. I mean, there are different things that cause drusen to change. But if you get that in combination with some improvement in visual function, then you're certain that's a good thing.
Yep.
But yes, that has been reported. I have seen that as well.
Right, and I have in front of me actually one other question that I had since MacuHealth, they sent me a couple of bottles over. Besides the fish oil, I have a question about the other product that they have. Let me actually show you guys. So this black label, right, Vision Edge. So definitely looks edgier. So do you market this other product differently than you would, say, regular MacuHealth? Because I noticed the bottles are about the same in size, and I'm assuming the products are similar.
Right. It is the same product.
Yep.
So basically, for patients who may be younger, involved in sports, I think the thought would be, if they have a parent or someone, maybe their grandmother taking MacuHealth, they may want something different that promotes the vision part. But that's for them, the vision is the key. And so having that Vision Edge name can sometimes interest them in taking something because they're thinking about the vision part and the improvement in visual performance that they'll get.
Right, and the product's identical. Like I just took both of them out, so same size, same formula, same everything.
Yes, so they got the winning formula. They don't want to change that.
Right.
But they can market it in a different way to promote the Vision Edge to the patients who are in the sports and so forth.
Right.
And what you said is the key. Try to get them at that visit, especially if they don't have AMD and having back every 3 or 6 months, to buy that year's supply at once at the one visit and then re-up next year.
Right. And I would say the majority of our patients do that.
Yep.
So,
I mean,
yeah,
I
it's
think
been a very, very good thing.
I think the biggest challenge, I mean, it's like anything else where you don't feel the effects immediately for most people, almost like taking a statin, right? I mean, people would do it, or probably a better blood pressure medicine is actually probably the classic example, right? Where you just don't feel it doing anything. Getting patients to comply is actually one of the biggest challenges. So.
Right. Well, one of the nice things about these products is that, again, easy to swallow, no side effects, no drug interactions, no contraindications, very safe, effective. If while you have the patient in your chair, you can stress to them the importance of taking them, not only just for a bottle, but to take them long term. And here's why. These are the benefits that we expect you could have. I think you'll have the patient, much more likely to be compliant with it, even if they don't see or feel an immediate difference.
Right. And by the way, with taking the omega-3 right now and actually chewing it up, the actual capsule itself, or the gel that it's in,
Gel cap.
it dissolved really quickly. And
It does,
I
actually.
know that's a huge concern for a lot of these, the poor quality ones, where the actual gel cap won't dissolve, and it'll actually go through a lot of the GI tract not dissolving in
Right.
time. So I can tell you
Right.
just from right now that actually dissolved really quickly.
Right. And you want them to benefit from it. If you put an enteric coat on it, maybe to keep it from dissolving in the stomach, where
Right.
they might taste it because it's poor quality. Well, then maybe you go downstream so far, you've kind of lost the benefit you might have had, and it's
Right.
harder for the body to digest it. So just this is the triglyceride form. So it's exactly the form in fish. So it's true to nature. I like the TG omega-3 because it has that balance of EPA and DHA. So many products have this high one, low the other. There's nothing magical about that. They don't convert easily one to another. So if you just give the body plenty of both, it's amazing. It knows what to do. It will apply the proper amount to all these cell membranes in our bodies. You think of every cell, trillions of cells we have that all have cell membranes. And within the cells, you have organelles that have membranes. And on a component of these cell membranes is the fatty acids, EPA, DHA. So when we just give our bodies plenty of both, that's been my philosophy. It's simplified my approach because I have one product I use in any condition, whether it's dry eye disease or AMD or diabetes or glaucoma. I had the same product because it's got plenty of both.
Yep. Absolutely.
And Mark, I would say of 100% of ODs, forgetting about OMDs, such a low percentage do what you do and what I did. And they, A, are giving the patient less care, B, not doing as well financially to do that care. So it just boggles the mind how they, because it's an extra 30 seconds. I'm sure your staff parrots what you say, so you don't have to present a 10-minute conversation about it, and they know what to say at the desk or whatever.
Right. And they, we try to inform them so they know which products we have, why we choose these, what's unique about them, because they get patients, who are at the front desk asking questions as well. So we want them to be well versed in all that. Yeah. So I think it's great to have the ability to give our patients something that will make a difference for them. Again, dry eye disease, we have studies that show omega-3s, about 1,500 milligrams a day for 3 months, reduce tear cytokine levels, IL-17A, the same amounts roughly as you would get from a steroid, like FML 0.1%, 3 times a day for 2 weeks. You get a reduction in IL-17A cytokine. You get a similar response from omega-3s. It takes longer, but it's also much safer for long-term use. It's beneficial long-term. We wouldn't leave the patient on the steroid for that very long. So
if you go to John Nolan's website, his Waterford Institute, you could print out 100 articles about the enhancements of it and some peer review. So it's pretty good science.
Yeah, there's really good research. We're learning more. We have great observational studies that show benefits across the number of diseases, and we have some randomized controlled trials now. We need more research so we can understand more about optimal dosing and those kinds of things. But I think we've made great headway, and I'm looking for that to continue.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Mark, for being here today and talking to us a little bit about this. So I actually learned a lot, and thank you for actually having me chew on this one. I never would have thought to do it, but you're absolutely right. It does work.
There are so many patients who complain about a poor sensory experience. If you have a good quality product like that, you're just going to be more successful. And it's all about compliance. Ultimately, it doesn't matter how good the product is. If the patients won't take it, it doesn't do them any good in the bottle. Yep.
Absolutely. All right. Well, again, thanks, Mark. And
thank you.
And I think we all learned a lot today. And I hope that folks give this stuff a shot. Right. I mean, there's no reason not to, as Steve said.
Right. It's the best for your patients. It's best for your practice. It's just a win-win.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So, all right.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
All right. Well, thanks, Mark. Have a great day.
You too. Now. Thanks. Bye-bye.
I bought my first case at an eye doc meeting probably 2012, 2013, and they didn't have the other products. And when you presented it correctly, it just flew out the office. We had to order 3 cases, well, 36 bottles right away. And it's always been great and a big profit center, but also patients respond to it really well.
Right.
And
Well, I can't tell you how impressed I was actually with this, with the way that gel cap just dissolved.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was not expecting that.
So imagine if you're starting a person on a dry eye treatment, whether it's there's various types of dry eye. This is a staple with it, along with everything else you're going to do, whether it be LipiFlow, certain drugs, myotic gland expression, etc. You're doing what you want to do. That's the best for the patient, and that's what they're here for.
Yep.
And it's not very expensive.
Yep. Well, cool. All right.
No, he's not a lecturer here, correct? He just is a practitioner that they.
Yep. Yeah. No lecture for him today. Although I think he would be an interesting guy to actually have. You know, sort of the practitioner's approach to nutrition would be kind of a useful lecture.
Yeah. We have somebody a little later talking about it, Jim Stringhorn, who has lectured for us in the past.
Yep. So Jim is a PhD, so he's taking it from the science side of things. So that should be an interesting thing too. So we'll talk to him later. Yeah. Yeah,
everything's going too smoothly.
I know.
Now
the Odentio guys, one of them is like, I got to go hang out with my kids. I'm like, you do what you need to, man, because this is going so well. We don't really. Yeah.
Well, we just had our next round of classes start. So we have Clark Chang and Bill Tulo talking. We talked about this title yesterday, the most updated keratoconus management guide. Right. And then we have Communicating to Patients and Parents about Myopia Management with Dr. May. I'm not sure how to pronounce her name. And then Dr. Whitland talking about oral meds and their ocular side effects. So
I think that was yesterday. That was yesterday.
That was
Am I looking at yesterday's? Oh, geez. Yes, I am. My apologies. Pay no mind to me. Okay, we'll try again. All right. We just have Melissa Barnett and John Gellis talking about genetics and eye care. Dr. Wen talking about when 2020 isn't enough with pathology. Then we've got, we just had Dr. Hoff on talking about deconstructing progressive addition lenses. And she and her lecturing partner, Dr. Kazemi. So those just started about, 15 minutes ago. Mm-hmm. How are those rooms looking, Steve?
I'm just looking at it now. It's funny. We talk about lead-ins for Nielsen ratings on TV shows. Melissa Barnett came right after Dr. Friedberg, and she's killing it. She has but not as many as him. She has close to 600, and the others divide up about 300 each. So again, a lot of people, but she has a good lecture, genetics, and John's very good also. So but all three are fantastic lectures. It's just wouldn't choose good or better, better.
Right, and again, they can always they can come back next time too and hit the other tracks. So I sometimes I think people want to sit through the 2 hours, they gird themselves, and they're like, all right, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to get it over with. So
I really do think once you're in a room and it's stable, and you see the lecture coming up you're interested in, you'll just stay there. So that leading really does help.
Yep.
That was my question to you, Steve. So do you think that a lot of those folks are just hanging out in the room, or they chose to come into genetics for today?
We'll see when the next lecture takes place, if it's a crappy one, if they're still there. I think that's the case. I know I would if all things being equal, if I was equally interested in one or the other lecture, I would just stay there and hang out. It's a 2-hour lecture. Why not?
And so part of what I tried to do with the tracks too, I wasn't 100% successful of it. If you look at them, I tried to group kind of related topics together. So for instance, if you look in track 2, I tried to get the contact lens people I knew like all together in that one track, right? Mm-hmm. It was hard though, because the speakers all said, oh, I want to speak on a certain day and time. So I had this huge matrix in front of me and my head was going to explode. But I tried to do my best to get related speakers kind of in the same place so people wouldn't have to, click in and out of tracks. So it was a challenge though.
Well, what I anticipated did happen in that the lecture on ophthalmic optics is not as well received as the scientific or medically oriented lectures, just because ODs tend to migrate to that now.
Yep.
I totally agree.
Yep.
But the information is great, and she still has a nice audience she has a regular audience that we normally have. It just
right.
long at the amount of participation is just great.
Yeah, I'm just amazed by the number of people that are showing up. I mean, it's even more than the old days with CEwire. Even with the same number of registrants, just the number of people who are showing up and interacting, it's much greater this year. So, yep.
I think people are voting with their feet for sure.
Yep.
Yep.
And
And there's 10 speakers listening to Melissa's lecture. Just to
no pressure, right? You can see who's actually watching you.
We have people like Bill Tulo and Barry Iden listening to her lecture. It's challenging, yeah.
Yep, and I'm actually scrolling forward here on the calendar so people can see what's coming up later today too. And again, we have a lot of these 2-hour blocks today that I put all on Sunday just to kind of end things. We tried to get as many 2-hour ones together as I could. It was just challenging. So, and especially with the 10-minute gaps in between the classes, it created kind of, or 5 or 10 minutes depending on the lecture, it created kind of this challenge of scheduling where things started getting out of sync with each other in the tracks, and there wasn't too much I could do about it without pushing the lectures further out already. Poor Joe was getting the short end of the stick here, having to stick around until 9:30. But again, I didn't mean for it to happen, but he and Carlo wanted Sunday, and they happened to have these really long lectures. So it's like, oh, what do? You're asking me for Sunday afternoon. I got to try to fit it in here somewhere. So, yeah, it's a little bit
Well, for
challenging.
all you know, people might gravitate toward it because it's the end of the weekend. Maybe I can cram in another class. So for all we know, they may have the highest rated classes or the highest attended classes for our first go round.
No doubt. I mean, last night, as I said, after you and I, almost dropped dead, afterwards I looked at the count. There were still well over 1,000 or 1,200 people here for the last classes. So people are sticking around.
Wow.
Well, the information, as my transcript keeps on progressing, I'll have 3,000 credits by the end of the year. My Mark Friedberg's lecture appeared within 15 minutes.
Really? Okay, so
my transcript, yeah.
So the computer's keeping up. That's good. I think yesterday there was a bit of nervousness on our part, on the tech side of things, not to stress the servers too much, because we didn't want, as you remember with past CEwires, you remember what it was like, right? Where when you have too many people, the software would start to slow down, and then we'd have to scramble, and then the tech people would go out of their minds. We didn't want that, so we overspec'd the servers this time around. And we're trying to tread lightly to make sure that everyone has a great experience as they're taking the event, and do those things later that we can do later, like do computations.
And I was correct. It doesn't designate 2 hours versus 1 hour on the transcript page. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll get the 2-hour credit. It just says that you took the course and you got that little trophy next to it. So if anybody's listening to this, don't worry. 2-hour versus 1 hour lectures, I'm sure it's being taken care of behind the scenes.
100% it is, because remember, each one of those classes, and again, you can put it up on the screen to see, they all have a unique Arbo ID right here. When we submit to Arbo, we don't actually even say how long the class was. We just hand them that number, that course number, and they know, because when we got it approved for 2 hours.
Okay.
So that's how it works. So, and again, you saw in the transcript that we have for Nora, I don't know if I left them up here, you can kind of see that we also list the number of hours on the transcripts as well. So you can kind of see here.
Right.
And this was double and triple checked when we were actually submitting everything into the system. So there's a... If anyone cares how the sausage is made, and I don't think anyone does, but we are talking, the way this actually worked was, you would think that we had a system in place where we manually entered these things into the system. The way we actually did it with Audentio, and one reason I really appreciate these guys to a degree that you can't possibly imagine, they knew the stress I was under actually getting all this data together. And so we constructed a system where I was able to actually use a spreadsheet and cobble together a ton of data. If you saw this sheet, you'd die. And it was just this huge matrix of URLs and credit hours and COPE IDs and this whole thing. And instead of me keying in each individual one into the system, which could be fraught with error, they had a robot do it. They could take that data that I had in the spreadsheet and automatically get it into the system. So it would go in with no errors. So I was able to actually look over that spreadsheet I made dozens of times, checking and cross-checking the data. And when the time was ready to get it into the system, the robot did it. So, and then if we need to make a change, the robot can make the change. So the idea is that I am a single point of failure that will make a mistake, but if I have that spreadsheet in front of me for long enough, for a number of weeks, I can double, triple, quadruple check it. So by the time the data goes in, we know it's right. And that's what we did. So, yeah.
Just another example of all of the behind the scenes effort, time, hours and hours and hours that you put in to make this work,
Uh-huh.
working with the tech and the software and getting it all off the ground. It is so much more than just asking speakers and sitting here on the live stream for 2
Right.
days in a row. There's so much work.
This time around, it was much more than usual because we were developing the software at the same time. So there's hundreds upon hundreds of hours just making sure that it's all correct. And by the way, explaining eye care to the folks at Audentio, right? Because they, they don't know this stuff. And so they got a crash course in Arbo and how it works and how it has to work. So kudos to them for picking it up so quickly and sort of understanding the nuances.
Maybe we need to ask them when their last eye exam was. Has it been an eye exam within the last 18 to 24 months?
I wish I knew. Yeah, I mean, these guys, I wish I could fly out to Madison and just give them a big present because they've done a shocking amount of work in a very short period of time to make this go okay.
Your little statement asking speakers to speak encompasses about 100 hours of man hours to get everything in, get their paperwork in, getting lectures in, getting the quizzes in the right format, which never is. So that is a challenging thing, like herding cats again, especially with A+ speakers who forget and have 17 other things they're doing.
So for the most part, the speakers do a good job in getting the materials. And the challenges that I start to have, again, once they send the materials to me, then we have to put them in a format that Arbo will understand and that Arbo will appreciate, and I can send it in. So for each hour of class, each one has to be approved twice by Arbo, and so it has to be resubmitted twice. And then the real fun begins, right? God forbid a reviewer rejects the talk. Then the real interesting stuff happens where we have to go back and I have to talk to the speaker and break the news to them, and then we revise the lecture, and then it goes back in, and it's just a whole thing. So there's a lot that goes into it. I know the way that a lot of other conferences handle it is that they just have the speakers do the submission themselves. And they just say, you know what, speaker, you handle Arbo yourself. Whenever you have an approval, just tell us. But I sort of feel like leaving that to chance is a terrible idea. Because we need to know that this stuff is either going to be approved or not. So that's why we do it for them. And the speakers like it, right? Because we do more of the work for them. So they always love that.
And added to our non-profitability, we pay the fees for Arbo and Nova University for the approval of the quizzes rather than the speakers, which they love.
Right. And so I think a lot of people don't appreciate, too, with these quizzes, you just can't submit a quiz to Arbo and have it be approved. Every quiz that you get has to be approved by an outside university for some reason. I don't quite understand the logic behind it. But what happens is we submit all the lectures quizzes. Again, these have to be put together in a format that the university can understand. Send them off to a university. In our case, we like to work with Nova. They're really friendly folks and easy to work with. And they put all the quizzes in front of their dean. And the dean, I guess, looks at all of the quizzes. Or I don't know if the dean fobs this off to a faculty member. I don't know how it works. But if the quizzes are correct and cover the content properly and factually look correct, then they rubber stamp the quiz. And they say, yes, these quizzes are now good. You can now submit these lectures to Arbo because they have a valid quiz attached to them. So it's a multi-step process, which is why we start so early getting these things in.
And we'll start August for our February lecture.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yep. It takes that long to actually make sure all the pieces are there. So yeah, it's not easy.
Now, Gretchen, we could take the easy way out and just do the 3 live shows like many people do, and then we don't have to submit the quizzes now because there's no necessity for a quiz for the live event.
Right. Not, for now.
But we want people to be able to take it on demand in between.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. I think that you are gaining a lot of goodwill by having the on demand. And I mean, now I think people are realizing that if I take it while the show is live, I don't need the quiz and it will count as a live credit. But there are people who want that option, and also people who may not need the credits, but want to learn anyway. Like we were talking about people in other countries. So kudos to those for wanting to learn. And the more options you offer people, I think they appreciate that. So that's how CEwire is getting such a good reputation for going above and beyond and not just saying, okay, show up on these 3 weekends, here you go.
Right.
I don't know if we're repeating ourselves, but the whole group of ODs from Estonia wanted to come in as a group and needed a discount because obviously money is a lot different there. So that's an example. What you mean? They didn't want it for the credits. They don't need C. They don't need Arbo. They wanted the information they can't get in their own country.
Yeah. Yep. And I've noticed actually in the way that people take the lectures, there are some people who will only take on demand. So, which I find really fascinating because their states allow it and they don't necessarily feel like showing up here on a weekend. I don't blame them. And so they just take it all on demand. So I'm always amazed by that, watching the patterns in the way people actually use this material. You got some people who will only show up live. That's it. Never watch on demand. You'll have some people who only show up on demand. And then you have a mix of most people. What they'll do is they'll show up mostly live, but then they'll go back. And if there are a few lectures they missed, they will go back and watch them on demand. So they do find value in it, at least to some extent.
Yeah, crunching the numbers and looking at the analytics afterward. I do love analytics, and I think it's fascinating to dive in and see what people are doing. And you can see when people are taking the classes, when they're taking them live, what the numbers looks like. Yep. And then I bet you, Adam, you could even track when people are taking the on-demand classes and find out, are people taking them on the weekends, at night, during the week?
Yep.
What does that traffic look like? I just find that so very, very interesting.
Yep. And I've never actually looked before, to be honest, about when people are doing the on-demand stuff. I probably should. But I never really thought about it until now. So I'm just glad we were able to offer it. And hopefully they'll have a good experience. With this software, it's actually going to be a little bit different than the old days. People are already asking, how do I get to the on-demand lectures? And the answer right now is you don't.
Right. They don't exist yet.
They don't exist yet, and we turn off during the live event. The actual on-demand courses are turned off, so you can't get to them. Starting on Monday, when you go back to the website, the CEwire site, the actual conference, what you're going to see in the upcoming talks is you're going to see kind of the same interface that you saw before, where you can log in to classes, but on the actual icon, it'll say on demand on it. So you'll be able to know which ones are on demand and you can immediately take them. And also if you go to the quizzes page, what that will actually do is show you a list of all the courses and their quizzes and tell you if you've passed them already. So it's sort of a fast way to get to the list of courses. And the final way that you're going to get to it is I'm going to post a sticky thread on ODwire inside of the private message forum with a concise and clean list with direct links to each on-demand lecture and each quiz.
Good idea.
So it will be about as dead simple to navigate as you can possibly imagine. I'll send out an e-blast showing people where that thread is, and you can come right back to it. So again, that's going to be a gigantic table. I have to create it. That has not been done yet, so add it to the list.
You have quite a long list.
Yep. So yeah, it's funny. It's like I'm just doing what I can to survive. Like the stuff that we have to do this coming week, I literally haven't thought about.
Yeah, well, don't, because you will either pass out, cry, or your hair will catch fire. Just get through today.
Yep.
And just take it easy. The other stuff can wait. There are some immediate things you need to handle for the beginning of the week, but don't freak yourself out by thinking about all the others. We have weeks before the next one.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yep.
Well,
And
one final point. Arbo has ways of saying simple things in a difficult way. They don't call it on demand, they call it enduring. So if you see a transcript say enduring, it meant you took it on demand.
Right. And so, yeah, so I guess the nomenclature is important these days. In fact, Arbo yelled at me the other day. They didn't yell at me, but they gave me the usual, tweak the nose. Don't ever use the word live around your courses now, because live doesn't really exist for internet courses, and at least until Arbo changes their mind about what they did. So again, for those who are unfamiliar, I will bring it up. So back in October, they decided that, if I click here, you can see this fantastic PDF that they created. They decided,
share me with it.
Yeah, so they decided that there's no such thing as live CE on the internet anymore. And so whatever we do, when you're watching something where the speaker's around via chat, don't call it live, call it interactive online CE, right? So that's what that is. And essentially what they've done is they've kicked it back to the states to decide whether or not they're going to allow this. So we're going to submit these things to Arbo for you as interactive online CE. And it's going to be up to your state to say, yeah, we're going to accept it, or forget that, you're going to have to show up in person. So, yeah. And so
but that's different from if they take it on demand, which then is called
Enduring.
Online enduring.
Right, and so enduring is different too. So some states say, enduring is fine, it's the same thing as interactive, we don't care. Other states say, no, sorry, that's equivalent to correspondence C, which like you take in the back of a magazine. It's just a mess, and it goes state by state, and I wish I could tell you more about what each state does, but it's just too much. There's too many. I don't know the rules for each state, so that's why it's up to the licensee to know the rules for each one of their states that they're licensed in.
Maybe we'll get real organized in Uptowntree and we'll go county by county.
Oh, shut
Oh,
up.
man.
I'm kidding. Like we always go backwards instead of nationally, we'll go, by town.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. And that's just what happens when you have a legislated profession.
Yep.
So when somebody asks Adam or myself about what does my state have it, and then they're calling the state board and they never get back to them, how could we find that information out?
Right.
It's not on their websites.
Right. I mean, for instance, I emailed Texas days ago now about, their issues with their board. I haven't heard anything. I mean, because who am I to them, right? I'm nobody. I'm just a CE provider.
Well, you don't live in Texas, so they don't care.
So they don't care. So, and that's the problem. Like, I can tell you what's going on in Oregon. It's easy for me, or even California or Washington, because I'm here. I understand that. But everywhere else, I have no idea. So, except for Florida. I know that. They're just verboten. Don't go near them. They don't like us. We don't like them. It's all good. Yeah. Someday.
Florida register just for the courses.
Oh wait, Craig Thomas is here. Craig Thomas has returned. I'm letting him in. Craig survived his lecture.
Okay.
Apparently.
It's the ninja.
Hi, Craig.
Hey,
How's it going, man?
Before you left, I had some unusual experiences in Texas. I guess it's the last time they ever called me back. Where is, I'll think of it in a minute. There's a wonderful eating place. I think it's in Houston. Anyway, in any event, I was giving a course, and there's a big difference between the city optometrists in Texas and the more rural ones. And I had a choice of which lectures I should give. There had one course called Binocular Considerations in Fitting the Monocular Phakic. It was a very complicated, optics type of course. I said, but I have another one called Does Your Practice Have Sex Appeal?
I think I go to that one before the other one, Paul.
Well, what happened was, I went to the program chairman, who, I don't know if you still remember the Claff twins?
yes,
Still part of your era?
yes. They taught our practice management class.
Yeah, so I think it was Murray Claff that said, absolutely have the sex appeal. And then in the sex appeal lecture, I used to mention the fact that in the 80s, we started serving wine in the office.
Wow, you were way ahead of your time, and it was Justin Bazan who was getting all the attention for that a few years ago.
Yeah,
That was whiskey and bourbon. Justin, I'm talking about, it was.
red wine and white wine, and it happened afternoon time. And boy, the rural Texans, where I guess there are some counties now that are still dry in Texas.
Used to be the kind of, it's the Bible Belt thing. You gotta remember what we're talking about.
Yeah, they were absolutely shocked that I could do such a thing in the practice.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't when I grew up, you couldn't buy beer on Sunday. It's like that. Or you couldn't buy wine before 12 o'clock on Sundays. They're gonna make you go to church.
Yeah, you got to go to church before you get the booze.
Yeah. I mean, it's it has pros and cons living in Texas.
I went to a place called Mansion on Turtle Creek. Is that still around?
It's kind of sort of around, but it's changed quite a bit.
Yeah, that was a really upscale restaurant. That was my highlight of that particular trip where I ate. But it was the last time they asked me back, actually. So never returned to Texas after that.
Yeah.
But you took over. You put on your reverend's costume, right?
Yeah. Sometimes.
A little show business and not bad.
Not bad. So what else y'all want to talk about quickly? Anything?
I don't know, man. You know, we're hanging in there today. The crowds have been pretty big here, so that's been pretty good. I've been really gratified by seeing it. I mean, I'm just hoping going forward that we can keep doing this internet stuff. You know, COPE is coming up with their new rules probably in June, and I'm just like holding my breath. You know, hopefully they'll make it easier to do online CE rather than harder, but I don't know.
Well, of course, all of the evidence and previous history suggests one thing, so you can hold your breath and fall out if you want to, because that's what you'll be doing if you wait for something else to happen.
Yeah.
They've, 1 + 1 is 2 most of the time. So they've told you how they feel and what they're going to do. Either accept it or deal with it a different way.
Right. Well, you have a unique perspective on this, right? Because not only are you a clinician, but you've submitted more hours to ARBO and COPE in lectures than just about anybody, right? So
I mean, I don't know about all that. I mean, Karpecki and those guys, they've got.
Well, yeah, I mean, the
I
professional speakers, yeah.
Yeah, but I've done, but I heard you mention it just a minute ago, 100 hours of speaker time to do a presentation. Okay, yeah, well, I've done that 110 times. I got 110 or 12 courses on the COPE website.
Yep.
It's a lot of work. You got to kind of want to do it. I'm used to dealing with COPE. I'm used to deal with ARBO. I mean, it's just, you just do what they tell you to do right now. Because if you don't, you won't be able to give your course. I mean, I learned that about 5-6 years ago. I was complaining about something, and I thought I was all special. Y'all know how I think I am. And I got pretty indignant about something. I'm like, I'm not going to let you do that. I'm not going to let you mess up my course by taking that slide out. And they're like, okay, whatever. We get ready to hang up, and your course is not going to get approved. Right. Wait. My bad. Let's start this conversation over. Hold on.
Wasn't there a time, Craig, when you were talking on a particular technology science and only one company made this instrument and they took exception to that? Although, no, you can do this test with anything else.
I don't want to get into specifics, but things like that have happened before.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I mean,
that's why I didn't get specific.
Yes, things along those lines are possible. So I mean, just deal with it for now. I've learned how to do what they want, and it's been several years since I had to change something because they didn't like it. You've got the right as a course presenter to request a different reviewer when they acted kind of silly. I've done that 3 or 4 times. Where I submit a course and it would be denied, and I'm like, hey, send it to somebody else. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that course.
Right.
It'd be, for example, if I gave a course on CEwire and then I changed 3 slides on it 2 years later to give it someplace else, and they said, well, no, this was not good. I'm like, you approved it 2 years ago.
Right.
It's the same
we've
course.
actually had cases with your stuff and other people's stuff where they approved it for interactive use and then rejected it for on-demand use. Literally the same materials.
That makes no sense.
My thought is that it's 2 different reviewers.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, of course.
Yeah. So I tried
That's part
to
of
be
the
special
problem.
again and get my own personal reviewer. They won't tell you who the people are. They try to keep them like judges.
So it's not your cousin,
right?
Yeah. So I was trying to find out who mine was. I could slip a little something and keep going, but they
That's why they don't let you know, Craig.
Hey, it's just trying to help my profession. That's all I'm trying to do.
And Craig, we haven't talked about it yet, but I know that at least on ODwire we've been talking about it. You've had some struggles with COVID in your office, like you were just hammered with your employees taking off.
Me and everybody.
Yeah, but for you in particular, it seemed like you were going through a couple of weeks there where it was like, oh my God, this poor guy, he should just go to Hawaii or something, just take a vacation.
It was about a month.
Yeah,
it was a while. Yeah, because it was 1 doctor, 5 staff. Then the other staff, they were all exhausted. We're not telling the patients that half the crew got COVID. We're like, hey, where's Susan? She'll be here next week. It was terrible. I contracted my business twice past 3 months. Hours of operation. I'm on an 8 to 5 schedule now. It's so weird. I've never had a business open this low amount of hours. I've always prided myself on service. We opened 55. At one time I was open 59 hours a week.
Oh,
Oh yeah, yeah. So all of that's gone. I ain't gonna do it again. I ain't doing it again.
Yeah.
Is your young
85.
associate? Is your young associate ever there without you?
The associate don't want to come in at 7 o'clock.
Mhm.
Associate don't want to stay till 8 o'clock and work on the late night. Not if they're not owner. They don't want to do that.
Mm.
Now, young person with kids at the house, they don't want to do that.
Yep.
Not if they're not owner. That's why you don't see a lot of owners running around.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's what's funny is that like so many people are ready to declare the pandemic over, right? You're seeing that in a lot of places, and I'm thinking like, look around, like look at what is still going on in these offices. It's like it's still here.
I don't know, man. I was at the TOA. I'm almost mad at myself. I don't think I had my mask on 30 minutes.
Mm.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was. They got the big sign. If you've been vaccinated and boosted, mask wear is optional.
Right.
Well, I've been vaccinated and boosted, so I'm hoping everybody walking around with no mask has been vaccinated and boosted.
Right.
That's a pretty big hope. I hope you don't hug me and kill me. But I fell right into it. I was part of the problem.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm over at the bar. Again, we're grazing, drinking, laughing, talking. Nobody got a mask on. Then you're in a bar. I mean, how you gonna drink and laugh and talk with a mask on?
Right.
You can't do it like you're on an airplane. You would take your mask off and sit and put it right back on. That's not what you're doing at a bar in Texas. Okay.
Yep.
That's not what we're doing. And I'm sitting there, looking around like I could be dead in 2 weeks. What's wrong with me? Why am I even here? I had fun, kind of, but I was a little scary. I'm in the elevator. I'd wait for the elevator to pass. If there was 3 people in it, take the next elevator.
Yep.
I was on the 8th floor, big old fancy suite. So I'm coming down and somebody stops at 6. I'm like, come on, man. I'm trying to get to the lobby. I don't have my mask on. Just, stop it. So it was weird. It was goofy. It was goofy. It was good because if I put my mask on, as soon as I got down off the elevator, I take it off to walk through the lobby and go do stuff.
Yep.
So probably the only guy with a mask on in the bar is the person robbing it.
The bartender had a mask. All the wait staff had masks. All the people working there, they all wore masks. Pretty standard. I mean, wearing them properly. So that was something. But you'd be in a restaurant full of 150 people. I mean, I try to sit in the corner by myself sometimes. It was a little spooky. I didn't like it. We're not finished, and I spend 95% of my time trying to be safe at the office. We're always wearing masks, changing them 2 or 3 times a day, wiping stuff down. I mean, I've gone 2 years without getting sick, and now I'm doing all of this stupid stuff like we're finished. I'm mad at myself. I'm hoping I could go the next 2, 3, 4 days without getting a sore throat or something. If I can escape, then I don't think I'm going to be stupid like that again until we're done.
Yep. All right. Well, Craig, thanks for being here with us today. I think we're all going to take a break because we have been talking and talking since I don't even know when.
Yeah. One nice thing I'll say. I talked to a lot of young people. I stayed in this hotel over by the college district over by UT Austin. I didn't want to stay. I never stayed at the host hotel. It's too much drama. So I stayed at this hotel that's right down the street from UT. And I had time to walk around and go get me some pho and get some burgers at the T-Burger joint across the street. I was hanging like I was in college. I could still blend a little bit. I'm friendly. I'm talking to kids. I didn't talk to one college student that had been vaccinated.
Whoa.
Not one person.
Really?
Not one. It was almost like they were reading from the playbook. Well, I don't know what's in that stuff. I'm not going to put that in my body. I'm like, what? I heard that 20 times. Because I'd ask them, because we're all, you're waiting in line. Hey, y'all vaccinated? No, we don't believe it. I'm like, what? I'm like,
it's your religion, yeah.
I'm like, it was disappointing.
Wow.
I don't want to get political by any means, but it was. I didn't expect that. We all read about it, we hear about it, you see it on TV. To actually hear multiple people tell you, I don't believe in that. I don't know what's in it. I'm not going to put nothing in my body if I don't know what's in it. And I'm like, you barely graduated from high school. I've been to I've got virology classes and microbiology classes, chemistry classes, clinical stuff. You don't have the right to make that decision. You don't have the knowledge base to make an informed decision. You've been watching Housewives of Atlanta for the past 2 years. Okay. And I'm just sitting here trying not to be disrespectful, but I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about. You get ready to kill me.
Well, what's crazy?
It was weird.
But what's crazier is like how many of those kids are just putting drugs in their systems that their friends procured from God knows where, right?
Oh, they know what those drugs are. These
were all nice kids. These are kids. I'm at the burger joint waiting in line, talking to them. I'm walking up and down the sidewalk across from UT campus. I'm looking for places to go hang out for a minute. Every place was packed. Man, I think it was because there was the UT Texas Tech game in town. But I mean, when I went to the breakfast at the hotel, I mean, it was like they were giving away free chicken and red soda water. I mean, it was you couldn't get a seat. I mean, it was incredible. I was like, okay, I'm about to go get me a waffle somewhere, a Pop-Tart or something. I mean, I had to wait 40 minutes to get some pancakes in a box. And then I ordered some peppered bacon, and I had 2 pieces of bacon that I paid $9 for in this fancy hotel that I'm dropping $500 a night at a suite. I'm like, okay, man, we're still in the pandemic. Okay,
That's crazy.
It's crazy.
There's a lot of labor problems, labor shortages.
Oh yeah, they have no service. When you check in and say, I'd like a table for breakfast, we don't have any service. So make a decision how long you want to wait. But we don't have enough service to take care of everybody. Okay, and this is, the next step up for me would have been going to the Four Seasons. And I called and checked. They wanted $800-900 a room. I'm like, man, it's nonsense. I ain't that special. And so I'm like, okay, but I might have got better service. I could have gone to the Holiday Inn Express and made my own breakfast like I used to do, where you make the waffles yourself. And
is it the little pancake flipper?
Yeah. But I'm thinking, man, how many people done touched that handle? It's got cooties all over it. But I used to do that. I ain't that special. I used to do that. I just don't want to do it no more.
Wow. Well, now I'm depressed and I'm never leaving the house. So thank you.
Well, now I want waffles.
No, I think we'll be okay. 6, 7, 8 months, I think.
Yeah.
We're making progress.
Yeah.
Think you'll be at Vision Expo, Craig?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
I'll wave to you.
Dennis, I don't, I want to go to New York. I kind of want to see some shows.
What about CECO, Craig?
Huh?
CECO?
No, I mean, is CECO a sponsor of ODwire? Or do you want to be politically correct?
I know,
say what you want.
But I'm just curious if you're attending the meeting.
CECO hates our guts. Yeah, so don't worry about it.
I don't plan on attending CECO because all of my past 5, 6 times going were disappointing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, whether it's disappointment with the venue, which is most disappointing, or the quality of the speakers and the variety of the topics. I was past 4 or 5 times. I'm like, I'm just saying, hey, I'm not going to go back. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
And New Orleans was pretty ratty last time I went. I'm an urban guy. Okay. I don't mind being ratty.
Well, I don't know. Gretchen dragged me through the streets of New Orleans when I was there. Well, we were there a few months ago, and it's still pretty not so great.
Oh no, I'm telling you, man.
It was that horrible. Maybe I have lower standards.
I stayed at the Roosevelt Hotel. I mean, I could walk outside, go 1 block. There's open drug dealing, homeless people laying around, prostitutes everywhere. I mean, it was right there. I mean, I know what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
I am experienced. Okay. Okay. And I'm like, man, we still got a little drama down here in New Orleans. And I'm like, okay, if it's a block from the Roosevelt Hotel, okay, you ain't gonna get away from it. It was all over the convention center. You couldn't walk around there without going through knucklehead after knucklehead, drug dealer after drug dealer. And again, I can brush that stuff aside. I'm pretty Teflon coated in that arena. It don't scare me by any means, and I'm used to seeing it. But I don't like seeing it when I'm on vacation.
Yep.
I don't want to get on a plane and go see it. So I don't know about New Orleans. They ain't fixed it up yet.
Got it.
In my opinion. Yeah. I'll go to I've been to Fort Lauderdale twice in the past 6 months. I had a good time down there. we ought to have a meeting down there. Shoots. I went to the Ritz and I had a great time. It was fabulous. It was fantastic.
I was in Fort Lauderdale in early December.
Yeah, I mean, weather's cool, people friendly, wasn't too crowded. Now, again, it might have been where I was staying. It was pretty bougie, but
I'm a half hour north of there. I hear
diving, lobster hunting. I mean, I had a good time. Yeah, let's have a meeting there.
One last thing, how'd your lecture go? A lot of interaction?
I couldn't tell. I was so focused on trying to run the computer. The screen thing kind of got me discombobulated, and it was a delay. But once I figured it out, especially the first one, the diabetes one, I think that one went extremely well. A lot of exceptionally positive feedback, a lot of questions and stuff. The dry eye one went well too. Not as much excitement. And when I taped that, when I knew it wasn't quite as good, I was almost going to tape it again. I was trying to get it to Adam. I'm always the last guy, so I didn't want to, make another day go by.
You think?
Hey, man, at least I'm consistent. Why would you expect it'd be like dealing with Cope and Arbo? Come on, you getting the same thing for 4 years. Why you expect to get run on the 50?
You know what's hilarious about you though? I know you're going to deliver, so that's why I wasn't worried. I knew it was going to come in. I just put you in my queue at the back. I'm like, all right, he'll be there.
Just put me where I'm supposed to be, man.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. You know that he delivers? I have left optometry times, and I still haven't gotten any articles from you.
All right, that's a sore subject there.
Well, I was waiting for my epigenetics article to be published for 2 years until I got it published someplace else. It was in the queue, whatever the queue meant.
No. Gretchen's right. It's my bad, and I did tell her I was going to do something, and I did not follow through.
I'm just giving you shit.
Oh yeah, hey, I'm taking it. I mean, it's legit.
Maybe your lecture was after your diabetes lecture. There was not a dry eye in the house.
Zoom. I don't know. Yeah, and to me again, at some point, people have learned about dry eye, and they want to learn about stuff they don't know about. I bounced over to that genetic testing lecture because I don't know about a bunch about that, and it looked like there was a whole bunch of people looking at it.
Yeah.
So sometimes you just want to learn new stuff or something you haven't heard before. The people that listened, I think they enjoyed it. Again, especially with the diabetes lecture, I thought that went extremely well, and most of the stuff I presented was pretty new. So I got a lot of real positive comments on it. So I'm happy. I think I've made my contribution to CEwire and to my profession like I want to do.
And we'll make our contribution to you.
And Adam, me and Adam, Steve, me and Adam just bypass you now.
Mm-hmm.
We cut you out, the loop, as far as me turning stuff in.
Oh, great. I have to go after 59 other people.
Yeah, I say Adam, Steve doesn't understand. I mean, Steve, Steve's actually trying to follow schedule. I'm
trying to do his job.
Yeah, he's trying to do his job. And so I'm not going to let him press me. So you might as well just tell him to chill. I'll get it to him when I get it to him.
Craig, we knew it by tomorrow. We knew it by yesterday.
Yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah, I heard you. Okay, hey, I got 10 patients waiting on me. I'll get to it.
All right, man. Well,
we're going to. You're listening.
So, Craig, we're going to go take a break now because it's actually 5 past. So I'm going to take off. I got to do some tech support here for folks. But thanks for being here, and we'll catch up soon, man.
Okay.
Bye, Craig.
Thanks, Craig.
Bye.
All right, guys. So time for a break. I think what I'm going to do is run Luno's webinar from the panel at Vision Expo again, so people can see it. If they haven't seen it before, talking all about new tech, that there actually is new tech since the pandemic. I know it's surprising, but these companies continue to sort of innovate and roll on, even though the rest of us have been trapped in our houses. So it's kind of a weird thing, right, to get back out on the road again and see all the new advances. We spoke to Oculus about it actually yesterday, and now Luno, of course, has a bunch of new stuff too. So this panel was at Vision Expo this past fall. I think the only person who saw it was Gretchen because she was the only person who was at Vision Expo West. So
you were the person, okay.
I love Vision Expo West. I hate, as much as I like to criticize other conferences, I love Vision Expo, and I was so sad that I haven't been there now in how many years.
You got to go this year, Adam.
I really want to. I mean, Vision
Yeah,
Expo
I'll
West,
be there.
East, I want to go to as well. I just don't know if I'm going to make it to New York. But anyway, so
You had COVID, didn't you, early on?
I did. I had COVID in November of 2020. I got my positive test on Thanksgiving.
So did you feel you were immune to keep traveling as much as you did after you got
I didn't start traveling until June of last year, but I'm fully vaccinated and boosted. But I wouldn't be surprised if I had it again over Christmas, because I was down for the count. So we stayed home Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, didn't see family because I was really, really sick. So I didn't bother getting a test, like I think most people don't. So I kind of figured that I was taking precautions that I needed, and I wasn't wandering around without a mask, kept my mask on the planes. And yeah, so I would say that I am more cautious at home than I am traveling, just because I am getting on a plane and going out to eat. I mean, we don't go out to eat here. We haven't gone to the movies. I mean, I did say that my daughter and I saw a show last night. That's probably the biggest thing that we've done since all of this. So no, I don't think that I'm especially immune. I'm just doing it.
Yep.
It's good you're back in action. Well, what's your job title? What are you actually doing?
Well, do we want to have that conversation after we come back from break?
Yeah, why don't we do it right
back.
after break? So this show is going to be, what is it, like an hour and a half? It's an hour and 24 minutes. So when we come back, we're going to quiz Gretchen on what she's doing with her life.
Oh boy.
So what time we're coming back, Adam?
It's an hour and 25 minutes is this,
Okay,
this
about
segment.
3:30 then.
Yep.
Maybe 3:30.
12:30 your time.
Yep. All right, cool.
All right.
We'll see you guys then.
Guys, in a bit.
Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another ODwire webinar. Now tonight, before we get started, let me just lay down some ground rules here for everyone. First and foremost, I know everyone here is asking themselves, where's my Starbucks card? And well, congratulations on making it out tonight, and that will be emailed to you tomorrow. So be on the lookout for it, and thank you for being here. Second thing, tonight, before we get started, I want to remind everyone that this is an interactive session. And you'll see on the right side of your screen, there's a questions box. Feel free to type into that question box. I will take your questions and hold them aside. And then at the very end of the presentation tonight, we're going to have a little Q&A with the panelists who are here. And speaking of the panelists, let's just dive right into this. So tonight's lecture is all about, as you can see on the screen, growing and scaling your practice with wavefront-based technology. Now, it feels kind of strange, actually, because of the pandemic. I know most of us are not traveling, right? And it almost feels like we've been in timeout for the last couple of years. But, you know, despite the fact that we're not going anywhere, technology has moved on, right? And new products are coming out all the time. And in this past year, we actually started returning to conferences. A few of us, anyway, we dipped our toes in the water. And so at these conferences, there have been panels and a lot of really interesting talks that have been given that unfortunately many people haven't seen, right? Because so few people are traveling. But fortunately, through the miracle of technology, a lot of these have been filmed. And tonight what we're going to show you is one of these panels that was actually done at Vision Expo West, all about growing your practice with wavefront-based technology. The folks at Luno Technology recorded it. And it was a panel with some folks that I think everybody here at ODwire knows very well. We have Dr. Rasa, Dr. O'Connor, Dr. Gerson, and Dr. Hoff. You've all seen them before in other ODwire shows, and they're here on the panel, and then we're going to do a Q&A at the end. And I just have to let everyone know that unfortunately Dr. Gerson can't be here with us tonight, but you'll see him in the video. So we'll go over some more introductions in the video itself. And again, if you have any questions, just use the question box. I'll hold your question aside, and then at the very end, we'll have a pretty spirited Q&A.
Welcome everybody to our presentation. My name is Dan McNulty. I'm president of Luno Technology North America. Our company has brought wavefront technology to the US market way back in 1994. I'm excited to have on stage with me four clinical excellence leaders, each of whom use Luno technology products in unique and innovative ways. I'll go ahead and ask maybe the panel to start introductions. Dr. Ross, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure, I'm Dr. Rasa. I am the owner of Big City Optical from the Chicagoland area.
And I'm Greg O'Connor, and I've been in private practice in Malibu, California for 41 years.
Jeff Gerson, and I'm in practice in Kansas City.
My name is Michelle Hoff, and I'm a clinical instructor at UC Berkeley School of Optometry, where I just recently retired after 30 years.
I'm going to breeze through our introduction slides because I forgot. So there's Dr. Rasa. We met Dr. O'Connor. And if you see anything that you want to cover that we missed, because I missed the slide, go for it. Anything you want to cover? Shall I move?
You can move.
We'll move. Dr. Gerson and Dr. Hoff. Okay, so what we decided as our theme for today is pictures are worth 1,000 words. And each one of our users up here have submitted a range of pictures or images that incorporate our technology into their practice. So we thought we'd walk through different images that they provided and ask the particular person to speak to their image. Whose image is this one? Is this a Dr. Rasa? You want to speak to kind of why this image? What are we looking at?
Absolutely. So this image, as you said, is worth 1,000 words. And the way this is presenting is a typical pre-test area in my practice, downtown Chicago, where footprint is very expensive, and we want a small space and to be able to accomplish a lot in it. The way the setup works is that the patient checks in, they already filled out their medical history in the portal, or when they came in, that is already visible in my EHR. They're escorted to this pre-testing area. They're first analyzed with the lens analyzer, their habitual RX. Their wavefront is ran with the eye refract, which compacts the information from me on their refractive status as far as their uncorrected VAs, the patient's VAs with the habitual RX, and also the VAs with the eye refract wavefront information. With several subjective options given by the artificial intelligence and geared by my technician. We also have the prescription that is the manifest reflection suggestion. Then the patient turns around and we run the big part of the items that are required on the comprehensive exam, which analyzes the anterior segment. It gives us the idea of the patient's wavefront once more to verify what we just received. Also gives me the pachymetry, topography, anterior chamber angles. It gives me any opacities that might be visible on the lens, and also gives me the posterior segment wide field image of the back of the eye. And also the NCT readings that are recorded at the same time. All of this information is uploaded into my EHR within seconds. And at that point, before even meeting my patient, I already have a lot of data to review and to design in my mind the plan that how I'm going to address their chief complaint, the recommendations that I will make, answer their perceived problems coming in, and also discuss unperceived reasons of me seeing the patient, especially with the health information that is collected, and to make the right recommendations and consultation for the patient. All of this that you see here in this setup is taking less than 10 minutes to gather and be ready for me to review on my EHR.
That's kind of amazing. That's 1,000 words. One thing I noticed about this picture, there's one chair, right? I mean, you have a lot of instrumentation. The information that you just provided is extensive. And the patient is really, they're not moving. They're just swiveling.
Yes.
Which is really, really neat. And you're not in the picture. You're just getting the information from the cloud.
It is very socially distance friendly because the technician is able to direct the entire flow of this data gathering, stepping away 6 feet with the handheld Samsung iPad.
Impressive. All right. I think you got your work cut out for you, Dr. O'Connor. Is this your picture?
This is my picture.
What are we looking at?
What we're looking at is photographs taken from the two of my exam rooms in my second location in Malibu, which I opened about a year ago. I opened it to be more technician-driven and oriented toward a younger demographic, and Luno technology fit what I needed perfectly. What you see in the photograph on the left is in the foreground, that is the Visionix VX40 lens analyzer. And it's a very simple instrument for your technicians to learn and to use every day. They simply insert the glasses into the instrument and press a button, and the instrument takes over and does the rest. It has an amazing optical display that tells you everything about the lens optically, and it's just a wonderful technology for troubleshooting, particularly progressive edition lenses. Behind the instrument is the Visionix 120 Plus with the dry eye module. And as Dr. Rasa was saying, in Malibu, we as well have very high overhead. So you can see how compact all these instruments are. And in fact, the Visionix 120 Plus is basically 8 diagnostic instruments in one. So that is a tremendous space saver. In the photograph on the right is basically the iRefract system itself. My wonderful optometric technician, Jennifer, is holding the Samsung iPad that controls the entire operation. The patient has her head in the iRefract instrument itself, and she's looking into the compact digital eye chart that is very versatile. It can produce a number of different displays, including cute little videos for children to keep their attention. And all the technology is, again, done automatically. From the finding from the lens analyzer is fed in to the tablet that Jennifer is holding. She enters the age, presses a button, and the rest just happens. And then she conducts the manifest refraction based on the wavefront aberrometry in a scripted step-by-step method that results in very accurate refractive finding. And then the display has lensometry at the top, the wavefront aberrometry reading next, and the manifest refraction finding underneath it. And then unaided, if the patient comes in not wearing any prescription, and Jennifer can toggle among the different three and ask the patient what they prefer, and then she makes me aware of what they've chosen. This has really been a wonderful experience for Jennifer. She was my optometric technician before Luno technology, but you can really see her self-esteem build as she uses this really, I think, beyond state-of-the-art technology. And she feels so empowered that she's gathering so much powerful diagnostic data from the patient. And often the patients actually think that she's the doctor, and I don't really let on otherwise.
One of the things that really impresses me about you in particular is, look, you've been in the industry or in OD for more than 40 years.
Yeah.
Yet you're employing technology that's cutting edge,
right,
empowering your staff. What is the response of your patients to this? Do they question the results? Are they uncomfortable, or how do they respond to the technology?
We've had it a year now, and we haven't had a single incidence of that. The patients feel very comfortable with Jennifer conducting all the diagnostic data gathering. They're very impressed by the technology. Dan and I were having a conversation before, and the genius who created all this actually did work on the Star Wars program for the Reagan administration way back when. And I said to Dan, wow, it's amazing how many of my patients, after they experience this, go, wow, this is like Star Wars. So no, they don't miss me at all. Doesn't bother me.
You're just in the back,
Well,
waiting for the data, right?
yeah, and I love it because, as Dr. Rasa was saying, it's all the presentation anymore. That's what's important. You have so many options now to tell your patients about that I think for you to be well prepared to give the presentation is where your time and energy should be focused.
I love that. Thanks for sharing. That was great. Next up, I think we have Dr. Gerson. This is your image. Why did you pick this one, and what are we looking at?
Yeah, so luckily in Kansas City, we're not quite as space confined as you guys are, but it's obviously still an issue. But kind of along the same lines as use of space, really, for me, a really important term is efficiency. And how can we create efficiencies in our office, whether it's with our space or it's with our time or our technicians' time. And so what I really like about this picture is it shows my technician, Kira, that she's using the lens analyzer that you described to read someone's glasses at the same time while someone's having their autorefraction done and the eight instruments in one. And so getting all those tests done at once with one instrument, with one press of the button, takes about 90 seconds or less. And so within 90 seconds, I have autorefraction, topography, Ks, pachymetry, and some anterior segment data, lens opacity data, NCT if I want it. And at the same time, Kira is reading the patient's glasses. So right away, we have all that information in less than 2 minutes. And so to me, this really what this picture shows is just a model of efficiency. How much information can we gather in how little time? And as we've already heard, having it all put into our electronic medical records so that when I enter the exam room with the patient and I pull up on the tablet, I already have all this information. And it makes doing the digital refraction that I do so much easier because not only do I already have a starting point, I essentially already have my ending point before we ever start. So that's why I like this, just because of the efficiency that it really provides.
And I want to tease a future picture that you have with the digital refraction, but I won't because I think it's too good. But let's keep in mind efficiency and Dr. Gerson. So now this is an interesting one. Dr. Hoff, everybody knows a lens analyzer is a lens analyzer is a lens analyzer. They're boring and not that important. That's not true.
That's not true.
Right.
You're right. You're right. I do have to say I bring a little bit something different to the panel here. I am a lens geek, and I am happy to say I am a lens geek. I've been in the vision care industry for over 30 years. I started in vision care in 1984, and I just love anything that has to do with vision correction, and specifically lenses. By the way, this is my superpower. Glasses are my superpower, and I've had my superpower since I was 4 years old. And so I love to share anything I can about lenses and how lenses are made and what they do. And so when I got my VX40 lens analyzer at the university, I mainly bought it because we were putting lenses on a manual lensometer 6 millimeters apart and looking at what happened to the prescription 6 millimeters apart, spaced along. And I found this instrument and I was blown away. So a lens analyzer is not the same as a lensometer. As many of you know, manual lensometers require a high level of skill and training to get reliable information. Automated lensometers, same thing. It's a little more convenient because you can push the button and you might get a printout. It might send the information to your autorefractor or your autophoropter. But the wavefront lens analyzer that Luno has, the VX40, is by far light years, to use the Star Wars analogy, light years ahead of itself. Wavefront is, you can measure a much larger area. As you can see, it's a 44 by 65 millimeter swatch of the lens. It's got a point matrix to it, and it's super fast. So again, you get the convenience of information in about 45 seconds. The beauty is there are 3 different maps. So you can see here that you can change the display excuse me, to see 3 different maps. The first map that you see, which is on the upper left, is the power distribution map, and that shows you the power along the lens from the distance prescription, which is in the green circle at the top there, that's the distance reference circle. The cross that's just below that is the optical center, or position of zero prismatic effect. And then the blue circle at the bottom is the near reference circle, or where the optimal or greatest add power is located. So having those landmarks is very important, and I'll talk to you a little bit more about those later. But the next map over from that is the cylinder map. We call it the delta sil because it's the change in cylinder from the actual prescription, what's happening on the lens. So that map to me is worth its weight in gold. I've learned so much about lens design and lens performance and lens characteristics from that. The scale that's over there on the left hand or the right hand side, the delta sil scale, if you think about it in terms of colors, pink, purple, and coral are really friendly colors because they're the areas of clear, comfortable vision for your patients. So if your patient's looking through pink, purple, or coral, they will have a good visual outcome. The other colors, the yellow, the orange, and the green, I call those cautionary colors. And those are where your patients are going to have symptoms of blur or swim. And so you want to stay away from, or you can predict what their visual experience is going to be if they're looking through those areas. The particular shape of the map I'll talk to you about in a couple slides later on is really important. But also the distance between the top circle and the bottom circle tells you the length and position of the corridor of the lens itself. And lastly, the bottom map is your prism distribution map. That tells you what the prism is doing away from the optical center of the lens. And so, for example, the point-by-point distribution, you can actually touch anywhere on that screen and see what's happening optically on there. And so if I have a patient who has prism at near, I can touch that and see, are they seeing the prism at near? Or I can check the power all along the corridor and see how is that power or rate of change happening along that corridor. So not only is this instrument very easy to train your staff with, you could put somebody, who came from a different industry into your office and say, here, put these glasses in there, measure them. But your staff could grow along in knowledge as they learn how to read these maps. And that's kind of what we do. I mentioned that I retired from Berkeley, but I'm retired but working. I guess that's what we say. I'm retired but working. I work with some other lens geeks at Sightline Ophthalmic Consulting, and that's what we do is we teach people how to use the technology of this instrument to its fullest extent.
So Dr. Hoff is an optical Jedi, to continue the Star Wars analogy. Yeah, exactly. We have clinical application specialists at Luno, some of whom are fairly well tenured, and after a 10 or 20-minute discussion with Dr. Hoff, their mouths are agape and they go, I never knew all that, So thank you for your knowledge. I look forward to some more slides.
You're welcome.
More pictures coming up. Let's advance, and I think next up is again a Dr. Rasa. Dr. Rasa, what are we looking at here?
So this is another picture displaying my practice and how two of my optometric technicians are displaying how to perform the eye refract readings. One thing that I have to really agree with Dr. O'Connor, this gives us a lot of empowering to our optometric technicians to be a bigger part of that comprehensive exam. And the patients definitely have a wow factor, and they see that and they enjoy hearing that feedback from patients and taking part into that more kind of important part of the eye exam. This data, of course, is in the last 2 years that I've used the equipment in seven of my locations at this point, is giving me accurate, reliable, consistent data that has allowed our practice to have a remake rate of less than 1%. That leads to very happy patients and is a very big practice builder because they refer their friends and family to come and see us. So this picture to me is really representing that ability to grow and scale our practices because of the reliable, accurate data that we get. And also the technicians too, they're able to learn how to operate this technology very fast because it is simple to use, and it has been really taking a lot of anxiety for me starting a new practice and training the new staff on how to get started fast.
So, I've spoken with each of you a little bit about kind of the labor market right now, right? We're in this funny time where we obviously have COVID and a huge disruption of our labor force, and it's had Starbucks lines are really long. You can't find waiters at restaurants, and technicians. The churn of techs seems to across the country, regardless of demography, et cetera. It's hard to keep a tech. Can you talk to me about your experience with, you talked a little bit about it's easier for a new tech or a technician to operate the instrumentation. What's your experience been in Chicago with turnover? And normally that would be crippling for a practice. You might have to train a technician for 3 months or 6 months to start refractions. What's your experience been with the instrumentation?
Refraction takes years to master for an optometrist. So for somebody who has not went through optometry school to understand the intricacies and that art of refraction is difficult. So to train anyone to do it takes time. I think the iRefract really reduces that need for time to get somebody on board really fast and produce those results that are something I trust quite a bit at this point after having the experience of using it for 2 years. Now, this technology obviously gives us a little bit of an edge to be competitive for the technicians that are looking for a job too, because we offer this stechnology to work with, and we perhaps look a bit more Star Warsy, and most of our patients are young professionals that have the latest iPhones, they have the latest technology, and they're seeking other businesses or places where they go to be something of that as well. So for us to get more patients and to have the staff that wants to be part of it does definitely put us at a little bit of a higher edge than some traditional practices that might be struggling perhaps a little bit more.
And I still don't see you in the picture. You're still back waiting for the data to come, and you just trust that it comes. That's really cool. Yes. I like that. Any other comments, guys, or should we go to the next picture? Great. Okay, Dr. O'Connor.
Yeah, this is a close-up slide of what I had mentioned earlier, my optometric technician Jennifer holding while conducting the iRefract system. And as powerful and as this technology is, and the wealth of information it creates, the elegance of the way it displays the information in such a simple and straightforward manner, I find very appealing. As I mentioned before, on the very top, you see the information fed in from the VX40 lens analyzer. In between is the patient's distance PD, automatically calculated, brought over from the reading of the lens meter, and then below it, the PD that the iRefract system finds. So you've got the distance PD very accurately determined. The next level down is the wavefront refraction finding. And the August 2018 ARVO study found that wavefront aberrometry was just as precise as refraction done by expert optometrists, but actually more repeatable. So that is a very, very accurate finding. Below it is the manifest refraction that is rendered after the technician goes through the scripted step-by-step method that Luno technology has built into the system. And then again on the bottom is the unaided acuity. And my technician can toggle among the different options and determine which of the four the patient prefers. Below it, we actually have the findings of visual acuity and the keratometry findings. The middle tab, Measure, will actually show you, among other things, the Zernike coefficients. So if you have a patient that still, even though you've refracted 20/20, feels they're not seeing as clearly as they feel they should, you can check the Zernike coefficients to see if maybe higher order aberrations are a factor. And then the third tab can also show you topography and things like that. So simple, elegant, and very informative.
So for all the Star Wars front-end design that people are wowed by, you're still getting information that you recognize, that's
Right.
easy to interpret,
Right.
and it's at your fingertips.
Yeah, and this is very familiar to most technicians. They'll come in with a little experience, so yeah, makes them feel comfortable.
Great. Great picture. Thank you. All right, Dr. Gerson, you're up. What is this colorful picture?
Yeah, so really what this is showing is on the tablet that I'm holding when I'm doing my refraction, the two different modes that I can use for actually doing the refraction. So what we're typically used to is using a manual phoropter and reaching up and turning and spinning things and doing it that way. And with this, it's a tablet that you can hold in your lap or on a desk, a counter, whatever, and do the refraction from that. So someone mentioned social distance friendly testing. And so this makes it so refraction, you can be as close or as far away from your patient as you want, because you're not hands-on the digital phoropter, you're hands-on the tablet that's controlling the digital phoropter and is controlling the eye chart as well. So the image on the left looks kind of like a regular phoropter with different colors indicating whether you just touch it to make a change or whether you have to drag it to make a change. But so, for us that are used to using a traditional phoropter when we go to digital, a lot of times we want to do something that feels similar to what we're used to doing. So this allows us to do our refraction digitally, but on something on the tablet that looks like a manual phoropter. So really easy to control, very comfortably. And we haven't really talked at all yet about the ergonomics of what we do. And this is something that really helps take into consideration the ergonomics when you're doing your refraction from the tablet. Now the image on the right is a different way of refracting. So instead of using what looks like a traditional phoropter, I call this a more analog method, where we're choosing either the sphere, the cylinder, or the axis in either eye or both, and then using the buttons or the little dial on the bottom to change it by a quarter, or in this case it's by a quarter, or we can change that to a half or a full diopter, change at a time. So it's just a different way to do the refraction. One of the things I like about this is my staff really like this. And so, yeah, the one on the right. And because they find it to be more simple to do. And so the way that we utilize staff in our office is before I see a patient, they've had all the pre-testing that we've already discussed, and we don't use an eye refract, but my staff has already done a refraction using this. So they like the one on the right a little bit better. They find it to be simpler. And it's kind of easier to teach someone how to do a refraction on that versus the more traditional phoropter that we're used to. Everyone understands buttons, right? You press a button, it makes a number go up or makes it go down. But when you introduce all these different dials, then all of a sudden things are confusing. I think maybe we probably lose a little accuracy or some of the testing we can do with some of the more dials. But that's why oftentimes I'll use the dials and they'll use the buttons. The other two things real quick to point out are in the upper right of both these images is the eye chart as seen by the patient. So I can just be looking at the tablet. I don't have to be looking over here at the phoropter, then looking back here at the eye chart. I'm looking at one thing, and I have everything in the palm of my hands. And then on the bottom right are just different ways we can control the eye chart, whether we're using traditional letters or E's or pictures, or if we want to change the contrast or put up a red-green chart. Most of us are probably used to doing refractions with some sort of digital eye chart, and it brings so many more options. And again, all in one place. So that's why I like this. Again, the efficiency, I use that word over and over, that it brings by having everything kind of centralized in one hub, and that allows me to do things one way and a staff member to do it another way without having to make much change.
That's really cool. And how long have you been, or when did you transition to digital phoropters? Do you remember?
Yeah, so I've been using a digital phoropter for probably 3-ish years now, maybe a little bit longer.
And now it's your kind of standard practice.
Yeah, we don't have them in all of our rooms yet. So, when my text asks me, which room do you prefer? Well, a room with a digital phoropter. That's where I want to go. Yeah. Easy decision.
Cool. All right, Jedi Hoff, what do you got?
Oh no, we're missing something. Click the button and see if it comes up.
You want me to? I think it's just automated. Do you want me to?
I don't know. Oh, there we go. There you go. Yeah, it had some animation left over from another talk. So this slide I chose because of problem solving. Problem solving can be a big issue for you and your staff. And one of the things is knowing how a lens is put together and how to diagnose it, but also how to take it apart. So I have a lecture that I give that's called Deconstructing Progressive Edition Lenses, and we pull progressive lenses apart into their DNA components or concepts, surfacing, design, aberration, drop, and then of course the power change or the corridor. And so if you have a patient who comes in and says, I'm having trouble with this lens, I don't understand why, or you have a patient that comes in with specific visual needs, you can talk to the patient, see what they're wearing, look and see how that lens is put together, diagnose it, take it apart, and then say, well, maybe Mrs. Smith, because you're having trouble reading and getting to your tablet and some of the other things, I'm going to recommend a shorter corridor lens design that's going to give you a wider field of view for your distance, but it also gives you a wider field of view for your reading. And you can show the patient that based on the color chart. You just explain the color chart to them, say, look at where all the pink is. Pink and purple are your clear visible colors, and then the yellow colors are where you're going to have not the greatest experience. You could show them how that change is going to occur and recommend specific lens designs to the patients based on those lenses. You'll notice that the two circles on the left-hand image, those circles are very far apart. That means there's a very long corridor, and the patient's reading area is at the very bottom of the lens, so they're going to have a difficult time. They're going to do what I call the chicken dance. They're going to have to move their head up and down to find that sweet spot. But the lens on the right, you can see those images are closer together, wider corridor, and wider reading area. It's going to be a lot easier for them to get to where their reading level is, and it'll be a better visual experience. And as eye care professionals, you can do the best refraction in the world, but if you can't help them see with the device that they leave with, they're not going to be happy. And so to me, this is the end result. This is the superpower right here. And it sets the stage for all your referrals and your patient satisfaction and the growth of your practice. So having this technology to educate yourself, your staff, and your patients is so invaluable.
And that's what one of the things I appreciate so much about your knowledge is our focus in at Visionics, or what I've learned in my 3 short years in the industry, is so much time and attention is spent on the refractive process, on things, dry eye, myopia management, all of which are super important. But when it comes to delivering the product, your superpower, we end up sometimes saying, well, just give it another week. See if you get used to it. And with your knowledge of the data that we provide, it really just is that last mile, which is the most important mile of a marathon. Is this the right delivery of the care that I've reflected or prescribed for you? And I think you just put it in such a great way. It's a really important topic, and one that I really appreciate.
Well, what's really important is that, these guys they're getting all the great data, and they're making all the right decisions. They're getting good refractions and things. And then you're following it up with this technology. And like Dr. Russa said, she has very few remakes or redos or rechecks because of the technology that she's using in the exam room. And then having the staff and making those recommendations, those lens recommendations are very important from doctors in the exam room, that follows it up with the staff and the optical, being able to troubleshoot, or it's maybe not even as much problem solving as there was before, but it's so much easier to problem solve when you have this type of information.
Great, thanks for that. All right, next up, we've got, didn't mean to jump. Hold on a second, did I jump? Sorry, I clicked too many times. Dr. Rasa, this is you.
Yes, so once again, this is a lot of information on one screen, but what this screams to me is that I've changed the way I practice optometry, and I do encourage a lot of my colleagues to rethink the way they practice optometry. I'm no longer a data gatherer. I am here to consult, educate my patient from all the information that is presented to me. I can restructure my exam flow, that 30 minutes that I have with a patient, to spend a bulk of my time interpreting this data and educating them on their perceived and unperceived reasons for coming to see me yearly, by just having this at my fingertips before I even see the patient. So on the very left here, it gives me the information on the patient's uncorrected VAs, their VAs through the wavefront reading, their habitual RX, and also the suggested manifest refraction. I can put my logic together and already know what my final prescription will be for that patient and how successful they will be to see out of that final prescription. In the middle, we can see the front of the eye analysis here. In this particular case, I can see that the patient has pathology on their corneas, and I can already design a plan in my mind to talk to that patient ahead of time. On the very right side, we have a little bit more on the anterior segment. Let's say my patient is interested in LASIK. I can talk to them about their corneal thickness. I can talk to them about angles. Most of them don't even know they have anterior chamber angles in their eyes, so that's something new that they find out. Of course, any pathology on the lens, there might be some opacities. Maybe we want to talk about why they're not correctable to 20/20 vision. Maybe there is a start of a cataract. And then, of course, I can see some pathology in this case in the patient that we scan the retinal imaging here. So there's a lot of information here, and let's face it, the eye care world is changing. There's a lot of changes that are happening in optometry and how we approach eye care today versus what it was when I first became an optometrist 2 decades ago. Today, we have more patients. We are the primary eye care physicians. And in order to really practice to the best of our abilities, we really need to have all this information already here for us in order to spend that time with the patient, educating and consulting them.
Dr. O'Connor?
Well, Dan, you said the theme of our panel discussion today is a picture is worth 1,000 words. Well, when you look at some of the displays that Visionix technology creates, I like to think when I show one of these pictures to my patients, it's worth $1,000. And the reason is, on the left, you see the product of a wonderful anterior segment camera that really captures the tear meniscus, the lid margins, the lashes, everything in great detail. Then to the right of that is the Efron clinical grading scales. And you can show the patient in terms of the level of red eye, the level of dry eye, the amount of blepharitis they have, and meibomian gland dysfunction. And so when you tell them they have these problems and they can see where they are on the scale, then your recommendations are complied with on a much greater basis. And in our second location that we developed, we put in a full ocular pharmacy. So we sell all the products that we recommend to our patients. And just for convenience sake, they usually purchase them right there. they really want to come back then for the progress evaluation because they want to see how much they've improved. And all these conditions, remember, are chronic conditions. So once they return to your office out of convenience to run in and purchase the product that you recommended, they might see a sunglass they really like. They might make an appointment for a family member. So that's how I say this can really actually produce a lot of revenue down the road.
And I think I've heard that dry eye candidates may take the first course of medicine and then you don't see them again.
Yeah, very common.
It seems like this actually draws them back in so they can see their change over time history. Is that right?
Oh, absolutely. In Malibu, dry eye is a real issue. Maybe you know from the news the wildfires we have, how dry and windy Malibu can get. But it's also sort of a laid-back community where people go, dry eye. But when you show them this and you show them and tell them this is, if you don't do it at this level, you're going to go on to this level. And trust me, this is really an uncomfortable level. To your point, Dan, yeah, they get the message.
Motivation, right?
Motivation,
That's
you
cool.
bet.
Great, thanks for that. All right, Dr. Gerson, you're up. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, so what we're looking at here are some comparison maps that I can show my patients from the autorefracting unit. And so the one on the left is essentially how somebody sees uncorrected. So it shows an eye chart, and then it shows on the bottom right of each of them, it's supposed to just be a point of light, but it shows how they see or perceive that point of light. On the right is showing, well, through refraction and corrective lenses, this is what your vision should be in each eye. And this is also what a point of light should look like. And actually that point of light one actually resonates with a lot of people. We'll talk about that instead of, when you're driving at night, if your glasses aren't on or if they're not right, instead of seeing that point of light, that it's kind of a bunch of rays coming out. And that's something that surprisingly people can really kind of relate to. But again, I just like this because it's really showing people the benefit of having proper eyewear. It's also sometimes really useful with parents and kids that they'll say, well, gosh, I didn't know that they, do they really have an eye problem? Are they really not seeing very well? And obviously this is one where it's fairly dramatic. But even in ones where it's not this dramatic of correction, even if it's only a half a diopter or a diopter, it can really illustrate to somebody how much of a difference it can make if you have eyewear that corrects your refractive needs.
And so do you use this frequently with kids to help the parent understand what the kiddo actually sees?
Yeah, we do, just so that they can understand. And sometimes with some parents, and I think sometimes it's even a cultural thing, they'll want to delay glasses and say, well, I want to see what happens, or do they really need them? I want them to try to work their eyes.
It'll get better, right?
Right. And so by having something like this, it's able to show them, well, this is how you should be seeing something, and this is how they are seeing it.
Thanks for that. All right, Dr. Is there animation on this one? Or?
Oh, click it and see.
Ah, there is.
Yeah, just keep clicking. Sorry, I didn't check my animation. Here we go.
I think that's it.
Right, okay. So, we practice by evidence-based optometry, and I'm always looking for, something to support what I think or what I feel. And I think you mentioned, Dr. O'Connor, you mentioned a study that came out about wavefront refracting and how. And so this study came out from Optometry and Vision Science, and they studied the comparison of progressive edition lenses for general use to personal computer lenses. And they sampled a bunch of people. I can't remember the exact number of it. I think it was like 85 or I don't know. But anyway, the subjects, 84% of the subjects preferred occupational lenses to general wear progressives when working on computer-specific lenses were statistically chosen higher. And it's interesting because the subject said that only 14% of them were actually told about computer-specific lenses, but about 80% of them said, I wished I had known about it. And so, I guess the take-home message for me, and I'm shocked to say, is that, my colleagues are not talking to their patients about their visual needs and explaining these task-specific lenses. And so there's studies out there that support that, But then we can also use not only the marketing material, which you see on the right-hand side, but you can also use the imagery from your lens analyzer on the left-hand side to describe how these specialized task-specific lenses are going to work for the patients. And so I think it's really important that we keep asking those questions. You know, how am I practicing and how can I support the way that I practice through evidence-based, through my industry leaders, and also through the instrumentation that I have in my office.
And end up supporting your patient's needs, right?
Absolutely.
Just
Yeah.
if I'm on the computer all day, I want those.
Yeah, that means that 76% of the patients are not being offered task-specific lenses. Can you imagine having to use a progressive lens and work on your computer like that?
The chicken dance.
Yeah, it's awful. It's awful.
Which is great at a wedding.
Yeah.
Right. All right. So our time is running short, so I'm going to click maybe more quickly. Finally, we get to see Dr. Ross's face because so far we've seen only data, and I'm so happy to hear you talk about why that is. What are we looking at?
Yeah, so this image here, I have to tell a tiny bit of a backstory here. 5 years ago, when the idea was born to start Big City Optical, my partner and I, we brainstormed a model of optometry where we imagined a neighborhood optical that provided very high quality service and easy access to eye care. Today, we span 15 locations across Chicagoland area. 5 years later, part of it is through the pandemic. And ability for us to grow this way and to provide that high quality of care, obviously technology helped, and the ability to do the remote exams. With all of the description that I described of how I'm able to have the data at my fingertips while taking a look on EHR and everything already uploaded before I even see the patient. In this case, I'm seeing the patient through a HIPAA-compliant way via Zoom. I'm in the exam room with them, and we discuss the chief complaint. I pull up on the screen all the images that I have. I discuss with the patient my plan and the recommendations that I am making for them during that visit. The entire visit is about 30 minutes. Most patients we're very concerned about their time because we live in the fast-paced world, and this has allowed me to grow a cold start without the anxiety of the very high overhead cost before I'm able to hire a full-time optometrist to take care of the schedule once it starts to build up.
So at a cold start, you might have a technician running tests. You may be at a different location. The patient goes into the exam lane and boop, you come up on the screen. That's great.
Yes, and this way I'm able to take care of multiple practices on a daily basis. I might be in one of my locations that is a mile away and take care of another location or perhaps two. When we are only seeing about 5 patients per day at a cold start, this has really allowed us to grow at a rate that we have been.
Thank you for that. All right, next up, I think we've got one for Dr. O'Connor. What are we looking at?
Dan, what we're looking at here is a wonderful feature on the Visionix VX 120 Plus or 130. It shows you the retro illumination feature that displays any opacity of the optical media. And I would just like to editorialize for a second and say I'm a great admirer of Dr. Rossa. I really feel that she's a pioneer in the profession of optometry and showing how the independent optometrist can not only survive, but thrive. So I'm going to take lots of notes and follow Dr. Ross's career. But to her point, and what I think we're trying to emphasize today, instead of just being data collectors, we need to be in a position to interpret as much data as we can and educate the patient about all their options. I think back 40 years, Dan, when I started practicing optometry, I think of the choices in spectacle lenses, basically glass lenses, standard flat top 28, 35 bifocals. Progressive edition lenses were just being introduced. CR39 lenses were just being introduced. In terms of contact lenses, PMMA lenses ruled the day. Soft lenses were just coming in. Well, today, think of all the options an eye doctor has to educate his patient or her patient about. First off, all the spectacle lens options, as Dr. Hoff has so carefully educated us about. This is important to educate the patients about. And then we have all the contact lens options today that we can help so many more patients with. We have all like vision therapy options if you have the right eye system. There's a lot of way we can help people now with binocular vision and traumatic brain disorder problems. You have all the refractive surgery options now. You, as a medical doctor, are making now medical decisions, and you have to explain to your patients the pros and cons of the different pharmacological choices that they have to address their issue. And then finally, you have nutritional options to educate your patients about. So your time should be spent analyzing what's presented to you and preparing a presentation for your patient than just collecting this data. Now, in the bottom slides there, those happen to be images of my eyes. And I think without this technology, even myself, I'd had monovision LASIK 22 years ago. Dan and I'd seen beautifully all this time, but about 6 months before this slide was taken, I knew something was different about my vision, but I'd refract myself and I still saw 20/20. So when Deidre Huff came to my location to train my staff and myself on this new technology, we discovered those are opacities, and those are the reason that I am not seeing the way I thought I used to be able to see. So subsequently, I've undergone successful cataract surgery and have had extended focus and multifocal implants, and I see beautifully. But this would be the type of thing that I think a busy eye doctor could easily miss and just say, you'll get used to it. You'll get used to your new glasses. The new prescription will make all the difference.
And if you're not screening for it, you're never going to find it.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. Great. That's a great story. Thanks for that. All right, 6 minutes, 4 slides. This one is one of my favorites.
Yes. So it's the reason it's your favorite, and you've teased me about it, is because I love to do a refraction with my feet propped up on a drawer.
You don't have repetitive stress on your ankles or anything?
No stress on my ankles. Because I mentioned ergonomics earlier, and I think it's great and important to be able to do things comfortably.
Yeah.
And so I think most of us, very few would argue that yes, it is comfortable to do a traditional refraction on our shoulders and our arms. And so I would tell you, I love to be able to hold the tablet in my lap, prop my feet up on a drawer, and do my refraction from there. And my assumption, of course, is the patient's looking at the eye chart, not taking a peek and seeing me propping my feet up. But it just makes work more enjoyable. I think anything that you enjoy, you're going to be better at.
Yeah.
And then once you're better, you also enjoy it more. They go hand in hand. So this is just kind of my way of being more comfortable and enjoying what I do more. And this wasn't just a staged photo once, one-time thing. This is what I do literally every day.
That's cool. That's a brilliant application of technology. I love it. Personalizes it.
Yep.
Dr. Hoff?
Okay, well, I'm going to use this as a spoiler alert or maybe a preview of coming attractions. This is kind of a lengthy description to this, but if you've been following what I've been saying about the types of lenses, and this is the delta cylinder maps that you get for the different types of lenses, you can describe, these are all my lenses, by the way, my general wear progressive, my full range near variable focus, my power boost, and my intermediate near variable focus lens. And there's a story behind each one and what I do with them, but I'm going to leave that for tomorrow at Friday between 1 and 2 over at the booth, I believe it is. We have, I could tell you a little bit more about that and how you can increase your multiple pairs prescribing using these types of slides and how you can learn from them as well. So, but I personally have every one of these lenses. I use them all on a daily basis, and I've learned so much based on this technology. So I will leave that as a teaser for Friday.
Good, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hoff, and to the entire panel for a meaningful discussion so far. I think that is our last picture. Let's see, it is. Do we have any audience question? Anybody have any burning questions?
So there we go. So thank you so much, panelists, for the great discussion at Expo, and I'm glad that we were able to record it and now show it to everyone here tonight. So we can go over a little bit of Q&A right now. So for everyone who's here, remember on the right side of your screen, you'll see a little box that says questions. Feel free to type into that question box, and then we can engage the panelists and they can answer any of the questions that you might have. As I mentioned before, Dr. Gerson isn't here, but the rest of the panelists are. So hello, panelists. How are you doing this evening?
Very well, thank you, Adam.
And by the way, we also have someone from Luno here tonight. We have Melissa Renfro, who's like the expert on all the actual technology. So if there are product-specific questions, we'll have her answer those. But the first question, and the one that I think a lot of people, it's on their minds, is sort of the ROI behind all of this, right? The cost of the products and so forth. And I think, you know, Dr. Rossa, maybe we could point this one at you, since you're up to what, like office number 15 or something now?
Well, tomorrow I launch my 16th location.
Wow, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yikes. Well, so, you know, with 16 locations, and that's over a very few number of years, it's kind of amazing. And so maybe you can speak to us a little bit about the costs of actually implementing these systems.
Absolutely. I'm sure that it's on everyone's mind when they start a practice or expand a practice. How do you justify that return on investment? For me, the biggest driver is to enhance the patient experience. For me, it justifies the practice building and also growing that brand name that I'm creating. So the technology would have to allow me to have a consistent, reliable, repeatable, and efficient way to gather these results. It has to take up a small footprint, and it has to have ease of use. So those are probably the biggest pointers.
And so one other question that I think that people have or have had, you mentioned actually in the panel that learning to refract can actually take quite a while, right? It's sort of what optometrists are best at, right? Out of all the professions, this is something that optometry almost has a monopoly on. And it's something that optometrists are really proud of. One question that we get constantly, or that people ask, is, you know, if I implement one of these systems, am I going to get rusty? Am I going to forget the art of refraction? Is this something that goes away? What's it like on, you know, sort of your daily experience with that?
No, I think this technology just gives you a supercharged power to be able to do it in a very efficient, consistent, and reliable way. So it gives you that ability to shrink the time of the refraction data that is being collected and actually give it to what I perceive as a more important part of the eye exam, which would be interpreting that data and consulting and educating our patients on the different options that are out there today versus previously. So this refraction gathering via the eye refract, to me, was the missing link that I was able to incorporate into the practice. Of course, we already used retinal imaging and OCTs and visual fields and all the different type of technology before, but the refraction part was still something that I had to rely on myself being able to do in office. Now, with the eye refract available, I can shift that to my pretest area. And you really don't forget refraction because, to be honest, not every single patient is going to be 100% okay with just the eye refract. I still use my traditional 4-opters for a lot of the binocular testing, or I actually do it on the eye refract as well, because it gives me those options. So myself, I still do probably about 10 to 15% of the refractions within the practice, because it is a little bit more intricate.
Right. Question here sort of about setup time. And I guess, Dr. Rossa, you're up to, office number 16, right? So you've been really pushing these things out relatively rapidly. How long does it take actually to get one of the systems implemented and then get the staff trained up?
So the staff training is very little, actually, and with the problem of labor shortage and onboarding, we want that to be as easy as possible. So that's one of the reasons I went with this technology, is because like anything, when you incorporate technology, for example, most of us are most familiar with integrating EMR. Those systems they give us a lot of usage, but initially just to plug it in and start using it, you can do it, and you keep learning over time. Same thing with the iRefract and VX650. You can plug it in, you can have the staff start and collect the data and learn over time. So there really is no downtime. You can start the day of them being introduced to that technology.
Right. And I think one other question that we had here, and we've been talking about it a lot, is telehealth. You have, with all those locations all around Chicago, you're obviously not in all of them every day, right? So you're able to sort of act at a distance. What's that been like for you once the system was implemented?
Yeah, so the patients have to have the ability to have easier access. In order for us to take care of the increased number of patients that are out there and give them the options, it really allows us to take care of more patients. And what I've noticed recently is, maybe during the pandemic, is they want different options. They want to be seen either right away, or they want to be seen evening hours or weekend hours. So the option for the remote exam allows us to do that. It may not be for every single patient, but for our practice, it has been a really great option for the patient to choose of where, when, and how they want to be seen.
Right. Oh, got an insurance question here, if you guys are willing. So a question about retinal photography. We saw in discussing using retinal photography with these systems. Can you bill insurance when you make a medical diagnosis with the pictures that you take with the systems, and have you been billing for medical insurance? So Dr. Ross, if you want to jump in, or Dr. O'Connor, feel free.
Yes, I can answer to that one. So recently I've seen a patient who is type 1 diabetic. He's young, and he just wanted to come in and get the contact lens updated. He was about to do it on some sort of online platform, and we were able to get him easily into our schedule, and he came in for a remote exam. I was looking over all the data gathered, and I've noticed that he is definitely experiencing diabetic retinopathy, and changing his contact lens prescription would not do, and it would not give him the results he wanted. So we were able to right away put together our protocol to send these images to our retina specialist and have them evaluated, and set up an appointment for him right away to be seen. Also, care coordination was put together for his primary care physician to be aware, and all of that is very simple when you have the EMR and all the technology available to do that. So yes, you can bill for these images to either medical or however you end up billing. Of course, for a patient like that, follow-up care is needed. So there's going to be more visits that you can start medical type of billing.
Yep. And somebody actually just made a comment here. That it sounds like, teleoptometry is definitely here. Perhaps it's time for a national optometric license. So I agree, but that's for another talk. But yeah, Dr. O'Connor, now, your mode of practice is really different, right? You have your 2 locations out in Malibu. And one question, you started talking a little bit about dry eye in the panel before, and I think you have the VX120 Plus dry eye. And I'm sure that we can go over sort of all the different kinds of models and stuff, but having the technology in your practice, did it really change sort of the way you manage your dry eye patients?
Absolutely. Historically, what we've had are like Schirmer tear tests and applying different dyes through strips and evaluating. Patients really, especially here in Malibu, don't like that. And so to have a totally non-invasive, easy, pleasant experience for the patient where you can really demonstrate with that Efron scale and show them pictures of their eye, it just makes dry eye management much easier for the patient and for the doctor. Once they see for themselves where they're at on that scale, it really saves a lot of time. It's very difficult to try to explain dry eye to a patient or blepharitis to a patient, or especially meibomian gland dysfunction to a patient. That's why the pictures are so effective. And again, we try to make the treatment for it very accessible by having a full ocular pharmacy. We found, especially during the pandemic, a lot of our pharmacies, if people go in, we recommend an eye drop, we recommend this, or if it's prescription, the pharmacy doesn't have it. So we have it, and we make sure we have it all the time. And so the patients love it. They love the convenience of being able to just come into our locations and get what they need to manage their dry eye, and then to monitor and see how successful they are. So yeah, it's totally changed my approach.
Right.
To the best patients, for sure.
Yep. And there was a comment here just quickly sort of about the pandemic as well and the incidence of dry eye. I think we're all kind of zoomed out at this point, right? Sort of being sitting in front of screens all day. And I don't know if you've actually seen it as well, sort of an uptick that other people are noting.
Well, that certainly sustained our practice through sort of, when things were really shut down in Los Angeles. People were still, their eyes just dragged them into our locations because they were really hurting. So digital device, eye strain, and dry eye really was sort of the meat of our practice there for a while during the pandemic. And so, yeah, it's and also the masks, wearing the masks, the mask-induced dry eye. That's a real issue too.
Right. And so a question here. So again, Dr. O'Connor, your mode of practice is a little bit different. You had a practice that was already established where you then implemented this technology. And question about sort of staff pushback, right? So we all know that buying the piece of equipment is the easiest part of this, right? It's actually implementing it and using it and making sure nothing becomes a paperweight. So how did it go with your experienced employees, who were already used to working in a certain way when you implemented the new tech?
Oh, they were thrilled. They loved it. And Deidre did such a beautiful job. She it was really, really fun, the training and everything. We made it very, very enjoyable. It really, there wasn't much. I mean, it's so straightforward, really. And the technology is so sophisticated. I mean, the technicians, their minds were blown too at the amount of information that they now would be empowered to gather for the doctor. I never liked that term pre-testing. What was that about? Pre-testing? It's like is that pretend testing? It kind of is demeaning. Oh, you go do the pre-tests. I'll do the real tests. This is very serious information that they're gathering, and they can do it in a way they feel confident in doing it. The no technology makes it very straightforward for the technician to gather this information with confidence, and so it really builds the esteem of the technicians. So it really, there's no pushback coming from my staff at all.
Right. And Deidre was physically in the location as well, or do they do a lot of the training sort of on the internet as well?
Yeah, she was physically in the location for a couple of days.
Right. And then sort of
very
afterwards.
accessible after, like, here's my cell phone. If you have any questions at all, don't hesitate. And we took advantage of that, and we didn't hesitate. And she answered immediately. It was, so it was really, it was a joy to implement.
Yep. And again, these instruments are mostly are entirely internet connected too, right? So they can be
Sure.
addressed remotely if you're having issues.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which of course leads to another question that people are asking, of course, is what happens when the internet croaks, which, for some of us, our internet is not as reliable as others. I'm no stranger to this, actually, having Comcast here. What happens if the internet dies? Does the equipment work? I mean, how does that work if something dies?
No, it's dead, so, fortunately, Malibu, people are used to it.
Right.
Okay, we'll just come back another day or whatever. But we also have manual backup. I mean, we have, manual instruments available to do, at least the baseline exam for the patient. And then they can come back at a time where the internet's up for the rest of it.
Right. And again, sort of in the same vein, we saw pictures of the interface, which is tablet based, right? We saw Dr. Gerson, right, with his feet up.
Yeah.
So, I think we're all experienced now with iPads. We've used them long enough. We know that stuff happens, right? I've probably dropped 3 of them so far in my life. How does that actually work in your office? Do you keep extras around, or do you tell your staff to be super careful? How does that work?
No, we keep extras around, absolutely.
Right, and so these are kind of like standard tablets. I know somebody mentioned Samsung, I think. So these are sort of off-the-shelf tablets that they just program to work with the system.
Correct.
Excellent. And let's see some other questions. So we already mentioned sort of EMR, but actually I'll ask that as well. So, we heard about the EMR integration before. Was that like a huge to-do? I'm assuming that for most EMRs, these integrations have been done before, so it's probably not that difficult. I don't know if Melissa's still around. Melissa Renfro, who's one of those great folks who walks people through setting the system up and helping them. What sort of EHRs do you work with? Or I guess you probably work with them all, right? So is it have you run across anything that's unusual, or is it pretty straightforward usually to do the integration?
Hi, Adam. Usually it's pretty straightforward. Most of the most common ones, iFinity, Crystal, Practice Management, some of the MD ones like NextGen. We work with all of them. I mean, sometimes it takes just a little bit more if we haven't worked with them before, but our IT department will get on remotely and make sure that they've got everything set up, and then we just connect with their IT department. And between the doctor's IT and our IT, usually it's pretty seamless. So at this point, because we've connected to most of them, like you said.
Yep. Excellent. All right, so let's see if we have any other questions coming in here right now before we let you guys go. So we have a couple of VX40 questions. So, and again, this is probably the piece of equipment I think that people are least familiar with. Lensometers are, this is something completely different, right? People are used to the dusty old thing that they have in their office, but this is something very different that's high tech, right? The lens analyzer. And sort of questions for Dr. Hoff here, I guess specifically, since she's the self-proclaimed lens geek. So a question: why do certain prescriptions have more aberrations than others? I think you started talking about it a little bit in the presentation.
I did, yeah. So when we're working with variable power lenses, off-axis aberration is inherent in the lens design. And you can take a single vision lens and put it in the lens analyzer, and it's going to look completely kind of pink. Then you can take a aspheric lens, single vision, put it in there, and then you're going to see that as the periphery flattens out, you're going to get that off-axis aberration pattern going that's going to be kind of concentric circle-ish looking. With our variable power lenses, the beauty of that is you can see the pattern of the lens and distinguish a general wear from a near variable focus from a power boost. And that's really great because then you can check and see the characteristics and how much of that off-axis aberration or swim or blur that your patient's going to experience. So it's, it's so much more, light years ahead, to go with our Star Wars analogy, of a manual lensometer, because with the manual lensometer, you're only looking at about 6 to 8 millimeters of the lens itself. And so you really can't understand how the lens is performing in 6 millimeters. And we don't, unless we have tunnel vision, we don't see in 6 millimeter, field of view. We have a much bigger field of view. So the lens analyzer, like I said, gives you about that 44 to 65 millimeter area on the lens that you're analyzing.
Right. And question here, does the VX40 measure prism?
I love that question. A lot of people will shy away from prism and go, oh, prism. But the answer is yes and no. So if you remember what prism redirects light. And prism is a relative, has to be relative to the optical center. So yes, there is a prism distribution map, and you're getting a moment in time or an area of analysis on that lens. And the lens does give you the optical center of the lens, which is that plus sign that I indicated in one of the slides that we looked at. And so yes, you can see where the optical center is, and you can see how the prism radiates out from that optical center. But remember, again, prism is relative, and it's relative to where the patient's looking on the lens. So if you know the interpolar distance and the patient's, well, not the interpolar distance of the lens, and you can actually input the patient's PD, which I think you can do in the single vision lens mode, you can kind of check the prismatic effect, and it does give you vertical imbalance. But at this point in time, the best way to measure prismatic effect is still with the manual lensometer. But that, like I say, that's just at this point in time. I know that there are going to be some advances, hopefully, in the future with the lens analyzer that lets you do a little bit better way, have a little better method of checking the prism, but not to put pressure on Leno to improve on that. But I mean, this instrument gives you so much more information, and this is just one little facet that we could probably make some improvement on. But in the long run, the idea that you can see the performance and characteristics of a progressive lens is mind-blowing.
Absolutely. Question here about how long it takes, and again with the VX40, since this is probably one of the instruments that most people are not familiar with. If I had to guess, and how it works and everything else. So I'm very glad, Michelle, you could sort of go over this with us. How long does it actually take to analyze a lens, and is it difficult for the staff to actually use the device properly?
Well, I mean, to physically analyze the lens is about 45 seconds for a pair of lenses. And I like to call it, not to be demeaning, but it's like a PhD. Push here, darling. Put the glasses in and push the button, and that's really all the training you need to get information. So that's really quick and easy. But then you can grow along with the instrument once you understand how it works and you have the knowledge of optics behind you. You understand lens prescription, and you understand optics, then you can grow. The doctor can grow, the opticians can grow, the staff can grow, and learn more and more and more about what these lenses are and what they do. So it's a great instrument because it works for the new staff member who just walked in out of another
Back again.
occupation.
You're
And
muted.
it also helps
Oh,
that
yeah.
staff
No, you're
member
not.
grow in
I
their
can hear you.
professional career.
Gretchen,
I don't think I
speakers
raised
aren't working. I can hear you guys.
Oh, wait,
That's kind of
maybe
a
my
funny
sound is
question.
down.
So
Okay,
in
now
the
say
talk,
something.
someone was paying attention.
Yeah, it was
Remake
you.
rates were down to 1%, I believe.
No, I'm
Was
kidding.
said somewhere in the
Stop
it.
presentation. Question
You
is,
are so
of
bad.
those
I didn't
remake
see that picture.
I
Adam.
am,
I didn't want to make you feel bad.
So you guys are right on time. I'm really impressed. The webinar is just coming to a close, so congratulations on getting back on time. Paul, of course, is...
Well, Paul's got to know that he's on camera when the video is playing. Gretchen might send you a picture.
No, it's not my picture. It's yours.
Oh, he was
Steve.
he was totally asleep. I'll let everyone in the audience know. He was Paul was sleeping.
No, it's a different picture
Oh,
that Steve
okay.
took.
All right.
Okay, I'll send it to you later.
Oh, wait, before we are live? Okay, then forget it.
But that's okay. Do what you want. I'm eating a black and white cookie, so, you know.
Ooh, no, I was going to comment on something else.
Oh.
You can't say black and white cookies anymore. You have to say...
Well, so this cookie actually came from New York. Meredith saw how we were suffering this weekend, so she got me a Carnegie Deli cookie, a black and white cookie. So
that's like a piece of cake, those cookies.
They totally are. They're the best.
And I miss them.
I know. It's not the
Adam,
same, though. It's not the same here as in New York, though. The distance, I think, killed them. So.
Which side do you eat
waiting
first?
for a box from you. You've promised me some of Kyra's cinnamon rolls several times.
They aren't going to survive the trip. They're going to be horrible.
Yes,
you have to come here. You got to come here.
You were going to bring them to me at CECO once.
Yep, that's true. That would have survived the trip because that's like a quick few hours. But yeah, you got to come out here. Come out for the summer.
Well, I was going to come out for this if we weren't virtual.
Yeah, that's true. Hopefully by next year, all this crap will blow over and we will be back to normal. But
oh, I hope it's before next year.
Yeah, I'm hoping summer, hopefully.
Yep. Yeah, Expo West is actually my target where I want things to be normal so we can actually like do fun stuff.
You aren't going to go anywhere until Expo West?
I don't know. I mean, I really do want to go to New York. I miss being there, but I just don't know yet. So we'll see.
Yeah. I don't particularly want to go to Chicago in June. To me, it's worthless.
Yeah.
But anyway, smooth as silk. I did have another 15-minute conversation with that fellow from yesterday. So I told him, click the button for the room, refresh. He didn't know what that meant. I said, there's an arrow next to the house. And he said, oh, but there's
Maybe
7
some
minutes.
of these people shouldn't be taking online CE if refreshing is really a challenge. Maybe their technical skills just aren't set
But
up.
you try to be nice, you know, or if all of a sudden, if I say you can't do it, then I'm the
Well, you know, the thing is,
nice person.
We need to try to make it as easy as we can. In fact, what I was doing while we took our break is I was doing tech support because people tend to email me if they really can't figure out what's going on. And for me, a lot of the stuff is actually useful because now, especially with Audentio here, I can actually, if I know who's having trouble and I know what their email address is, I can forward it on to Audentio and we can watch people, right? We can pull up their account and we know what's happening. Like, for instance, this one guy had a problem where he got logged out of a lecture for some reason, and he had to log back in. And the behavior sounded weird, right? Because obviously we've had thousands of people here today who know what they're doing and got through fine. But there's something very specific and particular about what this guy is doing. And so, you know, it's easy for me to just say, yeah, whatever. But what I wanted to do and what I have been doing is I forwarded on his info to Audentio so they can look and try to figure out what path he took to get into the conference, right?
Well, we all know that I am a bigger bitch than anybody else, so.
Yep. Well, I mean,
Yep.
Yeah. No, I mean, so Gretchen, you actually are the truth teller a lot of the time, right? You tell people what they don't want to hear sometimes, which they need to hear.
You are a kinder person.
But
I
in
am
my
a little
case,
more
but
blunt
in
and
this,
direct.
and normally, if I didn't have any ability to fix any of these problems, I would just go like this. But like we're in a great mode right now where we actually can start really making these fixes and streamlining stuff too. If there's stuff about the UI that's confusing, we have the chance now to actually fix it, which is so cool. Which is why, like, literally, I'm responding to every single person that contacts me.
And Gretchen, previously, we almost felt like our platform that we paid good money for was our adversary. Like they were against us because what
Yeah,
problems
that's
we're having.
true.
Yep.
Here, Audencio is our ally. They're trying to build something better.
Yeah, they
That's true.
don't want this to suck either. They want it to be as good as possible. They really care about what they do. And so that's why I think they're interested when I send them this data. They don't think it's an insult, right? When I send them something where I tell them something's going wrong, they want to know, who this is and why and try to figure it out. So it's definitely very different.
Well, let's see. We're at 3:30 here Eastern time.
Yep.
So let me find the old schedule. So we just started with, am I looking at the correct day? Yes, I am. Tom Cheesem just started he has a 2-hour class on billing and documentation errors. And Jim Finelli has a 2-hour class on lab and imaging studies. And Mark Blumenstein has a 2-hour class on diagnosing and treating patients who are in pain. So we've got quite a long stretch here of 2-hour courses.
And all heavy hitters. All
Yep.
heavy hitters, all good speakers.
Yeah. And then for the rest of the afternoon, the only 1-hour class we have is Chris Rapawano talking about 4 common anterior seg diagnoses. So everything else for the rest of this afternoon is a 2-hour class, with the exception of Rapawano's.
Yep. And Rapawano's class, by the way, is great. He's a really good speaker, and you might be wondering, why is it so late on a Sunday? He actually asked for it. So I give people what they want, because if it was up to me, he might have even been leading everything off, but he didn't want that.
I love your disclaimers, so you don't try to make it look like somebody is bringing up the tail end. But what I have learned from other speakers is some of these organizations want big names as anchor speakers. They don't want to front load everyone at in-person meetings, so they keep people there through the end. So it would be horrible if you had a Saturday afternoon class somewhere, but now it's considered an honor that if you are an anchor in that slot, and the hope is that you being a marquee name will keep attendees there through the end of the meeting.
Exactly, and that's kind of how I did it here too. I felt bad, but then I'm like, well, people who want to see Deanne, really like her, and want to see the stuff about sports vision, right? They're going to want to stick around and see this. It's not just the same old, so the same thing with Carlo and Joe. Now, they asked for these, Sunday times, so I'm like, all right, I'll do my best. But again, Polino's talk in particular is about controlled substances. People are sticking around for this, right?
It's required by the states.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the logic that we use. And the same thing, Julie Rodman, a really good speaker. We wanted to actually put these people here as well. So yeah, it's hard though. Making schedules is hard.
Yeah. Imagine being a guidance counselor at a high school trying to put all those, or at a college trying to slot all this. Well, I think high school is even more difficult because kids need to get certain classes before they graduate. Like, okay, if we have 5 people who need AP biology, well, we need to make sure that we fit it into their schedules.
Yep.
That must be a nightmare.
I cannot even imagine it.
How do they make the schedules for Major League Baseball with 162 games and 32 teams and going across country and stuff like that?
Yeah, that's
a logistics thing. But I think specifically with high school is there are certain requirements that you have to meet.
And you have to deal with
MLB. You don't have to.
And you have to deal with angry parents. It's not easy. Okay, so I'm checking out here any support issues that we're having. One person with a sound issue that just emailed me, so I will respond to him.
And I see that Paul is back. Hi, Paul. Oh, you're muted. Yeah, turn your mute button off. We can't hear you.
Mute. We can't hear you. Your button over there.
Unmuting.
There you go.
Yeah.
Paul's back.
What are you doing now?
Oh, he's picking up right where we left off.
Oh, okay. Boy, you do have a memory like a steel trap there.
Well, he just woke up from his nap, so he's good.
Did you really have a nap?
Nope.
You're lying. I watched you. I watched you nap.
Indian food leftovers.
Oh.
Well, during the break, so you had some lunch.
Yeah.
Had lunch. Yep.
I had to tend to the kitty who had surgery a few days ago.
Oh,
goodness. Well, tonight at 6:30, I've been informed my 2-year-old, 7-year-old, and 9-year-old grandchildren are going to be sleeping over. So no rest for the weary for me.
Oh, best of luck.
Do you build forts in the living room? What do you do with the kids?
Oh, but it's great. The 2-year-old goes to sleep like 8 o'clock. That's no problem. And we have on a golf course, he runs up the hills, down hills. And we taped a movie. They like movies now. We make a big thing of popcorn. Thank God the Babysitter's Dead, something like that. The movie from the 90s or 2000s.
I never watched that. For a
Applegate,
7-year-old?
Christine Applegate. Oh yeah, it's been checked by her parents. In fact, did you ever see the movie? Thank God the babies visit dead, something like that.
I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
Well, my daughter, when she was about that age, 9 years old, Christine Applegate in the movie is like 16, but gets a job because parents are away, and she gets a major job as an executive at like 24 years old, even though she was 16.
Oh, wow.
But she says to her boss all the time, "I'm on top of it, Rose." So my 9-year-old, when my daughter was 9-year-old, every time we asked her, "Do this," she said, "I'm on top of it, Rose." And so if she was able to see the movie then, we figured they could see it. It's PG. So popcorn, grandma and grandpa, how much better could it be? And we have a puzzle, doing 1,000-piece puzzle of Encanto. You know Encanto? What that is?
Wow.
You know what Encanto is? The cartoon movie?
Oh, no. Oh, yes.
Yeah,
I've heard of that.
Yep.
But I was thinking 1,000-piece puzzle. My God. I don't think we've managed some of our 500-piece puzzles.
Well, they're good at doing the edges.
Of course.
The borders. So the number one song is, what is it called? Don't Say Something About Bruno or whatever. It's number one song all over the world, and not just for kids, for adults and everything. It's from that. It took over the Frozen song.
I'm a big fan of Pixar movies, but I haven't seen that one yet.
Mm-hmm.
We watch them even now. I mean, my kid's 25, and we still watch The Lion King and we still watch all of those Disney movies. We're all Disney fans here. In fact, we were just saying the other night, it's been too long since we've been to Disney, and I was looking, and we don't have any meetings soon. So that's how my kid's gone to Disney so many times, so many optometry meetings there.
My niece's husband is the head animator at DreamWorks, and we get all the stuff sent to us beforehand. He's a great guy, super. He was a physics major at Cornell, who also studied graphics, so he made fire look like fire and water look like water, and he's really a nice kid also. Nice kid. He's probably 38 years old. But
hey guys, so I got a question here. 2 questions.
Oh.
So first of all, someone's asking about credits again. And again, don't worry about your credits. We're running out all the transcripts again over the weekend. And then early next week, everyone's going to get an e-blast from me with a link to your transcript page so you can look at it, and if anything's missing, we'll make sure that it's there for you. So
they're asking about printing it out because you can't print out off the transcript page. And I told them
it'll come.
Yeah, it'll be there. It's just not there yet. I mean, the funny thing is the software is there, right? Because we built it for Nora, so it's sitting there, but we haven't actually set up the data structure yet for this particular CEwire conference. We were trying to tackle like one thing at a time, so the live conference was our priority. And so this will be ready with the proper certificates and stuff by probably mid next week, I would say Tuesday or Wednesday, or it could be even faster actually, knowing how quickly Audentio works. Otherwise, I just realized I have to set up a subdomain as well, so there's some, I have to do something too. So anyway.
Just say by the end of next week. That way you want to under promise and over deliver.
Yep.
Right.
So sometime next week, end of next week, let's say. But it'll probably happen between us guys, probably happen faster than that, but we'll see. So cool. So that's about it. So Gretchen, meanwhile, where we left off, as Paul was saying, explain to everyone what those initials are in your upper right corner, the R, H, and the MM, and what you're doing. So what's going on with you?
Okay. We do have a friend who thought that it stood for Ronald McDonald House at first, I guess upon quick glance. And I shared that with our team the other day, and they thought that was pretty funny. So I am working RHMM. It's a boutique agency. So we are working with clients to help them from a whole bunch of things, from soup to nuts, really. We have some clients who are just working at the preclinical stage. We have clients who have already launched products. And so we help manage their trade publishing ads. We help work with on-site show support. We create content and manage content, which is where I come in, working with some of their scientific efforts. We work with them on posters, on advisory board meetings, a whole bunch of things, PR, soup to nuts, really, and both in optometry and ophthalmology. So it's specializing in eye care. And the person behind this group is Rebecca Hussein.
Alexa,
and
stop.
I work.
Yep.
Sorry?
I was talking to Alexa.
Oh.
You set off the alarm.
Of course. So Rebecca is pretty well known. I think a lot of people know her in eye care, right?
Yes, she was a sales rep for some publishing companies in the past, and that's where we intersected. We worked together at Optometry Times for a while, and then she decided to start her own company, and that was about 7 or 8 years ago. And it was small at first, and it has since grown, and we're all virtual, and we have somebody new starting in a couple of weeks. I'm not the new girl any longer, so I have been there since the end of October, right before Academy of Optometry. So my exact title, it might still be in flux because we're trying to reassign roles and responsibilities as the company grows. Right now, my title is Director of Clinical Strategy. And also, we might throw some editorial in there because of some of the editorial things that I'm doing. But a lot of working with clients, working with their scientific data, working on strategy for some of these preclinical products that companies are working on. So yeah, it's a little bit different for me, but in some respects, some things are still the same. So for example, we have tomorrow off, thankfully, after this weekend. It just happened that we have President's Day off, but it'll be welcome after having a long weekend. But I've got a meeting on the books with one of our clients to talk about the content ideas that I've brainstormed of what content that they should be working on and where they should put it, in which publication. Should it be video? Should it be infographic? What thought leader should be working on that? So that's the same thing that I did in my editorial position. I'm just doing it on the other side of the fence right now.
Is it all virtual pretty much? You
The
don't go
company?
anywhere? What you do at home, except for going for conventions?
Oh yeah, everybody works from home. There is no physical office, and that's great because I was at Optometry Times for a little over 9 years, and I've worked from home that entire time, and so I'm grateful to continue that now. I think it would be really hard to go back to an office. I do miss this part of it. You know, I'm very much a people person. I mean, that's so cliche to say, but relationship building and maintaining relationships is really key to what I do. And it's hard to do that not in person. But now that we're going back to meetings, I think that helps. So I do miss the water cooler aspect of, you know, did you happen, you know, what'd you think of the Super Bowl last night? You know, that kind of thing. But the flexibility of working from home is great. And I don't even have a small child any longer. And I still like the flexibility of working from home.
That's great.
Yep. One thing that I think, Gretchen, that's been useful for you probably, I would guess, is leveraging what you did, you know, running Optometry Times and these other publications for so many years, right? Because how many times have we seen like industry truly screw up their messaging, not really understanding who their audience is? And you always think like, God, if you just had somebody, you know, who really understood the reader, you could make this so much better for everybody, right? The companies could actually get their message out in a clearer fashion, and their message would even be more credible, right? We saw it time and time again, so it's kind of cool that you're in this position to try to steer what people are doing.
Well,
do you sometimes go ahead?
Oh, I was going to say yes, that's great, but it all depends on if clients actually listen to advice. I mean, it's, and I'm not throwing anybody under the bus, by the way. I mean, we haven't had anything like that, but people have to know what they don't know in a way, or at least admit what they don't know and try to find people to help them. And even if they do, it doesn't mean that they're going to like what you tell them or have interest in going down that road. So it's I haven't been there that long, just a few months, so I haven't encountered any challenges like that yet, but I'm sure at some point it'll be a fine line that you have to know what your client wants to achieve and then offer advice to help them achieve that. And they may not want to go down that road. I mean, I've been in that position other times where some people don't understand the benefits of, say, editorial, advertising, and then what we're now calling content marketing in a way, which is where you're working with other people to get your message out, but you have a little bit of control over the message. So sort of a marriage between editorial, or what we're calling earned media, meaning that you don't pay for it, and things that you do pay for. So there's room for all of that, and they all help in different ways. And it's just a matter of knowing, okay, well, you really do need to spend more money. And also, this stuff does cost money. I mean, people offering advice, and as you know, just with advertising or sending e-blasts or exhibiting at a meeting, that can get into significant investments for companies. In addition to running clinicals, working with thought leaders, it's a lot of logistics, and it's some spend, but sometimes you have to spend money to make money.
How do you develop your database, your e-blast base? How do you accrue that? Because we've done it over many years, obviously.
Now, are you talking our company or the clients that we work with?
Your company to contact the clients, optometrists and ophthalmologists.
Well, usually we aren't doing any of that yet on our own in sending out some things. And that's part of the things that I'm working on behind the scenes, is creating some of that content. But usually we are working with other groups to send out something, or we are helping to create it, but we aren't actually executing it. So it really depends on what the clients have asked us to do, what our scope of work entails. And that differs from client to client. So, and usually for databases like that, we're helping them create that, and then the client will send it out on their own.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, so your role really is to consult and tell them, like, I think you should use this outlet to do this, you know, this KOL to do that, and this message would probably resonate, this probably won't, and stuff like that. So, you know, I think it's a good role for you, right? And at the very least, you're not hustling every month to get a publication out, which must feel wonderful.
It's wonderful and not wonderful. Because I'm learning that you can't take the editor out of the girl. Oh, God. That I have been doing this for way too long. And I'm glad that I'm still brainstorming that part of the business, because that's important to me. But on the other hand, there was some structure before, and that meaning that you had to get a monthly publication out, or we had a 3 times a week newsletter. I mean, you have a cadence or a rhythm to your day or to what you're doing, and mine was more of a monthly cadence with a monthly publication. Sort of like if you worked for a newspaper, that would be a daily cadence, because you're publishing on a daily basis. But I don't really have that now. And so I had been doing that for so long. It was my entire career that it's a bit bizarre to not have that. So a lot of our cadence now is around meetings, because we do work with our clients on live events, which is why I'm going to things like Hawaiian Eye and Academy of Ophthalmology, you know, meetings that I hadn't really attended before. I also went to Cedars Aspens, which was in early December in Fort Lauderdale, which I had never even heard of before, because my career was mostly spent in the optometric space, and that's a very small specialized meeting. So I hadn't even heard of it. So
how comfortable did you feel then in December? And this was things were spiking then. But it's Florida, which is totally open.
Yeah, Florida was, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I was glad to go somewhere warm, but I would have rather it had not been in Florida, just because, you know, Florida is really its own entity in many ways. So, yeah, I could have done without it being in Florida. So, but now our cadence is around a lot of these meetings because of live events that we're putting together there. So we're looking ahead. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, given some challenges that we had trying to get places to stay in Hawaii just last month for Hawaiian Eye, we are already looking ahead to next year's Hawaiian Eye to make sure that we've gotten some things booked, and I've gotten things booked for AOA and for ARVO. So we plan around the events and then the deliverables that come out of those events. So leading up to it, finding venues, and that's not just me, by the way, it's our entire team of what we're working on.
Yep. Yeah, and I actually got to attend your events, 2 of them anyway.
That's right. Yes, you came to an iPoint event, and you also came to an Oyster Point event.
They were impressive, I will say. You guys do a good job, you know, of keeping everybody sort of entertained and informed. So it was very subtle. I appreciated the job you guys did.
Well, thank you very much. And yeah, it is very, very exciting, and to see things in a different light from, like I said, the other side of the fence. So some of the things that I do are very similar to what I did in the past. And I'm also learning a lot of new skills. Plus, I'm also developing relationships in ophthalmology where I hadn't before, and I appreciate that. Getting to work with a new team. And also, it's wonderful to be working with Rebecca again, because she and I worked very well together. And then also, too, Aaron Schlussel and I, it is now the 3rd company that we've worked at together. So Pentavision, in its previous incarnation as BCI, we worked there together. And then we worked, first it was Advanced Star, then UBM, then Informa, then MJH. So through that whole iteration at Optometry and Ophthalmology Times, we were together, and now we're here at RHMM. So if that doesn't tell you that relationships are key in the eye care space, I don't know what does.
Yeah, they really are. You know what's funny, though? You mentioned ophthalmology. Going to the Academy of Ophthalmology meeting, it was almost like entering a parallel universe. Like, you walk around there and you're like, I know things here, but I don't know any people. Like, I've been transported into a place where I understand sort of what's around me, but these people, who are they? What's going on here? Like, Oculus, why does your booth look like this? I'm not used to this anymore. It was a very strange experience. So I guess you kind of have to build up to it now, going to these meetings over and over again, like you've done for the past 20 years in optometry.
20.
30. 30. I'm trying to be nice.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Yeah, so it is, I can, I fly a bit under the radar at a lot of these meetings. And so most of the people that I know at ophthalmology meetings are more of the industry folks, because they do cross over. And also, too, ophthalmologists haven't gotten an email from me 3 times a week with my name on it. So even at an optometry meeting, if you don't know me personally, you likely just know my name, but just because I've been around for so damn long, or I would clog up your inbox. So it is, and it depends on the day and my mood, how I feel about it. Sometimes it's invigorating and refreshing, and other times it's disconcerting that you're like, you called it a parallel universe, or I call it the upside down.
Yep.
For Stranger Things fans.
Yeah, it really does feel that way. It's an odd feeling to go to ophthalmology meetings. I mean, maybe that'll, I don't know, settle down over time, but yeah, it is.
Oh yeah, I think it will, because the more I go to, the more people I will know, and I will get to know the rhythm and the feel for ophthalmology meetings the way I do for optometry. I mean, I've been to ASCRS a handful of times. I've been to Academy of Ophthalmology a handful of times, even prior to this new position I have. So they aren't totally foreign to me, but I'm not going to every single one.
Right. Although I will say this though, Gretchen, one of the liberating things about going to those meetings, nobody knows you. So you can like walk around. So like when I was at the Academy of Ophthalmology, I was like, oh yeah, no one's stopping me. No one's, saying hi. It's like you can really kind of just take it all in without, I don't know, if you're antisocial like me, it's great because you just don't have to talk to anyone.
Well, like I said, depending on the mood and the day, sometimes that's great and sometimes it's not so great. It just really depends.
Yep.
But I will throw out a shout out to all of my colleagues at RHMM that we are a small, very tightly knit group. And I have never found a group of people who are more collaborative, more caring about folks. People ask, how are you doing today? And they honestly want to know. Or if somebody knows that you're overwhelmed, what can I take off your plate? Can I help you? And I was really floored at the first meeting I traveled to with this group, which is in Boston, Academy of Optometry. We have a group text for everyone who's at the meeting, so we can all stay in touch. And people are always saying, oh, I'm going to Starbucks. Who wants something? Or can I have extra water. Does anybody need a bottled water? Or, whatever. Everyone is so collaborative, and it's really overwhelming. And I'm not throwing anybody under the bus who I worked with in the past. It's just that everybody is there for the same reason, and they support everyone else. Because in the past we were all diverging. We all had our own things that we needed to accomplish, and we all got that. I mean, if anybody needed something, sure, you'd be there. But everyone is just so proactive. What can I do for you today? That's how you start the conversation. How can I help you? What can I do? And it's
it isn't. I mean, your group is interesting, and I can tell an embarrassing anecdote, if you like, from the ophthalmology meeting where you had disappeared for a few minutes at one of the meetings.
Oh, geez.
and I was just there stuffing my face, right? Because that's what I do. I go to these things, you invite me. Of course, I'm just going to stand there and eat and talk to people. But I was watching what was going on. And at these things, right, the companies like yours that run it, you have to kind of be fly on the wall, right, and watch what's going on. But I could see that all the employees, you were all interacting with each other and kind of watching what the attendees were doing. But then you disappeared for a while. And I was, I noticed that everyone was concerned. They were wondering where you went. And it wasn't even that long, right? But they were so concerned about it. They were like, oh my God, we got to go find her. Where did she disappear to? They were actually worried for your safety. I'm like, wow, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, that was really kind. And I was in fact mortified that when I found out that I think you and Aaron were afraid that I was chopped up into little bits and stuffed into a closet.
I mean, it is New Orleans at night. So it's like, well, who knows, right? So.
Yes, I ended up, I took a call, and I could have sworn that I told a team member, and perhaps I did, or perhaps she thought it was a short call and I was finished and thought nothing of it. But yeah, I was gone for about 45 minutes and talking to someone else. And I was just in another room, like just down the hall in another room. So, but yeah, it is a very caring, collaborative environment. And it's also incredible that we're all virtual, and we have a yearly retreat where everybody comes together. And there was one last fall, and there were people who had started earlier in 2021 because there wasn't a lot of travel prior to that meeting, who hadn't met each other yet. And so all of this is going on behind the scenes before people even came together, and everyone at that company was handpicked to join. So it's just fascinating to see, and I'm grateful to be part of it.
Well, excellent. I hope this year is going to be productive then for you. I have a feeling you're on this huge learning curve, and by this time next year when we talk, you can give us a report on what you've learned.
Oh, I hope so. Yeah. I do love learning new things. I'm a big fan of learning. So getting new skills, talking to new people, figuring out new ways to do things, always welcome. So yeah, but I also like to know things. I don't like learning them. Like I want to be Trinity in the Matrix, where you just download that into your head and I have it.
Yeah, you're not the most patient person, are you?
I am not. Yes, yeah. You know that about me, Adam. I am not patient at all.
Well, meanwhile, I'm trying to be patient here. I know we have a 1 o'clock interview coming up, but he has not actually arrived yet. So,
He's reliable.
Yeah.
Rich, I have a question on your previous universe. I get optometry times still, of course, and I get ophthalmology times. How do they commingle together? Because there's so many, it's like a Venn diagram. How do they determine what goes in what journal, what goes in the other, and what an episode by a day?
Separate editorial teams.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh, yeah. So, and sometimes there would be a weekly meeting where we talk about some stuff, but it wasn't, okay, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. When I was there, I did my thing and I decided what went in where and how it was going to look and all of that. And the same with the ophthalmology team, because there's ophthalmology times and there's ophthalmology times Europe. And then there's also modern retina. So sometimes there's a little overlap with some of the ophthalmology. Sometimes if there was an interesting story in ophthalmology times, I might pick it up and use it in optometry times. But there's a lot of sharing of information, forwarding, like, I don't know if you saw this, or we're going to cover something. So then we decide, say there's a big product launch or some big thing going on. Somebody might say, okay, we're going to do this. And the other publication might decide to just pick up that coverage and use it, or do it themselves. Because sometimes with optometry or ophthalmology, you have a different point of view. So just different editorial teams.
Okay.
And I'm looking here. Nope, our guest is not here yet. So we actually have a few minutes if you want to take a minute here. I should probably mention our sponsors again, right? It's been so long.
And we still have over 1,000 people in the conference. I've been going back and forth in the room.
Oh yeah. So what are we, if we take a look at what some of the things that I mentioned earlier, hang on, where did I put my, my window of the schedule? I know we said, where are we? Jim Finelli, Mark Blumenstein. How are they looking?
Well, it's funny. This particular group is pretty much evenly divided. Mark has about 350 people. Let's see how much the billing and coding is. 376, interesting enough. And the last one, that's the same one. Last one has about 300, so about 1,000 people.
Excellent.
I have to mute.
And actually, I'm surprised about Tom's lecture because it's a practice management lecture. So some people may or may not realize that in many states, practice management lectures don't count. And in Canada, I believe practice management doesn't really count that much for them, right? So I'm surprised that he has as many people as he does watching it. So that's really interesting.
Well, that just comes down to the importance of learning and how people are really jumping into this to get this information, even if it doesn't help them with their license requirements. And that's pretty powerful.
If they pick up one good tip in billing and coding, it could pay the price of admission many times over, though. So it's actually a decent lecture for practice management, even if you don't get credit for it.
Yep, and
absolutely.
And Tom's lecture is actually kind of scary, right? Because it's about documentation errors. So I think people are, I mean, this is an important one, right? So
you want to listen to that lecture or Craig Steinberg talking about how to defend yourself against malpractice suits.
Right. Yeah, and then after that, Chris Rapuano's talk, I think that's going to be pretty well attended to when it starts because it is really good.
He actually thought a long time about what to do, and he really tried to come up with a really good subject. It's amazing how much these high profile people, he's the head of cornea at Wills Eye, think to do the right job.
Yeah, I mean, he's the head of cornea there. I think he's still an officer, right? He was a secretary or something at the Academy of Ophthalmology. He's one of their high-ranking sort of elected officials. I'm assuming he got reelected. I don't know. But he puts in a ton of effort into thinking about what to do so that his lectures aren't sort of the same old. And this particular one about conversations, it's how to talk about these diagnoses with patients, right? Not only how you break it to them, but how you explain these things to them in a language that they'll understand. So I thought this was a really cool talk.
Mm-hmm.
I think Paul has checked out on us.
Yeah, probably. He's probably asleep.
He's meditating on the stuff he's learned today.
That's important. Sometimes you need to give your brain time to process everything.
Yep.
And certainly, like I've said before, Chris Rapuano and Mark Freeberg, who are two prominent lecturers, were the first team to do the Wills Eye manual, and they were residents together, one in front of the eye, one back of the eye.
Yep. Yeah, so we're really, really great to have them on board again. I'm always amazed when they say yes over and over again to doing this.
Well, Mark's a friend. I play golf with him. I play tennis with him. Mark is a good guy.
Yeah, so just try not to beat him too frequently, though, because we need him to keep coming back. So
he beats me at one, I beat him at the other, so it works out.
We still have a speaker at 5:45.
We're supposed to have a guest here actually at 1 p.m. Pacific time, and he has not shown up. And then, at 2:30, Julie Rodman said she'd stop by, right, because she's giving her talk, the very last talk of the day. I'll put it up again so people can see it. So at 6:25 p.m. Eastern time. So she was going to stop by right before her talk just to say hi.
It isn't the last talk of the day, though.
The very last one is Joe's, right? But they kind of overlap each other, so...
People are going to have to make a decision to take Chris's and hers, or Pismente with Polino, and Pismente by himself. But again, his second to last lecture is one people, at least in my state, is required. I know a lot of states are required to take at least something in controlled substances. I'm always asked, will this qualify for my state? Well, if you have to take a course in narcotics or controlled substances, how many different ways can you say the same thing? So I say probably, and it's never been a problem.
Right.
Same thing with human trafficking or some other like pigeonhole type subjects.
Yep.
You know, I'm looking at the chat and somebody asked a question, but we've got a whole lot of nothing going on over there. Somebody last asked something like, what, 45 minutes ago?
So people, they're in the classes, that's why.
But that means that there's no problems, which is good.
Oh yeah, problem. Yeah, it makes it boring though. No problems. You like algebra. You like to because I don't have to do anything except watch out and fix them.
Right, you don't have to fix them. So actually, the one problem that we do have here, it's not even a real problem, is the transcript issues that people are emailing me about. Again, we're working on them after the conference is done. So what's happening is we're rerunning through them again. We're going to correct any of these tiny problems. And the problems that we're having, by the way, are most of the transcripts have run already, but not all of them. So some people are saying, I have 19 credits or whatever now that have reported, right, because they're following along today. But, you know, 1 or 2 aren't showing. Like, what's going on here? And we're going to clear all of it up by the end of today. We can't finish running all of those processes today while the servers are running with 1,000 people. We don't want to mess up the show. So it'll be done afterwards. We're going to do our usual debrief. I'm going to be with the tech team as soon as we're done here today. And we'll go over it, and it'll all be fixed. And again, I think the reassurance I can give everyone is that we actually have all this data. It's just a matter of processing it now. It's not like we lost anything. This server and the processes that we've set up here are so robust that we have all that data. So it won't all go away. It's just the first time we've actually run this for real. And we just have to work our way through it.
I know I'm repeating myself. With other platforms, it took weeks to get your transcript, and that was a printed out transcript, and then another couple of weeks before it went into Arbo. So we're way ahead of the game, but we promised, I think, a little bit too much, and we'll deliver it on a very timely basis.
Yep, and I'm going to answer. We have one person in chat asking about that. Again, if he's listening to us, obviously he'll get the answer, but I'm just going to let him know that we're reprocessing.
I believe there's something at the top of the screen that says that, in that little purple area, Audencio.
Yep. But I'm just letting people know.
Sometimes that becomes just part of the furniture that people don't see it.
Yeah, they habituate to it. But I just let them know here that we'll shoot you guys an email when it's all done. That's the other thing. I think people are probably getting sick of hearing from me. They're sick of my PSAs and they're sick of the emails I've been sending. But that's how we're going to communicate this, right? And again, there's spots on ODwire itself that I'm going to point you back to where you can communicate, and we can have it back and forth as well. So, we're not going to disappear as soon as this is over. So we're still here.
And I hope that the attendees go to ODwire and continue the threads with the speakers, because the speakers are quite willing to talk about their lectures and the subject matter in general as it expands. So just this isn't the end if you listen to a lecture, it's kind of the beginning.
I hope so. And I mean, look at a lecture like yours, right? It's a brand new topic. Nobody knows anything about it, right? You gave people probably an introduction for most of them to the field. What a great opportunity to actually go in and interact with other clinicians who are going to be figuring this out in real time, right? Because you're only now starting to see patients and treating them with these meds. You may as well come to a community where people are all doing the same thing so you can all learn from each other.
Correct. And by March, another drug might be approved. I might have to change the slide or two because of that. Or not change the slide, but at least continuing the thread. Can't change slides.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, and at least, in the space that we've set up for everyone on ODwire, it's protected. It's like the only people who are going to be seeing it are people who participated in CEwire. You're not going to get like random yahoos looking at it. Certainly not going to get patients. You're not even going to get disinterested ODs, right? Because anybody who's here paid to be here, right? They want to be here, and so the quality of the discussion is necessarily going to be higher. So I think it'll be an interesting thing if people do decide to keep talking. The trick is going to actually be getting people comfortable and getting them to loosen up and want to talk. So I don't know how we're going to do it, but we'll figure it out.
But for example, the subject that Bill Tour was talking about, the cross-linking with Epi-on and ODs being able to do it. By the way, you go to science, Gretchen, what actually is done in that procedure?
In the Epi-on?
Yeah. All you're doing is putting a substance called riboflavin, a vitamin.
Yep.
In
And
the
then
eye.
you have the UV light.
Correct, which is what we use all the time for other things. That's not surgery. That would be
Well,
that's
I think the thinking there is removing, doing something like that, the way you are affecting an organ. Somebody explained it to me. It may have been Andy Morgenstern who had explained it to me once, why that is such a big deal and why it might be considered surgery. And also epi, if you do epi off, the way you need to remove the epithelium.
Of course, that I can agree with. But let's say you're doing orthokeratology on a myope. You're also changing that organ in a very specific way, temporarily albeit, but every day you're doing it. So you're really changing the shape of the cornea and doing it for a particular purpose. So again, you're affecting an organ. We have no trouble doing it with a rich contact lens, but with light, it seems to be more of a problem.
I'm trying to remember, I'm likely not doing justice to his explanation. I'm going to do a little research here and see if I can dig that up.
But he was all for it. He kind of said he'd
oh yeah, he absolutely is all for ODs doing it. So yeah, but there's some thinking around why optometry can't be doing that, and perhaps it's just default thinking that people need reasons for, okay, why should ODs be allowed to do it, as opposed to the default being, yes, of course they can, instead of finding reasons that they can't.
Yeah, new technology. Well, it's like why Kentucky, Oklahoma, a few other states can do lasers and do SLTs and YAGs and things like that. But in Massachusetts, I don't think you could refract if you're an OD. I'm not sure.
Just about.
So sorry, guys. I'm listening to you, and I'm looking through here at more stuff. So one interesting question here that we had from a person about coursework, and Michigan is now requiring 2-hour lectures for implicit bias training. So implicit bias being the idea, right, that your own internal biases impact the care that you're providing for people. And so this is now becoming a thing where states are starting to require it. I don't know if Michigan's the first. It might be. But Diana, who actually asked me that question in the chat, actually just forwarded me the name of a person who's actually giving this 2-hour-long talk. So I'm going to get in contact with her and see if, maybe this is something we could add. And I got to figure out also what other states are actually requiring it at this point. So it's good to be ahead of the curve.
No, that's my job actually, to get that content in.
So, we could possibly offer it this time around since we have 2 more live shows to go. I guess my question is, I'll have to look how many people actually need this, like immediately, like for Michigan folks. How many Michigan people do we have is the big question. And are there other states that are offering it is the other, or they require it. So I have no idea.
And I think we do have one lecturer who can't make it for the live event next time, so we could maybe slot it into that spot.
Yeah, that's a good point. So definitely we'll have to take a look and see. And I'm curious, though, because this is the first I've heard of it. I mean, I know a lot of states now obviously have narcotics. We mentioned that. Domestic violence is a huge one that a lot of states have as well. Trafficking, obviously, we already have. So it might be a useful thing to explore. So I'm going to throw that on again, one more thing to think about for the next one.
Put it on the list.
Put it on the list, throw it on, and we'll see, because it might be something to provide. My other question is, can I get it approved through ARBO? Probably the answer is yes. It would be great if the person who's offering this, has some experience with ARBO already, and they're, what we have to do.
I think a subject like that, ARBO would be more sympathetic to than if we're talking about another dry eye lecture.
Yeah, I think so, because it's not like they're going to look at it and make me, remove pictures of a bottle or something, right? So, yeah, so definitely we can consider it. And you
might bring in more docs from Michigan too by adding a course like that.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. We want to try to help out the states as best we can when they have these very specific requirements, like human trafficking. Because I know trafficking is not actually a requirement in a lot of states still. I think maybe it's like 10 or 15 states. It's not a lot, but it's growing. So
I did email James Stringham to let him know he's supposed to be here, but that's
Okay.
He's usually pretty responsive. He's lectured for us before on that subject matter.
Yep. And question here.
So, yeah, very few. And I'm in the rooms now, and very few people having trouble now. So everybody figured it out. Everybody knows how to refresh, except for one person.
Yep. And so for the most part, that is actually going well. I saw that, yeah, Gretchen, I saw the comment that you just responded to in the chat window about having a separate chat screen for technical issues. My hope is that we're not going to have so many technical issues, right? If you think about the thousands of people that are using the server, you have a few people who still have tech problems, and our job, or my job with Audentio, is to get rid of every single one of these, right? I want to have no tech problems. We want to get that down to 0 or as close as possible. So if there are people who still have to do that refresh thing, that's concerning. If it's only like 5 people out of 1,000, well, we're getting better at it. So we need to figure out how many people it's still happening to. And that's going to be my job today in our little debrief meeting, to try to figure out how many people these little technical issues are still happening to.
Well, we've really reduced it from yesterday to today.
Yep.
And some of these technical problems were just things that weren't anticipated yet. So they weren't true, oh my God, the computer's on fire.
Right.
They were very, very minor.
And some of them are configuration errors, right? Things like I have 2 ODwire accounts, right? So that's not really a technical error, more that it's a procedural error. So there are those kinds of things that we can easily take care of. But it's the weird corner cases, as they call them, right? These weird, my screen's not automatically taking me to the next lecture. What's going on?
Right.
Like, that's the kind of stuff where it's really hard to diagnose. And thankfully, last night they did a good job of figuring out for most people, what the problem was. So we'll see.
Just imagine 7, 8 years ago, if we had people being able to use their phones and tablets to access the lectures, we wouldn't even have thought about it. Mobile apps became really relevant the last couple of years, and now it's now you said 30%, maybe even more, using the mobile platforms.
Yeah, the mobile devices have become good enough. Their batteries are good enough. They're low powered enough now where they can run video and still last a very long time. If you think about what it was like originally, right, with these smaller devices, the amount of power that the screen would use, right, the battery life was terrible if you actually tried to do anything heavy with it for a while. Now, of course, you can run all day watching videos on it. So, so things have definitely changed.
Let's see what happens at the end of this month when 3G goes to pot, and a lot of the iPhone 7s and 8s can't access things because they're 3G, and tablets also.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. But hopefully these technical errors are going to get fewer and fewer. Next time around in March, we just hope that it's just a handful of people who have problems. And I think the other thing that I would do more aggressively this next time around too is have people log in several days before and really nag people. I really hate emailing a lot because I know people consider it nagging. But the more people that log in beforehand to test their accounts, the better off we are. So hopefully they'll do that.
So I think Paul has had it, or he's meditating. He's going to break out in song pretty soon.
Yep.
Post lunch. Yeah. I understand.
Oh, I didn't hear. Ask you, how was Hadestown?
Oh, it was wonderful. You had seen it?
Yeah, I saw the main one on Broadway, but sometimes the traveling shows are better.
Well, let me ask you this: was the staging? They had a circle in the stage that was going around. Was that?
Yes.
And did they have lights that they were swinging?
Yes.
Okay.
I saw it 2 years ago, but yeah. But
I wasn't sure if that was this director's interpretation or if that was how the original show was staged. But the guy who played Orpheus had a tremendous range. He sang a bit high, and it was just beautiful. And I loved the way the whole show was staged. And the guy who played Hades had a wonderful deep voice. So I had no idea what to expect. I knew that it was from what you said yesterday, and then my daughter said on the way down of what it was a little bit, but I had no preconceived ideas, and I really, really liked it. And in fact, just today earlier I bought tickets to go see Hairspray. That I've seen the movie, of course, but I have never seen the show. So it'll be fun to see the show.
They won, I think, 5 or 6 Tonys, Hadestown, when it was up for it. And I don't know if you know, my sister's a Broadway producer. They took a lot away from her, but who cares? She's won 3 herself.
I was talking to a couple who was sitting next to us at the beginning of the intermission, because that was right after the song talking about they build the wall to stay safe. And they were looking to see when this show was written, because it just seemed a little too on the nose. And it was originally written in 2006, but I think it had just a couple of limited runs in Massachusetts and Vermont. And then the playwright tried to turn it into an album. And then it was some years later that she connected with a stage director. And I think it first I think it was off Broadway in 2016. So I just found that very interesting, just some of the topics that were being discussed. It seemed like a more recent political commentary.
So many times I go to Broadway plays and I'm upset because the main star is out and the understudy goes in and they're better. I mean, just somebody might be a draw, but their voices are spectacular. And 3 months from then, they're going to be doing it every night when the person leaves. So when it's Philadelphia or Boston or Washington or Miami, you're going to get pretty much a Broadway play.
Yeah, it was. I do like going to see things in New York just because it's more of an experience. And I've never really seen a play in its first one or musical, except for 2 years ago going to see To Kill a Mockingbird. And we saw Jeff Daniels and Celia. I can never get her last name. She has a hyphenated last name. I think they won some Tonys, but and we tried to go see it again in October of this year because they were both coming back to reprise their roles. And I went the first time with my mom, and it was my mom and my daughter going again, but my daughter just didn't feel, or my mom didn't feel comfortable going to New York, what with COVID. So I ended up selling our tickets to a friend who went. So, but I was disappointed because that was a tremendous, tremendous show.
Yeah.
And my mom is a Jeff Daniels fan, and we waited outside and she got his autograph and she was all a Twitter.
That's why a lot of small plays closed, because after all, the plays like Hadestown, they still had to pay the rent. I mean, these big buildings needed to be paid. And yes, they laid off their staff. They got some loans, I'm sure, but only the big ones survived and came back. The Wickeds, the Hadestowns, the Lion Kings, things like that. Hamilton just made it, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's been a rough go for restaurants, small businesses, for anything with the arts, performing or gallery work. It's the pandemic has really taken a toll on some of these businesses or concerns that just run on a shoestring and couldn't stay afloat, which is really a shame.
Yeah.
So
we're lucky that I left my practice just before COVID. I was blessed, but without those loans, it would have been terrible. I mean, to be closed, really, most were closed from, let's say, March 11th. I think that's when everything closed, till about the end of May. So you got 6-7 weeks of no income, trying to pay a staff, or keeping a staff, paying your rent. And it's easy to say to people, okay, you don't have to pay your rent, but a lot of these landlords are not big companies. They just own one building and they have to pay their mortgage and they have to pay their taxes. So it was up the line a difficulty.
Right. Yeah, it is easy to throw a big company under the bus and think, well, they can float it for a while. But you're right. I mean, there are people who have real estate like that for investment purposes, and perhaps it could be you. It could be you who owns 2 buildings, and say you own the building that I know a bunch of ODs who own the building that they practice in. They might sell the practice, but keep the building, and that will bring them some additional income after they retire. Well,
very often it's the majority of their
like post-retirement income.
Yeah, but they still might have 3 or 4 tenants, and if not getting rent from 3 or 4 tenants, and they're still having the expenses.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to go to the grocery store. You've got to pay your own bills. So it's I think this pandemic has highlighted a lot of things that are troublesome or broken in our country. And I don't know that things are going to change anytime soon or even at all, because change is hard, especially when it's things that are built up years over years. I mean, if people talk about, for example, our healthcare system that's broken, I mean, you really need to blow that thing up and start over. But I mean, that's damn difficult. I mean, if you even think about it in an infrastructure sense, that if roads are unsafe or bridges, I mean, you really have to just totally destroy them and build them again. And what do you do? I mean, if it's a major highway, it's tough. So how do you change some of these very entrenched
and where do you get the money from? You
processes or
just
ways of
can't
thinking?
tax to death the people. It's impossible. They can't
Well,
do
not
that.
only just paying for it, but just what do you do in the meantime while you build up something new? And usually what we have isn't something that was thought of from the bottom up. I mean, it's just been cobbled together, kind of like old buildings or old houses where you just add on something here, add on something there. I mean, it's all put together piecemeal. It's not like our healthcare system grew up out of nothing, that one day we had nothing and then we have what we have. I mean, think about how Medicare came around and Social Security or any of those other programs. I mean, there were people who were horrified by them back in the day and didn't want them. And then now today people are saying, don't take them away. So things evolve and change. And I don't know how we fix it.
Before that, we had the poor farm and you stayed with your family. You didn't, you fend for yourself. It's not even 100 years old, those systems. You should see what they did, though. Are you familiar with the Tappan Zee Bridge? That's a bridge over the Hudson River.
Scary damn bridge.
Right. Well, they actually built the bridge right next to it. And in fact, it's the Mario Cuomo Bridge, not the Chris Cuomo Bridge, or the whatever. And so they waited till it was done. It's beautiful. It's big. It does the thing it's supposed to do. It's much more efficient. And then they tore down the other bridge. They were able to do that because they planned well in advance.
Right.
But if you're going to build, let's say, I-95 and New Jersey Turnpike down to Philly again,
how do you do that?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm thinking with our healthcare system or other things, that you can't always build the new one right next to the old one. I mean,
so there's no land, there's no place to do it.
Yeah. So I just think it's going to be interesting. I like to joke, although it isn't really a joke, that this whole pandemic is a hell of a sociology experiment that people are going to be looking back on in 10 years, 20 years, 50 years time. And we're really living through it now. I mean, it's kind of interesting when I see big news stories, when people look back on, like, let's look back on the election of, whatever year, or let's look back on this big thing that happened, and you living through it, and then looking at it through a different lens in the future. Your thinking evolves over time, and it didn't happen in quick moments like it does on a rewind show on CNN or whatever news show you're watching. I mean, you just got dribs and drabs. Think about like the Cold War or taking down the Berlin Wall. How we look at it now when we have all the information to see it is not what it felt like when we lived through it.
Oh, for sure. Luckily, we have 3 generations of people who will be able to keep that information going. So 20 years from now, when somebody's born who's 10 years old, 20 years from now, they'll hear it from their mom who was 5,
right.
And it'll actually be pretty contemporary at that point.
Yeah, I totally agree. So there's so many things that we're looking at. I mean, I just heard that the Minneapolis teachers had almost, I think it was 97% of them voted to strike, just because education, schools are having such a hard time with masking or not masking, or what are we doing with keeping people safe? Are we virtual school? Are we not? I mean, you want to get kids back in school and you need to, but then there's the risk, and the teachers are having a greater risk, but then parents can't stay home forever with their kids. And it's a huge conundrum. So we're talking about our healthcare system is having challenges. Our education system is having challenges, and it's.
I forget what state it is. It might be New York. I'll ask my wife, who's in the other room. in order to be a substitute teacher now, you can with just a high school diploma. They're so short on teachers.
Yeah.
That is scary, that somebody could be your babysitter for your kids and not ever have an education course.
Well, what does that tell you if people are getting out of teaching, if they're having ancillary staff come in as substitutes because teachers are out sick once because people are getting infected? You have custodial staff, you have
bus drivers.
Bus drivers. Yeah. I mean, it's essentially babysitting, it's crowd control. There's not a whole lot of learning going on. It's not good for parents. It's not good for students. It's not good for teachers. I don't know what the answer is.
What's hilarious about all of this, not hilarious, but like strange, so it's watching it from here, so from where I am and out here in Oregon, we have some of the strictest masking laws, right? So when you go to school here, my son, who's 12, everyone's wearing a mask, period, the end. If you're indoors, you're wearing a mask. And in fact, for most of the stores, it's the law here as well. If you're inside, you're wearing a mask. And so for us, we haven't had the same kind of thing that we're seeing when I watch the news. I'm like, what is going on out there with people? Like, I can't believe they're unmasked, because here you have to do it. And the hilarious part about it is the kids don't care. Like that's what I find so funny about all this. The adults freak out, they make a big deal, a scene, and the kids are like, who cares? It's a mask. We don't care. We don't even notice it anymore. And it's just so funny, because like I would be like, oh man, don't you hate that, wearing a mask all day? He's like, what are you talking about? I don't care. Yeah. Nobody notices.
Well, it's not public health any longer. That's the thing. It's become politicized, and it's also become state to state, city to city, county to county, and it's whoever's got the loudest voice, either for it or against it. And it is political, and it isn't public health. And I think that's one thing that our people are going to be looking back when they look at this big sociology experiment and say, wow, look at the beating public health does.
It's wild though, because I mean, because we're masking here, one of the reasons we have the lowest rate of COVID in the country. And I know very few people here who have actually had it because of that, even in his school, right? He's been on top of his classmates now since August. And I don't even know any of his friends that have had COVID because
masking works.
It does work. But people just, I don't know, they lost their minds over this one issue. It's very strange.
There's different situations, different challenges. My daughter wants to come up to New Jersey in June. Her 2-month-old baby won't wear a mask. I mean, how do you convince a baby to wear a mask? You can't reason with them.
Right.
And so now she has it on for like a minute or two. So if she gets on a plane, are they going to kick her off?
Yeah.
If she was 1 year, 11 months, you could do it, because they're under 2 years old, you're allowed to. If you're over 2 years old, you have to wear a mask. But you can't reason with a kid, and you can't, pin them down and hold the mask on for 5 hours.
Yeah, it's definitely
we'll
hard.
See what happens.
Yep.
We'll also be a few months older by June, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that is a really challenging situation.
And of course, they're not vaccinated because they pulled that vaccine or haven't approved it yet for 6 months to 5 years.
Yeah.
And they're holding back on it. It looks like Bill Gates is suggesting that this pandemic will end and there'll be a more virulent one coming from his great knowledge, which we don't know where he gets. But,
I won't be surprised. This isn't our first, and it isn't going to be our last. Absolutely. I mean, I remember like 10 years ago, well, maybe 15 now, with remember the bird flu that everybody was freaking out about that? And people back then were saying, brace yourselves, something like this is coming. And I remember when we first watched, I always get Pandemic, and there's another movie. There's 2 movies that are about something like
Contagion?
Contagion, that's it. I always get that confused. The one that had the big ensemble, cast with
Dustin Hoffman, I think.
No, that's the other one. I'm thinking of Lawrence Fishburne, who was the director of and Kate Winslet, and Jude Law, who was the guy who was selling forsythia as a natural remedy for whatever that pandemic was. I really like that movie just because it's well done, and it also scared the shit out of me because I could totally see it happening. And look, here we are. And So we've had warnings, but people always, I mean, it's just like teenagers think that they're invincible, or we know what we can handle it, or we know what's coming, and we just don't. So we are bound to have more. And in fact, I'm surprised it took this long to have something as bad as it has been. I mean, we were way overdue.
And Adam, just to show you the difference, I come from New York, New Jersey, Florida. All my friends, pretty much those 3 states. And pretty much, I'd say half of them have had COVID, if not more. And last year, we can name on my one hand how many have had. So including my daughter who can come down because the whole family has it. And they were careful as could be, indoors, working from home, but their daughter went to school. Some kids wore masks, some kids didn't wear masks, and I'm sure she brought it home to them.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm also hearing that there's a new Omicron variant.
Yeah, B2 that could be more serious.
Yes, I'm hearing that, and that, that's troubling.
Well, we'll see how it plays out.
Yep.
We don't want to get another dip up.
Can't really do anything about it now, right? So I'm just gonna.
Oh no, we can't. But it's at least it's good to be prepared, because it might drive people's decision making.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ugh. Horrible. Meanwhile, has the conference collapsed, or are people still actually in their rooms? Is the big question.
Yeah. What do the rooms look like, Steve?
They're very well. He's got 464 people in his room now.
Jeez.
The one on narcotics. That's Bloomstein. The building one has 376 with no complaints. Everybody's asking questions or just nosing about.
So nothing terrible has happened. So that's really good
nothing
to know.
even minor.
Okay, good.
The one person who couldn't get sound was Tom Cheesem.
Yeah.
I told him over. So about 1,100 people in the rooms. And again, when I go in the rooms, I don't get the chat. You understand what I'm saying, Adam? I get the blank screen now.
Unless they're chatting when you are coming in.
You're not getting the chat history. And again, they do that to save on server resources so that you don't see the old chats. So the chats, by the way, get reset each hour, right? So when a new lecture starts, the old chat disappears. So for most people who are taking a lecture, they don't see that behavior that you're seeing, Steve, because they're not bouncing in and out. They're there for the whole time. So they see everything. The only place where that's not the case is the lobby. And I told them, I'm like, hey guys, for the lobby, could you make it so that when someone comes back in here, they can just see all the prior chats?
I appreciate that. Yeah, that is a difference today than it was yesterday.
Yeah, because it's a different room, right? I mean, it's a totally different thing. And since our traffic in the lobby is so much lower, it's easy for them to do. What they were trying to fight against is, let's say you were starting Friedberg's lecture. All of a sudden, you go from one space where there's no Friedberg. Friedberg shows up at the top of the hour. 700 people have to get moved into that room immediately, and 700 chat sessions have to come up immediately. And so
that server would blow up.
And so if it actually restored all the old histories of the chats as well, it's a lot. And so that's what they were trying to avoid, those spikes in usage. And it's not that useful actually to have chat history for people in those rooms anyway, because again, the chats reset every hour with a new lecture. But for the lobby, very important, right? So I don't have to repeat myself over and over again if I write something.
You still do, because a lot of times people just pop in and ask their question. They're not scrolling through, which I understand.
That's true. Although, like if we're showing like the Contact Lens Museum movie, I can leave a comment right before we leave. Hey, by the way, this is a movie of us at a museum, and so people aren't like, what the hell am I looking at? So, yeah.
But no, everything's going smoothly, and I think people either know how to solve the problems or have given up and are at the beach.
Yeah, so no one, I haven't had too many people I have one guy who was like, throwing their hands up, and then I help them out again. Contacting me is usually the best thing to do because I can walk you through it if you really can't figure it out. Like this happened to be one with 2 ODwire accounts again. And of course, if you don't know that you have 2 ODwire accounts, like this particular guy signed up for his first one in 2007. Right?
Oh, wow.
And somehow he got his other account linked to CEwire, but not that 2007 account, but somehow he was still logged in with his ancient account on one machine, so he couldn't get to the conference. And unless you really think about it or care about ODwire on a daily basis, you wouldn't know that. So that's why I'm glad that he contacted me when he really couldn't figure it out.
Dr. Stringham, by the way, my email bounced. I have him at duke.edu.
No, so he works for MacuHealth now, so...
that's the reason why. So I don't have a more
That's
recent
okay.
email.
No, we'll catch up with him next time around too. It's all good. I mean, I think we've done enough for Mackie Health today. When I actually sucked out the contents of that omega-3.
Yes, I just got some delivered by Alexa, by Amazon. Alexa thought I ordered it.
But legitimately, it did not taste bad. I was ready to have a horrific moment here where I started gagging on camera, but it did not happen. I mean, it actually tasted pretty good. I was surprised.
But you never have the Mackie Health, right?
Yeah, so this is their omega-3 product.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the question, Adam, is would you chew it up again and take it?
Yeah, I mean, it tasted almost like lemons. I mean, I can swallow pills, so for me, it's no big deal. But the other thing that I was really impressed about was how quickly the vehicle dissolved, right? The outer gel cap. This is actually a huge problem in low-quality pharmaceuticals. They make that outer cap too thick, and then it goes all the way through your digestive system, comes out the other end, where it's officially useless.
Yeah, it hasn't really helped you.
Yeah, so this one, though, dissolved really quickly in my mouth, so you know that it's actually getting absorbed. So
you know how when you have fish, they always give you lemon to put on it to cut the fishy taste?
Yep.
Maybe they put a small amount of lemon flavor in there to do the same thing.
Ah, that is actually interesting thought.
Just interesting that, look at the ingredients, if there's lemon extract or something like that.
Sunflower oil.
I always thought your lemon wedge with your fish was to enhance the flavor, not to cover up the fishy taste, because otherwise, why are you eating fish?
The answer to your question is, I love fish. I have the Mediterranean diet that's all eat, no red meat, legumes, whatever. And I hate putting lemon on fish. I have no idea what they're talking about. I never put it on it because I like the way it tastes. So the answer is, I have no idea, and I'm a fish lover.
Anchovy, sardine, mackerel. That's what this combo is. So,
anchovy, sardine, mackerel. Okay.
But I don't see anything about lemon. But there is that lemony flavor. Oh wait, no, there it is, lemon flavor. Yeah, that's what it is. So maybe it's cutting the fish flavor. Yeah.
And by the way, those are 3 great omega. If you want omega-3 in your diet, either eat those or take this. It's the same exact thing.
Yep.
Those fish and salmon's very good for it.
Yep. Yeah, so I was definitely impressed though, because it doesn't really have the fishy flavor. The pill is relatively small, so it's easy to swallow. So.
And Mackie Health gets the mesozeaxanthin, the one that you don't get with the other vitamins. They actually get it from a plant or a place in Mexico, from marigolds. And they process the marigolds, which then has that pigment in it, and they put it into the vitamins. So it's their proprietary way of doing it. And that's why they say other companies, which we nameless, don't really have the right ingredients, the right combination of what's called mesozeaxanthin, zeaxanthin, and lutein.
Yep.
10 to 10.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to keep taking these omega-3s. I will put them up in the kitchen and take one every day and just see how it goes.
Let me know if you have if you dry eyes. If they're not dry, and they feel even better.
I'm a 40+ year contact lens wearer, so my eyes are always dry.
Yeah, but you're not a female, so
that's true.
Unless you want to swim for Penn State, then you can be.
There you go.
Sorry.
So let me actually pull this up, because I don't see Stringham here anywhere, so I guess he's not showing up.
Well, he's way overdue.
Yeah, so he's late. And then we're going to have Julie Rodman here actually in a little while.
In about an hour.
Yep, and we will see her. But for the meantime, let me see if I can bring up our sponsors again, because we really should thank them one more time. And what I'm going to do for our sponsors, besides, eating some omega-3s on the air, I'm going to actually send out an e-blast to everyone detailing what the discounts are for each one of them, with a link back to the discussion thread so you can take advantage of them. So that's coming out this week, so everyone will get that. So, because that's, again, one of the nice things about being integrated with ODwire is we know every person that reads that email can have access to this, right? Access to the deals. One thing that sponsors get skittish about is publishing deals in a place where the public can see them, right? Or the general folk can see it, the people who weren't part of the conference. But because we've limited this particular part of ODwire just to CEwire participants, they can actually put things up there and know that people aren't going to see it in general. Even if I make reference to it in an email, if someone clicks and they're not a CEwire person, they're not getting in.
Yeah, definitely CCOP and Arctic have to be on ODwire so people can have access to them.
Yeah, and it's my fault that I didn't get their threads up there last night. I fell over dead after we were done with our tech debrief, so I gotta.
Look, it was just so. They have 3 more months.
Yeah, it was so long. Yeah, and you're right. We do have several months for them to actually offer the deals. So I'm gonna put everything together, get it out this week so you guys can all see it. Yeah, so it's been an interesting conference. Hopefully the sponsors have gotten some value out of it, at least, with a little bit of exposure that we've given them already. And hopefully we'll get some more.
Are people visiting these sponsors?
What's that?
I was looking at the sponsor list. There are people visiting.
Yep, there are a few people coming and visiting their threads for sure. I think what we have to do is really nag at people to show up. I think I've learned that probably. That's my one takeaway from doing this integration with ODwire is you really have to force feed things to people. You have to make it super simple. You have to point them directly at content or else they won't look at it, like down to like click here kind of stuff. Or else they just won't do it. If they have to take one extra step where they have to think about what they're looking at, they won't do it. So we really have to sort of guide the process, and that's what I'm going to do this week in eBlast.
Gretchen, you posted a picture of us on talking, and somebody said, "Who's the stunning woman in the top right-hand corner?"
That's my cousin.
Okay, I answered, by the way, Marilyn Monroe.
Yes, and I also responded too.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay.
Hilarious.
That's cute.
That's my cousin who lives in Rio, in Brazil.
Oh, really? Wow.
How does your company monetize? Are they on retainers or is it on a per case basis?
Is this a time warp? Wait, what? What
We
just
spoke
happened
to
here? Wait, what's that?
You
Dan?
talking about my company now?
It sounds like it's that Gretchen is working for a better word, an ad agency.
Yep,
right?
it's a boutique agency, and it's not ads, but it's media strategy,
Yeah.
medical media strategy.
So does the company put you on an annual retainer, or is it on a per case basis that you got to sell? You got to sell them each time for a project.
Are you asking how the company hired me, or how our clients retain us?
No, how do your company make a living?
Dad, let me put it to you this way. Let's say that we wanted someone to help us with the media strategy for CEwire. We would go to RHMM and say, RHMM, here's a suitcase full of money. Please have your strategist come and help us figure out how to reach ODs. Go. That's how it works.
Gretchen, have you ever heard of a company called Operative out of Israel and also US? They kind of do the same thing.
Mm-mm.
My daughter works for them and kind of does.
But this is eye care only. We are
right. That they do for Target, the bigger companies.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Solutions, kind of solutions.
So
that's what you do.
These types of agencies are incredibly common, right? Probably half the companies in New York, right, at this point, are some sort of an agency, right, to help people with media strategy. But I think what's unique about RHMM is like you guys are all eye care, right?
Yep.
This is what you do, and this is what all of you have huge experience in. So that's why I was saying, like, a company like whoever, and I know that most of your clients right now are small, a lot of small pharma, right? Trying to get into the space.
Some of them are, yes. So that's our strength is our knowledge of the eye care space, not only how it works, how ODs and MDs think, our relationships with industry, and also folks at different meetings. Like we have relationships with the academies and different meetings and thought leaders. And so we all bring a variety of skill sets to the table. And so some of us have more relationships than others. Some of us have more hard skills like PR skills. And it's just a variety of things that we offer.
Yep.
So basically, you're trying to sell the eye care professional. You're not selling the public. If the AOA came to you, for example, and said, we need you, we need your advice. How do we make optometrists known to the public? Do you have any public?
I have some ideas on how that could work, but I am not the one who decides who our clients are, and I don't write our scope of work contracts to go to our clients. So could I help the AOA? Likely. Would my company, would RHMM do it? I can't say because I don't know. I don't know if they would. First, I don't know if the AOA would come to us. And secondly, I don't know if it depends on what they would want us to do. Is it just PR? Are there other things? I mean, that sounds like it has a very simple answer, but it doesn't. And I'm not trying to tap dance around it. I would just need more information.
Right. I mean, so Dad, I think what RHMM is really good at least from what I've observed, is reaching the clinician in a meaningful way. So for instance, like these new drugs, all these new drugs for presbyopia, right? This would be a classic example. If I was actually trying to promote these things, I would have you guys on retainer in a second, right? To try to actually figure out how to reach the clinician, quickly and correctly, to try to get my message out there about the drugs.
And some of these drugs for presbyopia, I can comment on, are one-trick ponies. They have nothing else in the marketplace. This is what they're counting on. They have no revenue, and if it succeeds, they'll be a big company and a public offering, and if not, they'll go by the wayside.
Well, there's a lot of strategy that goes into what we do too. So we are a strategic agency as well. We will never be the agency of record for a company. That's not what we do. We are very much boutique with the services that we offer. So we're not going to be there creating an ad campaign. Right. We can offer different ways of attracting doctor attention. We can work with you in brainstorming ideas for posters and presentations and helping you build out discussion guides for, say, a video roundtable or an advisory board panel, and helping you execute all of those things. But we are not going to be there creating storyboards for your commercial that's going to run on A&E, or coming up with a print ad that's going to go in the New York Times or go into Good Housekeeping, right, or whatever.
Yep. And you coordinated the press conferences at the Academy meeting, which was interesting too. And I know that that's harder than it looks, right? Corralling all the press. Especially at that hour that you guys were doing it in the morning. It's
not only. We're kind of the middleman. So we're getting the media to come, but then we're also working with our client and making sure that what their presentation deck is ready to go. What do they want to convey? Who do they want to have from the company representing? Who will speak? Yep. What will we share? Then there's also the whole logistics part of it, which is working with the hotel or whatever the venue is and making sure the room is set up, that we have all the signage. Do we have little tent cards for people if we need them? Are we giving them anything? Like, is there a pen or, here's a notebook? What about food and beverage? And so we need to make sure that the rooms are set up. Do we have all the AV? Have the clients arrived? Do we make sure everything is correct? Is somebody not knowing where the room is? Did people sign in and sign out? Some of them are very mundane logistics details that still need to happen. And some of them are very high level strategic conversations about when to have something like this, where to have it, who to invite. Do we want to have it at this meeting or that meeting? Do we want to have it Thursday morning or Friday morning? And that's where all of our experience within eye care comes around. So we can talk about, okay, traditionally, this isn't a good time to have this meeting, and here's why. And also, too, different associations have different rules of what you're allowed to do within show hours. Can you have something like this? Well, it depends. Who are you inviting? Are they attendees? Are they people who are speaking? So there's all these little details, kind of like, Adam, what you were talking about earlier with getting all of this ready to go for CEwire, how the sausage is made. So there are a lot of tiny details, a lot of things you need to look into. And some of this I'm learning because I haven't seen that sausage. Right. I've just been eating it as a member of the media. I've gone to these press conferences, but I've never helped put one on from behind the scenes.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally invisible, which is the amazing part to clinicians as well. They don't realize how much goes into when you see a little sign in a hotel conference room lobby, right, about what's going on inside. They don't realize how much work actually went in to making that happen at that time.
Yep.
We do it with a team of 1.7 somehow.
Well, virtual's a little easier than in person. I can't fathom how to do all this crap in person. I would die, to be honest with you. Because with virtual stuff, it's mostly of the mind, right? I can actually manage myself and a lot of the bits, right, that are flying around. But God, having to deal with like meat space and people and things, I couldn't do it.
laying out exhibit halls and
Yeah.
food for the people and what to choose, knowing that you can save money by having this versus that.
Yeah. It's too complicated. So, Dad, did that
luckily-
answer your question?
That's what she does.
So, is he asleep? No?
And we just take up space, virtual space.
God. Yeah, in fact, a company like RHMM should, if CEwire was actually a real company and not this fly-by-night operation that we are, that's the kind of company that we could use to try to really amplify our message and get it out there, right? Because, you know our audience just about as well as we do.
Right.
Well, you're also technically one of our clients.
Yeah, I guess that's
because
true.
of some of the things that we are working with some of our industry clients, and then we have you as one of our media clients.
Right, that's true. So yeah, so we do work together in that way.
We have a rather limited market, and if somebody hasn't heard of us yet through either the conferences, online talking about it, online advertising, then their head is really in the sand.
Well, Steve, you would be amazed actually how many people have not heard of CEwire. Shocked actually, because if you think about it, our reach outside of people on ODwire is limited. The mainstream press won't talk about us, and that's a specific choice, other than Gretchen, by the way, when you were with Optometry Times. But the other ones go out of their way not to mention us ever in any of their publications.
And I have 5,000 people on my Facebook page, and I share it to other pages. But who knows if anybody ever reads?
Nah, nobody reads. Yeah, Facebook in general, no one's really reading it. It's all about me, right?
Right.
So, but the press, that was probably one of my biggest disappointments, is that when I get Jobson's little online events for eye care practitioners or whatever they send out, their newsletter all the time, I'm like, they're not really showing everything.
Well, they know
something's missing here.
Even when I got the full coverage of all the conferences in the United States 1 issue ago, I think, from Review.
Yeah.
And we were not included. And yet, there's hundreds and hundreds of little conferences all over. Most of them are live, or at least they're planning to be live.
Right. Yeah. So it's kind of challenging. So basically, the conference only survives by word of mouth, which is interesting.
But every single conference, we get 1,000 more people, 500 more people who never were at the conference. We then build up our database and more and more and more. So eventually, in 100 years, we'll pretty much have the whole field.
Oh, yeah, it's challenging.
Well, we would get, everybody would know about us if it was all free. Somehow, word of mouth would spread.
But you're almost free. I mean,
Yeah,
how many times have I told you that you need to raise your registration price, and you laugh at me?
Yeah, no, I realize where you're going with that. Our problem has been to this point that some states are very limited in the amount of CE that people can get, the number of credits. So for instance, if you're in Oregon, it's a great deal to do us because you can do 100% online CE. But there are some states where it's like 8 credits or 5 credits. So then the cost per credit actually gets quite high to be here. So it's a challenge.
Yep. Paul's always finding us to raise, and we're always resisting a little bit.
Yep, I'm always nagging.
Yep.
I'm good at that.
Yeah, but we want to make it affordable also, and it is affordable, and people always compliment us on how affordable it is. So at least we're penetrating that way.
Yeah, I mean, I get a lot of feedback from people who are appreciative of the fact that it is so cheap, especially the younger people. It's the field has definitely changed, and people they don't want to pay that much for education. And unfortunately, that's why you're seeing the rise of free CE, which, as you know, I have problems with.
Well, it's the time for that rant, Adam. We've got 45 minutes to kill.
I could rant about it if you want.
Go ahead.
But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if people agree or disagree with me. Of course, I'm biased, right, because we run this. But even if we had sponsors that we were charging $50,000 a pop, and thus could completely subsidize people's education, I'm not sure that the result would be very good. Because I've seen what other conferences do, and there's a lot of I don't want to say bias, but when sponsors are paying that much, there's pressure to give them what they want. And what they want is not necessarily always sort of match the interests of the people taking the conference. So,
and like Adam, you say, the participant is not an attendee anymore, but they're the product.
Yeah. So that's kind of what we don't want. So it's interesting, right? Because when you're hiding the cost of something, right? And I always thought that the ODs would understand that, because when they go by a shop and they see free eye exam in the window, they know what that means, right? I mean, doesn't the average OD get pissed when they see that, when they walk by a store and it says free eye exam?
Sure.
Isn't the first thing out of their mouth, that eye exam's not free?
Well, let me throw that argument back at you, Adam, because sometimes if things are perceived to be inexpensive, then the value is perceived to be low. So you could also turn that around on CEwire, that if the registration really is that inexpensive, well, how good can the CE actually be?
Right. Infinitely better than free, though, right?
Yeah.
We've never had a complaint at all about the content that we provided. The names themselves sell that.
Right.
Interesting enough, if board certification, and this is not a comment about board certification, had taken off and there were more than, 2,000, 3,000 board certified, they're required to have 100 hours of CE every 3 years. They complement this to no end because they can come to one place and it's not, doesn't matter if it's online, live, etc., or any different way. So I get comments on my Facebook page all the time how great it is to go to one place in 2 years and get all my CE, because they need 100 every 3 years. That's 33 a year. And for this one person's a girl with 2 little kids, she's like, I can never do that. I can never go to conferences and get that. It's just too expensive. And she's board certified. But board certification never took off to the point where it's any more than a few percent of the OD population. So they don't really need that many credits.
Right. And Gretchen, to your point, I mean, we could raise prices for sure, and probably we are too cheap by a little bit at least. We probably should, especially in this inflationary environment, raise our prices. But I think there's an argument to be made, and again, this is philosophical, and I can get up on a soapbox, right? We have time. I don't like what the internet has become. I really don't. I feel like it has not lived up to its promise in any way.
Well, before you keep going on that rant, let me just say that you are justified in raising prices now with this big investment you made in a new platform. Sure. So I think that you absolutely should by, at least 20%.
Sure. I mean, so
okay. So carry on about the
internet. So we'll figure that over the next year. But again, by the way, I'm also hoping that other organizations will want to work with us and use the software so we can have multiple events and thus be able to keep the prices as low as possible, sort of amortize it. So anyway, we'll figure that out as the year goes on. But the internet is profoundly disappointing to me personally. Now, I've been doing this for a really, really long time. I mean, I ran my first FidoNet node when I was in 1989. Been working on internet technology since 1994, like a really long time. And, back then the idea was that the internet was going to actually really help people, right? So you'd actually have all the information in the world at your fingertips. And really what it's just become is gigantic advertising machine, right?
And it's advertising and porn.
Yeah, and porn. So those are the two pillars, right? And so surveillance, right, is the third, I guess, because there's this whole hidden economy that the advertising companies are sort of enabling of surveilling people. It's become ridiculous. And it hasn't really lived up to its promise. And I think part of the problem, again, when people decide to develop internet technologies, there's this perception that you can't just make money doing it, you have to make all the money, right? It's not enough to have a decent car and a decent house in a middle-class neighborhood, right? You need 10 yachts. And
it's the greed factor.
And so what ends up happening is that if you look at publications online, if you look at the different technologies online, you end up with this weird winner-takes-all mentality. And it's really destructive. Because what ends up happening is that people who just want to do good work and live like a decent middle-class lifestyle, you're pushed out of that, right? If you take outside investment dollars from venture capital groups, right, or private equity, you're pushed to make gigantic returns. And to do that, you have to sort of cut corners in ways that are not good for users. And I can cite like 50 different examples online of companies. You all know who I'm talking about, the different companies where this push to make outsized profits comes at the cost of the people who are using their services, and it drives me crazy. So my thinking, at least with ODwire and CEwire itself, is if we can sustain the site and live a decent life, right? I mean, my 13-year-old car out there is about to croak, but that's, neither here nor there. Like, if I can just make a sustainable business, right? It doesn't have to make $1 billion a year to be profitable and to sort of be satisfied running it, if that makes any sense. So we could, raise prices. We could be aggressive as hell. We could drop prices to zero and start charging vendors $50,000 a pop, which is, what some other people do, to try to get outsized profits. But I sort of feel like having people pay a reasonable price for the education we're providing is the best way over the long term to run a nice, sustainable business that's also serving the people that we want to serve. So I don't know. That's just my feeling. If more businesses on the internet tried to run this way, like SurveyMonkey, what am I thinking, right? Like, okay, no, they are a classic example of this, right?
Absolutely.
They are classic. They reel you in. They charge modest prices that are commensurate to the services they're providing. And then once they have you, they screw you. And they're like, we're going to quadruple, quintuple, maybe have 10 times the price because now you're hooked and you can't leave.
Hello, Amazon Prime.
It's such a classic example, and it does not have to be. Now, of course, with SurveyMonkey, the original people who founded it sold out, right? And they're now owned by private equity or someone else, and they're going for outsized profits. So anyway, that's not what I want here. My whole vision for this was just to be able to build a nice business that is useful for people, not to build an empire. So I don't know. That's my rant.
Well, you're a little too socialist for most people.
I know. I realize.
And I don't disagree with you, but I am always telling you to raise your prices just in terms of perceived value, not because I want to make you an oligarch.
Sure, but I feel like if, let's say, private equity came to me and said, all right, we're going to give you $3 million. You're going to crank this thing up for us, and you're going to start making outsized profits. Think about what it would do to the way CEwire runs. The distortions it would cause almost immediately, and the compromises we would have to make that we don't really have to make now.
And we've had some glitches in software, nothing terrible. But let's say people were paying $1,500 for this or $1,000. Then if they lost the credit here and there, they'd be really pissed. Now for the minimum price they're paying, no big deal. I'll probably get the credits. We're not going to get yelling and screaming. So I think it makes the product a lot more, makes us more flexible in what we deliver.
Sure. Yep, the stakes are a little bit lower, and people are, more willing to give us a little bit of leeway as we try to work out these bugs.
Like Adam said, now the platform is available for other areas to come in, whether it be we've done Nora, we've done ISVA, we can do some other platforms because we have this ability to do it, and perhaps we could be more profitable at these lower price points. Just a little bit more work.
Yep. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you guys, if you think I'm being too socialist, right? I'm not saying that we have to run at a loss, right? But what I'm saying is we should just be able to run this thing sustainably in a way where people get good value out of the CE, where we're not beholden to sponsors. Again, I love our sponsors, and I'm so thankful that they're here to help us. But we don't want to be beholden to them because our primary customer is the actual person taking CE, right? I mean, it only makes sense, to me anyway. I don't know. I know Paul's probably got a totally different opinion, right? He's the ultra-capitalist, go for the throat.
My opinion is that our overhead is too low. We should have a higher overhead and people should pay for it. There's no reason that you have to work a 20-hour day. There's many, many things you do are way, way below your skill set that you could hire someone.
Right. The repetitive busy work, an administrative assistant, something like that.
Sure.
It doesn't have to be full-time.
Sure. So yeah, so there's definitely, spots where we could maybe expand our staff a little bit, right? What I've always tried to do in the
cost, if you paid $100,000 out in the salary,
yep,
and you have 3,000 people, and you have to amortize that over the 3,000, that's not that much more.
No, I agree with you completely. I think this is, again, my own problem and my own bias is what I've tried to do is where I found inefficiencies is I've tried to automate a lot of them away, right? So if I found, because if you look at how ODwire and CEwire runs, much of it's automated, right? And it's not an accident. I mean, even the system administration of ODwire, how much time do I really spend on it anymore? Not that much, because so much of it is automated. And so I've tried to use automation as a crutch. Unfortunately, it failed me a great deal during this process of this last CEwire because so much of it is manual. And so probably, having somebody to help would have been useful. So
I've been telling you for a long time you need help with a lot of things.
Yeah. So.
And Paula is absolutely right. Absolutely.
Yep. So I will heed everyone's advice. Again, I am hoping though that with this new platform, we can start using it for other groups as well. I don't want it to just be stuck with 3,000 people here for a year, right? I'd love to be able to see other groups like Nora come in and use it too. And not, again, this isn't the SurveyMonkey situation, right? We're not out for blood. Charge whatever other group wants to use it a reasonable amount, help them, build their conference and go. So I don't know.
Hey, Adam, keep an eye out. Olson might be popping on.
Uh-oh, really?
Yeah, he sent me a couple of PDFs to read, which are very long, so I couldn't do it, about the gap of education, etc. He's very concerned with doing the right things. Olson was the head of ARBO, for the people who are listening and don't know who he is, Michael Olson.
Yeah, so Mike, whether he downplays it or not, is one of the guys who was instrumental behind the OE tracker system, the idea that you could have one sort of authority where you can send all your credits in and all the states can use it. So, yeah, hopefully he'll... Oh, there he is. There he is. We'll let him in. Maybe he can start ranting too. We can all get into trouble today.
Hey, Mike, how you doing? I haven't got a chance to read your stuff because I'm here.
Well, it's about damn time, brother.
I'm not going to listen to this socialist talk.
Because you are such a capitalist.
I can't be associated with a communist. I don't need this. I'm employed now. I don't have a small private practice where I can tell everyone off. Someone might hear me. People could name names, Farkas. It's happened before.
It's funny you should say that, Mike. When I was in business school, actually, that's one of my friends would always call me the communist. So I'd always fall down on that side of the argument. So as you can imagine, in business school, my opinions weren't necessarily the most popular.
I understand. I honestly, on ODwire, one person wanted me to proclaim that I was not a communist, and so I did so quickly and proudly. I'd never thought of myself in that way. I just thought I was an optometrist in private practice. But
yep. So, Mike, you've been sending us missives today via email. I've been reading this.
I have. I was doing my research, and I had the urge to do some research, so I didn't really attend classes, but I will, because it's a good program. And but I needed to get on the stick on this poster, and some of it relates exactly to what you're doing. And so on one email, I basically said, you guys owe me now, because it definitely describes the lack of a difference between being online and being in a lecture hall, and cites the advantages and a few of the disadvantages, and moves in the direction that we all know this is going to ultimately go anyway.
Mike, I meant to ask you, you now work in a hospital environment. Do the medical people consider you a colleague?
Yes. I've part of it's because of my insistence. As you know, I will share my opinions gladly, or even angrily.
Or even when not asked.
Yeah, and even when not asked. And I'm a little older than a lot of the people. I did this as a lark. And I hit it off with the ophthalmologist right away, actually. And they're quite complimentary, and it's a lot of fun, and we work together. The staff, the admin, it's been interesting. They're actually not anti-optometry. So in terms of having a chip on my shoulder or thinking everyone's out to get me, no. But what you learn very quickly is they don't know anything about optometry at all. So the assumptions we make or our dreams and aspirations really have very little to do with the reality of working in a medical system. But they've let me do whatever I wanted. My scope is not limited. They don't care what I jab people with. They don't care what tests I order. They don't care what I prescribe. I take call in a regional medical center, and I'm treated very well.
It reminds me, years ago, Pierre Salinger, is that a familiar name to anyone?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sure.
Yeah. Was he the press secretary for Kennedy?
Correct. And he was the counsel. He was the ambassador to France. And somebody once asked him, what do the Americans think about the French? And his response is, they don't. And I think that's what's true about medicine and optometry. They don't think about us.
No.
Not,
And the thing is, that's on us. And I'm not attacking anyone. I'm not attacking a group or a colleague. It's us. I don't know why we'd feel owed.
Yeah.
One of our speakers, Scott Barnett, is a pediatrician and a good friend of mine. And it's the first time he was able to see the interface in ODwire. And he commented to me privately. He said, "You've got a great profession, a great community of people. I never knew about it. And this is a pediatrician. So it's embarrassing that." And I said, "I never realized how smart you were and all the things you knew and all the things your field knows that I assumed if somebody had a red eye, I'd send them to an ophthalmologist." And he said, "Now I think differently, but I'm retired." So
Sure. And isn't that sad? I'm coming up on my 32nd year of doing this. And I really don't want to hear, well, be patient. I can't be patient anymore. No. I'll be dead. And it's Minnesota's interesting. It's a little different here than Iowa. It's colder, and optometry is slightly different. You know, our regions vary. California is different than Texas, which is different than Iowa, which is different than Jersey. We fundamentally do the same things, but it's different. And I really am unique in the hospital setting, and we have new staff. You might have heard there's this thing called the pandemic. And so we have new staff. And some of them don't know very much yet because it takes quite a while. And a young person came up to me Friday and asked if I knew what patching was. Because, and I did I laughed. I didn't know what else to do. You know, she is very sweet and very good to me, but she didn't know if I'd know what patching was. And so that happened. That's literally how much people don't know about optometry. Oh. And that's why I rant on ODwire, because I have to let it out.
Yeah, so how do we get that out? AOA has failed. You could do it one person at a time, as you've done, and as many people here have done it. But I think we're fighting a losing battle that a long time ago, a very famous OD said to me, if optometry dies, it'll be by suicide. And that's a good statement.
Oh, we'll just sit here and agree. I think the idea of each one of us does the best we can do. It sounds so right. It sounds so grassroots. It's not working. Marketing isn't really the entire answer because you have to back up the marketing. We do. We're really good at. Gretchen said it the other day. I said it yesterday. We're really good at shooting ourselves in the feet. I think we seek to do so. I think it's a weird group psychology.
ODs cannot organize their way out of a paper bag.
Yeah, I used a similar phrase, but let's just sit here. I wonder how many people I can offend. Probably not that many people are watching. I once said we couldn't organize a bake sale, and I meant it with all my heart. And it's not that we're dumb. It's not that we're bad. It's not that optometry can't be great. But it is us. It's not ophthalmology or patients. It's us.
Yep.
But is the reason also, Mike, that most optometrists make a fairly good living anyway, and they just don't give a darn? If they were making $50,000 a year and
no, I mean, ophthalmologists make a good living, and they have no problem trying to block scope expansion. They're organized. They make more money, likely.
Maybe they're worried that they won't make as good a living, which they make more than us, if the scope was expanded. That would be what I would be thinking if I was in their profession. Just like podiatry and orthopedic surgery, and in the old days, DOs and MDs.
It's interesting. When Vermont tried for a scope expansion, they came out with a white paper. The state did, and they tried to address the issue fairly. And as you might expect, there were a lot of politics, and I think it would be naive of me to say that ophthalmology didn't mind if we competed directly, and if there was no financial incentive. That would be dumb. So I'm not going to think that or say it. But at the same point in time, given what I've done to myself in the last 4 years, I assure you, they don't know what we do, what we know, what we don't know. All they can do is look at what they see. So if they see a 0.9 cup normal tension glaucoma sent to them with no dilation, if they see nothing more than advertising and marketing for inexpensive eyewear, what do you expect them to think?
You're only as strong as your weakest link.
Yes. And I'm not attacking anyone. I think this is common sense.
You are speaking in such a very serious and measured tone. Yeah, I think we need to fix that.
There we go.
We brought it out.
I'm ready for some.
I was going to buy a Robin mask, not if I knew you came back today. But
give me some hard cope questions. I'm ready.
You asked us too many hard questions yesterday that we couldn't answer.
Wow, I got to say, so somebody just posted to ODwire about my Texas rant yesterday, and they said that the Texas board has always taken an adversarial position. So, Mike, do you find that to be the case, that different boards around the different country have sort of different takes on what their jobs are?
They're doing it just because they can?
Yeah.
Adversarial to who, though?
Yeah, I can't see the post, Adam. Can you give me more context?
Oh, sorry. So I was complaining mightily about this ridiculous CE broker system. And I was asking sort of the Texas ODs to chime in on it and ask like how this could possibly have happened. And one guy writes, as a Texas licensee, I have always felt the TOB operates from an adversarial position. This latest change was announced about a month ago as a done deal. I have no idea who is driving this, but I believe they are abdicating their duty as a board.
Well, and maybe they think they are. When I say these things, I'm not really naive, but to be fair, if we just explore it, many state boards are influenced by their state association. This is why state board systems, and we can talk about medicine. Medicine is their state board system is in trouble right now for various political and passive reasons. But there are these influences on state board members. So you always kind of look and go, well, now are they being influenced by the association? Are they being influenced by other political groups? Or are they being influenced by the assistant attorney general, by the state employees, by the staff? Do they just not know about OE tracker and COPE and CE accreditation? Do they know and not care? Do they hold a grudge? Is it a political interpretation of their job?
Right.
You know, their job is really one thing. Your job is to protect the public. That's it. That's your job when you're on a state board.
Right.
So you're not going to make friends. You are going to upset people. I guarantee you. I did 9 years.
Mike, here's what I don't understand about how ARBO works, and you know better than anyone else. ARBO is made up of all 50 boards, right? It's like, so Texas is a member of ARBO, right?
Yes.
So as a state board, do they lean on each other? Like if I'm sitting there in Texas, don't I think like maybe I should look at like what several other states are doing or ask them for advice before sort of implementing something like this on our own?
I don't have a yes or no answer, so I'll just rant some more. ARBO is actually international now. It's 66 jurisdictions. It's all the Canada provinces, all the states, the US territories, Australia, and New Zealand. The next question, they certainly have to know what other states do. Now, sometimes you'll get political bluster. We don't care what the other states do. This is just about our state and our state's rights. Sometimes you'll get people who learn and really grow. That's the idea of ARBO. You know, ARBO is not a legislative body, nor can it push anyone around. It's a loose federation of all these jurisdictions, and we try to communicate with each other and try to move in really what's a progressive manner. I don't mean progressive in a way that gets the communists all excited. I mean progressive in moving things forward towards public welfare.
Right.
But the answer is, yeah, all of these jurisdictions have different flavors. New York and Washington, D.C. are very different. California is different from everybody. Texas is Texas. Oregon has a different viewpoint. Iowa has its own viewpoint. So they vary dramatically. Florida, as you know, to get a license, you have to take all three parts of the national board over again. Even if you're me and you practiced for 31 years and have 2 diplomates and whatever else hoops I jumped through, I would have to take the exam.
Do you realize that most physicians couldn't possibly pass the boards now? Like most experienced, you know, someone who's been out of school 30 years, there's just no way. There's no way you'd be able to pass the boards.
You're talking about geometric optics and Purkinje images. I mean, you could study and pass it, but who needs it at that
Even
point?
if I studied for 3 months, it would be a monumental undertaking to pass all 3 parts of the national boards in medicine again. I don't think I could do it. My body would actually I'd fall over dead.
And let's remember that national board exams in medicine and in optometry are minimal competency exams.
Right.
You're trying to jump this low hurdle. There's a lot of information, but it's a low hurdle. It's not a board certification in a specialty or subspecialty. It's the entry level. This gives you permission to play, and hopefully you won't hurt anyone.
Right.
And the other side is, we all know it's a lot of information. And when you're running a practice and raising a family and have things to do, it's probably not necessary.
Right. But Mike, I'm in Florida now. I have no desire to work, but in fact, the next speaker coming on knows and gave me the information. I could actually teach the students at Nova under the auspices of Nova University, but I can't open up an optical shop next door.
I understand.
That makes no sense.
I'm not defending it. You're looking at someone who doesn't defend those type of things. So hence the incredible popularity.
Let me ask you this. You haven't been on the ARBO board now for some time, and you are
a long time, yeah.
And you are still their biggest defender. Why don't we?
Sometimes.
But how come we don't see other people talking about this? I mean, if you've been off the board for so long, I mean, obviously we're all friends and we talk a lot about this, but you just seem to be the go-to guy for questions about this. Why isn't there more visibility from those who are currently on the board?
I don't know. I think you should ask. The good news is I wasn't asked to do this. I just, kind of like you guys, and I find it an interesting topic, and I certainly devoted a lot of time of my own, purely volunteer. So's the poster work.
Yeah, of course, but I think that a lot of people just don't know who serves on the ARBO board. I mean, that organization really flies under the radar.
Yeah, and
except when people are bitching about things.
Well, Ken Lewan, who's a really nice guy, he's the head of it now, but he just started a few months ago, so maybe hopefully he will make positive changes. You know, Ken?
Here,
I know.
Flash news. Somebody on ODwire said Texas to require a CE broker. Any experience with this? And then he puts in the body, South Carolina has just implemented the same CE broker requirement.
Oh.
In a smaller state, guess what's coming?
That's a big state, South Carolina. It's not a small state.
So that's 3 states, though. That's Texas, Florida, and South Carolina. This is
not good.
No, it's not good, and I don't really know why they're doing it.
Control, power.
Well, it's not. What are they controlling? I mean, they might be taking it away from OE Tracker and ARBO, but people are just going to pay money to an outside group that may or may not be around. It seems kind of silly to me.
So they're erecting a barrier to entry for CE providers, which is completely unnecessary. So as a provider, I'm offended, but as a clinician, I would be offended too, because the CE broker company wants your money. You've inserted a private company. They're basically privatizing this function, right? The board is a public organization, right? And they're privatizing their core functions that they should be handling themselves. So it's ridiculous.
My take on it is that it's completely ridiculous. Yeah. And to get back to the ARBO thing, I think they should be faces. I don't want to criticize them because, then they'll yell at me. But I think there's an advantage to being a known person, a human being, that can speak and explain why something was done. And then even if someone doesn't agree with it, at least you know who you're talking to and what they were thinking,
right?
Instead of being a distant, unknown quantity.
Now, Adam, with your dealings with them, excuse me, Mike, do you think that besides Florida, Adam, they will accept COPE ARBO credits if you apply the minutia they want?
I suppose they would, but it's not guaranteed that they will. They might, and it's just ridiculous that we have to go through this process. And Mike, you know how long it takes to get something approved by COPE.
Yeah.
The fact that I have to go through this paperwork again it offends me. It's a waste of my time. I will literally have to waste at least a day, possibly 2, getting this done. And other small CE providers are the same way. We don't have a staff of 50 people. I'm not Expo, right? So it's just terrible.
If I was in the States, I guess I would have to ask, how are the patients being served by hiring this external entity and having the licensees pay more money and having the CE providers jump through extra hoops? Exactly what protection are we getting?
Right.
When at the same time, I just sent papers today about online CE, and we all know I can rant about CE accreditation, but that would eliminate these problems. There's nothing magic about 50 minutes. There's nothing magic about seat time. There's nothing magic about sitting in a lecture hall. That's all gone, and it's just not gone for us, apparently.
Yep. So,
well, this is
yeah, very depressing. Now I feel great. So glad you showed up, Mike. No.
Yeah. Gee, thanks. Well, that's my fault. I was nagging him about that.
Well, I was on Arbo for 10 years. I did a fill-in for 2 years and then was on for another 8, and I was president twice. And believe me, you take a great deal of abuse. And you can listen to very nice people, because we all know it's a small profession. We know them. We know they're nice people, but they will go off on some COPE rule, but they don't really understand why the rule is there.
Right.
And that it's not something personal. Simple disclosure slides are still argued. And I was at a major meeting. I won't say the meeting so that I don't get hate mail, but it's a major meeting, and the disclosure slide was a denial of any sort of conflicted interest or influence. So rather than just saying, yes, we are consultants with XYZ, it was, we're consultants with XYZ, but we promise it's having no influence at all. It was the disclosure slide was a denial.
Yeah.
And I think that kind of tells you where we're at. And I don't understand that, because we should know better.
Right.
Yep. Yeah. On my disclosure side, I talk at the beginning that I'm a program coordinator for CEwire, and that will in no way influence this lecture.
Yeah.
I think the best approach is just to say, this is any sort of thing where someone could have bias or conflicted interest, just list it and go.
Yep.
And that's really all that's required.
Yeah. And it's interesting. I think a lot of people get mad at Arbo for the wrong reasons. I mean, I should have every reason to be mad at them, since I submit so many, classes to them, and they turn around and deny a lot of them at first. But they're just following rules, which is something that I learned. It probably took me a couple of years to really learn this. They have rules in place, and the people who are implementing them are literally paid to follow these rules. So it's not personal, right? It's not. It's like this is literally their job. So I stopped getting mad very, very quickly.
It's not personal. There are gray zones. I don't think any of the small staff there or any of the volunteer optometrists would ever say they've never made a mistake. I assure you that when I was on the state board and when I was on Arbo, I made mistakes. This is how we learn. And if anyone has a leadership position, just a second, I have to throw up. I'm not a leader. But if anybody has a position where they have to make difficult decisions and essentially be a figurehead, you're going to make mistakes. And if someone won't admit that, they shouldn't be in the position.
Agreed.
But there are gray zones and there are mistakes, and it's also a work in progress. I assure you, I've been furious at Arbo. I've been furious at Arbo when I was in the boardroom. This is
board, and you've been on Arbo. How are people elected for the state board, and then how are people voted in to become an Arbo member? Well, what are the mechanics?
State board is political appointment. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I said state board is typically a political appointee, right? Appointment.
Yeah.
So how did it happen?
State board is definitively a political position. In Iowa, I did not submit my name. I don't know how my name came up. I assume colleagues thought I'd be good. And I said I'd do it, and I was appointed by the governor. And it is a political decision. Some states are very thoughtful. They will actually pick different political parties, different genders, different regions of the states. Some states are purely political, and if the governor's a Republican, they're all Republicans, and if they're a Democrat, they're all Democrats. And so it varies. It's definitively political is the answer to your question.
Who's recommending to the governor?
Pardon me?
Who recommends the individual to the governors? Is it the state?
Sometimes the state association will. Sometimes state legislators.
Oh, wait, I hate to cut you off, Mike, but I have to because our next guest is here. If you want to hang out and listen, we have a guest, a speaker, in fact, at CEwire.
Can I just answer the one question on how Arbo people are?
Okay, answer the one question, and then we have to say goodbye
That's
for a while.
Hey, I've got a life. Arbo is much more democratic. Arbo has a House of Delegates. You have to actually give a speech on why you want to do it. You have to shake hands and kiss babies, or shake babies and kiss hands. And you are elected during the meeting by this House of Delegates from all the jurisdictions. So it's a little bit more democratic.
Right.
Okay.
We're talking about Julie. Hi, by the way.
Hey, Julie.
You're very relevant in that it's almost like a house of cards is starting to fall. As you know, Florida uses the broker system, and Texas just started. And we found out a few seconds ago that South Carolina also is going to start using that system. And Mike here is was the head of Arvo a few years back. So it's kind of shaking up the whole field. And I know you're involved with academia, so kind of outside that field, but that's kind of what the subject is.
Excellent.
In any case, Julie, you're an associate professor at Nova?
I am a full professor.
Full professor, I thought so, yes.
Yes.
And she has great content always in our lectures, and has a wonderful Facebook page on OCTs that has wonderful content about great cases that she submits and other people submits, and we're proud to have you here.
Yeah, let me actually pull up the schedule because Julie, you are giving a talk, right, relatively soon. So let me actually pull it up here and show everybody. So retinal grand rounds, it looks like, at 6:25 p.m. So be there or be square. You're actually.
How's the conference going so far?
It's going surprisingly well.
Good. Good.
Yeah, it hasn't collapsed yet, which is good. We've actually had really big audience in each of the lectures. So
you guys are old pros by now.
Yeah, well, the funny thing is we might be, but the software isn't, because we rewrote the software this year from scratch. And so this was the first real trial of it. And so it's held up, thank goodness. So we're pretty happy about that. So your lecture, hopefully, knock wood, will be very smooth.
And you're a perfect person because your first year was last year with us, I believe.
That's correct.
And so you're seeing the old platform versus the new platform. So you can either rip us apart or congratulate us, depending on how you feel about it.
The good news is I'm not very good with technology, so I won't be a harsh critic.
Well, I really appreciate you actually coming back and doing this again. And I watched your lectures. I watched everyone's, and it looks really cool. We are trying to get sort of more posterior stuff. Like I actually looked at all of our lectures and I was surprised we're sort of still overweighted on anterior seg stuff. So I really appreciated you coming in and doing this for us.
Well, it's my pleasure. I love to do this. And honestly, the more you need of me, the better it'll be. But this lecture is actually a really fun one because I kind of compiled, I've been at Nova for 21 years, believe it or not. I started there when I was a baby. And I've compiled, some of my favorite cases, and I never really had an opportunity to put them together in this kind of format. And I have a bunch more, so I'm thinking I'm going to do Retinal Grand Rounds Part 2 at some time in the near future. But anyway, so it's a fun presentation. It really, kind of talks to what my love is. So.
And people really like the subject matter, and they should respond very well. I know I also viewed your lecture, and I learned a lot, and I know everything. So therefore,
next year you could be my co-host. How about that?
That'll be fun. Well, you're only about a 40-minute drive.
Right. Kelly Ripa and Ryan Seacrest, right?
Yeah, that's about it.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, so tell us a little bit about the other stuff that you're doing online. You feel free to plug away here so people can learn a little bit more with the Facebook stuff that you have going on.
So a couple years back, my buddy Greg Caldwell and I really wanted to put forth something where we can help the optometric community in the interpretation of OCT and OCT angiography, because we feel that that's really an area that needs a lot of, I don't know, growth and babying. So we came up with this idea, OCT Connect, really as a platform that would be a non-intimidating way that people could post cases and get discussion from their colleagues. And I have to tell you that it has really humbled me. People put stuff on there that, man, it's really, really challenging stuff. The nice thing is we have close to, I think, maybe 8,500 or more members now. So we really, really grew. Trying to always to get more, because the more people we have, the more comments we get. But we get some amazing stuff. And I'm hoping that we can get some more angiography on there as that field grows. But it's been great. People, I hope, are learning. I'm hoping they feel comfortable asking questions, and that's the way of the future now, right? Social media. So
yep, it absolutely is.
I'm curious, the stuff you're teaching us now today and that we're learning in OCT and geography, how's that in terms of the curriculum for students? Are they behind because it evolves so quickly, or are you up to date with teaching them what we're learning at the same time?
Yeah, I mean, I actually inherited the retina course at Nova about 3 years ago when Joe Salka left. So the good news is that I was able to really plug in my love, which is OCT. So I'd like to say that the students, every time we learn a topic, I make a point of adding in how that topic would look on one or the other, depending on the topic. So we really are trying to keep them up to speed. And the other really nice thing is that our dean, Dr. Rouse, has provided each of the clinics with an OCT angiography unit. So we have 3 main locations. And so the students rotate through any of the services, have the opportunity to get hands-on experience with the technology, which is great. So they not only learn it in the classroom in their second year, but then in their third and fourth year, when they're actually seeing patients, they can apply what they learned. So I would say that, Steve, we are trying to stay with the times. We're trying to keep them ahead of the 8 ball so that they don't fall behind. It's hard with all the new technologies, but we're trying.
Right, and in fact, I was out at the Academy of Ophthalmology meeting last fall, and I stopped by OptoView's booth. They're actually one of the sponsors of our conference, and I was blown away. I don't even know if we're allowed to talk about it yet because the FDA hasn't approved this new stuff, but I don't care. What are they going to do to me? But they had this unit there. I have never seen anything like it. It's like an OCTA, but it was super fast. I'm like, what is this? And they're like, yeah, we can't really talk about all this stuff. And I don't know, that was back in the fall. Do you know if they released any of this new stuff yet? I really should probably be more up on this.
Yes, it has not been released yet. We actually have it in our clinic because we're running a study on it. So we're trying to get some data on it. But it's a wide field angiography unit, and it has the image resolution is insane. It's actually funny when I do it, the students think I'm so crazy because I get so pumped with the image quality, and really what we're able to see now, it's incredible. We're lucky to be in this profession that we have this way now, in a non-invasive way to look at this, but it should be coming soon, Adam. I think that it's been taking longer than they anticipated.
Yeah,
and it is supposed to be on the down low, but that's okay. We'll embrace it.
If they're going to show me this stuff at Academy, I'm going to talk about it. Like they should have just locked it away from me. Yeah, but no, it is amazing just how far the technology's come and how fast. Yeah. I remember the first units and how slow it was and what a pain it was to actually get going. And now, I'd be amazed if maybe 10 years from now this wasn't sort of the standard of care, right? Having one of these 100%. Units in your office.
I was just going to say that I think our biggest battle is going to be. It is, because I lecture on it, convincing our colleagues that we should be practicing to this high level of care. A lot of them feel like we've been practicing a certain way for so many years and doing a really good job, which we have been, but we could do a better job, right? So I think that trying to convince people is the hard job.
Yep.
But the price point of this unit is also going to be very attractive. So that should help too, because I know that price point is always a big thing. So this should be something that is more user cost friendly for the consumer.
Yep.
And Julie, just realized that 8 years ago, anybody who graduated post that had to learn this stuff after the fact. That's why we're such a high horse about CE. Right. I was lucky enough to be one of the test writers for the initial ABO test in 2011, I believe. And David Crocker had some pictures of very poor resolution OCTs. It just was drusen, I believe. And we said, we can't put that on the test. Nobody will know what it is. And this is 10 years ago. And look how much people have to learn. That's why community education is so important, because what you're learning now and all these new instruments, 5 years from now, the people that are graduating from school now won't learn that except through platforms like this and with great teachers like you.
That's right. And I think people mustn't be scared. You know, we decided to become doctors for a reason, to provide the highest level of care. And this is really what that means. And it's actually interesting when I ask, when I do these lectures and I ask people in the audience, how many people don't have OCT yet? You'd be amazed. You'd be amazed how many people still raise their hands and don't have the technology. So we have a long way to go as a profession, but it's exciting and a lot to look forward to.
Yep.
The same thing goes for topographers and I don't think visual field machines in this day and age, but it could be.
Yeah, well, now with the virtual reality visual fields, that's a whole new thing too. You know, now everybody wants everything to be, you know, in the room on the patient's head.
And well, less expensive and more portable also. So it does have some value.
Yep. Well, cool. All right. Well, I hope your lecture goes well today. You know, if you have any tech problems, we're going to be here, sitting here, so let us know.
Awesome.
But we'll get you through it. And I hope that you can participate a little bit on the forum for your particular talk when this is all done, because people may have questions. And thank you, by the way, for giving us handouts as well, so people can look back on it. That was one of the biggest critiques that we've gotten in the past. You're like, you're showing me all these pretty pictures, but I can't see them after it's all over. Can you know, give me something? So thank you for that.
Right. It'd be good if you could shuffle it back and forth.
Yep.
What did you say,
If
Steve?
you shuffle back and forth between some of your great cases on OCT Connect and put it on ODwire and go back and forth, because you have 24,000 people there also. So it gives you better exposure and maybe better education.
Yep.
Great.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for the invitation, guys. It's always a pleasure to be here. I hope we can continue to collaborate and work together, and have a good evening.
All right. You too.
Me
Have
too.
a great talk.
I'll be at your lecture.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
It's just amazing how you know, how high a level of things she knows that probably 1% of the ODs know.
Well, this device that I saw, this OptiView device at the Academy meeting, like, you're going to be surprised when you see it. I mean, I know I was. I guess because of the pandemic too, I haven't been traveling as much, so I haven't gotten to see a lot of new stuff, but this new unit was incredible.
Is it an angiographer or just an OCT?
OCT angiography. When I say OCT these days, I mean OCTA, because like that's what all of them have, unless it's a piece of crap. So
we're going to have a problem with that in the future, and here's the problem. I think you know the signs that they're able to take a look at these vessels and predict who's going to develop Alzheimer's or even is starting to develop Alzheimer's.
Yep.
And do you tell the patient that, and what's your responsibilities, etc.? I don't know how you feel, but I think you have to. If the science is there and you're finding something, and there's some intervention, Aricept or whatever they have, maybe some treatments in the future.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, I think that's the really interesting thing about OCTA, right? The vessels are now so clear. The findings are getting clearer. So it'll, you know, I think you just have to give that information out when you discover it. But right now, of course, so few people have OCTAs, right? The penetration of OCT isn't even, you know, regular, plain old, crappy old OCT isn't even that high. So not that many people have OCTAs yet, but they will.
And I bet you other universities don't have what they have, where they'll have one in some central place they use, you know, once every 3 weeks or so for the students, and people won't get any education except for book learning.
What were they saying in Texas? Like at the Houston school, people weren't even allowed to touch the OCT? Wasn't somebody saying that on ODwire? It's like the students had to stay away from it.
That's ridiculous.
I know, right?
Oh, that's shameful. I mean,
yeah.
I'm too tired to rant right now, but I mean, insert rant here.
Yes, it is kind of ridiculous. So, well, I think we've just about survived another day here. Trying to think, what time is it here? It's almost 3 o'clock.
Well,
Pacific
it's about
time.
6 o'clock Eastern, so we've got our final. Ooh, it did start a bit ago. Apologies there. The last hour class, which was Chris Rapawano. And we are in the midst of Carlo Polino and Joe Pizzamente on controlled substances, and Deanne Fitzgerald on sports vision. And then in about half an hour, Julie's class that she was just talking about, Julie Rodman, on retinal grand rounds. And then in about, another hour and a half, we'll start the last one, which is Joe Pizzamente on emerging trends in AMD. So, wow, we're at the final stretch, guys. We've got we're in the midst of 3 classes right now, and then 2 more after that. So I think the rubber has hit the road.
And I see actually somebody said they couldn't download the handouts. This is probably because they were using an iPad And again, I don't have an iPad like here at my disposal, like right here, so I haven't looked. But it could very well be that the iPad is actually maximizing the screen window for the video. And so anything beneath it is not showing where the links are to the handouts. So again,
that's what I asked. I asked if she
Yeah.
could see the links, and she hasn't replied yet. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
She's actually not able to download them.
So that's interesting. So when you click
That's the
download,
first.
that's the first, because when you click download, it's actually a PDF. And so it should just pop right up on
Still
your
in,
iPad.
yeah.
Although again, this is of course why I sort of recommend using a desktop machine if you can, or a laptop or whatever, to actually view the conference. So the links to the to all of that stuff will be on ODwire as well. Each individual discussion thread for each lecture is there with the link to the handouts, the file repository. So if you actually, so I'm not sure why she can't get it on the laptop. That's weird. Huh. Well, hang on a second. I will try it myself. Because if ODwire's dead, we're in real trouble. So,
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it could be that there's just one class for whatever reason is not working. No one else has contacted me about it yet. Let's see.
Well, that's good that there's only one person having trouble. Steve, put your glasses on.
Yeah, I have to. I was cleaning them again because they get dirty. I just wanted to let people know there's 1,000 people still in the rooms at this late hour. It's amazing.
Wow.
Wow. 6 o'clock on a Sunday night Eastern
Right.
time.
Okay,
And
so I
426.
Yep.
And Chris Rapuano's with a lot of interplay back and forth. Everybody loves his lecture because it's great and it's simple, kind of like he's a Freeburg clone.
Yep. Okay, so I just downloaded it. So Elizabeth, I'm not sure what's going on there, but we can take it offline. I can email you back with links to just make sure you can get it to work and you'll get access to all the handouts, because it is working. I just downloaded it. I went into ODwire and downloaded it myself for a bunch of different lectures, and they seem to be, it's actually surprisingly fast considering the number of people downloading handouts. So yeah, still working here. So I'm just not sure what's going on.
But we'll take it. We'll
So, yeah.
take only one person so far, or at least that we've heard, having trouble getting the handouts. So,
Yeah, that's the first time I've heard, and I know that people are downloading them because I can actually see the counts on the server. It's telling me, who's downloading what. So
You'll be able to tell how many unique visits we had to the forums, because to have 1,000, 1,200 all the time, it's not the same people. It can't be.
right.
And
Yeah.
people have
This
no
is a
lives.
really excellent way to drive up traffic on ODwire as well.
it wasn't
That's
my
one of the reasons. Yeah.
well, I mean, it wasn't my primary goal to do it. I kind of just
Well,
felt
of
like
course.
I felt like the conference needed just a center, right? A permanent
Yep.
center, as opposed to just being episodic and then going away. So that's kind of why I did it.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
absolutely right. And it was a very, very smart move, and it'll pay some big dividends in different ways that you hadn't thought about. But I think at the forefront, it benefits ODwire members and the doctors taking the education, which is really your goal.
Adam is only interested in altruism, nothing else.
And see, that's just it. This is why it's funny. They call me communism, but it's so not true. Like I said, if I could make a decent living doing this without screwing over the people who are taking the classes, that's what I'm all about.
Altruism and communism are not synonyms, Adam.
Yes,
and you listen to
correct.
what
I
I'm
was going
saying.
to point that out.
Good things come to good people. That's the way I view it.
I see. Well, I feel like in a lot of ways, people, at least in this field, they look at me and they shake their heads. At least most of the people on ODwire are like, "What are you doing, man?"
Well, there are other reasons for that we need not get into.
Right. Yeah.
Is there something else I can help with?
No, you can't. So
What was that?
that was my phone making fun of me. So yeah, but it seems like we're making it through to the end here. Actually, I haven't heard much from Audentio in a long time.
Which is a good thing.
Yep, so things are going well. There's only one funny thing that happened, and I'll bring it up here because it's sort of like I expected this to happen. So remember how I always ask to get the lectures in super early? And Craig Thomas, of course, always waits to the last minute, but I knew he would. So I sort of changed my workflow around him, knowing that I could accept his at the last minute. But we had another lecture that came in relatively late, and that was Melissa Barnett's lecture.
Did you see about the hot mic?
Yeah. And so they accidentally, in theirs, because I didn't have time to actually listen to their whole thing, right? Because they handed it to me weeks late. So I had to get it coded and on the site and ready to go. They had a hot mic moment in their video itself, apparently, that people were sure to let me know about.
What was the hot mic moment?
We can't talk about it, probably.
They were just talking about what they ate for lunch and all this other stuff. I mean, I don't know what else was in it, but
okay, that's fine.
the folks at Audentio told me about it, and then Melissa actually emailed me. She's like, "Could you possibly edit that out?" I'm like, "Yeah, I think I can do that."
That's really funny.
ARPA will not disallow it.
But it's funny because this is like the reason that I ask for materials to be early, right? Because I do check to make sure that stuff like that didn't happen. So this one I didn't catch, but people found it funny.
We have friends that are always like a half hour late, 15 minutes late to everything. So if a meeting's there at 8 o'clock, we tell them it's 7:30.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then they apologize for being late, but they're on time. We have to do that with Craig next time.
I mean, Craig had valid excuses though, right? And his excuse is actually a really interesting one. He talks so much at work, and you can tell, right? Like he's a hands-on, like bouncing all over the place when he's working. By the time he gets home to actually record the lecture at night, his voice is gone. So he waits till the weekends to do it when he's a little bit recharged so he can do it. So I thought that was really interesting.
Boy, if I was his young associate.
The idea of having artificially early deadlines was my life for how many years in publishing. It doesn't take you very long to figure out that if you need something on the 15th, then you ask for it on the 1st, knowing that certain people are just late, and it is what it is, and then you make your own choices accordingly. So
I'm
just
sure you found it was the same names that were always late.
Yeah, and I found it too, just with editorial. So there were people who I would change the deadlines, and it made my life a lot easier. That they might still be late, but at least it wasn't, oh shit, I'm going to go to the printer with an empty page. Like, where's your stuff?
Right. And usually for me, it doesn't matter that much, but for this particular conference, it mattered a huge amount since I actually had to edit this video. Right, I tacked on the stuff at the beginning and the end, and everything else, and that takes a huge amount of computer time. So to me, this time it really mattered. Before, I would just throw any old piece of junk up there, and people could adjust the sound levels themselves. But this time, I really needed them early. So yeah, so it was a little different. So what time is it? So it's 3:05.
6:05 Eastern.
And so are the last classes actually running here yet? So let's see. No,
so
we
not
have
yet.
Rapuanos. So we have one. So 2 more transitions total. The big one here is for the retinal grand rounds. So, so we're almost at the end here. So
A little bit of here's a little chat from Chris's lecture. A lot of these, but here's one little thing. Fast, concise, informative. The way people like it.
Excellent.
Excellent. Yeah.
Even better. Yeah. Keep that great feedback coming.
Yep. There's a lot.
And I'm hoping that people fill out the surveys too. I know they don't have much time to do it in the moment while they're listening to a lecture, but it would be useful if people really do like something to let us know. Cool.
So you can be back tomorrow morning, Paul, for this?
There you go.
Yeah, Paul's going to log in tomorrow morning. Where is everybody?
Always a challenge.
Yeah, I think we all need a nap at this point.
I have 3 monsters coming in about 15 minutes, but they'll be fun monsters.
So yeah, so
pizza for dinner?
Excuse me?
Pizza for dinner?
Something like that, yes. Pizza or hamburgers. Nina might grill. I don't know what she's planning to do. Usually she'll make it easy.
Nice.
My husband was working today, and he's bringing home Chinese. And Alex worked today too. We were all working today.
Yep.
Wow.
Busy weekend.
Very
busy.
This
is not work. This is a pleasure.
Oh, actually, you're right. It is a pleasure. Absolutely. I do enjoy doing this, but it's unusual that all 3 of us were tied up like this because my daughter's a vet tech and it was her weekend to work. And Troy is a mail carrier, and I'm not even going to get into the shitstorm of what's going on with the mail. And so, yeah, his number came up and he had to work today. But back in the early days of the pandemic, he worked for almost 7 months straight on Sundays.
Wow. What is happening with the mail? We have mail. We forwarded from New Jersey, and we're not even getting it now. We've been here 2 months. Maybe we get drips and drabs. So we're paying bills online, etc. We get magazines because I guess that's a different department than your regular mail. So I have every optometric magazine, every astronomy magazine, but we owe people money all over the world because we don't know where the bills are coming from.
Well,
The
there are
post
some
office-
places, because of the post office has just been a mess for a while and the pandemic has exacerbated it. A lot of people are out and they're also losing people as part of the Great Resignation. Troy told me a story of somebody who started in an office and walked off on her first day of the job because they were hassling her. And she said, I'm not putting up with this crap, and just left. So people are out sick with COVID. They can't keep the people that they have because a lot of the supervisors are not well trained and don't do a great job. And yeah, so it hasn't been great. And there are some routes that just don't get mail every day of the week because they don't have the people for it.
Yet you can't fire them.
You
What else are
can.
gonna use? Well,
You can fire them, but there is a union and it's.
no, we can't fire the US mail. We can't. We're forced to use that service.
Well, you can use FedEx or UPS or DHL or any
That's-
of the other delivery
That's
services.
to give, but to get, you're at their mercy.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Absolutely. So yes, Chinese food coming my way soon.
Nice. I don't even
Hope
know
it's
what
not coming US mail.
I don't even know what I'm eating here tonight. I guess Meredith is going to be doing something, and yeah.
You're going to be having a bottle of Pinot.
Oh, you bet. I'm going to be opening up something as soon as this is done. I really need it. Actually, I can't get too blotto though, because I actually have to have a debrief as soon as we're done here with Odentio and see what's broken. So.
I think it'll be a short conversation.
I think so too. I mean, I think everything's been running really well. You know, we have a few drips and drabs here that I'm seeing. Some minor little problems with the chat, but not huge ones. Yeah, it's been overall incredibly good. So.
I would say that CEwire2022 has been a resounding success, especially with this new platform. Nothing out of the ordinary. Nobody's computer blew up. Nobody was ranting and raving. Everybody got what they needed. Odentio has been incredible. All the behind the scenes work that you put in, Adam.
I mean, I ruined their weekend.
Paul has been incredible.
I feel terrible. Like the Odentio folks, I didn't realize that they would actually be hanging around for this. You know, I thought that they would, you know, maybe they'd have like a skeleton crew, like one person, but they're actually following along here. So they wasted their whole weekend on eyes.
Well, they won't say it's wasted, that they are learning a lot about their product and how people are using it, and it will help them moving forward. But that was a heavy lift on their end to have everybody for 2 long days. So kudos to Odentio.
Yeah, I'm very impressed that they showed up. So thank you so much for being here. We couldn't have done this without you for sure. Of course, their job's not done, as ours is going to be, but we have to continue working on getting the transcripts done. So we'll see how it goes. Did Steve die? I'm going to mute him.
Oh, I think his grandchildren arrived.
Oh boy. Nice. Well, alrighty then.
So we are about 10-15 minutes away of starting our next to last class.
Yep.
Which is Julie Rodman's Retinal Grand Round. So that starts at 6:25 Eastern.
Yep.
And then we've got, then in about another hour and a couple of minutes, we've got Joe Pizzimente's last one on AMD trends. So it's all.
Wait a minute,
coming.
I see a little person. Steve brought a little person back. We have to.
Oh, you muted him.
I muted him.
So
I'm gonna unmute him. So.
Hang on, Steve.
She just wants to say hello, and I'll close the door.
Who's this?
This is Eliza. She just turned 8 years old. Yay!
Hi, Eliza. Are you having fun with your grandfather? Or are you gonna have a good time with your grandfather and grandmother today?
Well, what's my name, Eliza?
Steve.
No, what's my name? What do you call me?
Popeye.
Popeye.
I think you should call him Pappy. Can you call him Pappy, please?
It's the muscles. No, it's Popeye. You get Popeye. So.
Does he eat spinach?
I don't know.
Okay. Say goodbye.
Bye.
Bye. Nice to say hello to you.
The other two were here also, but they were too shy.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're going to be in for a fun evening. Hope
they're
you.
good. 8 and 9, they're great at this age.
Yeah.
They're actually. I'm sure she's like Reed. She's on a tablet all the time playing Roblox.
Oh
You know the
yes,
game?
yes, they're all addicted to it.
That she doesn't even want presents anymore. For her birthday, she wanted $100 in Roblox, and then
I
she
think
buys.
I think Reed has graduated from Roblox to Call of Duty.
In fact, he has. You know, he's
Yeah?
he's been
Okay.
Oh
playing.
no, I was being facetious.
No,
I thought, oh my God,
I wish
no
you
way,
were.
Meredith, and you allow Call of Duty.
Oh no, so Reed's almost a teenager now, so he's gotten to the point where he's sort of outgrown the Nintendo life, and he's just playing these PC games, which, his friend got, Red Dead Redemption the other day. I'm like, oh man.
Oh no,
So
Troy plays that.
I'm like, okay, so
no, Alex plays it.
I mean, like, there's very few games I really don't want him playing, but there are a couple that are just hyper realistic, probably not the best for him, but at this point.
Oh, Troy plays this one where you shoot the guy in the head and it.
Yeah. So.
Are they playing with other people on the internet and other locales?
Troy does, yeah.
Well, yeah. So what Reed tends to do, and what his friends do, is they play with each other, right? So they have these sort of limited networks of people that they play with, as opposed to like random internet weirdos, which helps things out a little bit at least. So.
Well, we'll have to. A good gift for Reed then would be a Steam gift card, because Alex asks for that all the time, and she waits to get games on sale. So
yeah, and in fact, yes. So that's what he's been receiving, are Steam gift cards from. And whenever anybody asks, well, what kind of a gift would be good, Steam gift card. So.
So Red Dead Redemption has been one that she's been playing a lot, but I like it when she plays 2 Point Hospital, because I like hearing the music and the radio in the background. Has he ever played that?
He has not yet. What's it called?
2 Point Hospital.
2 Point Hospital. I'll have to.
I should ask Alex for some of the games that she's been playing, because I hear something and I'll say, what are you playing? And she'll tell me. And I don't know of many of these games because I'm not a gamer, especially a PC gamer. But so at least I have a little bit of cred because of my kid, because I'm still pointing out all that when I told you to go to that new Nintendo store in New York. So I'm going to milk that as long as I can.
He still wears that damn shirt, because remember, I got it was oversized, so he's still wearing it. And all the kids can recognize the Zelda logos or whatever that is, Link's thing. So yeah, it's so funny.
Alex was so excited when we went up there. It was just a couple of years ago. She was still in school. I think it was her last year over spring break. And she and Troy waited, I don't know how long I was in that damn store, so that they could play whatever the game it was up on the big screen that takes up the whole wall. They had to do that. So
I think that was my last trip to New York before the whole world collapsed.
Wow. It was the year previous, because in 2020, there was no expo. It was canceled while we were at CECO.
Yep.
That was 2019 then.
Wow.
You have to come this year.
I really do. I mean, I feel terrible. I just, hopefully COVID will just kind of wash out of the New York area and we'll be done with this.
Actually, New York isn't that bad.
Yeah.
Florida had 4,000 cases. We're very good now, from 55,000. By the way, I was thinking way back how we can date CEwire from Reed. Because when we started out, he was a little 5 or 6 year old who was shy to be on camera. Now he's approaching teenage years. So it shows how long we've been doing this.
And he refuses to get on camera now too. So it's come full circle. So he's.
That's the age where they get shy. 12, 13, 14 years old.
Yep.
Yeah.
He won't even say hi to people he knows.
He doesn't want to come in here. Like you saw me waving him off before. He doesn't actually want to come anywhere near the camera. So it's a shame. I'll ambush him later, Gretchen, and we'll get you on the phone so you guys can say hi to each other.
That would be great. Yeah, I miss hanging out with my buddy Reed.
He's so big now, though. He's taller than Meredith. It's kind of weird.
Then he's taller than me.
Yeah, he's taller than you.
Oh, that we can't have that.
I know. It's kind of disturbing, actually.
He's going to 7th grade?
He's in 7th grade, so yeah.
Okay, okay. Well,
yeah, so he's...
So one more year before high school.
Yep.
Wow, this is all too fast.
Yeah.
You stay the same.
Nope.
Well, it is almost 20 after 6. Are we going to call it for the evening, or do we want to hang out and see what's going on with some of these chatters?
Well, let's see. Is there anything actually happening is the question.
Nothing, except we have poor Elizabeth here who still needs her handout. So they will be coming. You'll see them on ODwire next week, and you'll get an email as well. So we'll make sure you get them, Elizabeth.
Okay, so yeah, I just typed a little reply to her as well. So yeah, so we'll get those going.
You're going to put on a tape?
What's that?
You're gonna put on some old.
Oh,
show?
right. Yeah. So when we leave here, yeah, because what actually has to happen is that I have the system set to run until 4 p.m. So I can run whatever we like. I could even do our little museum trip again, because that's about the right length, just to sort of leave the show with.
And by the way, my credits are appearing instantaneously. Chris Rappuano's lecture finished 2 minutes ago, and they're up there. So the system's working now.
Get a preferred status because
They don't. I never had it before.
So they must have done some serious optimization of what they were doing to have that happen, because as we know, there's still 1,000 people here, right? So.
And we haven't gotten any more questions, and I can't believe that people are scrolling up to see the answers we're telling people previously. We usually have people pretty continuously popping on to say, I haven't gotten my credits yet.
Right, and I'm not getting support emails, which is really interesting. I'm not getting, other than the occasional, I'm still missing a C hour, and then I just write back to them and let them know we're working on it. But I haven't gotten any real support questions now in a couple hours.
How incredible is this?
So, yeah, I know, right? It's a kind of a shock. And we actually had 2 more people register in the past hour. So.
Oh my God.
So some people are.
Take the win.
They're coming
What
in
are we
late.
up to now? 26 change?
Yeah, it's a little over 2,600. I'm not exactly sure how many. So yeah. So and Rebecca.
Well, now, why would they? I guess they're registering for March because there's so few they can take now.
Right, or they can take it on demand too, and they don't care.
On demand tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yep. So and yeah, Rebecca just wrote that her credits are coming in immediately now too, so that's pretty good.
What time does on demand go on?
So on demand starts at 5 a.m. on Monday. So we wanted to make it.
5 a.m. Eastern.
I'm sorry, 5 a.m. Pacific. So 8 a.m. Monday. We wanted to make it a time where someone at least would be around on Audentio's side when the on-demand stuff started. So.
Oh, in case it blows up.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. Well, and tomorrow's President's Day, so if people are off,
Yep.
there you go. Get your CE on.
Oh, and we had more confirmation here. Sonia's saying that her credits appeared almost instantly all day too. So whatever happened yesterday, whatever they changed today has made a marked difference in the way it's actually doing the accounting. So
amazing difference between that and previous platform.
Yay! I'm glad that they appeared, Sonia. I know her. She's a good friend. She is in Calgary.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yes, we have an international participant right now.
We
so,
do.
Yeah.
And that's one good saving grace. If Canada goes with the broker system, we're dead. Gretchen, I don't know if you realize, but a large percentage of our audience comes from Canada. I believe 25, 30%.
It depends on the year.
That much?
It depends on the year. I think this year is about 20%. I'll have to look at the numbers and see again. But it's a huge number because Canada, as Mike alluded to before, is part of COPE now, and they accept 100% online CE across the provinces. So that's why so many Canadians take our courses.
Well, it's because Canada's smart.
Yeah. And also, you know, their CE opportunities may be a little, less robust than ours down here. They don't want to have to travel for it, right? They might be at a distance from it, so it's just easier.
Yeah, unless you live in Toronto, Ottawa, or Montreal, or Vancouver, you're going to travel a great deal.
Yep. Yeah, so I'm glad that we've been able to help out, and I'm glad they accept the online credits. I think it really is useful.
Well, Sonia had very high praise for you guys. This is her first CEwire. Great work. Very impressed with all of your hard work and great platform.
Woohoo!
So, yay. Thank you for the kind words.
Thanks. She's my niece. Thank you, Sonia.
Slip you the $20 later. So, yeah.
I have a lot of Starbucks.
A lot of Starbucks cards, yeah. But no, so I'm glad that it's really worked out for people. I'm relieved, actually. I guess the big task now is going to be just getting the credits to everyone, getting the transcript page up on ODwire itself so people can download these things themselves. But these are just details. Since we built that stuff already for Nora, that should work. So.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the heavy lift has been done, and we all survived.
Yep.
But if people don't want to, they could wait till May and just download everything in mass if the state board date is not relevant to them.
Yeah. Yep. So, and again, the certificates are going to be permanently housed on ODwire now too. You don't have to worry about it disappearing because, like I said, I'm still getting people from events in like 2019 where people need their certificates now because the board asked for them and they have no idea how to get them. So they come to me and then I dig through my files to get them. That's not going to happen anymore.
Maybe we could become the new Arvo. And
No,
do
thank you.
everybody's credits and get it archived on ODwire.
Yeah, no, thank you. So yeah.
So what do you want the Texas people to do?
So the Texas people, I don't know. I mean, is the answer. I'm going to keep looking at the Texas system, trying to get all of the classes into it. But I'm waiting for their board to respond to me. If the board is really serious and wants me to collect everybody's license information, what I'm going to have to do is go through our list of registrants, pick out everyone who's in Texas, contact them, and get their license numbers, and basically work with Audentio to create a new field specifically for license number, and by state. So 2 fields actually, so license number and state associated with it. Then we'll be able
to do that for everybody. It's just nice to have. But with a spreadsheet, you could get that information in really easily.
Well, stop for a second. Remember, the human beings have to do something with this. So it's not just a spreadsheet. You're talking about if we have hundreds of people from Texas, which it could be, right? It could easily be over 100. I'm going to have to deal with this unless we programmatically have a way to capture all of that data,
right,
and then have it be printed out. So it's going to be, what is it they say, a mere matter of money? That's what this is going to be. It's going to be me working with the developers to make sure
to send
that
out the request is easy, but to input the data is hard.
Yeah,
correct?
we need a place where they can actually go, put that information in. So we need new fields to do it inside of ODwire. Then we need a way to extract all the data. Then the state of Texas for CE Broker has their own data format that they need this in that's different from Arbo's. Arbo I understand, right? I submit that all the time. We need to come up with new software specifically for CE Broker and specifically for Texas. So it's not that it can't be done. And in fact, if people are going to be huge pains about this, if the different boards in the different states are actually going to start doing this because they can't do the accounting themselves for some reason, we're going to have to do this. There's going to be no way around it. So yeah, it is what it is, and I'll get it done. But as far as Texas goes for right now, just hold tight. We have your credits. They're going to go to Arbo at the very least, and we'll figure out what to do with CE Broker because I just don't know right now.
Yeah. I won't worry about South Carolina for this year because already this conference is done and it's ex post facto, the way legal lawyers say it. But who knows? It might be the Confederacy. It might get the whole solid South there: Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina.
Well, I mean, on the bright side, those states outside of Texas, they don't constitute a huge part of CEwire's audience, to be honest with you, because so many of them are so restrictive about CE to begin with. They are so protectionist in the policies that they have. That they're not really a factor for us. So, you know, some of these states, they try to make our lives incredibly difficult, and so we just sort of work around them. I hate to say it, I mean, because I'd love to be able to offer this to everybody, but if the states are going to make it difficult, we just can't. We'll do our best, and again, I don't mind paying Audentio to help me do some of the software development, but what I do mind is if states start to become painful about it, you know, what am I going to do if they keep erecting these new barriers?
A few years back, Rich, we tried to get into the European system, and it appeared that they accepted Arbo credits, but they just didn't answer our requests. We were willing to pay the money. They just never responded back to us. And we had an English OD also trying to penetrate them, and to no avail.
Yeah, it's hard.
Maybe that's something to tackle then for 2022 to give it another whirl.
Maybe I'll meet somebody at the Vision Expo East who's has an accent.
Well, folks, I think I need to hang it up because my Chinese food has arrived.
Okay.
Okay.
Enjoy. Thank you very much for being here. You've been a pleasure and, of course, a great asset.
Oh, of course. And I'm pleased to be here. I'm bummed that we aren't doing it in person, but I always like hanging out with you guys. And I really feel like a part of the CEwire family, and I appreciate it. So I'll talk to y'all later, and hopefully, Adam, I can convince you to come to CECO.
Not likely, but we'll see. New York is probably much more likely. If I'm going to end up anywhere, it's probably going to be there.
Well, then we'll have to have our lunch together because Steve already says let's have lunch. So we'll need to make sure that we have that planned out. And Paul, as always, it's fabulous to see you. I wish I were seeing you in person. And at some point, I'm going to meet your lovely bride, Carol, because I haven't yet. And I think that you guys just make her up because she doesn't really.
My fake mother.
That's right.
Oh boy.
All right. So I'm off for Chinese food. So thanks so much, guys. And everybody have a nice drink. And Adam, don't work too long. Have your quick debrief and take a rest. You really do deserve it.
And then a big glass. So, all right. Well, have a good night, Gretchen. We'll see you later.
All right. See ya.
All right. So almost there, guys.
Yeah, time goes quick though. It's not we never have nothing to say.
Well, how many on the West Coast? Are there still people taking courses? I assume, but most of them.
Over 1,000 people.
Over 1,000, yeah.
The classes now, Paul. So it's got to be a different 1,000 than start of the day.
I'll have more data on that when I talk to Identio about it to see how many people total have showed up for this live session, because I'm curious now, of the 2,600 something that have registered, who actually showed up for this first weekend?
There's 427 in the pain course. Let's see the other ones. That's it. That's the same one. I'll go real quickly. It's so easy to tell now. 460 in the, well, just finishing up, that's Rapuanos. That's almost 900. And then the room 3, well, it's over the lecture, so 191. Actually, that's Diane Fitzgerald's lecture, so 191 people, which is what you expect, because that's more of a splinter type thing. So 460, 430, and 191, and she's more of a people who are only interested in sports vision.
Yep. So that's great.
1,000 people, Paul, still, in fact, a little bit more.
Yep. All right, then. Well, I think what we're going to do is split then. I'll probably just, play a little video on the way out, and I'm going to be around chatting with people, but I got to actually debrief with Identio too. So thanks, guys, for being here today. It's been a long...
I'll pop in and out of the rooms also.
It's been a long 2 days, but I think it's been a good 2 days. I'm very excited, not only for this conference, but for the future as well, because I think the software has just been really great. So...
Yep. Good job, everybody.
Okay.
All right. Well, thanks everyone for watching. I'm going to lead us out on the museum video again, and then in a half hour, the stream is going to come to an end on its own because the software is reliable and it shuts streams down when they should be shut down. So everybody have a great night, and you'll be getting emails from me. So sayonara.
Bye-bye.
Pat, would you tell us how you came about this idea? What prompted you and Craig to start a collection?
Well, like most collections, you start collecting things one at a time, and then one day you wake up and you find you've got a museum sitting in your home, in closets, garages, and we found ourselves in that situation, and then decided that we were just going to open up a contact lens museum.
How long did it take you to curate the collection in here?
A long time, and that's an ongoing endeavor. Trying to do something of this magnitude while you're working full time and everything else, got full curriculum, and back there it's been very busy, but as you can see, it's just such a joy. It just brings so many smiles to so many faces when you bring older practitioners through here, because
another relic in.
it really, it's so true.
Why don't you involve me? I have to get a few more years.
Yeah, that's right. We'll put you in the chair.
There you go.
That won't be creepy at all.
No, it won't be creepy at all. But no, you're so right. It's just so many memories then come back to all of us that were touched by contact lenses. It's when you think about how contact lenses have changed so many people's lives and changed their lives. All those keratoconus patients, irregular cornea patients. It's humbling, to be a part of having this history. So we felt that,
One of the younger patients, where do you get your lenses? You're 9 years old?
9 years old, yeah.
So
Yeah.
You're probably one of the younger contact lens wearers.
Yeah, they're in so many millions of people's lives have been changed so much with these.
Now, if practitioners have anything lying around their basements or garages or the back room of their practices, would you be interested in hearing from them?
Yes, we'd be very interested. That's where we pick up a lot of these relics. Every practitioner, literally everyone out there, has one or two items that have been given to them by an elderly patient, or they took over a practice that had been established back in the 30s or 40s. And somewhere in their archives are these treasures, you know, that they've not known what to do with them. They hold on to them because they don't take up a lot of space, but they don't know, they know they can't throw it out.
Right, of course not.
But they're looking for a place to send it. This is the place. This is the place to send it. So there, it can be archived, taken care of properly. Craig and I have spent, you know, hours and hours learning about curating an optical museum like this. It's there's a lot that goes into it. We had to then apply for a nonprofit organization, a 501c3 with the government. We got that, so we're official.
So not only are you accepting items to be displayed here, you're accepting financial contributions to support the museum.
Very much so. This has been totally funded through gifts and so on, and by Craig and myself. And
that's a good charity for next year.
That is, it really is. It's a lovely charity for individuals in the eye care profession that want to see, you know, the history of contact lenses preserved. So you can see here we encourage donations, and so we love it. You know, when people can, when they win the lottery, you know, send us some of that, and so we have fun. But it's we get, believe it or not, our biggest support from patients. So they feel this incredible emotional, you know, tie to these lenses.
Sure.
Now this is actually just part of the collection. A lot of it still is in storage right now. We need a bigger facility. When we opened this up in July, we opened it up with the knowledge that we've already outgrown it.
It's a good problem to have.
Good problem to have. And so we're just going to keep raising, you know, funds as best we can, and hope to move into a bigger facility as time goes on. And then this is, like I said, part of the collection. The other collection I'm going to show you is the collection of antique glasses, spectacle lenses, probably one of the finest in North America right now, and that's across the street at the school. This has been just a passion for Craig and I, you know, this collecting. And fortunately, we have wives that understand the insanity, because that's what it is. It's insane to be doing this. But you know, Craig and I have been blessed so much, like you have, like we all have, by the eye care industry. That
very much so.
Yeah, that it's just been a humbling experience to be a part of it. So this is our payback, or this is our legacy that we'll leave. You know, so.
And it's a beautiful one.
It's a start. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful start, and so we're real happy, very, very happy with it all.
Excellent.
So many, many years ago, as you can imagine, it's really myself and Craig Norman who kind of put this all together. The story begins over here. I'll sort of walk you through. This is kind of the evolution of contact lenses. All of these lenses here are made of glass. And so these were the earliest contact lenses in Germany and Zeiss. So they were the three making glass scleral lenses at the time.
When did Oberg come in?
Oberg came in the 1940s. How do you know that name?
I used to live with him.
Oh my. I was just reading a book this morning, his textbook from 1945 on contact lenses. It's really one of the earliest.
Yeah.
And that is, what a coincidence. So
Are these companies related? It's
no,
Muller,
no,
Sohn,
they were
and Muller
different.
Welt?
No, they were different families.
Okay.
Yeah, they had no relation. And so these, like I said, it's the largest collection of glass contact lenses in the world. So it's they're hard to find, very rare, wonderful to feel because they're incredibly heavy.
Can I touch one?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, you can touch the one that is yours. We wanted, Craig and I wanted you to have this. This is a glass
Really?
scleral lens.
Wow.
And it's all the contributions you've made to the industry. You deserve that.
Oh, you are so kind. Thank you.
Yeah, it's,
Look at this
it's
thing.
kind of neat to have. You can see kind of how rough the optics were.
Very rough.
And, but, you know, they got better with time. That's a real early one.
Would you like
What
to see
year? This would have been probably early 1900s. So between 1900 and 1910. But you could feel how smooth the glass
The workmanship was wonderful.
But, yeah, it's, that's definitely one we wanted you to have.
That's very nice.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
This would be a real challenge to apply and to remove.
Yeah, it really is because of the size. These were about 22 to 24 millimeters in diameter, so they were pretty big.
And then I see that they're fenestrated as
Some
well.
of them were, and that's kind of unique, the number of them that were fenestrated. You can imagine drilling a hole in glass can be a little bit challenging. And,
A lot of breakage.
Yeah, but I'm always surprised when I'm going through the lenses, the number of them that have actually been fenestrated.
And that would have been a challenge as well, not only drilling the hole, but making sure that the edges are smooth enough.
Oh,
Because
yes.
that would have been quite painful had you applied a fenestrated
Yeah.
lens that wasn't smooth.
But then you look at these Zeiss lenses, the optics are absolutely perfect and they're incredibly thin. And I always wonder how many of those broke in the eye. You know, it wouldn't take much trauma
That would have been
to
a
shatter
really big problem.
those, yeah. But that was unique of the Zeiss lenses at the time. They were incredibly thin.
Do you know who made this one, the one that you gave me?
That one, yes, I do. That one was from the Mueller-Welt company.
Wow.
Yeah, that one.
Look
from
at these.
there.
And then those are the molds right there?
Those are the molds.
So that is
and let
brass,
me
and then
take you through how. Let's
looks like a
say
shell.
it's 1920, and I'm going to fit you with a contact lens. It would all begin over here.
May I sit in the chair?
Yes, please. You sit in the chair again. That's where I sit. You know, I get comfortable in here. And now the molding process began by just simply mixing this compound. It's called moldite. And we would mix it in one of these containers, and then it would be placed into a syringe. And this mold then would be placed onto the eye, and the moldite compound injected through here, and then it would take a perfect mold of the anterior segment. So the molding compound would harden in about 90 seconds. So you had to be real efficient with your time. You had to load this, inject it, and be pretty efficient.
You have to do that on a board exam, right?
Absolutely. 1950s.
Jeez.
And then what happened next was when you had that beautiful mold, you would mix this next compound called cast stone. And that cast stone then was just like a concrete, but incredibly fine, powdery concrete. And then you would let it harden, and then you would have this beautiful impression of the eye. Now, back in the day, before World War II, a second mold would have to be made of brass. And the reason for that is that when the lens was actually turned into a contact lens, it was made of glass, and the glass would just simply, the heat of the glass would destroy the moldite, so it had to be turned into a brass mold. Then it was taken over here, and this is probably the highlight of the museum, in the fact that we have the only remaining glass contact lens making apparatus in the world. This is it. This is the only one left.
Does it work if you wanted to create a lens?
Oh yeah, yeah. We've had it fired up, and you could see we've destroyed part of the table from the firing it up, and it makes a lot of pops and noises. And now there was this vise was on the stand. We don't know what its function was, but it must have had some function. The problem with this instrument is that nowhere can we find anything written on how to manufacture the contact lens or how they were manufactured. So we're having to piece it together little by little. Now, the
if I push this, is something going to happen?
Yeah, push it.
Push it?
Yeah, push both of them. This one.
Oh my God.
It still works. That's the amazing thing. We fired up these motors, and they were still working.
This is incredible.
So, now, the way it worked was you attach the mold, the brass mold of the shape of the eye here. Top two, I think. Perfect. Now, the bottom, yeah, no, you got it. You got them both. Good. And what would happen is you had natural gas and oxygen that were mixed together. Those were, it wasn't propane. Propane hadn't been invented yet, so they actually used natural gas back in that day. And so the gases were then mixed up here to the appropriate concentration, and these valves controlled the amount of oxygen versus the amount of natural gas.
It looks like it's a very non-precise process.
Exactly, very non-precise. Then they had these 2x2 wafers of glass that were set right here. And then this was just simply brought around once the glass had been molten, and this just brought down and an impression made of the contact lens.
And that's the mold right there.
That's the mold.
So you would
of the
swap
eye.
that out depending upon the
Yeah.
patient you're creating this for.
And then in this little container, when I got the instrument, it was just filled up to about here with asbestos.
Oh, excellent.
So that made it all complete. So then you would bring it back here, drop this mold, and because it was flaming hot from being in contact with the glass, and it would fall into the asbestos where it would be cooled. And now with these little tools here, the residual glass would be broken away. And then you saw over here how the edges were rounded, and then the power placed on the front of the lens with this. Now, the only thing we can think of here is that this was actually operated by hand to oscillate the application of the power on the front side of the lens. That's all we can actually kind of surmise. We don't know how else it was driven. And but everything came with the unit. It was intact. And it's actually from, of all places, Perth, Australia.
Don Ezekiel.
Yeah, Don Ezekiel.
And if anybody would have something like this, it would be him.
It'd be him. And you'll see as you go through the museum, many of the pieces are from Don's collection. And it was probably the largest in the world. And he gave it all to us. So we're really super fortunate to have that.
And he got his basement back.
I'm sorry?
He got his basement back.
Yes, he had his garage. He had it in his laboratory, but when he sold the laboratory, it moved into his garage. So he was kind of grateful, but again, sad to see it all go away. And but to have the only one remaining. Now this is for this.
A mechanical tool then, nothing to do with creating the contact lens.
No, just strictly for changing out the gas.
If you wanted to, is there gas in there? Could you make one?
No, we keep the live ones in my garage at home, but these are actually empty. And,
so you have filled ones if you wanted to?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know that I'd put asbestos there, but you could create a glass lens?
We're the only ones in the world that can make glass contact lenses if you need one.
Have you tried it?
Oh yeah, we've tried it and it's incredible. Just, there's a lot of experimentation, getting the temperature right, getting just the exact amount of natural gas and the exact amount of oxygen. But you could see that it would be very easy to accomplish. Now, when PMMA came along, things changed rather dramatically because now it was possible to just simply use the mold itself rather than turning it into a brass mold. And what was used at that time then were these PMMA wafers.
That's actual PMMA?
Yeah.
I thought it was cardboard.
No, it has this protective coating on it, and you just peel this away, and then there's this beautiful piece of acrylic plastic.
Wow.
For scleral lenses.
That's really cool.
Very cool. And now, it didn't take any temperature at all to melt that. That was not like melting glass. So I think we even have one here that might be, there we go.
Oh, so that's it.
That's it.
So Darren asked the question when you were in school, did you ever see anything like this?
Yes, well, with the way it worked in school, our contact lens course was one person with keratoconus that was handed down from class to class. And we had it was at Columbia University, and we had Isidore Finkelstein was the professor, a very bright guy, but that was it. And he had this one guy, and every time they had to do something to wash the lens or something, there was no sink. The Fink used to walk in to the bathroom and wash it and try it on. And this guy never succeeded, but he kept coming back from class to class. Oh. And that was the contact lens course in the 50s.
Oh my gosh. That's so interesting you mentioned that name. I read his name for the first time last night. Finkelstein from Columbia University. And the reason I came across it, I was doing a story, as I'll show you down here, on Dennis England, who helped invent the first corneal contact lens. But I came across an article written by Hank Knoll from Bosch & Lowe on this gentleman from Columbia University. And it was the first time I had seen his name. And So it was really
Yeah, so that was the
kind of neat.
that was the contact lens course.
Oh my
Period.
gosh. That's
End
so
of story.
cool.
And then whatever you learn happened afterwards.
Yeah.
It happened afterwards. But the academy required, in order to become a diplomate, you had to be able to fit a scleral lens and using moldite. And what happened, as basically we smuggled in some anesthetic because there's no way you can put that shit in your eye.
Yeah, no kidding. And say, stay still now. Because you can imagine if the patient's eye was moving during the molding process, you have a pretty bad mold.
Yeah, I mean, so.
What year did you earn your diploma?
In 1965, I think.
And so that was
67,
being required at that time?
Yeah, it was a very large class. The word was, you better get it now because it's going to get much tougher to do. But that particular part was separating the men from the boys because you had to learn not only to do it, but then to adjust it. And I was always very unhandy. I figured I'd cut my hand off with the bars that they used.
Oh my,
so,
wonderful.
So we have glass lenses.
Glass lenses, and then
in fact, we.
Oh boy.
Boris and I suffered.
Oh my.
So here we go to PMMA sclerals.
PMMA sclerals, and it was very plastic was very slow to get involved into evolve into the contact lens industry. It was only after World War II that plastic really did replace glass. As
World War II. Huh.
The plastic first started on airplanes.
Mm-hmm.
I see up there Ernst Abbey.
Yeah, Ernst Abbey.
Does that have anything to do with the Abbey value?
Yep, it sure does. That is it right there. He was the mathematician, the brains behind the Carl Zeiss Corporation, and he was a brilliant mathematician. He developed this machine right here. This was
like an early lensometer?
It looks like an early lensometer, but it's called a refractometer. And what it did is just measure the index of refraction of the glass. And because when they were manufacturing glass at the time, they could never control the index of refraction of it. So each piece had a different index, and so what they had to do is read the index of refraction, and then they knew what radius to put on the front to create the power.
There was a lot of math involved.
There
back
was
then.
a ton of math involved back in those days. And but he was the one who really kind of was at the forefront of that.
Now I see back here there are corneal lenses as well as scleral lenses.
Yeah, it's just like CDs and VHSs. There's that time in space where the two cross over, and this was really it. In the 1950s, it was unsure which of the two modalities was going to really take over. Was it going to stay scleral or was it going to go corneal? And so you see a number of these fun sets that have actually both in them. Now here's the Theo Olbrich sets out of New York. The one in the back was the original Theo Olbrich scleral lens set, and then the one in the front is one of the later sets.
I like these glasses down here. The world of contact lenses. That is really cool.
Bizarre.
So WJ made them.
Well, Newton Wesley was the man responsible for kind of bringing contact lenses into the mainstream. So in the early 1960s, he marketed everything to get contact lenses out to the masses.
God bless him.
Yep, and he appeared on the Steve Allen show, and he was just this incredible kind of showman, but yet incredibly ethical, and I
Yeah, he
never.
was keratoconic.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
correct.
keratoconus and,
Do you have any stories?
Well, yeah, he had a partner, George Jessen,
Yeah.
and George was a glad hander type of salesperson, and Newton was the front guy with the research type of thing.
Right.
And they did everything, and they not only market glasses, but I remember they used to hand out ties.
Oh, I've got
Christmas.
one.
It says contact lenses on it.
Yes, it's so funny you should mention that. You're the only one I've ever known right there from the Newton Wesley
yeah.
Company, and but he was just this incredible marketer.
Yes.
And it was just so cool what he was able to do.
That's good. Somebody needs to get the word out.
Well, and little known fact, it was Newton Wesley who founded Pacific University College of Optometry.
Is that right?
I didn't know that.
Yes, it's a rather kind of long and sometimes sad story because he founded it, but then had to give it up and sell it because of World War II and the internment camp. So his two sons and his wife ended up in an internment camp throughout the course of World War II. And it was here in Portland where the internment camp was. And Roy Wesley, his son, is still alive, and he is on our board of directors of the museum because he's this incredible historian of that era of the internment camps and all the kind of injustices done back then. So kind of a fun story to just hear him talk about.
Oh, I bet.
About his life growing up as a child in the camp.
Right.
So, and then over here, we have a couple other items. One is the Micon. This was the first commercially available contact lens solution that went into the back of a scleral contact lens.
What is Micon?
And, it's, I'm not sure, I think it's a sodium bicarbonate system. What does it say there? I looked it up.
2%
there we go.
sodium. You were
Yeah,
right.
I was. Sodium bicarbonate solution.
So where did the name Micon come from?
Now that I don't know. It was manufactured by House of Vision in Chicago.
House of Vision.
House of Vision, yes.
It sounds like a sketchy